Chapter 1. Adonis Malfoy. In the early morning, the sun rising from the horizon bathed the Malfoy manor, nestled in Wiltshire, England, in a golden glow, bestowing upon this historic estate an air of mystery. At the heart of this quintessentially British manor stood a magnificent castle, a testament to the illustrious history of the Malfoy family. Surrounding it were meticulously designed gardens, adorned with fountains and peacocks wandering freely, while the ornate wrought-iron gates evoked a sense of passing through a veil of mist for those who entered. On June 5, 1980, Lucius Malfoy, the current master of the estate, paced anxiously before a door intricately refurbished with white jade, the hurried footsteps of the servants echoing his unease and agitation. Inside, the present lady of the manor, Narcissa Malfoy, wore a pained expression, immense agony radiating from her abdomen as she prepared to give birth to her and Lucius' child. In the Malfoy lineage, traditionally characterized by a singular heir, the unborn child was undoubtedly destined to be the new scion of the British magical elite. The midwife, her hands trembling as she wiped the sweat from her brow, found herself in an unforeseen predicament, as what should have been a smooth delivery had turned into a laborious struggle. There was no time to ponder the cause of this unfortunate turn of events in a London shrouded in gray. Death lurked at every corner. It was not inconceivable that this lady had been the target of dark machinations. Qin Hung, an elite agent fluent in 6 languages: Chinese, English, French, German, Russian, and Japanese, had just completed a national mission and was aboard a flight from London to Beijing when darkness enveloped him. Upon regaining consciousness, he felt an intense pressure surrounding him and an outward force propelling him forward. Trusting his instincts, he swiftly resolved to escape this unsettling place. As Qin Hung emerged halfway into the world, the doctor realized he had evaded the clutches of the killing curse. With the doctor's assistance, he finally departed the oppressive yet warm surroundings, instinctively uttering, "Where am I?" Instead of a coherent reply, he was met with the cries of an infant and exclamations of surprise. "Madam, there is another child." After a brief tumult, 2 more distinct cries of infants resonated in the air. Lucius Malfoy had never felt such tension and fear when his father passed away. He was merely engulfed in sorrow. Confronting the formidable Voldemort brought with it the peril of death. Yet the pride of the Malfoy name forbade any retreat. As a scion of the Malfoy lineage, duty and honor had always accompanied him. Yet now, amidst the obstetrician's startled exclamations, dread gripped him. The Malfoys had never had more than 1 child in a generation, and, judging by the sounds, he was about to welcome 3 adorable little Malfoys. In these tumultuous times, and with the prophecy shared by his friend Severus Snape, foretelling that a boy born at the end of July would defeat Voldemort, he felt fortunate that his own child was born in June. "Esteemed Mr. Malfoy, your wife has given birth to 3 delightful children, in the order of their appearance: the eldest son, the second son, and the little princess." The doctor's excited interjection broke Lucius' reverie. Calming his racing heart, he turned to see the 3 children cradled in the arms of the maids. Following the direction indicated by the doctor, he was first met by a pair of elegantly violet eyes belonging to a delicate child with pale golden hair, the hallmark of the Malfoy lineage. Lucius marveled at the exquisite beauty of his eldest son, the future heir of the Malfoy family. Although it had never occurred in their history to have 2 boys in a single generation, the British magical aristocracy adhered to established lines of inheritance unless the firstborn was deemed unfit. The elder child was inherently the heir. After acclimating to his surroundings, Qin Hung struggled to open his eyes, encountering a pale-faced man with dark gray eyes and a slightly raised chin that bespoke pride. Clad in a striking blue robe, the man appeared extraordinarily handsome, with slightly sharper vision than that of an infant. Qin Hung quickly discerned that he was in a lavishly adorned residence. The grandeur of the walls and the jade-carved entrance spoke volumes. In an instant, the name Adonis flashed through Lucius' mind. The second child bore the same eye and hair color as Lucius himself, his eyes gently closed, evoking memories of Lucius' own infancy. Perhaps he should allow this child to live freely and blissfully, for he had an elder brother, did he not? Unbeknownst to Qin Hung, a divergent fate was beginning to unfold at that very moment. The sight of his little princess melted Lucius' heart. He had never envisioned having such a soft, delicate daughter. Words like sculpted from jade seemed inadequate to describe her. With her soft green Aisa, hue not seen in the Malfoy line since its 3rd generation, radiating clarity and brightness. With the butler cradling his 2 sons, Lucius quickly made his way to Narcissa, holding his cherubic daughter. As a devoted husband, he felt it vital that no negative emotions be transmitted to his wife. "My dear, how are our children?" Narcissa, as a mother, was devoid of the contemplations that consumed Lucius. The tumultuous state of affairs could not dampen her exhilaration had her body permitted. She would have dashed to embrace her children the moment they were born. My beloved Narcissa, all the children are well. They are simply marvelous. We have been blessed with 3 little angels. Look, I have already named our little princess, Basha Malfoy. He swiftly placed their daughter into his wife's arms. Basha, our beautiful little princess. And has our eldest son been named Draco? No. Dear Draco is the name of our youngest son. He quickly took Draco from the butler's grasp. My dear, look here, doesn't our Draco resemble me? Observing her husband, Narcissa understood why Draco had been chosen as the name for their youngest as a proud Malfoy. It would be quite embarrassing if the child bore no resemblance to him. There was no need to inquire why Narcissa knew the 2 children cradled side by side shared the same hair color, undoubtedly differing in their eye color. And what of our eldest? Noticing the slight lift in her tone, Lucius sensed his wife's growing discontent and hurried to clarify. Adonis Malfoy, such a lovely name for the heir of the Malfoy family. Wouldn't you agree, my dear? Adonis, little Nini. Narcissa playfully called out as she took Qin Hung from the butler, fully aware that this child might not accept such a nickname in the future. Yet as a mother, it was her right. Gazing into the eyes of this beautiful and gentle woman, Qin Hung realized that he had now become Adonis Malfoy, with his past life behind him, merely a cherished memory. His new life had commenced as the son of Lucius and Narcissa, the brother of Draco and Basha, and the heir of the Malfoy family. Honor and responsibility accompanied him even before he fully comprehended their significance, remaining with him until the end of his days. Chapter 2. The Godfather. On July 5, 1980, Adonis, along with his brother Draco and sister Basha, had just celebrated their first month of life. In the magical realm, a child's first month is a significant milestone. From this day forth, they would each have their own godfather. From the moment of his birth, Adonis was acutely aware of the nuances around him, careful to avoid any behavior that might seem beyond his tender age. Cherishing and savoring his renewed childhood was his sole thought. The talking mirror, the moving photographs, the occasional appearance of peculiar creatures in his room, and the wands in his parents' hands, as thick as tree branches, all served to remind him that this was no ordinary world. Perhaps this was what they referred to as the realm of magic. Kicking off Draco's leg resting on him, Adonis' thoughts drifted back to the events of 20 days prior. As the first girl born into the Malfoy lineage in a millennium, Basha was doted upon throughout the Malfoy castle, naturally remaining in Narcissa and Lucius' bedroom. Meanwhile, he and Draco were assigned to the room originally intended for them after their first birthday. Everything went smoothly. The room was soon prepared, and Lucius waved his wand with a gentle flick, transforming the space before their eyes. This was the beginning of Adonis' astonishment since his rebirth. However, when the butler carried Draco away from him for about 5 meters, the infant began to wail inconsolably. After numerous attempts, Lucius and Narcissa discovered that Draco would only cease his cries when he was within 5 meters of Adonis, leading to Draco ultimately sleeping in Adonis' room. Draco's cries pulled Adonis back to the present. Before long, the butler, Sia, entered the room to carry them to the parlor. Lucius, has your brain been knocked about by a giant? To seek me, a half-blood wizard, as the godfather to your 3 delightful, beautiful, intelligent, and noble children? Oh, Lucius, your jest is truly too convincing. The moment Adonis was carried into the living room, he spotted a slender man with black hair and dark eyes, mocking his father. Narcissa leaned against the sofa, observing the 2 men in resignation. Severus, you know that at this moment, you are the only one I can trust. Should I meet Merlin, Narcissa and the others will have to rely on you for care, Lucius said, looking at his old friend with a sense of despair and helplessness. Rest assured, would you like me to adopt the surname Snape? Severus replied, patting Lucius on the shoulder, and silence enveloped the room. Adonis was utterly astonished, fully aware that this was a world of magic, yet he had not anticipated it being the realm of Harry Potter. The man in the black robes was none other than the tragically profound Severus Snape. Turning to gaze at his brother, he recognized him as the spoiled Draco Malfoy, Harry Potter's arch-nemesis. Glancing at the 3 silent figures leaning against the sofa, Adonis understood that he could not be a noble young man who disregarded the judgment of fate. Even if his family could survive this calamity, would his parents still be so spirited, so proud? Could his siblings truly live out their lives in happiness? Adonis realized his childhood plans could no longer be realized. Henceforth, only by wielding formidable magical powers could he safeguard his family and uphold the glory of the Malfoys. The oppressive atmosphere frightened the butler Lucius' daughter, Pasha. Lucius hurried over to take his precious daughter into his arms. Sweetheart, Sasha, Daddy's darling, oh dear, has the godfather frightened our little one? Come, come, let the godfather soothe Daddy's treasure. Ignoring Severus' rigid demeanor, Lucius placed Pasha into Snape's embrace. Once in Severus' arms, Pasha abruptly ceased her crying, her green eyes wide and curious, gazing at this unfamiliar uncle. Despite his gaunt appearance, the young Severus was undoubtedly a handsome man. Severus stared blankly at the tiny being in his arms. Suddenly, he embraced Pasha tightly, lost in the moment. Severus, you ought to find yourself a lady, Lucius remarked, knowing better than anyone the significance of Lily Evans to Severus. Though his darling's eyes were not a vivid green, they were still green. Lucius, it is time to conduct the ceremony. With that, Severus returned Pasha to Lucius' arms and fell silent. After preparing the setting, the ceremony for the godfather, equivalent to a marriage in the magical realm, commenced with Adonis. Lucius fixed his gaze upon Severus and intoned solemnly, Severus Snape, do you willingly accept the role of godfather to Adonis Malfoy, pledging to love and protect him unconditionally until the end of your life, and to care for him without reservation until he reaches adulthood in the event of both Lucius Malfoy and Narcissa Malfoy's demise? I do, Severus replied, and as his words echoed, a white silken thread entwined both Severus and Adonis before vanishing from sight. With this, the ceremony concluded. Severus Snape was officially made the godfather of Adonis Malfoy. After the ceremony for Draco and Pasha ended, Severus and Lucius exchanged a glance, then both vanished from the living room. In a dim, ancient castle, countless robed figures wearing black masks stared at the man on the throne, Voldemort, whose head was bowed, obscuring his emotions. Suddenly, Lucius, Snape, you are late, a pair of scarlet eyes fixated on the doorway. Master, forgive your loyal servant. Severus and I were in search of a boy born at the end of July for you, Lucius replied. Is that so, Lucius? Look me in the eye, Voldemort commanded, twirling a ring in his hand as his crimson gaze bore into Lucius' gray eyes. Now, tell your great master what you have found. Yes, esteemed master. The son of the Longbottoms will be born at the end of July. Suppressing his apprehension, Lucius knew he had withheld the names of the Potters. He cast a glance at Severus, sighing inwardly, but what could he do? Did this man not already know? Severus, how about we eliminate the Potters and that boy by the end of July next year? Voldemort suddenly stood, grinning at the dazed Severus. Let that fortunate soul, unaware of their fate, live another year. Let us see how your great master crushes them like ants and sends them to meet Merlin. Severus, legitimacy. Unprepared, Severus felt a surge of power invade his memories. The pain he had not experienced since becoming a master of occlumency overwhelmed him. Look, our great potions genius is pondering something. Oh, a girl in red, a boy in a striped maternity outfit. Let me see what else there is. No, master, Lucius knelt. I beseech you, spare her, spare them, spare Lily Evans, she knows nothing. Is Dumbledore everything is Dumbledore. Severus, I can spare Lily Evans as long as she does not resist. Killing 2 Potters will suffice. What can you offer me? Everything, my everything, master. Very well, Severus. I expect to see that potion by the end of this month. Do not disappoint me, the living can die. Yes, master. Severus breathed a slight sigh of relief upon hearing Voldemort's words. Now to depart, arrange everything. By this time next year, all threats will be eliminated, and the world will be ours. Yes, master. All the robed figures fervently shouted in response to Voldemort. As the crowd dispersed, Lucius and Severus exhaled in relief, returning home. Chapter 3. Harry Potter and the Vanished Voldemort on July 31st, 1981, in Godric's Hollow. After bidding farewell to Sirius and Peter, who had come to celebrate Harry's birthday, the Potters glanced at the clock on the wall, which indicated that there were merely 5 minutes remaining until midnight. Lily, relax. With the Fidelius charm, we are perfectly safe. I trust Sirius as much as I trust myself. How about I share a little secret with you after tonight? James Potter, with his back turned to Lily, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips as he placed his wand on the vanity by the window, envisioning the astonished expression on his wife's face come morning, and perhaps even earning a sweet kiss in return, filling his heart with joy. Lily, my dear, I'll go downstairs to fetch a blanket for Harry. With that, he pushed the door open and descended the stairs. Lily cast a glance at James and replied with a hint of resignation, all right, dear. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered within her. Something felt amiss. The headmaster, who had promised to arrive that evening, had failed to do so, leaving behind only a message, which added to her unease. Suddenly, the door was flung open, and her husband, in a state of panic, shouted, Lily, run. A blinding flash of green light surged past them, and as James cast one final glance at Lily, he collapsed, lifeless. "Get away from her," he heard a voice command. And a kick sent the poor woman sprawling. Voldemort glanced at the boy giddily cooing in the cradle, raised his wand, and swiftly cast the killing curse towards Harry Potter. But the anticipated outcome was thwarted. Gazing upon the lifeless form of the woman who had shielded the boy, Voldemort murmured, "Lily Evans, foolish woman." He lifted his wand once more, pondering who could possibly stand against him now. Avada Kedavra. When Dumbledore arrived at Godric's Hollow, he beheld the crumbling house. Entering, he discovered baby Harry Potter nestled in his cradle, sensing a faint flicker of life. He knew that Harry had survived, perhaps the best outcome amidst the night's calamities. Subsequently, Hagrid, under Dumbledore's direction, took Harry to his aunt's home. August 1st, 1981, marked a date of jubilation for the wizarding world of Britain. After thorough confirmation, it was evident that Voldemort had vanished. The fearsome man had been vanquished by the boy who had miraculously survived. Perhaps he had merely disappeared. Who wished to ponder further? After enduring darkness for so long, London was poised for brighter days, and the populace preferred to believe that peaceful times had finally arrived. However, Malfoy Manor remained shrouded in a gray mist. "Lucius, Lily is dead. He deceived me, he deceived me." Severus screamed at Malfoy. "Severus Snape, shall I assist you in awakening from this delusion? Where is your Dumbledore? Oh, great hero. Why did he not aid you?" Lucius remarked coolly, observing Snape as turmoil. "What are you saying?" "I don't understand," Severus replied, his flickering gaze betraying his discomfort as he looked at Lucius. "I only hope the Malfoy line continues. As for myself, I wish to say no more. Severus, considering our years of acquaintance, I advise you, some matters must come to a close. How many conditions are you willing to accept?" Adonis remained oblivious to the immense sacrifices his father had made to preserve Malfoy Manor. Securing a concession from the Ministry of Magic that acknowledged the Malfoy family had been under Voldemort's control due to the Soul Curse. With Voldemort now vanquished, the Malfoy couple was exonerated following investigations conducted by Ministry officials numbered 1 through 10. However, he astutely observed that numerous treasured collectibles had inexplicably vanished from the master bedroom. Brother, Dodo exclaimed, waving his tiny arms and incessantly calling out to Draco and Pasha. Draco had begun to articulate words a few days prior, and under Adonis's clandestine tutelage, his first complete utterance in this world had naturally been brother. This reality had left Narcissa deeply saddened and distressed for quite some time, though she had not pondered why he had chosen to address Adonis first. After Draco's initial speech, Narcissa commenced teaching little Pasha to call her mummy. Yet, Draco's aptitude was evidently more pronounced. Under the persistent influence of Draco's calls for brother, it was inevitable that Dodo became Pasha's first spoken word. As for why it was Dodo, Adonis instinctively overlooked this, considering that a mere toddler could hardly articulate so precisely. When Narcissa approached the nursery, she beheld a scene. Her little dragon and Sasha were giggling foolishly while humming a tune, while her eldest son wore an unmistakable expression of disdain directed at the two small figures. Although it was hard to believe that such a young child could exhibit such a demeanor, the resemblance was striking. She reached out to embrace the little one lying on the bed, coaxing, "Mummy's little Nini, come say mummy." Two of the three children had already shattered their little fantasies, leaving only the yet-to-speak eldest son to hold on to that hope. Adonis gazed intently at Narcissa, and suddenly, in a most unbecoming manner, he began to weep uncontrollably. Observing this woman, who, despite her evident exhaustion, devotedly accompanied him and his siblings in play each day, he noted that ever since Draco and the others had begun to call her mummy, her sense of guilt had markedly intensified. She devoted even more time to being with him, and although he understood that Narcissa longed to hear the affectionate term mummy, he could not help but succumb to tears for the first time. Lucius, come quickly. Adonis is crying. He has never cried before." Narcissa called out loudly towards the study where her husband was. "Darling, do not fret. All is well. Just relax." As for Adonis, he is but a little over a year old. It is entirely normal for him to cry, Lucius said as he hurried into the children's room, looking at his wife with a blend of exasperation and affection. In any case, a brief period of tranquility had commenced. Chapter 4. The Surge of Magic and the Black Manor. A year after Voldemort's disappearance, the magical realm underwent a turbulent period. According to the Daily Prophet, thousands of Death Eaters were apprehended throughout the year. While most were mere foot soldiers, some of the once noble families were stripped of their standing, among which the most noteworthy was the Hawk family. This family, emblematic of the eagle, was renowned for its valor in battle and formidable dark magic. Together with the Black family, they were among Voldemort's initial followers, and the last heir was slain while evading capture by the Ministry of Magic. This was indeed a point of pride for the Ministry. The newly appointed minister, Cornelius Oswald Fudge, with the backing of Albus Dumbledore, Chief Wizard of the International Confederation of Wizards, implemented a series of policies aimed at undermining the aristocracy within the British magical community. As a result of these measures, the power of the nobility swiftly diminished, compelling them to unite against the newly emerged powers in the wake of Voldemort's disappearance. Thus, the Ministry temporarily entered a phase of power equilibrium. Lucius and his wife, Narcissa, were engaged in a discussion about the latest developments in the Grand Hall. The astute Malfoy, with his keen business acumen, had managed to ally with and suppress a number of lesser nobles, allowing the Malfoy family to gradually regain its vitality. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a tremendous noise emanating from upstairs. The couple hurried towards the source of the commotion. Upon opening the door to the children's room, they beheld 3 terror-stricken children levitating above their beds. Fragments of the chandelier floated ominously in the air. The room's sofa lay cleaved in two by an unseen force, and shattered mirrors alongside a toppled cabinet bore witness to the terrifying magical upheaval that had just transpired. Adonis had never experienced such terror before, whether during the perilous missions of his past life or the extraordinary phenomena he encountered after his rebirth. Just moments ago, Drac was excitedly playing with one of the colorful dragon models that Lucius had gifted him for his 3rd birthday, a blue dragon named Marigoth. After Bertha snatched the red dragon, Alexstrasza, from his grasp, she was not satisfied with her current peacock model and, having taken the red dragon, extended her greedy hands towards Drac. Unprepared for this theft, Drac, unable to retrieve his toy, the little dragon he had never successfully taken back from Bertha since birth, finally erupted in frustration on his 3rd birthday, 100 days, without Adonis even reacting. A powerful force hurled him away. Fragments of the chandelier rained down like deadly shards, threatening to pierce his eyes. He could face any danger with composure. But now everything felt so futile. He felt powerless. He could confront death, but how could he protect his family if he lost his sight? The dark future was an unacceptable reality for him. In that moment, closing his eyes was his only means of self-protection. With a final glance at Drac and Bertha, who were crying amidst the chaos, he reluctantly shut his eyes, praying to shield himself as much as possible. The next second felt interminable. He sensed a warm current flowing through his veins, as if a century had passed. Once the sounds of explosions and his siblings' cries faded, he cautiously opened his bewildered eyes, only to see his astonished parents standing in the room and his siblings floating in midair. His mother's gasp pulled him back to reality. "Darling, look at our little one. He truly is a mischievous child." Lucius waved his wand, casting a series of spells that restored everything to its original state, the orchids blooming anew. The room was quickly tidied up. "Dear, you were right," he said, suppressing his astonishment. "It is a cause for celebration that these 3 little ones can now be included in the family tree. The platinum glory will officially continue with them, and Adonis's future as the head of the Malfoy family can be established. Lucius, I hope to take them back to the Black ancestral home. With Sirius disowned and Regulus deceased, and all the women of the Black family married off, there are no descendants left. I know this is hard for you to accept. But darling, the Black family has endured for thousands of years. I truly cannot fathom what will happen. Dear, do not cry. I promise you. Once the inheritance ritual is complete, I will accompany you to the Black ancestral home. Be strong, my love." Lucius embraced Narcissa, gently patting her shoulder. Adonis, now calm, observed his parents in their embrace, utterly perplexed by his mother's words. In his memory, although Regulus was deceased, the Black family still endured. How could the noble lineage simply vanish? Holding his wife, Lucius recalled what the elder Malfoy had solemnly told him before his passing. Lucius Malfoy, these words should have been told to you upon your coming of age, but time does not permit. You must remember that the Malfoy family, like the other 11 noble families, shall never become the servants of anyone or the vassals of any family. Remember this well. Descendants who violate this are the sinners of Malfoy, removed from the family tree. I know you wish to ask which 11, but I do not know. I do not know. Throughout my life, my only conjectures pertain to the Black family and the 4 houses represented. Additionally, remember this, bloodlines can return to the family tree, but those who have been disowned can never reclaim their rightful place within the true lineage. His father's only regret was never having seen the true ministry of magic. Ha ha ha, I lived my life without ever witnessing it. How pitiful, Tom. What a Voldemort. Merely a wretched creature unable to return home. With these words, his father departed with a sense of regret. Lucius pondered for over a decade, He understood the first 2 points to some extent, but the last eluded him. However, given that the elder black couple had only met Narcissa before their deaths, and with one of the 2 male heirs disowned and the other deceased in his youth, it was widely rumored that Regulus had merely gone missing. But how could the blacks be unaware of the truth? Thus, it seemed only Narcissa held the secrets of the black family tree. Yet, all would be revealed upon their visit to the black ancestral home the following day. For now, it was most crucial to complete the ritual while the magical energy remained at its peak. Chapter 5. Lucius in confusion having calmed his wife's emotions. Lucius held Bertha and guided Adonis and Drac down a small corridor leading to the master bedroom. Upon entering, Adonis watched as Lucius raised his wand and silently muttered a long string of incantations. Soon, the wall before the entrance vanished, transforming into an ancient stone door adorned with indecipherable carvings. Lucius drew his wand across his arm, allowing his blood to flow into the lock at the center of the stone door, which then creaked open slowly. Instead of the mysterious palace Adonis had imagined, what lay before him was a staircase carved from white jade, leading underground. Drac poked his brother. Brother, we've never been here before. What's down there? It's so dark. Are we going to play hide and seek? Where's Mommy? Drac, you coward. Who said that? Who said that? Drac is the bravest of all. Right, brother? Drac could not comprehend why his younger sister, who was merely minutes younger than him, was so vexing. Bertha, have you been bullying Drac again? Adonis sighed. Witnessing their antics, the two had never gotten along, and Drac had never won. He quickly glanced at Drac and stuck out his tongue, prompting Bertha to fall silent. The 3 quietly followed Lucius, and the narrow passage gradually widened, revealing a seemingly dilapidated small room. All right, we've arrived. One at a time. Adonis, come with me, Lucius said as he took Adonis into the small room. Respected ancestors, the current family head, Lucius Malfoy, along with his eldest son, Adonis Malfoy, are here to perform the bloodline ritual. After stating these words, he stood beside Adonis in silence. Adonis gazed with curiosity, eager to discern what peculiarities lay within this place, revered by his father as the most sacred within their lineage. Regrettably, clarity eluded him, as the surroundings were engulfed in a blinding expanse of white. Were it not for the peculiar sensation he felt after Lucius had spoken, akin to a gossamer white thread of mist weaving into his palm, his father's expression would have seemed adorably foolish. The ethereal thread coursed through his body's meridians before ascending into the air, gradually transforming into Adonis Malfoy. Vanishing into the shroud of fog, Adonis felt an undeniable shift in his surroundings. The room had transformed into the grand center of a magnificent hall, with a solemn black throne positioned directly before him. Above the throne was an intricate web-like family tree, where the names of ancestors were meticulously inscribed, accompanied by significant historical events associated with each name. Strangely, the names dating back to the year of the Common Era were obscured, rendering them entirely illegible. Casting a puzzled glance at his father, Lucius appeared to discern his son's confusion and sighed, stating that, according to the ancestor listed at the top, he had lost his previous memories upon falling into a coma, suggesting that the family tree had remained in this state since that time. Very well, Adonis. Go and summon Drac. Certainly, father. Lucius gazed deeply at Adonis's retreating figure, fully aware, through his observations of both himself and Narcissa, that this child possessed remarkable perceptiveness. However, Adonis's performance today astounded him. It was truly extraordinary for a mere 3-year-old. As Adonis led Draco into the room, he found his father lost in thought. Throughout their journey, Draco's patience had worn thin. Brother, why are we here? There's nothing but Dad. I haven't fed Xiaobai yet today. Let's go back. Xiaobai was a white Labrador, a birthday gift for Adonis and Draco when they turned 3. Draco, please refrain from speaking. Father is upset. Do you still wish to play tomorrow? Adonis gently tugged at the increasingly impatient Draco. It was no jest. Having just undergone the blood ritual, he dared not raise his voice, fearing the ire of some unknown elder lurking nearby. Even the grandparents in the study could venture out. He glanced around at the walls, bereft of portraits, and who knows, those depicted might be hiding in a corner somewhere. One look at the grandparents revealed the Malfoy family's integrity. The brothers' chatter pulled Lucius from his reverie. The subsequent ceremony proceeded smoothly, and for the truly 3-year-old Draco and Pansy, aside from the curiosity brought on by the changing scenes, Pansy likely thought Lucius was playing a game with her. Everything else was rather tedious. As soon as they exited the room, Draco and Pansy seized Lucius by either hand and began discussing their plans for the next day's adventures and treats. Lucius observed the 2 rascals. Ever since Parkinson had brought his daughter Pansy to Malfoy Manor a few times, the children had been clamoring to visit the Muggle world, yearning for amusement parks and— what was it again? Candy. It was truly vexing. To make matters worse, Narcissa had joined in the commotion. The idea of a pure-blood aristocrat venturing into the Muggle realm was utterly terrifying. Casting a sidelong glance at his quiet eldest son, he pondered how siblings born of the same womb could differ so vastly. What if they turned out to be two Gryffindors? Sirius Black? Preposterous. What was he thinking? The Malfoys would forever be Slytherins. But these two children. Chapter 6, Number 12, Grimmauld Place, revised. The following morning, Adonis was roused by the exuberant Draco, rubbing his eyes. Adonis marveled at Draco's energy, for he himself felt quite fatigued. Ever since Lucius had promised Pansy and Draco that they could visit Grimmauld Place the next day, Draco had hardly ceased his chatter. Adonis longed to inform him that the inclusion of the word place did not imply an actual plaza. Brother, should I have a lollipop first or roasted duck? I heard from Pansy. Here it came again. He decided to close his eyes and drift back to sleep. An hour later, Narcissa, clad in a black wizarding robe, opened the door and awakened the dreaming Adonis. At 8 o'clock in the morning, under the butler's attentive gaze, Lucius and his wife escorted the three young wizards directly from the fireplace to the Black family's sitting room at number 12, Grimmauld Place. As Yadoobes looked up, he found himself in a reception room that starkly contrasted with the decor of the Malfoy family. The predominant color of the room was black, enveloping the space in a somber, oppressive atmosphere that even evoked a sense of lifelessness. The glossy black fish sculptures in the pristine floor hinted at recent tidying, while the beams above were adorned with the grotesque carvings of a snarling black dog with a gaping maw. Creature, having greeted several esteemed guests, guided Mrs. Narcissa and the three young Malfoys to the study, while Mr. Malfoy was invited to relax and partake of the unique dark magic of the Black family. With a snap of his fingers, Creature conjured a steaming cup of drink that materialized on the table. Adonis could discern that this was undoubtedly not a palatable beverage. A bitter aroma permeated the air. Casting a glance at Lucius, he silently trailed behind Narcissa. Suddenly, he felt his palm firmly gripped by a small hand. Turning to look at Draco, he noticed the boy's pale complexion, yet his refined upbringing prevented him from uttering a sound of alarm. In stark contrast to Draco's trepidation, Pansy hardly resembled a typical girl. Narcissa's aspirations to mold her into a docile maiden were certainly destined to falter. Her light green eyes sparkled with curiosity and astonishment, and her slightly lean-forward posture betrayed an eager disposition. The three individuals, Adonis, followed Narcissa as she pushed open the door to the study. Seated at the desk directly opposite them was an elderly man with grizzled hair and piercing eyes. His slightly raised eyebrows suggested that he was not one to be trifled with, while the downward curve of his lips bore a hint of derision. Narcissa, what is your surname? Old Black fixed his intense gaze upon Narcissa as she stepped into the room. His deep, gravelly voice echoed within the confines of the somewhat cramped study. Malfoy, Narcissa replied with unwavering certainty. Adonis tilted his head, surreptitiously observing Old Black, hoping to glean some insight. The expressionless face and hollow gaze offered no clues. He was undoubtedly a master of mental concealment. Suddenly, George Black erupted into laughter, the sound echoing throughout the room. Bersa could no longer contain herself. What is so amusing, grandfather? Of course, Mummy's surname is Malfoy, humph. George glanced at Bersa, then remarked, I recall Lucius has gray eyes. Indeed, uncle. Narcissa hesitated in her response, perplexed by the enigmatic nature of Old Black. Oh, how fortunate the Malfoys are. Who do you intend to have carry on the Black lineage? With a sigh of relief, Narcissa finally addressed the topic at hand, replying, Draco Malfoy, my youngest son. Upon hearing his name, Draco, standing nearby, was momentarily bewildered, but the Malfoy upbringing prompted him to instinctively lift his chin, his platinum hair floating in the air. For some reason, Adonis felt an urge to laugh, as Draco reminded him of the blue peacock in the garden. Old Black observed Draco in silence for a while before abruptly rising and instructing Narcissa, fetch the item from the third compartment of the fourth row on the left. Then open it. He then beckoned to Draco. Draco glanced at his mother, who had placed the open box on the table beside Old Black, before approaching George Black. He discovered a solitary black wand, approximately 7 inches long, adorned with unfamiliar engravings within the black box edged in white jade. Unlike the large black dog he had seen earlier, this was a creature he did not recognize, sporting 2 horns. He stood before the box for a moment. As Old Black remained silent, fixated on the object. At length, Old Black spoke. You may return. Narcissa, have your other 2 children come to try it. Narcissa then urged Bersa to step forward for her turn. Meanwhile, Draco, having returned, moved closer to his brother Adonis and whispered in his ear. Is this old man perhaps a bit unhinged? Adonis gently tugged at Drax's hand, urging him to remain silent. It was prudent to embrace tranquility in such moments. Before long, Pershaw returned, and Adonis noticed Old Black beckoning him. However, before he could advance, he was interrupted by Narcissa, who declared, "Uncle, Adonis cannot. He must bear the Malfoy name." George disregarded Narcissa's interruption and continued to wave at Adonis, gesturing for him to approach. He then uttered a remark, seemingly directed at no one in particular. "Rest assured. He shall only be a Malfoy, Adonis, is it? Come here." Under the condition that his mother did not oppose, Adonis took the position previously occupied by his younger siblings. After about a minute, he observed the wand that had been inside the box floating towards him, instinctively reaching out to grasp it. "Do not touch." Adonis was startled by Old Black's bellow, hastily retracting his half-extended arm. "Narcissa, how old is the child now?" George inquired. "He will soon turn 4. They are of the same age. Henceforth, that violet-eyed child shall be known as Adonis Black Malfoy, regardless of how many children he may have in the future. The firstborn son must bear the surname Black. Very well, you may return now. When Adonis reaches the age of 13, let him come alone, using the key I entrusted to you." "No, I cannot agree to that. It is absolutely out of the question." Before Narcissa could utter a word, Lucius burst through the door, his voice tinged with urgency. Moments earlier, as the wand reacted, Creature had been dispatched by Old Black to summon Lucius. Casting a glance at Lucius, George advised Narcissa, "Take the 3 children outside. I need to have a word with Lucius." The content of their discussion remained unknown to Adonis. But he did hear Lucius emerge from the study, telling Narcissa, before the age of 16. The Ministry of Magic's records will not indicate that Adonis has inherited the Black family lineage. Number 12, Grimmauld Place will remain sealed until he turns 13. Let us return home. For Adonis, life henceforth would not change due to today's events. Everything would be unveiled at the age of 13. The only alteration was that his name would no longer be Adonis Malfoy, but rather Adonis Black Malfoy, in all instances where his magical name appeared. The latter would replace the former, including the student records at Hogwarts, which he had yet to attend. Chapter 7, London 1986. One of the 4 major stock exchanges in the world, and the most internationalized financial hub. Adonis gazed upwards at this exchange, which handled more than 2/3 of international stock underwriting. When was the last time he visited this place? 6 years had passed since he arrived in this world, and many memories from his past life had become indistinct. While he could still recall significant events, the passage of time had grown increasingly nebulous. "Narcissa, is this the place you mentioned for advancing this year's birthday gift?" "Indeed, father. I wish to purchase a stock." Shaking off his musings, Adonis nodded. "So, you learned about this place from the modern history of magic in the study?" "Adonis Black Malfoy, you must elucidate the matter of the shattered diamond peacock." Lucius regarded Adonis, his fury palpable. What use was a reflection charm on that magically resistant treasure? The restoration spell proved futile, and each fragment he encountered brought fresh heartache. "Father, I can explain. I did not mean to." Adonis steeled himself to clarify the peacock's predicament. But how could he justify that Draco wished to know whether the peacock was white or more pristine? If Lucius discovered that the peacock had met its fate due to this, no words could suffice. Enough. No further discussion. 1 year of confinement. The Malfoy family rules 100 times over. Now, let us ascertain who is safeguarding the Malfoy gold. Come. With that, he strode purposefully into the London Stock Exchange. Adonis followed Lucius through the grand entrance, and as he recalled that today was March 13th, he realized that Microsoft's stock price was projected to be merely 0.08. He envisioned that within a few years, his future plans would be free from financial concerns, an exhilarating thought indeed. As for the numerous family rules, were they not the responsibility of Draco? They hardly pertained to him. Before long, Adonis and Lucius concluded their stock purchases. Armed with the account Lucius had set up for him in 2000, Adonis acquired 33,298 shares at the price of 0.08 per share, and with satisfaction, they departed the stock exchange. In a secluded area, Lucius utilized his apparition skills to transport them directly back to Malfoy Manor. Upon returning to the bedroom, Adonis beheld Draco and Pasha diligently practicing the levitation charm. Since January of this year, the 3 of them, under the guidance of a private tutor, had embarked on the journey of mastering simple spells, and this week focused on the art of levitation. Wingardium Leviosa. Draco waved his wand, but the feather remained unresponsive, prompting him to repeat the incantation. Wrong. Brother, you have erred again. How many times must I remind you? It's Wingardium Leviosa, not Leviosa. Pasha glanced up at Draco before returning to her studies of ancient magic history. Oh, right. Hey, brother, you're back. Where have you been? I've already written the family rules once. Upon seeing his brother's return, Draco set down his wand and leaned back against the sofa. Oh, nothing much. Father asked me to inform you about the peacock in the study. He is no longer seeking you. But he expects you to write the family rules 100 times for my review. Draco leapt up from the sofa, exclaiming, Brother, are you jesting? How could father possibly know? How could that be? This is disastrous. Adonis gazed silently at Drac. Well, 100 times it is. Then you shall assist me in feeding little White, for it has recently lost some weight. Bertha observed Drac, her confusion palpable. She could not fathom how siblings born of the same womb could differ so vastly. This was clearly not in alignment with their father's intent. Given Lucius's temperament, one would expect him to react with more gravity upon discovering the truth about the peacock. Yet, look at Drac. Oh, his foolish brother truly seems irredeemable. By the way, tomorrow I might inquire with the Godfather about the effects of substituting the phoenix saliva in the aging potion with dragon's blood. Adonis reclined on the sofa, contemplating how to persuade Narcissa to lift his house arrest. Should he pay a visit to Harry Potter, or perhaps? Chapter 8. The Captive Brazilian Python Persephone. Hurry up. You know how much effort I exerted to convince father to allow us to visit the zoo with Shia. The boy, adorned in a silver-green scarf with white borders and a white checkered shirt, had shed the remnants of his childhood. At the tender age of 10, Draco was already exhibiting the attributes of a dashing young man, with his handsome visage. Brother, it seems you have already decided to join Gryffindor. Just 3 days until the acceptance letter from Hogwarts arrives. Can't you act a bit more mature? I find it quite embarrassing, he remarked. On the staircase stood a girl with flowing platinum hair and emerald green eyes, her delicate features complemented by a rosy complexion. If she remained silent, one could easily mistake her for a charming porcelain doll. Persephone smiled at Draco, not truly wanting him to change, but found his arrogance rather irksome. After pleading with Lucius for so long, all she wished was to observe the distinctions between dark and light magic. Yet, Lucius remained obstinately silent, which frustrated her immensely. Persephone, I have told you countless times, do not speak of what you have not personally experienced or understood. You have 7 years to grasp what Gryffindor is truly like. There's a saying among muggles, hearing is deceiving, seeing is believing. I understand, brother, Persephone replied, observing her elder sibling with admiration. His platinum hair and high, straight nose exuded a certain gallantry, and the few stray strands that fell across his forehead added an air of casual charm. Most notably, his violet eyes hinted at an aura of mystery and nobility. She had heard tales of a group in the Muggle world known as celebrities. If her brother chose to pursue that path, he could certainly earn a living based on his looks. Should he consider it? Is Gryffindor really that dreadful? Draco murmured softly. He recalled that historical accounts recorded Slytherin and Gryffindor as allies, their eventual rift stemming from differing opinions. Draco, my point is not that you can join Gryffindor. The Malfoys can currently only enter Slytherin. Why? Draco's mood soured. Although he had no desire to join Gryffindor, the fact that he was being forced to choose was irksome. Malfoy choices are for Malfoys alone. What do others matter? Think for yourself. Now, gather your things. We shall depart. It is the weekend, and the zoo will be crowded. Leaving early is advisable. Adonis did not respond to Draco's query as he opened the door and settled into the awaiting Rolls-Royce. The zoo on the weekend buzzed with excitement, teeming with families enjoying their outings. At the entrance, Adonis and his companions each purchased a cone of ice cream, though summer had yet to arrive. Indulgence was permissible in the absence of Lucius and Narcissa, was it not? At the entrance to the reptile house, Adonis instructed Draco and Persephone to meet him at the main entrance once they had finished exploring. Having previously ventured into the tropical rainforest on a mission, he had encountered countless snake species, thus, the common varieties at the zoo held little allure for him. Inside the reptile house, after agreeing to reconvene at the entrance, Persephone wandered alone. Truth be told, while she did not harbor a dislike for snakes, she found it challenging to appreciate the cold and dim atmosphere of the reptile exhibit, with glass walls on all sides. However, she soon found herself captivated by a slender boy dressed in ill-fitting clothes, seemingly conversing with a snake. Hey, what is your name? Are you talking to the snake? Persephone approached and gently tapped the boy on the shoulder. Harry Potter was startled. The snake had just responded to his inquiry, and before he could fully process the shock, he felt someone touch his shoulder. Turning, he saw a girl with hair like spun gold cascading over her shoulders, her eyes a shade of light green, akin to his own. She smiled softly, and Harry felt a blush creep onto his cheeks. I'm Harry. What did you say? I didn't quite catch it, he stammered, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Oh, I'm Persephone. I was wondering if you were speaking to the snake? She reiterated her previous question. Her curiosity piqued by the boy's sudden flush. She had just noticed the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, which, rather than detracting from his appearance, added an air of heroism to his otherwise round face. Oh, you mean that snake? Yes, I was curious about how it could talk to me. Now that you're here, I'm glad you can hear it too. I thought I was the only one, Harry admitted, his spirits lifting, albeit tinged with disappointment at the thought of his unique ability. What were you two discussing just now? Persephone hesitated to reveal that only a select few could converse with snakes, as she sensed Harry's emotions and felt that sharing such information might unsettle him. Oh. The snake mentioned it has been stuck in this glass enclosure for a while, and I sensed it wanted to escape, Harry explained. It's a Brazilian python, Harry. If you wish to let it out, perhaps I can assist you, Persephone suggested, recalling Draco. It seemed like a promising idea, though the snake was small now. It would eventually grow, and Draco likely wouldn't mind. Really? Harry's eyes sparkled with hope as he looked at the girl. Adorned in a light green dress trimmed with gold, she appeared to be from a wealthy family. Helping the python would be a wonderful opportunity. It was the first snake he had conversed with for so long. Though it was merely a snake, it was far more pleasant than his demanding relatives. Of course, my brother is quite fond of animals, especially snakes and dragons. Let us go find him, and he can help us talk to my older brother. He is quite capable and will surely know how to bring the snake home with us, Persephone exclaimed. Persephone, but it would still be confined to a cage. I don't think it would be happy, Harry remarked, a tinge of envy creeping into his voice as he thought of Persephone's two brothers, contrasting sharply with his own situation of having never met his parents. It won't be in a cage. Our house is very spacious, much larger than the zoo. It will have plenty of freedom. We also have many other animals, like peacocks, she reassured him. That sounds nice, Harry replied, feeling a bit more hopeful. Suddenly, a loud voice interrupted their conversation. Dad, come quickly. There's someone talking to Harry. Persephone turned, annoyed, to see a boy who seemed to embody what muggles would call obesity. Yelling at them, Harry felt a wave of embarrassment as he explained, that's my cousin Dudley. He is currently staying with my Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon after my parents passed away in a car accident. Yet, throughout his explanation, he kept his gaze on Persephone, relieved to see no trace of disdain on her face. Perhaps this girl would become his first friend, he thought. However, it soon dawned on Harry that Persephone was not as benign as she initially appeared. She regarded Dudley with disdain before approaching a nearby staff member. Excuse me, sir. This young gentleman is severely disrupting my visit. He pointed at Dudley and continued, if you cannot resolve this matter properly, I shall report the situation to the local tourism association and the consumer rights organization. The staff silently glanced at the girl before approaching Dudley's father, whispering something to him. Soon after, Vernon Dursley came over to Harry and said, Listen, you need to wait by the entrance of the zoo in 2 hours. Seeing Harry nod, the Dursleys led Dudley toward the exit. Harry, noticing Pansy, felt an inexplicable urge to cry. She was the first person willing to stand up for him. Let's go, Harry. To find my second cousin. Harry nodded and accompanied Pansy to wait for Draco at the entrance of the reptile house. Chapter 9. Harry Potter. Harry and Pansy did not wait long at the entrance of the reptile house before Draco emerged. Harry, my cousin is out. The one with the platinum hair, do you see him? She pointed at Draco, who was walking toward them, following Pansy's gesture. Harry indeed spotted a boy with short platinum hair, and for some reason, he sensed that this boy might not be very amicable. Pansy, where did you pick up this little beggar? He doesn't look too shabby, Draco remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Harry. Upon hearing Draco's comment, Harry's face flushed crimson. Just as he was about to retort, Pansy interjected, Draco, have you had a problem with your neck lately? Or is your eyesight failing? Is this how you, a Malfoy, conduct yourself? Pansy, what is this attitude? You dare speak to your cousin like this for a muggle? Draco glared at her in exasperation. Even at home, he could tolerate it, but in front of a boy who looked like a beggar, Pansy dared to address him this way. Harry was slightly puzzled by Draco's mention of muggle, but wisely chose not to ask questions at that moment. Draco Malfoy, has your brain been trampled by a troll? The etiquette you learn daily is meant for your parents and brother, not for a beggar like him. When my brother arrives, I will ensure he understands you need 100 lessons in family rules. Let me formally introduce my new friend, Harry. Hello, I'm Harry, Harry said at the appropriate moment, extending his hand. My apologies, Draco replied awkwardly, regarding Harry. That's quite all right. You see, my attire is indeed rather peculiar. Well then, Harry, let me reintroduce myself. I am Draco Malfoy, but you may call me Draco. What is your surname? Draco asked, noticing that Harry seemed unperturbed by the earlier incident, which improved his mood. Potter. Harry Potter. Harry Potter, the one who defeated the Dark Lord? Draco regarded Harry with disbelief, perhaps thinking it was merely a coincidence of names. Excuse me. Who is this Dark Lord you speak of? I'm not particularly skilled in fighting. That surely cannot be me, Harry replied, looking at Draco with confusion. Pansy tugged at Draco's sleeve and explained to Harry, Harry, my cousin is referring to a fairy tale. Your name happens to match that of the protagonist in the story. He enjoys using this method to connect with new friends, believing you would be familiar with the tale, right, cousin? Realizing he had misspoken, Draco quickly added, Yes, Harry. I apologize. I forgot this was a story my brother concocted. Next time, I will share it with you. Now, is there something you would like to discuss while you wait here? Relieved that her cousin had finally displayed some intelligence, Pansy exhaled, Cousin. We were just saying that you should ask my brother to bring home that Brazilian python. Harry and I both think the snake looks rather pitiful. Not a problem. I will speak to my brother. It's a trivial matter, Draco said, patting his chest. Pansy, having found numerous reasons, realized her cousin was finally being supportive. At the entrance, Adonis beheld Draco and Pansy approaching him alongside another boy. The two platinum blonde heads shimmered dazzlingly in the sunlight, making it nearly impossible to avert his gaze. As they drew nearer, he was astounded to discover that the other boy was none other than Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Truly, it would have been difficult for him to mistake that identity. With those striking emerald green eyes, a tousled mop of hair reminiscent of a bird's nest, and the iconic lightning-shaped scar, recognition was inevitable. Just as Adonis managed to compose himself, he heard Pansy shaking his arm, exclaiming, Brother. This is my new friend Harry Potter whom I met at the crawling hall with Draco. Draco even assured Harry that you would share with him the tale of the boy who lived in the Dark Lord. As Adonis observed Pansy making faces at him, he realized that these two were still oblivious to Harry Potter's true identity, mistakenly believing him to be a mere muggle. However, this misunderstanding was not entirely surprising, as the magical community presumed that this savior led a princely existence in some unknown castle. Adonis extended his hand to Harry, saying, Hello. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Adonis Black Malfoy. Hello. I am equally delighted to meet you, Harry replied, feeling a sudden wave of shyness as he observed the boy before him, who was of similar stature. Instinctively, he shoved his hands deep into his pockets to wipe them, then awkwardly extended his right hand to shake Adonis's. Well, my dear little princess, is there anything a knight can do for you? Adonis remarked with a hint of playful charm, eliciting a chuckle from Draco. Brother, it's not about a little sister, rather. I would appreciate your assistance in relocating the Brazilian python from the reptile house to my garden, as it finds its current space quite constricting. Pansy looked at Draco in surprise, touched by his unexpected generosity. Yet, it did not take long for her to realize the source of his goodwill, as she caught him discreetly gesturing towards her. I knew my brother would be so altruistic. Not a problem, it's a trivial matter. He waved over the butler, Sia, signaling him to consult with the zoo director regarding the acquisition of the python. Draco felt a surge of joy as his brother readily acquiesced to his request, realizing that this meant assistance in composing the lengthy 2,000-word potion study summary assigned by their godfather. After a brief farewell to Harry Potter, the four exchanged addresses, promising to correspond and arrange outings in the future before parting ways. Lying beneath the staircase in the cupboard, Harry had never felt as joyous as he did that day. Despite having to endure numerous chores imposed by the Dursleys upon returning home, leaving him utterly fatigued, today marked the occasion of his first new friendship. Perhaps life would become significantly happier from this point onward. Unbeknownst to Harry, in a few months, a single letter would usher in transformative changes in his life. This day was destined to be an eventful night. Meanwhile, at Malfoy Manor, Pansy and Draco animatedly recounted the day's events at the zoo and their new friend from the Muggle world, Harry Potter, to Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy. Upon hearing Pansy mention Harry's lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, Lucius felt a stir of unease within. This feeling intensified when Pansy revealed her discovery that Harry could converse with snakes. Exchanging a glance with his wife, Lucius rose and addressed the silent Adonis. Adonis, accompany me to the study. Chapter 10. A letter from Hogwarts. Adonis followed Lucius into the study. Lucius gazed at Adonis and inquired, You are aware of who that boy is, correct? Yes, father, Adonis affirmed, fully cognizant of the details provided by Bertha regarding the boy with untamed black hair reminiscent of James Potter, striking emerald eyes, an orphan with a lightning scar. If Lucius were to fail in deducing this, it would indeed be perplexing. You do not intend to disclose this fact to Draco and Bertha, do you? Lucius continued, seeking assurance. Indeed, Adonis nodded. Then share your thoughts, for the Hogwarts admission letters are soon to arrive. Father, since Draco and Bertha perceive Harry as merely an ordinary muggle boy, it suffices. I understand your concerns regarding the noble Malfoy name being tarnished by an association with a muggle. However, I have always believed that muggles possess their own merits. Their nuclear weapons far surpass the destructive capacity of our Avada Kedavra curse. Were it not for the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons signed on July 1, 1968, by 59 nations including the UK and the US, and the irreversible ecological damage caused by these weapons, the wizarding world would already be engulfed in fear without the Dark Lord's intervention. Observing Lucius's silence, Adonis continued, moreover, I deem the Malfoys unsuitable as guides for Harry Potter's return to the magical realm. Setting aside Dumbledore's influence, with Harry entering Hogwarts, the tranquility of the past decade will be disrupted. Given that dark magic has merely receded rather than been eradicated, the best course for the Malfoys is to remain discreet. If my conjecture holds, Dumbledore's chosen mentors for Harry are likely the Weasley family, with Ron Weasley being our contemporary. However, it appears that Dumbledore could not have anticipated our earlier encounter with Harry Potter at the zoo. Thus, for Draco, Bertha, and myself, we only know Harry as a muggle, not as the renowned savior of the wizarding world. Revealing the truth to my younger siblings would only create discomfort, particularly for Draco. If he could genuinely befriend the future illustrious Harry Potter, it would not be a misfortune. In that case, Adonis, you have contemplated how to navigate your relationship with Harry Potter. Excellent, excellent. You have not disappointed me. You must remember that the Malfoys need not seek the approval of others, nor should they dismiss those who could provide assistance. The legacy of our house can only flourish in our hands. Do you comprehend? As for your brother, there are certain matters you must discuss with him. A Gryffindor Malfoy would only bring calamity upon our family. Adonis distinctly sensed Lucius's deep concern when mentioning Draco. Father, you need not worry. Draco will not ally himself with Gryffindor. Though he may stray at times, I believe he will not falter in matters of great significance. Lucius regarded Adonis in silence for a considerable time before finally speaking again. In a month, there will be a banquet to announce your status as the heir of the Malfoy family. What are your thoughts on the invited guests? All potential invitees, including those from Dumbledore's circle. Father, if possible, I believe we should maintain neutrality in the forthcoming battles. Adonis cast a glance at Lucius before voicing his thoughts. Yes, you may extend invitations to Dumbledore and his associates, but remember, the Dark Lord has vanished. Father, there is no need for concealment. Recently, I inadvertently overheard your conversation with Godfather in the corridor regarding the Dark Mark. You are fully aware of its implications. Adonis pondered for a moment, deciding to no longer hide his knowledge of the Dark Mark. Then tell me, how does Malfoy intend to remain neutral? To whom will you pledge allegiance, Dumbledore, and follow in the footsteps of your godfather? Upon hearing Lucius's words articulated with deliberate precision, Adonis was suddenly engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. Until this moment, he had yet to uncover any semblance of a so-called golden finger, and his recollections of the impending events had grown increasingly nebulous. With a hint of despondency, he replied, Yes, father. Casting a glance at his somewhat disheartened son, Lucius enveloped Nis in an embrace, gently patting his shoulder. Then, gazing into his eyes, he said, Nis, there is no need for you to feel this way. You are remarkably talented, far surpassing your peers. Your mother and I are fully capable of handling these matters. What you must do is to relish your school life at Hogwarts. Trust me, Nis, everything will turn out well. Adonis gazed at his father, his eyes slightly reddened. He found himself unable to convey to Lucius that the future of Hogwarts would no longer remain tranquil. Ever since Harry Potter's enrollment, everything had changed. Nevertheless, he firmly believed that in due course, he would discover a means to rectify all matters. During the summer, he would acquire a loyal companion from Ollivander. 3 days later, a gray owl soared through the window towards the Malfoy family, who were enjoying their breakfast, and dropped 3 letters onto the dining table. After receiving 3 chocolate beans from Narcissa, it took flight once more. At the table, both Adonis and Draco shared the same exhilaration as they held a letter inscribed with emerald green ink, addressed to Mr. Adonis Black Malfoy, Malfoy Manor, Wiltshire. Adonis turned the envelope over, revealing that the top of the back was sealed with a wax strip, just below which was a shield emblazoned with a crest. Surrounding the capital letter H were a lion, a serpent, an eagle, and a badger. Upon opening the envelope, he discovered the following message. Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, Head of the Wizarding Association, First Class Mage of the Order of Merlin. Dear Mr. Malfoy, we are pleased to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term is set to commence on September 1st. We eagerly await your owl bearing your reply by July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Uniform requirements for first-year students. 1. 3 plain black robes. 2. A plain black pointed hat for daytime, or 3. A pair of protective gloves, made of dragon hide or similar material. 4. A winter cloak, black with silver fastenings. Please note, all students must have their clothing adorned with name tags. Textbooks that all students are required to procure include Standard Spells. Level 1 by Miranda Goshawk, A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot, Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling, A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch, 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Philida Spore, Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger, Fantastic Beasts, and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander, Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Trimble. Other equipment. A wand. A large cauldron, standard size 2. Made of pewter. A set of glass or crystal files, a telescope. A brass scale. Students may bring an owl, a cat, or a toad. Parents are particularly advised that first-year students are not permitted to bring their own broomsticks. Holding this letter of admission and glancing at the equally excited Draco and Pansy, Adonis realized that his life at Hogwarts was about to commence. Chapter 11. Birthday Celebration and Albus Dumbledore. On the night of June 25, 1991, Malfoy Manor was ablaze with lights, with servants bustling about and house elves appearing and disappearing in a flurry, heralding the impending birthday celebration of Adonis Black Malfoy, Draco Malfoy, and Pansy Malfoy. Adonis, Draco, and Pansy stood at the grand entrance of the estate, graciously receiving guests arriving for the banquet as directed by Lucius. Not far off, Mrs. Weasley caught hold of Mr. Weasley. Arthur, why must we attend the Malfoy-esque gathering? We are well aware that he is a Death Eater, having evaded the ministry's scrutiny through dubious means. Mrs. Weasley gazed at her husband with a hint of frustration. For the sake of this soiree, we may not even afford a wand for Ron this year. I shall not go to him. You must explain. Mr. Weasley, head bowed, gently tugged at his wife's arm, murmuring, Molly, today's gift is procured by Dumbledore. He believes young Malfoy might align with our interests. From what he understands, Adonis Black Malfoy does not seem averse to muggles. It is quite possible that, due to his influence, his 2 siblings have been corresponding with a muggle boy. Hearing her husband's clarification and that the potion in the box was prepared by Dumbledore brought her some solace. After all, she truly wished to avoid disappointing Ron yet again. She had already failed to provide him with an owl, and should the wand remain elusive. Adonis had long since spotted the Weasley couple in the distance. Although the Weasley family had fallen increasingly into poverty over the years, truly due to the sheer number of children they had, it is undeniable that among the pure-blooded aristocracy of the British magical community, their vibrant red hair was as distinctive as the platinum locks of the Malfoys. Happy birthday to the 3 Malfoys, is it not? Is today your birthday? As the Weasley couple approached the entrance, they beheld 3 heads of platinum hair awaiting them. To be frank, Arthur was genuinely reluctant to encounter the platinum hair trio. Setting aside their differing allegiances, he and Lucius Malfoy had simply never seen eye to eye over the years. Adonis gazed at the slightly awkward Wesley couple and smiled, saying, Good day, Mr. Wesley. Thank you for your kind wishes, and we warmly welcome you to our birthday celebration. However, our birthdays are on June 5th. The festivities have simply been postponed for a while. Please, do take a seat inside. Arthur Weasley had to concede that, despite his strong aversion to Malfoy, the current heir of the Malfoy lineage presented a rather agreeable demeanor, far more pleasant than that insufferable Lucius. He did not possess the flamboyance of a peacock, and it was rumored that the Malfoy manor housed numerous peacocks. He wondered if he might have the chance to see them today. Molly Weasley's countenance had brightened considerably, and she smiled. Ron, being a new student this year, was also present. Before she could finish her sentence, Draco interrupted, Ron Weasley, oh, my foot. Adonis did not allow Draco to continue speaking. He discreetly stepped on him when no one was watching. Mrs. Weasley, I believe Ron would make an excellent friend, provided we could indeed become friends. Realizing she had spoken too hastily, Molly chose not to pursue the topic further. offering a somewhat awkward smile towards Adonis before entering the manor with Mr. Weasley. Once the Weasley couple had moved a distance away, Draco, feeling a surge of irritation, addressed Adonis. "Brother, what on earth are you doing?" He is merely a red-haired pauper who cannot even afford to support a child. Adonis gazed at Draco in silence, urging him to be mindful of his manners. "You merely need to be a quiet, handsome boy and engage your intellect, if you please. Is it conceivable that someone as esteemed as Dumbledore would be as you imagine?" Draco appeared somewhat dazed, and Basha added with a sharpness, "Brother, you must have consumed too much glue this morning." With just a quarter of an hour remaining before the banquet commenced, Adonis finally beheld the illustrious Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. He was an imposing figure, tall and slender, exuding a warm and benevolent aura, embodying the essence of a wizard. His flowing silver hair and beard complemented his bright blue eyes, which held a remarkable intensity. It was evident that Dumbledore had been a strikingly handsome man in his youth. As Adonis observed Dumbledore, the current headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, he too scrutinized the well-regarded young Malfoy. The boy possessed a pair of exquisite violet eyes. A striking observation for Dumbledore. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the profound depth hidden behind those bright, captivating eyes. The slight upturn of his lips did not convey arrogance but rather a gentle warmth, evoking an impulse to draw nearer. It was certain that this Slytherin was more formidable than his contemporary, Lucius Malfoy. As for the two younger Malfoys positioned slightly behind, their retreating stance indicated a measure of respect towards their elder brother. "Headmaster Dumbledore, you are the last guest. Please enter," Adonis remarked, watching as the ever-smiling headmaster instructed the guards to close the grand door, accompanying his siblings and Dumbledore toward the banquet hall. "Adonis, you are among this year's new students at Hogwarts. Allow me to extend my heartfelt wishes for a delightful academic journey." Dumbledore smiled at the trio of children. "Indeed, Headmaster. Thank you for your kind wishes. However, I believe that with your presence, Hogwarts will undoubtedly be the safest place in Britain, irrespective of other considerations." "Mr. Malfoy, you are overly complimentary. Hogwarts has always been the safest haven for young witches and wizards," Dumbledore replied, regarding Adonis with a twinkle in his eye. Subsequently, the quartet proceeded quietly toward the hall, until just before they reached the entrance, Basha suddenly inquired, "Headmaster Dumbledore, is it true that you were once good friends with Gellert Grindelwald from Germany?" "Indeed, that was the case in the past, although it seems a rather distant memory now. Aside from a few pureblood aristocrats like Prince, Slughorn, and who were either extinct or elusive, nearly all of the English pureblood families attended the banquet confirming the Malfoy family's heir. Everyone was satisfied with the evening's festivities, save for Severus Snape, who was currently raging in his study." "Lucius Malfoy, has your barren mind been filled with rushes? Dumbledore is one matter, but what of the Weasley family? Do you comprehend that Adonis is starting this year? How dare you? How dare you? Severus, what did that old fox Dumbledore tell you? Think for yourself. I advise you not to let it all come crashing down." With that, he swept out of the room. Lucius, seated in contemplation, regarded his departing friend with a pensive expression. Chapter 12, Diagon Alley and a Reunion. Diagon Alley, nestled in London, is a shopping paradise reserved for wizards. One can access it through the Leaky Cauldron. However, the Malfoy family would not choose to enter as the novice Muggle families or the itinerant wizards might. Unlike most wizarding families with newly enrolled children, they would utilize the fireplace or flow powder to reach Diagon Alley for their school supplies. "Basha, my dear, I promise to visit Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions shortly to find you three. And we shall enjoy vanilla ice cream from Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor and accompany you to Ollivander's for once. Now, I must be off, Mrs. Golf has urgent matters for me." Basha replied somewhat displeased. "All right, Mummy, do remember to come find us later." Adonis and Draco did not impede Narcissa. Yet the two somewhat similar, expressionless faces revealed their own discontent. For Adonis, despite his considerable maturity allowing him to manage all shopping independently, the orphan he once was yearned for the company of his parents, never feeling that their time together was excessive. However, today was particularly vexing. Merely moments ago, Lucius had been summoned by Mr. Diggory, and now Narcissa was also to be taken away. Yet, there was little to be done. Having agreed with Narcissa that they would patiently await her return at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, Adonis, along with Draco and Pansy, made their way to the shop. Not far along their path, they encountered a store adorned with black wizarding robes in its window. Adonis glanced up at the sign above the door, confirming it read Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, and thus he ushered Draco and Pansy inside. "Welcome, dear new students of Hogwarts. Are you here to purchase your school uniforms? Fear not, For whatever style you desire, we shall ensure your utmost satisfaction." Just as Adonis was about to respond, he was enthusiastically pushed onto his small measuring stool by Madame Moken. A tape measure promptly began its work upon him. For some inexplicable reason, Adonis felt compelled to inquire, "Are you not concerned that I may lack the funds to pay you?" Had Madame Moken heard this question, she would undoubtedly have laughed at him. 3 platinum locks. A quintessential Malfoy, lacking even this modicum of discernment in business. How could Madame Moken's robe shop have thrived for so many years otherwise? As Adonis measured the dimensions, I took the opportunity to accompany the sales assistant to the back area to select a few temperature-regulating robes. A temperature-regulating robe was of paramount importance for someone like me, who detested being swathed like a dumpling. Outside the Imogen robe shop, I suppressed my excitement and arranged to meet Hagrid once he completed his errands. To be candid, I found everything I had witnessed and heard last night and throughout the day utterly astonishing. I often felt as though I might indeed be the boy Draco had mentioned. But could it truly be so? If it were, it would be magnificent. I could attend Hogwarts alongside friends. What a splendid prospect. Once I returned home tonight, I must write to inquire with Pansy. For now, however, I would first procure a suitable robe. Upon pushing open the door, I noticed a boy with platinum hair standing with his back to me on a nearby small bench. The silhouette seemed somewhat familiar, prompting me to approach and tentatively call out, "Draco." Upon hearing his name, Draco turned and was taken aback to see Harry Potter standing close by. "Harry Potter, what are you doing here?" "Oh, Draco, I just found out yesterday," I began to explain. But before I could finish, Draco gasped in astonishment, leapt from the chair, and grasped my shoulders tightly. "Goodness, you are Harry Potter. My heavens, you are indeed Harry Potter." In the inner room, Adonis and Bessa heard Draco's exclamation. Just as Adonis was about to speak, he saw Bessa storming out in a fit of anger. Bessa truly could not comprehend why Draco could not maintain a semblance of decorum, bellowing in the bustling robe shop. Did he wish for the entire Hogwarts to be made aware of the peculiarities of the Malfoy family? However, the moment she pushed the door open, she nearly replicated Draco's earlier outburst upon seeing none other than Harry Potter. What was Harry Potter doing here? "Hey, Bessa, it's a pleasure to see you. I think I might have inadvertently become the protagonist of a fairy tale crafted by your brother," Harry greeted Bessa, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation. He had already learned from Draco that the Malfoy family was indeed comprised of wizards and had come to understand the meaning of Muggle that Draco had mentioned at the zoo. As Adonis emerged from the inner chamber, he beheld Draco animatedly discussing the Quidditch match with Harry. From his perspective, it seemed that Harry Potter was also somewhat captivated by the sport. Adonis could only marvel at the undeniable allure of Quidditch, especially for a future seeker of Gryffindor. Such enthusiasm appeared to be innate. Adonis, however, held a disdain for Quidditch not out of mere preference, but rather because one cannot expect a person who has once lost their life due to an aircraft mishap to develop an affection for flying broomsticks. After greeting each other, Adonis and Harry went to find Madame Malkin to settle their bill. They purchased a total of 9 new black robes, 9 enchanted robes, and 6 casual loose-fitting garments, spending a sum of 340 galleons and 100 sickles. Upon returning, Harry noticed Draco pointing outside and saying, "Look at that oaf, Harry, he is a servant of Hogwarts." "No, he is the keeper of keys," Harry corrected. Draco glanced at Harry and remarked, "Isn't that just another way of saying servant?" Seeing Hagrid had arrived at their agreed-upon meeting spot, Harry chose not to continue the discussion with Draco. "I must be off. We shall meet again at Hogwarts." As he left, he cast a hopeful glance at Pansy. "I believe I shall be sorted into Gryffindor. I have heard my parents were both graduates of that house. Will you be joining me?" Noticing Pansy's hesitation and hearing Hagrid impatiently knocking on the door, he waved goodbye to Adonis and the others, finally adding, "Do tell me when we next meet. Perhaps it won't be long. I can write to her," Harry thought to himself, feeling a sense of joy. "Pansy, what are you pondering? Our brother and mother are already quite far ahead. We must make our way to Flourish and Blots. Let us hurry." Draco called out to Pansy before quickly catching up with Adonis and Narcissa. Not far away, at the Elops Emporium, Harry received his first birthday gift, a pristine white snowy owl, to which he decided to give the name Hedwig. "Hagrid, do you know the Malfoys?" Harry inquired curiously. Observing that Adonis and the others did not appear to be from an unremarkable family, their grand garden suggested noble lineage. "Indeed. Why do you wish to know about the Malfoys?" Hagrid replied. "They are a pure-blood family, long affiliated with Slytherin. Lucius Malfoy is an infamous Death Eater. Although the Ministry claims he was under duress, who would believe that? Oh, and this year, The three little Malfoys are set to attend school as well. Keep your distance from them. Hagrid, they weren't involved in the murder of my parents, were they? Didn't you say it was that Voldemort? Oh. I mean the Dark Lord, who killed my father and mother. Dumbledore mentioned that the Dark Lord held them in high regard. Your parents' demise is intertwined with theirs. Poor James and Lily, Hagrid continued, unaware of Harry's deepening melancholy as he shared the unsavory tales he knew about the Malfoy family. At the entrance of Flourish and Blots, Adonis felt a surge of excitement, hoping perhaps to encounter Hermione Granger that day. Chapter 13, The Wand, Part 1. Ultimately, Adonis was unable to realize his wish to encounter Hermione Granger at the Leaky Cauldron. Upon exiting the bookstore, their next destination was Ollivander's for the purchase of wands. The four did not walk long before arriving at the quaint and dilapidated Ollivander's wand shop, where a solitary wand lay atop a faded purple cushion in the window. The gold sign above the door had long since peeled away, bearing the inscription, Ollivander, makers of fine wands since 382 B.C. The interior of the shop was modest, furnished only with a long bench, while thousands of boxes containing wands nearly reached the ceiling. Good morning, Mrs. Malfoy, and the three young Malfoys greeted a spry old gentleman with light-colored pupils, pleased to see Mrs. Malfoy once more. The last time we met, you were still Miss Black. An 8-inch wand. Made of you, with excellent flexibility, ideal for transfiguration and blood magic. Yes, a very fine wand indeed. Narcissa gestured toward Adonis and the others. Mr. Ollivander, my three children are starting school this year. They require suitable wands. Indeed, young Malfoys, remember that it is the wand that chooses the wizard, not the wizard the wand. Let us begin with the youngest lady. He produced a tape measure imprinted with silver markings and approached Pansy. Miss Malfoy, which hand do you wield your wand with? My left hand, sir, Pansy replied, gazing at Ollivander. Very well, please raise your left arm. Ollivander measured her arm length, forearm, height, and head circumference, muttering incomprehensible words to Adonis as he sifted through a multitude of boxes. After several iterations of selecting and discarding, he finally retained 2 boxes. Try this one, 10 inches, made of Paulownia wood, with a unicorn hair core. Pansy took the wand, but just as she began to wave it, Ollivander snatched it back. No. Let's try this. 7 inches, willow, with a unicorn hair core. As soon as Pansy touched the wand's handle, it was swiftly reclaimed by Ollivander. A discerning customer indeed. But I assure you, we shall find your wand. Returning to the assortment of wands, Ollivander continued. Each wand crafted by Ollivander possesses extraordinary magical properties, embodying our essence. We typically utilize unicorn hair, phoenix tail feathers, and dragon heartstrings. Each wand is unique, as no 2 unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes are identical. Of course, using a wand that belongs to another wizard can lead to unpredictable consequences. Now, Miss Malfoy, to try this one, 7 inches, sycamore wood, with a blue phoenix tail feather. Ollivander soon presented Pansy with another wand. As she took hold, mist erupted from the tip, revealing a beautiful blue phoenix. A perfect match. Capable of wielding white magic and exceptionally effective healing spells. A blessing for St. Mungo's patience, Miss Malfoy. Remember, fortune favors you, a lucky girl indeed. Pansy instinctively recoiled, discomforted by Ollivander's penetrating gaze. However, he soon redirected his attention to the Malfoy brothers, inquiring, young Mr. Adonis or Mr. Draco? Adonis led Draco to the forefront and then said, Draco, you go first. Draco interjected before Ollivander could speak. Right hand, sir. Ollivander smiled at the somewhat impatient Draco, remarking, what a delightful child. He proceeded to take Draco's measurements with a tape measure before returning to the shelves brimming with wands. This time, he emerged swiftly, presenting a wand. To give this a try, Mr. Draco. 10 inches, hawthorn, with unicorn hair, a splendid combination. Draco grasped the wand, and to his astonishment, a spark of red fire erupted from its tip. Chapter 14, The Wand, Part 2. Draco gazed at the wand before him with a sense of excitement. Just as he was about to speak, Ollivander gently took the wand from his hand, murmuring, no, this should be a perfect combination. Why does it appear to have been forcibly altered? Curious, indeed, very curious. Adonis gazed at Ollivander, who had returned to the shelf. Concealing his astonishment, was this elderly gentleman truly just a simple wand maker? If his memory served him correctly, the wand in question had once belonged to Draco. Ollivander did not keep them waiting long and emerged with a somewhat weathered box, suggesting, try this one, 10 inches, made of acacia wood, with a core of unicorn hair. This is the last wand crafted by my grandfather during his lifetime. Draco took the wand, and this time, instead of a mere spark, it erupted into dazzling flames. Ollivander watched Draco with exhilaration, exclaiming, "Oh, perfect. A flawless match." After a brief pause, observing the elated boy, he added, "Follow the voice within your heart, and you shall discover unexpected results." Draco nodded, excitedly toying with the wand, grinning at Adonis. "Look, brother, a perfect wand. Mr. Adonis, you have a splendid younger brother. Now, it is your turn. Will you use your right hand?" "No, sir, my left hand, if you please." Ollivander similarly measured his dimensions before returning to the shelf. "Try this," he said. Made of hibiscus wood, with a unicorn hair core, it possesses remarkable elasticity. As Adonis grasped the wand, a sudden warmth surged through his fingertips, and then, with a resounding bang, the wand shattered into countless fragments that scattered through the air. Adonis stared in astonishment at the remnants of the wand, bewildered by the inexplicable occurrence. The same shock was mirrored in the expressions of his three companions, who gazed at Adonis with a sense of bewilderment. Adonis cast a fleeting glance at Ollivander, only to find him remarkably composed. After a moment, Ollivander regarded Adonis with a tinge of regret, which unsettled him. "Poor child," he mused, "how he adores you. Yet he cannot withstand your magic. Nevertheless, fret not. I shall mend him. He shall undoubtedly encounter a true master suited to him. Now, let us see, such formidable power might warrant the trial of another wand." Thus, Adonis endeavored with a dozen or so wands, yet most yielded little response, or shattered under the strain of his magic. He grew anxious, fearing Ollivander might find him a burden. However, he soon realized his apprehensions were unfounded. The elderly man, rather than growing weary, appeared increasingly invigorated, fetching yet another dozen wands for him to test. Narcissa observed silently as wand after wand was presented and subsequently withdrawn. Regret crept into her thoughts. They should have awaited Lucius's arrival before embarking on this endeavor. The prolonged anticipation left her feeling restless. Meanwhile, Ollivander's unwavering gaze remained fixed on Adonis, as if he were lost in reverie. Suddenly, the old man seemed to have an epiphany, exuding the exuberance of a child as he bounded to the innermost shelf, murmuring, "I know, I finally know," with a gentle sweep. He brushed the dust from a box and retrieved a wand, caressing it with a sense of nostalgia, his violet eyes sparkling. "I should have thought of this sooner." As Adonis beheld Ollivander emerging from the back room with his hands clasped behind him, a sense of melancholy enveloped the moment. He could not help but inquire, "Sir, what troubles you? If there is no one suited for me, perhaps I might venture to Germany. After all, the school term is still some time away." "Oh, no, no, Mr. Malfoy," Ollivander replied, "I would never disappoint. However, I implore you to promise me that you will treat the wand that follows with the utmost care." "Of course, sir," Adonis assured, nodding emphatically, for he had no reason to mistreat an instrument regarded as a second life within the realm of magic. With the affirmation, Ollivander presented a wand to Adonis, one of shimmering gold interspersed with purple. It measured 12 inches in length, crafted from ginkgo wood combined with yew, entwined with the nerve of an unknown dragon and adorned with a phoenix's tail feather. This wand was among the most ancient in the Ollivander collection. Its craftsmanship lost to time, rendering the amalgamation of such diverse materials a feat unattainable in the present day. Adonis grasped the wand, and unlike those he had encountered previously, this wand emanated a remarkably gentle and comforting aura. At its tip, a radiant violet gold light burst forth, from which emerged a vivid image of a mythical creature standing upon a bed of clouds. It bore a resemblance to a chelan, yet its horns were distinctively different. It sported white ears reminiscent of a rabbit's, delicately folded. The remaining features varied in some respects from the traditional depiction of a chelan, leading Adonis to conclude that he had never before encountered this particular creature. "Fascinating, utterly fascinating, truly remarkable," exclaimed Mr. Ollivander, clapping his hands in admiration. "Mr. Ollivander, do you know what this creature is? What makes it so extraordinary?" Adonis inquired with curiosity. "I am unfamiliar with the identity of this mythical beast," he replied, lowering his voice and leaning closer to Adonis's ear. "However, the last individual to wield this wand possessed a pair of enchanting violet eyes. Guard them well, and wield this power judiciously. You shall become a great wizard." As Adonis was about to inquire about the individual with the violet eyes from the previous encounter, he heard Ollivander continue, "As a wand maker with over 2 millennia of experience, I assure you that every customer's information is kept in the strictest confidence. You may utilize my services with complete peace of mind. Thank you for your patronage, Mrs. Malfoy." The total amounts to 30 galleons, 21 galleons for the purchase and 9 galleons for the healing of those injured children. The wandmaker smiled warmly at Narcissa and added, "You possess 3 exceptionally talented young wizards. Each one is destined to become a remarkable sorcerer. Adonis was uncertain whether the old man spoke this way to every customer seeking a wand, yet he sensed that Ollivander harbored some undisclosed secret. Casting a final glance at the solitary wand displayed in the window, he hastily pursued the already distant figures of Narcissa and the others. Chapter 15. The quarrel. The following morning, Adonis was roused from his slumber by the incessant tapping outside his window. Ever since he and Draco had taken to separate residences a year ago, he had not encountered the annoyance of being awakened at dawn. With irritation, he glared at the snowy owl repeatedly pecking at the glass, feeling an urge to roast the wretched bird, yet he resigned himself to rising from his bed. After breakfast, Adonis opened a letter he had received that morning. The white paper bore inked words in black. Dear Adonis, since seeing you yesterday in Diagon Alley and learning that you, like me, are a wizard, I could no longer suppress my desire to write to you. My mind is in disarray with countless questions I wish to pose. If possible, I hope to meet you at the Leaky Cauldron before the school year commences. Additionally, this is my first attempt at sending a letter via owl, and I hope it reaches your hands smoothly. Yours sincerely, Harry Potter. After reading Harry Potter's letter, Adonis discerned the inquiries Harry might wish to discuss. Yet he nonetheless took up a quill to compose a reply. Dear Harry, it brings me great joy to receive your correspondence. You mentioned your desire to meet with us, and I assure you, that is certainly agreeable. Tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock at the Leaky Cauldron, Draco, Pansy, and I shall await your arrival in the southernmost corner. Yours faithfully, Adonis. The Broken Cauldron is a grimy little tavern nestled in the heart of London, situated on Charing Cross Road, sandwiched between a quaint bookstore and a charming record shop. At the rear of the pub lies the main entrance to Diagon Alley, an establishment that predates both the Angel Inn and the Lamb and Flag, dating back to the early 16th century. Adonis cast a bemused glance at the dilapidated bar, which appeared almost unrecognizable in its state of disrepair. Although he was aware of its storied history, he would have preferred to avoid this establishment had it not been for the prearranged meeting with Harry Potter. While the venue was a treasure trove of whimsical tales from the wizarding world, its ambience left much to be desired. Standing nearby, Draco regarded Adonis with uncertainty. Are you certain we should convene with Harry here? If you have a more appealing alternative, I would not object to a change of scenery. Adonis shot a glance at Draco before pushing the door open and striding toward the southernmost end. Persha, having grown accustomed to Draco's futile grievances, merely rolled her eyes and followed her brother inside. Draco stomped his foot in frustration, glanced at the retreating figures of his brother and Persha, and after a moment's contemplation, hurriedly ran to catch up. Adonis discovered that Harry Potter had arrived even before them. The nearly depleted quilt indicated that he must have been waiting for quite some time. Harry, I apologize for keeping you waiting, Adonis said, gesturing to a nearby waiter to request 4 cups of hot water. No need for that. 3 will suffice. As I have one here, Harry replied. Before Adonis could speak, Basha interjected, Harry, your cup is empty. Rubbing his head in slight embarrassment, Harry glanced at Basha, realizing she was right. They initially exchanged stories about some amusing recent events, only for Adonis to notice Harry hesitating, caught in a dilemma of unspoken words. Harry, if you have something to say, just say it. There is no need for hesitation. We are friends, aren't we? Harry looked at Adonis, then at Basha and Draco. I heard Hagrid mention, oh, by the way, you might not know Hagrid. He is the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Your father is a servant of Voldemort. A Death Eater. I don't believe it, so I wanted to ask you all. It's Death Eater, Harry, Adonis remarked, glancing at Harry while turning the ancient platinum ring inlaid with jade on his finger, a token of his status, as heir given to him by Lucius the previous night. Yes, I know it's a Death Eater. I'm merely asking if what Hagrid said is true. As Harry observed Adonis casually utter those 3 words, he suddenly found it difficult to suppress his emotions. His voice escalated abruptly, drawing curious glances from the surrounding wizards. What kind of answer do you seek? Adonis inquired, observing Harry's agitation. The truth. Didn't you say we were friends? Harry leaned back in his chair, somewhat dejected. Then the truth is, it used to be. And in the future? Harry pressed on. I've heard your parents are Slytherins. Will you also go to Slytherin, the place Voldemort once occupied? Harry focused intently on Adonis, unwilling to miss a single word he uttered. The future is uncertain. As for me, I will definitely go to Slytherin. Draco and the others have their own choices. It's not for me to decide. Malfoy will only be Slytherin, Draco stated seriously, glancing at Harry. Adonis looked at Draco with surprise. It was rare to see him so solemn, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Basha fixed her gaze on Harry, remaining silent. which suddenly filled Harry with a glimmer of hope. Harry, what do you hope we will be? Of course, Gryffindor, the noble Gryffindor. Basha. Will you come with me to Gryffindor? Harry exclaimed, grabbing Basha's hand. We want to go to the evil Slytherin. Why should I? Basha retorted, shaking off Harry's hand, mockery lacing her voice as she laughed. Harry Potter, the great savior. So, is this your attempt to rescue us? What do you think you are? Harry stared at Basha in disbelief, realizing why Hagrid had spoken of Slytherins in such a manner. Enough, Harry Potter, Adonis interrupted, cutting off Harry's impending remarks. Countless Malfoys have found glory in Slytherin. Thus, safeguarding the millennia of honor associated with Slytherin is also the responsibility of the Malfoys. Before school starts, I suggest you thoroughly study the history of Hogwarts. Otherwise, even as a Gryffindor, you will tarnish its reputation. Moreover, what qualifications does a mere novice wizard, having just discovered the magical world 3 days ago, possess to critique the Malfoys? With your laughable title, you should take a moment to reflect. Harry silently regarded Adonis and the others before rising abruptly. Thank you, Mr. Adonis Black Malfoy. I suppose an orphan like myself is unworthy of being friends with the pure-blooded and noble Malfoys. Brother, Draco, let us leave. Basha suddenly seized Draco and headed towards the door, eager to distance herself from Harry Potter. The bond she had formed with him over the past year felt insignificant compared to a mere encounter with Hagrid. She found it laughable, realizing she had misjudged him. After all, how could Basha Malfoy covet such a friend? Adonis gazed at the composed porter before him, and ultimately added, Harry, you ought to cultivate your own thoughts rather than be swayed by anyone, myself included. In conclusion, I wish you well, Mr. Harry Potter. With that, he turned and made his way towards the door. After Adonis departed, Harry could no longer contain his tears. He had lost 3 of his dearest friends. Life at Hogwarts no longer seemed so promising. Chapter 16, The Library and Combat Training. The Malfoy family library was situated at the end of a corridor on the 5th floor of their villa. The grand entrance to the library was crafted from solid iron, starkly contrasting the opulence of the other buildings within Malfoy Manor. From the moment one approached its imposing doors, a sense of weightiness and simplicity enveloped the space. This was Adonis's second visit to the library, or rather, his first in a true sense, during his previous encounter. He had been thwarted by the heavy iron door. Years prior, after mastering the Alohomora charm, he had surreptitiously ventured here, wielding a wand deceitfully acquired from Narcissa, only to be met with a lock that refused to yield. Moreover, within a mere minute of casting the spell, Mr. Lucius Malfoy had appeared before him like a specter. Consequently, he had endured a month of confinement and recited the Malfoy family motto 1,000 times. Even now, as he trailed behind Mr. Malfoy and beheld the lock once more, an unsettling shiver coursed through him. Father, what material is this lock made of? You haven't forgotten it, have you? Are you still pondering how to destroy it? Lucius gazed back at Adonis with a knowing smile. Of course not. The presence of such a lock guarding the library brings immense reassurance. Why would I harbor the desire to obliterate it? Adonis replied, striving to appease Lucius. Humph. There is nothing shameful in that. Let us not dwell on the past. Do not entertain any thoughts of tampering with this lock. It has a history spanning thousands of years. This door and its lock have remained unchanged, impervious to any spell, even the killing curse. Regrettably, it cannot be moved. Is that so? I had always presumed it was my spell work that was inadequate. From this day forth, you shall have unrestricted access to this library. The key to the door is the ring I shall bestow upon you. Align the star-shaped tip of the ring with the keyhole to unlock it. You must safeguard that ring. Aside from the future heir to the wand, you must not disclose any of its functions to anyone else. Now, hold on to this key. This golden key in your possession is the true key to the library door. Do you understand? Lucius inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Adonis. Adonis nodded at Lucius, indicating his understanding. Now, let us proceed inside. Lucius directed the ring in his hand towards the keyhole, then retrieved the golden key from his pocket. Adonis curled his lips in disdain, realizing that he was the only one present and thus had no need to put on a facade. As he approached the study, he could not help but feel astonished. Before him stood a cylindrical loft, towering approximately 100 meters high, with a spiral staircase that wound its way to the apex, which was similarly sealed by pure iron. It became evident that the so-called lookout tower and observatory of Malfoy Manor were mere facades to conceal the existence of this study, excessive, indeed, far beyond necessity. Was such opulence in an observatory truly warranted? Yet, this extravagance was in perfect alignment with the Malfoy family's established taste. Lucius, observing Adonis's astonishment, acknowledged his father's peculiar sense of humor from years past. This was the largest library in all of England, containing historical documents of both Muggles and wizards from the dawn of the Common Era. Aside from the rare magical tomes, one could find virtually any text here. From this moment until the commencement of the school year, apart from essential social engagements and mandatory banquets, your sole task will be to peruse the books on this first floor. No, Father, you jest, do you not? All of them? There must be at least 100 volumes here, and with less than 25 days until school starts, how could one possibly manage such a feat? Lucius regarded him with a smirk. Then, are you saving your prodigious memory for a future encounter with Merlin? How could you possibly know? Adonis was taken aback. Certain he had never showcased this ability before anyone. He had not confided in anyone. He was acutely aware of his habit of not speaking in his sleep. Why then? Did Lucius possess this knowledge? He had long recognized this gift, yet he did not wish to be regarded as a freak to be dissected. It was a misconception to believe that only deranged, inhumane scientists worldwide had a penchant for conducting experiments on the living. The magical community, too, had its share of enthusiasts in such dark pursuits. Over the years, he had observed that various uniquely peculiar wizards within the magical realm often met with inexplicable deaths or vanishings, yet few paid heed to these occurrences. A sudden wave of fear washed over him, an overwhelming dread. He began to suspect that this world of Harry Potter might not even exist on Earth. Perhaps it resided within a parallel dimension, devoid of any secrets that could be kept unless buried deep within one's heart. Lucius, noticing the expression of terror etched across his son's face, pondered whether he had frightened Adonis. Adonis, relax. The reason I am aware of your little secret is that there exists a rather extraordinary crystal ball here. A crystal ball? Adonis queried, returning to his senses. Indeed, Adonis. Look behind you. Following Lucius's gesture, Adonis discovered a recess behind the recently closed study door, where a transparent sphere rested. He could ascertain this was not a crystal ball. The luminosity was radiant yet not blinding. Father, this is not crystal. Can it truly record my actions? Indeed, it resembles crystal, does it not? So shimmering and bright. Ever since you entered the ancestral grounds as the heir and joined the family tree, every one of your movements has been chronicled within it. Does this mean Draco and the others are not recorded? Adonis gazed at Lucius, incredulity etched on his features. Correct. Will it persist indefinitely? Does this imply that our ancestors' childhoods were also documented? Adonis leaned forward, eager to glimpse the contents within the crystal sphere, perhaps akin to the use of a pensieve. Each heir's records will automatically vanish upon reaching the age of 11. Even your information will cease to exist. It is currently empty. Well then, everything that needed to be said has been conveyed. From this point onward, I shall personally instruct you in wand combat every evening. During the daylight hours, aside from meal times, you will study here. Should you fail to complete your studies, you may take a gap year at Hogwarts as a member of the board. You understand, do you not? With that, he prepared to depart. Wait, Father, one last question. How many magical artifacts, such as locks and crystal balls, exist in total? Adonis called out to Lucius as he was about to exit. I do not know. Perhaps those ancient families possess some as well. The Malfoy family, however, has only 2. With that, Lucius dismissed him and stepped out without further comment. Adonis gazed up at the ceiling, which was merely a slab of pure iron. And a sudden realization struck him. The future of his life promised to be exceedingly intriguing, while the tales of Harry Potter might merely be superficial narratives. For the subsequent 20 days, Adonis led a life filled with both anguish and joy. By day, he voraciously absorbed a plethora of foundational knowledge, delving into the 7 major language families, including Indo-European, Sino-Tibetan, Altaic, Dravidian, Caucasian, and Uralic, before progressing to the composition of modern languages. He explored European history, Asian history, and African history. This initial layer primarily consisted of documented history, devoid of distinctions between Muggles and wizards. He began to feel that the prevailing rumors about pure-blood aristocrats' disdain for Muggles stemmed from reasons beyond mere lineage. By night, he endured the severe training imposed by Lucius. The brutal truth was that, without the assistance of his godfather, Severus Snape's potions, he would have found it unbearable to successfully master the shield charm. Lucius employed a variety of mildly harmful spells from every conceivable angle, with the most frequently used being the water-breathing spell and the leglocker curse. This relentless barrage of spells began with a refreshing cold shower to various parts of his body. Once was bearable, but repeated exposure became excruciating. Stretching from 6 in the evening until 10 at night, Adonis knew that, without the aid of his previous life as training as an agent, his current situation would have been tenfold worse. On the night of the 25th day, he mentally calculated that he could proficiently wield the 4 offensive spells, Obliviate, Stupefy, Impediment Jinx, and Disarming Charm, along with the Shield Charm for defense, as well as simpler spells like the Summoning Charm, which required minimal magical energy. As for more advanced spells like the Killing Curse, he lamented that his inability to learn them was not due to lack of desire. Rather, Lucius believed such spells profoundly impacted a person's character and soul. Furthermore, despite his conviction in his mental fortitude against distractions, his magical power remained woefully inadequate, rendering him incapable of casting powerful offensive spells. Adonis had once harbored great curiosity about the nature of his Patronus, but that aspiration had to be set aside for now, as his magical capacity could not sustain the incantation in its entirety. Tomorrow, life at Hogwarts was set to commence, and the anticipation was palpable. Chapter 17, Platform 9 3/4. Platform 9 3/4, usually sparsely populated, was now brimming with Hogwarts students. Like many young wizards, Adonis stood before the Hogwarts Express, feeling an exhilarating sense of novelty. He gently stroked the brown-feathered eagle perched upon his shoulder, a fledgling of the legendary bird known as the God of Eagles, renowned for soaring at the highest altitudes and at remarkable speeds. Alas, the creature on his shoulder was merely a 2-day-old chick. Yet this did not diminish his affection for it. "Ral, you must enter the cage, otherwise, I cannot take you to Hogwarts. Let us adhere to the rules during our first year," he admonished. Reluctantly, Ral nuzzled against his neck before fluttering into the cage. "Nis. Take good care of your younger siblings. When you arrive at Hogwarts, remember to write to me. Ral is still too young. You should use Draco's Golden Eagle instead." "Do you remember?" "Yes, Mummy, this is already the 10th time you've reminded me today." Narcissa reached out to pat Adonis's head, exclaiming, "Oh dear, my little Nini. Are you truly finding fault with me?" Adonis felt a tinge of trepidation towards Narcissa in her current state, deeming it wiser to leave her in Lucius's capable hands. "Father, we shall take our leave. See you again after the winter break." With that, he swiftly slipped into the carriage. Draco and Pansy exchanged glances. "Brother, wait for us." They hurriedly pursued Adonis inside the carriage. Narcissa observed the children who had already entered, leaning against her husband's shoulder. "Lucius, do you think the little ones no longer hold affection for me? They seem so eager to depart." Lucius embraced his wife, who had been somewhat off since morning. "My dear, fledglings must eventually take flight. We ought to bless them. Rest assured, Adonis is capable of looking after Pansy and Draco. Instead, let us reflect on our son's expression upon donning that hat. I can only imagine how Narcissa will be in disarray." A thought crossed her mind, and Narcissa's laughter bubbled forth. "I can already foresee myself washing my hair 10 times tonight." Meanwhile, as Adonis busied himself arranging their luggage, had he known of his parents' playful banter, he would surely marvel at the formidable genetic lineage they possessed. Just look at Draco's disheveled demeanor. Was there any room for doubt? Once his belongings were in order, he retrieved the Hogwarts history book, since he was to reside there for 7 years. Acquiring knowledge about the school would only serve him well. "Brother, Pansy and I shall venture out for a stroll, hoping to glean some information regarding the sorting." Adonis cast a glance at Draco and said, "Well, you may go, but do not cause any trouble. You wouldn't want to incur point deductions for Slytherin before the term even begins." "Brother, rest assured, how could a person as dependable as I be a source of trouble?" Draco replied. Beside them, Pansy rolled her eyes. "Is there anyone more unreliable than you?" After Draco and his companions departed, Adonis quietly resumed his reading. Hogwarts School was established around the year 993, founded by the 4 most renowned witches and wizards of the time. The 4 houses were named after them: Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. Together, they constructed this castle away from the prying eyes of muggles, for in those times, the common folk feared magic, and witches and wizards faced considerable persecution. The founders sought out young individuals who exhibited signs of magical potential and brought them to the castle for proper cultivation. However, their educational philosophies eventually diverged. Gryffindor believed in admitting all talented wizards, while Slytherin insisted on accepting only pure-blooded ones. Upon realizing this, Adonis closed the book, pondering that, according to the historical records of Hogwarts, Gryffindor and Slytherin had not always been at odds. What, then, had led these once like-minded friends to part ways? Before he could delve further into his thoughts, the door to the compartment swung open. "I apologize for the interruption. Have you seen Neville's toad?" Hermione Granger entered, only to find a platinum-haired youth lazily reclining against the window-side sofa. She felt perhaps she should not have opened this compartment. for it appeared rather opulent compared to the other modest compartments. Adonis gazed at the unexpected visitor, her chestnut hair thick and voluminous, and her bright brown eyes sparkling with intelligence. A prominent front tooth was visible when she spoke, and if he were not mistaken, she must be Hermione Granger. "My dear miss, has no one ever instructed you that one ought to knock before entering?" he inquired, slightly exasperated. "Moreover, when you ask a question without context, it would be prudent to at least describe the appearance of the toad." Just as Hermione was about to offer an explanation, feeling somewhat intrusive, she pondered whether the boy's reaction was warranted. Weren't they soon to be classmates? At that moment, a flustered Neville rushed towards them, perspiration glistening on his forehead. "Adonis, oh. I mean, Mr. Malfoy, I apologize. Hermione did not intend to disturb you. She merely wished to assist me, so please do not take offense." Neville glanced anxiously at Adonis, intending to warn Hermione against venturing into certain compartments, but her speed was such that before he could react, she had already flung open the door to one of the cabins. He had received warnings from his grandmother to steer clear of this boy at Hogwarts. After all, he was someone even Dumbledore had praised. If he were not a Malfoy, Neville would have been eager to befriend him. Many felt foolish, believing that if it were not for the war a decade ago, the Longbottom family might not have fallen so far behind the Malfoys. Yet now, their own talents seemed a source of great frustration. Adonis regarded Neville, believing that anyone worthy of the Gryffindor sword's acknowledgement could not possibly be an inept child. It seemed evident that, had he not suffered harm before his birth, resulting in a magical development markedly inferior to his peers, this sole heir of the Longbottom family might have eclipsed even Harry Potter. At the very least, he exhibited remarkable clarity of thought and discernment. With a flick of his wrist, Neville summoned a toad. Soon, a vibrant green toad soared into view, a simple summoning charm that posed little challenge for him. "Your toad. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Neville Longbottom. I am Adonis Black Malfoy," Adonis said as he rose and extended his hand towards Neville. Neville was taken aback by the formal greeting from Malfoy and quickly grasped Adonis's hand, appearing somewhat flustered. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Malfoy. I am Neville Longbottom." "Hello, Adonis. I am Hermione Granger. So, you are of noble lineage. You must be familiar with the 4 houses of Hogwarts. Could you enlighten me? I read that there are 4 houses at Hogwarts, but the specifics regarding the traits required for Gryffindor admission were not detailed. I noticed that Dumbledore also graduated from Gryffindor. So does that imply it is a house for exemplary students?" Hermione inquired, her excitement evident as she displayed a keen interest in the matter. Adonis was uncertain when he had become familiar enough with Hermione Granger for her to address him by his first name. Nevertheless, out of a sense of aristocratic decorum, he chose to respond to her inquiry. The 4 houses were categorized based on distinctive personality traits. The brave, spirited, and chivalrous were sorted into Gryffindor, those who embodied integrity, loyalty, and honesty found favor in Hufflepuff. The quick-witted, clever, and knowledgeable were placed in Ravenclaw, while Slytherin exclusively admitted those of noble lineage. "I believe you may refer to me as Malfoy, Miss Granger. You can call me Hermione, Adonis." Adonis gazed at the innocent expression on Hermione's face, realizing that his desire for her to alter her form of address was rather unrealistic. Thus, he refrained from uttering anything further. Neville, observing Adonis's silence, sensed the unspoken invitation to depart. After bidding farewell to Adonis, he grasped Hermione's hand and led her away from that area. "Neville, why are you pulling me away so quickly? I have so many questions I want to ask. I am genuinely curious about how they assess talent," Hermione protested, holding on to Neville, who continued to stride forward. "Hermione, he's a noble. He will undoubtedly be sorted into Slytherin. It is rather inappropriate for us to intrude like this. My grandmother has spoken highly of him, claiming he is an exceptionally formidable boy. I understand, but I feel he is quite amiable. Do you harbor a prejudice against Slytherin because of Voldemort?" Neville looked at Hermione, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, he replied, "My grandmother says that Slytherins are exceedingly shrewd. Unless you are genuinely recognized as a friend, you could be betrayed without a trace." Hermione regarded Neville thoughtfully. Chapter 18. The Conflict on the Train in Hogwarts. Brother, you must come quickly. Draco and Weasley are fighting." Adonis observed the breathless Bertha and gently patted her back, urging her to take her time. "There's no time, brother. You must follow me quickly." She grasped Adonis's hand and dashed towards the carriage. Before they could reach it, Adonis caught the sound of Draco's furious shout. "Weasley, how dare you strike me? If I do not vanquish you, I shall not bear the name Malfoy." As Adonis approached the carriage, he beheld Draco and Weasley engaged in a fierce struggle, the door of the small compartment ajar, with tables and chairs askew. Harry Potter stood in the corner, seemingly lost in thought, while Neville Longbottom attempted to intervene, and Hermione Granger incessantly pleaded, "Stop fighting, please. Calm down." Adonis swiftly drew his wand and cast a binding spell, only to find himself met with the furious gaze of Weasley and the pitiful expression of Draco. Ignoring the two, he performed a restoration charm within the compartment. Then, taking a seat, he addressed Mr. Longbottom. "Could you kindly enlighten me about the events that have transpired here?" Casting a glance at the bruised Draco, he continued, "I believe Draco, though somewhat impulsive, would not act so recklessly." Neville cautiously recounted the incidents that had just occurred, expressing that he and Hermione had attempted to intervene but were unsuccessful. "So, Potter, do you share this sentiment?" "No, Adonis, that was not my intention. I simply failed to act in time, and Draco refused to heed my counsel. He should not have spoken to Ron in that manner." "Are you suggesting that Malfoy ought to be a dog at the feet of the great savior rather than the Dark Lord?" "Listen, Potter, this is the last time I will tolerate your insults towards Malfoy. Or, please, from now on, refer to me as Malfoy. We are not so familiar." "No, Adonis. Allow me to explain. I merely wished, enough, Potter. As you stated, we are not of the same ilk." Releasing the two from their enchantments, Adonis led Draco and Pansy towards Malfoy's compartment. Ron, draping an arm over Harry's shoulder, remarked, "Harry, mate, I told you Malfoy was no good. Now do you believe me? Dumbledore himself once said they are a hopeless lot of pure-blood aristocrats. Ron, I don't think we're that familiar. Could you perhaps sit a bit further away?" Neville, observing the exchange with amusement, noted that after Adonis departed, Hermione followed suit. He had intended to stay behind to see if assistance was needed, but was instead met with the unfolding scene. Stepping outside, he pondered that Dumbledore might have miscalculated. It seemed that Ron Weasley could only serve to hinder their efforts. Inside the compartment, Harry questioned, "Why do you say that? We just united to drive Malfoy away, yet you appear discontent." Harry found himself suddenly reluctant to remain with Ron. This individual he had thought could be a good friend was not as agreeable as he had hoped. Pushing open the door, he sought solitude. He had finally managed to stop Draco, wishing to convey to Pansy and the others that he had reached a revelation. Parents were parents, and they were they. As long as they accepted him as a friend, things could remain as they were. The death of his parents could simply be blamed on Voldemort. But now, with Ron's interference, perhaps there would be no opportunity for explanation. The news he had gathered indicated that Slytherin and Gryffindor were at odds. They could no longer coexist. What was to be done now? In 10 minutes, the train would arrive at Hogwarts. "Please leave your luggage on the train. We shall convey it to the school for you," echoed a voice throughout the carriage. Harry glanced back at the compartment, but ultimately decided against re-entering. He did not wish to confront Ron. Instead, he made his way to Neville's compartment. From Adonis's actions today, it seemed this initially perceived plump, bumbling future classmate might not be as he first appeared. Upon entering, Harry immediately spotted Neville facing the door, and Hermione was also present. He inquired, "Neville, what are your thoughts on today's events?" Neville regarded Harry, reluctant to respond. He had envisioned a quiet 7 years at Hogwarts, followed by caring for his grandmother, who had sacrificed so much over the years. Becoming entangled in Harry Potter's affairs could spell disaster for Longbottom. "Neville, please. I know you grew up in the magical world. I know so little about it. Before this, I met Adonis, but at that time, I was unaware of my wizarding heritage, and they believed I was a muggle. I implore you." Harry detected Neville's hesitation. "All I know is that the Malfoys and Weasleys have had a tumultuous relationship for centuries. Malfoy perceives Weasley as a traitor to pure bloods, while Weasley considers Malfoy a vampire. You know, Malfoy is quite wealthy. Beyond that, I cannot say. My grandmother does not share that information with me, so I apologize, Harry. I cannot assist you." "Thank you, Neville," Harry sincerely replied. The train slowed, finally coming to a halt. The young wizards clamored to disembark onto a dark, small platform. The night's chill was enough to make even Adonis, unbothered by the cold, shiver. Guided by Hagrid, they boarded a small boat that could accommodate only 4 passengers. Gregory Goyle and Vincent Crabbe joined Neville Longbottom in one vessel. Though he had never been fond of Goyle and Crabbe, over the years, as Malfoy's loyal followers, they had proven to be impeccable in their duties. Thus, bringing these brawny individuals along was acceptable to him. As for Neville, the unfortunate boy had lost his toad again, and by the time he returned from searching for it, only his boat would have space available. Had it not been for this, Longbottom likely would not have shared a boat with him. Pansy and Hermione occupied another boat. Two bookish individuals who seemed to have a kindred spirit, while Draco naturally boarded alongside Pansy. The boats glided through a curtain of ivy that draped over the cliffs, leading them to a concealed entrance. They traversed a dark tunnel that led to the castle's depths, ultimately arriving at a space resembling an underground dock, where they climbed onto a surface of gravel and pebbles. Hagrid, ensuring everyone was present, knocked thrice on the castle's grand door, and a tall female wizard in an emerald green robe appeared before them. Professor McGonagall, the first-year students have arrived, Hagrid reported. Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here. She pushed the door open and guided Adonis and the others into a small room adjacent to the Great Hall. Welcome to Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall proclaimed loudly. The opening feast will commence shortly. However, before that, you will be sorted into your respective houses. This sorting ceremony is of utmost importance. For once you arrive here, your house will become your home at Hogwarts. You will attend classes, reside, and partake in activities with your fellow housemates. The four houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house possesses a glorious and rich history, having nurtured countless talented wizards. During your time at Hogwarts, adhering to the rules will earn you points, while infractions will result in deductions. At the end of each year, the house with the highest score will be awarded the prestigious House Cup. I hope you will all strive to bring honor to your house. The sorting ceremony will commence in a few minutes before the entire school. I suggest you use this time to prepare yourselves for the occasion, McGonagall continued. Oh, especially the girls. Once we are ready, we will call for you. For now, please remain quietly in this area. Then she stepped outside. Chapter 19, The Sorting, Part 1. Approximately half an hour later, when Adonis returned to the entrance of the castle, the interior of the millennia-old fortress was ablaze with light. The professors had taken their seats, and the students of the four houses were gathered at their respective tables. Above them, thousands of candles floated in midair, while groups of students engaged in hushed conversations, illustrating the remarkably relaxed and free atmosphere at Hogwarts, alongside the exemplary demeanor of its pupils. A tattered hat rested on a four-legged stool closest to the entrance. Upon sighting this hat, Adonis felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Since his rebirth, he had developed a singularly obsessive trait, an aversion to dirt. Perhaps it was due to the harsh environments he had previously endured. Now, he found it intolerable. However, in this situation, he felt powerless to control his feelings. Alas, he would have to return later to wash his hair, perhaps at least 10 times. For that greasy hat made him suspect it had not been cleaned in centuries. Suddenly, a piercing scream jolted him from his reverie. Draco, standing beside him, expressed his annoyance with a sharp, "What on earth are you doing?" Before the words had left his lips, another scream echoed through the air. Adonis then felt Draco's body shudder slightly against him. "Ghosts, brother, ghosts," he uttered, clutching Adonis's arm tightly, the grip causing him a twinge of pain. Turning to look, he saw approximately 20 specters gliding through the wall behind them. They appeared as white as pearls, yet remained semi-transparent. Adonis understood that had he not perused the school's history beforehand, he would undoubtedly have been startled. As they conversed, they glided through the room, regarding the group of freshmen with disdain, as if engaged in a debate of sorts. Due to their distance, Adonis could not discern their words. However, a gentlemanly ghost clad in a tight-fitting attire suddenly turned to address them, inquiring, "What are you up to?" "We are freshmen, sir," Adonis replied. "Another Malfoy, I see. With that signature platinum hair. So, a Slytherin, is it?" "I suppose so, though that is beyond my control." The ghost gazed at Adonis for a prolonged moment before murmuring in a tone audible only to him, "An extraordinary Malfoy, with intriguing violet eyes. I hope you achieve your desires." With that, he turned and drifted away in the opposite direction. This marked the second occasion Adonis had heard mention of violet eyes, and he yearned for clarification. However, the timing felt inappropriate. To his dismay, he realized that the ghost's appearance had become rather indistinct, and he could scarcely recall the visage of the spectre who had just departed. For the first time, his remarkable memory had faltered. Adonis redirected his gaze towards the hat ahead, pondering the enigmatic force that allowed it to discern the potential within each individual, and the mystery behind its preservation over a millennium. Perhaps this had shared a substance akin to that of the crystal ball at home, or perhaps it did not. The existence of Hogwarts seemed to illuminate a purpose for the coming 7 years. This castle was replete with secrets, and the so-called basilisk might merely be one among many. Suddenly, the hat quivered, a slit appearing at its edge resembling a human mouth. Then, to Adonis's astonishment, it began to sing, "You may think me unremarkable, but do not rely solely on your eyes. If you can find a hat more astute than I, do as you will with me. Your top hat is dark and glossy, your high hat sleek and tall, yet as the sorting hat of Hogwarts, none can surpass my worth. I know your thoughts better than you do, so wear me, and you shall discover your rightful place. Perhaps Gryffindor is your destiny, a house brimming with courage, spirit, and resilience, unafraid of challenges. Should you belong to Hufflepuff, there lies loyalty, integrity, and excellence, with patience and sincerity, undeterred by toil. If Ravenclaw calls to you, that would indeed be splendid, for scholars and sages abound, a rarity elsewhere. Or perhaps Slytherin beckons, where you will find true friends, though its denizens are cunning and unscrupulous, willing to employ any means to achieve their ends. Come, place me upon your head, do not tremble in fear. With my protection, you shall feel secure. For I am no fool. As the hat concluded its splendid performance, the hall erupted in enthusiastic applause. It bowed to the 4 tables filled with students, then fell silent once more. Brother, perhaps you should cast a cleaning charm on it first, Pansy jested, grinning at her sibling. Sister, if it were possible. The old Slytherins would have cleaned it long ago. Why are you being foolish today? Draco looked quizzically at his younger sister. Brother, you seem to have finally woken up. How delightful. Of course, I've always been aware, Pansy. Why are you pulling at me? He glanced at Pansy with mild irritation. Pansy pointed towards Adonis beside them. Upon seeing half of his brother's face shadowed, Draco suddenly had a realization and fell silent, a smirk betraying his amusement. Ursa, you seem rather idle. Perhaps some exercise would benefit you, Adonis observed his sister, who was in fits of laughter, feeling quite helpless. Brother, this is Hogwarts. Your treadmill is nowhere to be found. Hee. Soon enough it will be. No need to rush. Brother, look, the sorting ceremony has begun. Spare your sister from further torment. Ursa smiled sweetly at him. In the background, Harry had been observing the 3 siblings, suddenly feeling a pang of emotion in his chest, his eyes growing moist with an indescribable feeling. As Adonis gazed ahead, he indeed spotted Professor McGonagall standing to the left of the stool, holding a piece of parchment in her hand. When I call your name, please don this hat and take a seat on the stool to await your allocation, she announced. Hannah Abbott. A rosy-cheeked girl stepped forward from the back of the line and placed the hat, which obscured half of her face, upon her head. The hat soon proclaimed in a loud voice, Hufflepuff. As Hannah approached the Hufflepuff table, a resounding applause erupted, with even the nearby Fat Friar waving at her in encouragement. One by one, students were assigned to their respective houses, and then it was Neville Longbottom's turn. He glanced around to confirm that the hat was indeed calling him, then carefully placed the hat upon his head and seated himself on the stool. His demeanor and movements brought amusement to the Gryffindor lions, who could no longer contain their applause. Particularly, the Weasley twins engaged in a variety of antics, causing even the neighboring Ravenclaw table to be affected. Adonis observed the hat perched upon Neville's head, twisting and turning, yet failing to convey a decision. He felt a twinge of concern for the chubby youth. Fully aware that he would inevitably be sorted into Gryffindor, though the journey would likely be far from pleasant. Indeed, it was a formidable predicament. He possessed considerable talent. Yet his magical prowess was pitiful, with a brave spirit buried deep within. The Gryffindor house was already applauding, but just as the hat seemed poised to declare its choice, Neville sensed the gaze of everyone around him fixated upon him, a feeling he found utterly distressing, as he loathed being in the spotlight. If not for his grandmother, he would have preferred to vanish altogether. Yes, indeed, this time it must be correct. His greatest desire was to protect his grandmother. The voice of the hat resonated once more in his mind. Chapter 20, The Sorting Part 2, Slytherin. The sorting hat's resounding declaration echoed through the hall, plunging the entire chamber into silence. Even the wise eyes of Dumbledore above flickered with a hint of astonishment, but the seasoned elder quickly regained his composure. He regarded the bewildered crowd and the dazed Neville seated at the table. Longbottom, you must proceed to your house, he said playfully, giving a mischievous wink. With stiff legs, Neville ambled uncertainly towards Slytherin. The head of the Slytherin Student Council was poised to extend a welcoming hand to the newcomer. This cannot be. The sorting hat must have erred. Longbottom belongs to Gryffindor. This is a mistake. A mistake. The headmaster ought to allow Neville another chance. Percy Weasley, usually composed, was taken aback. Unable to fathom that Longbottom, who had always belonged to Gryffindor, had now been sorted into Slytherin. As Dumbledore prepared to voice his thoughts, Severus Snape suddenly rose from his seat. Mr. Weasley, it is imperative that I inform you, according to the historical records of Hogwarts, that Longbottom has belonged to Slytherin for over 300 years. Now, Mr. Longbottom, kindly return to your seat. As Yasis Carter, the current president of the Slytherin Student Council, rose to his feet. He extended his hand towards Neville, welcoming him back to Slytherin, Mr. Longbottom. Neville shook Carter's hand and then made his way to his seat among the newcomers. In that moment, he heard the entire Slytherin house applauding him. And it struck him that perhaps his days in Slytherin would not be so dismal after all. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder if his grandmother would accept such an outcome. Adonis gazed in disbelief at Neville Longbottom, unable to fathom that Neville had been sorted into Slytherin. What would become of the future Gryffindor sword? What should he do? Unbeknownst to him, had it not been for Neville's favorable sentiments that reshaped his perception of Slytherin, he would have incessantly repeated in his mind the mantra of avoiding Slytherin. Even if the sorting had deemed it more suitable for him, his choice would have been respected. Subsequently, several newcomers were assigned to Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, though the majority still found themselves in Hufflepuff. Draco Malfoy, with a hint of disdain, placed the hat atop his head. "Ah, a Malfoy, I see. Oh, you wish to join Slytherin, but no, that's not right." The hat then proclaimed loudly, "Hufflepuff." Draco sat momentarily stunned, his gaze vacant as he processed the announcement. Adonis softly called out to Draco from below. Upon hearing his brother's voice, the platinum-haired youth silently made his way to the Hufflepuff table, seeking a seat among his new peers. The president of Hufflepuff's student council led the applause, which was soon followed by scattered clapping from others. Bertie, witnessing Hufflepuff's reaction, felt a surge of indignation and was about to speak up when her older brother restrained her. "Bertie, if you go over there, it will only exacerbate Draco's predicament. Trust your second brother. He can manage everything." Adonis gazed at the indistinct expression of the young boy from Hufflepuff, feeling a twinge of compassion. Yet, he remained silent, knowing that any words would only deepen Hufflepuff's aversion towards Malfoy, rendering Draco's situation even more dismal. Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and Ron Weasley were subsequently sorted into Gryffindor. And this time, no unforeseen events transpired. Adonis exhaled in relief. The thought of Harry being placed in another house was truly daunting. As for Pansy Malfoy, she took the sorting hat and seated herself upon the stool, her fondness for the enchanted hat plummeting to its nadir. "Gryffindor," boomed a voice that startled even the stars in the sky. Pansy recognized the hat's vendetta against her. Yet she composed herself with an expressionless visage as she strode into Gryffindor. Only Hermione and Harry rose to welcome her. The rest of the house seemed oblivious to the unfolding events. At the staff table, Snape exhibited an uncharacteristic lapse in composure, rising to address Dumbledore. "Professor, I believe the sorting hat has malfunctioned tonight. Perhaps it would be prudent to allow the students to be sorted anew." Dumbledore, with a twinkle in his eye, replied, "Severus, I am confident that the sorting hat does not err. Over a millennium of history attests to its accuracy. Have you forgotten Sirius Black?" Snape fixed Dumbledore with a penetrating gaze, but chose to remain silent, resuming his seat. The sorting continued, and after 2 first years were placed into Ravenclaw, it was finally Adonis's turn. Adonis Black Malfoy. Adonis approached and picked up the hat, preparing to place it upon his head. Fortunately, as soon as the hat made contact, it declared loudly, "Slytherin." All the students of Slytherin rose spontaneously to welcome Malfoy back into their midst. This time, Severus Snape visibly exhaled in relief. The events of the evening had been exceedingly intense, beginning with Longbottom, followed by Draco and Pansy. If Adonis were to create any further disturbances, he truly would be at his wit's end. He cast a glance at Hufflepuff's Draco and then at Gryffindor's Pansy, uncertain of how Lucius would react to this development. Yet he could hazard a guess. Adonis found a seat for the newcomers, but Carter soon invited him to take a position further forward, thus revealing the standing of Malfoy within Slytherin. Adonis pointed towards Nawe, and Carter promptly arranged for Nawe to be by his side. The remaining students of Adonis soon found their respective houses. Then, Albus Dumbledore rose, gazing at the students below with open arms, as if to convey that nothing brought him greater joy than witnessing all his students gathered together. "Welcome," he proclaimed. "Welcome to Hogwarts. Welcome to the arrival of a new academic year. Before we commence the banquet, I would like to share a few words. What I wish to express is fool, weep, scum, twist. Thank you." He then took his seat. Everyone erupted in applause and cheers. Neville quietly inquired, "What does that mean?" Adonis lowered his voice and said, "May Merlin bless you all." This was an ancient incantation. "Navi, one must maintain silence at the Slytherin table. Please refrain from speaking next time." Navi glanced around, and indeed, no one was uttering a word. This was in stark contrast to the Gryffindor table, where the exuberance of the occupants was nearly enough to propel them from their seats. Adonis cast a glance at Hufflepuff, then at Gryffindor, noting that Draco's complexion had significantly improved, evidently thanks to the amiable demeanor of the Hufflepuff badger. However, Hermione and Parvati appeared isolated on the Gryffindor side. He sighed inwardly, harboring some concerns, yet quickly reminded himself that both Draco and Parvati were exceptionally talented. Moreover, Hogwarts was inherently a unified entity. Thus, the outcomes of the sorting could be deemed acceptable. Nevertheless, Lucius and Narcissa would likely not be so composed. Lowering his gaze to the table laden with roast beef, roast chicken, pork, lamb, sausages, bacon, and steak, accompanied by boiled tomatoes, roasted sweet potatoes, fries, Yorkshire pudding, pears, and carrot stew, along with ketchup and mint-flavored hard candy, he decided to focus on satisfying his hunger first, setting aside all other matters. Everything will be all right. There was no need to fret over events that had yet to transpire. Chapter 21. Slytherin and Correspondence After the Feast. The new students were escorted to their respective common rooms by second-year prefects. The entrance to Slytherin lay concealed within a damp stone wall in the basement, hidden behind a stone door. As they traversed the corridor, they soon arrived at the Slytherin common room, a semicircular, semi-transparent chamber situated at the lake's bottom. The walls were constructed of black Gothic marble, and the ceiling, a transparent semicircle of crystal, allowed glimpses of the shimmering waves above. Green glowing lamps were suspended from the ceiling by chains. The room featured a fireplace adorned with intricately carved mantels and several ornately designed chairs. Through the windows, one could often catch sight of enormous octopuses or other peculiar creatures. "Welcome to Slytherin," announced George Field, the head of the house. Beside me is Assis Carter, the president of the Slytherin Student Council. Slytherin differs from the other three houses. We revere pure blood, yet we uphold the belief in strength. Therefore, each year has a prefect and a head, with the prefect hailing from the most esteemed pureblood families, while the head is the most powerful Slytherin. Of course, if you possess both lineage and strength, we have no reason to reject you. The position of head is contested among students in their third year and above, held once annually. Field glanced at the first years and continued, "Our house emblem is a serpent, the most cunning of creatures. Our house colors are emerald green and silver, and our common room entrance is hidden in the basement. As you can see, we have a direct view of the lake's depths through our windows. We frequently observe a giant octopus wandering outside, and sometimes even more fascinating creatures." He then noticed Neville Longbottom, who appeared somewhat out of place among the crowd, and concluded, "Remember, we emerge from the bog. We crave power. We are filled with ambition. We are strong and composed. We embody elegance and restraint. We never regret. We are Slytherin." Additionally, this year's prefect is Adonis Malfoy. As for the head, you will have a day to prepare. It will take place here after dinner tomorrow. Do not say I did not warn you. Attendance is mandatory for all, including future collective activities. Absence is unacceptable in Slytherin, unless in the face of death. Now, find the room marked with your name. From this day forth, it will be your home for the next 7 years until you graduate from Hogwarts. As Adonis pushed open the door bearing his name, he was greeted by the sight of Neville, who had already arrived. It was quite fortuitous that his roommate was none other than Neville himself. The room featured 2 separate chambers and a small sitting area adorned with a couch. The arrangement of the space was pleasing, though it was regrettably disordered. Adonis understood that this chaos was the handiwork of the Godfather, intended to liberate Slytherin from a life of complacency. The room was merely the beginning of it all. "Adonis, may I call you that?" Neville inquired from beside him. "Of course," Adonis replied. "So, this is what a Slytherin bedroom looks like." Neville continued, noticing Adonis's attentiveness. "What I mean is, while this space is indeed livable, it lacks a certain finesse. Is it not a bit chaotic? Or is this simply reflective of Slytherin's aesthetic? If so, does that mean I must alter my own sense of aesthetics? That could prove to be quite a challenge." Adonis gazed at Navi, who wore a countenance of utter despair, and suddenly burst into hearty laughter. This little chubby fellow was simply delightful. Boredom would be a thing of the past. Navi, standing by in utter bewilderment, could not fathom how a simple inquiry had elicited such amusement from Adonis. "Navi, the reason it is this way is due to the headmaster's directive." "But why? Does Slytherin not place great importance on appearance?" "I believe the rationale is that our headmaster holds the conviction that, regardless of blood purity or familial circumstances, Slytherin must first learn the value of self-reliance. If you find this unsatisfactory, then strive to change it, just as I do." Adonis extracted his wand from his sleeve and directed it towards the disheveled living room. With a swift incantation, the space was restored to its former glory, as if washed by a pristine spring. In no time, the lopsided chair regained its form, and the once grimy floor and table gleamed anew, while the orchids in the sky revived with vibrancy. Neville, observing the transformation of the wilting flowers back to full bloom, inquired with curiosity, "Is it truly the orchid blooming spell that yields such miraculous results?" "No," came the reply, "the orchid blooming spell could not possibly produce such an effect. The wilting of our flowers was merely an illusion conjured by the professor's enchantment. Is there any spell that could achieve such a transformation?" Adonis gazed at Navi until the latter felt a shiver run down his spine before responding, "I cannot say for certain whether such a spell exists. From the books I have perused, I have not encountered any mention of it. In my humble opinion, should such a spell indeed exist, it would surely demand an equivalent sacrifice to wield it. Therefore, it is of utmost importance to cherish those who are close to you. Do you not agree?" Upon hearing Adonis's words, Navi became suddenly agitated, gripping his arm tightly. "You know about my parents, don't you?" Adonis gently patted Neville's shoulder, urging him to calm down before responding. "Indeed, they are a remarkable couple. Your parents are heroes. Yet, I do not wish for them to be regarded as such. They are indeed heroic, but it is my grandmother and I who. Neville, you must understand, in my perspective, if your parents had chosen differently, they and your grandmother would have endured greater suffering. This has nothing to do with anything else. It is a testament to faith and the devotion of love." Suddenly, Neville looked at Adonis and asked, "Does Slytherin also speak of love?" "Of course. Or else, why do you suppose you belong to Slytherin?" Neville remained silent, gazing at Adonis as a profound silence enveloped the living room. After a considerable pause, Adonis patted Neville's shoulder once more, then pushed open the door to his bedroom. Just as he closed it, he heard Neville's soft murmur, "Thank you." Lying on his bed, Adonis reflected on the day's extraordinary events, pondering that perhaps Lucius and Narcissa were still in a state of shock. After the dinner, he promptly penned a letter to Lucius detailing the day's occurrences, dispatching it via Draco's Golden Eagle. At that moment, the Malfoy manor was indeed as Adonis had envisioned. In the living room, upon reading the letter, Lucius and Narcissa leaned against the sofa in silence. Unable to endure the heavy atmosphere, Narcissa exclaimed, "Lucius, they are my children, regardless of the circumstances." Lucius turned to his visibly agitated wife and replied, "No, you are mistaken. They are our children." Narcissa, overcome by emotion, suddenly embraced him, realizing how foolish she had been. After so many years, she should have known the nature of the man before her. The weight of the day's revelations had simply been overwhelming. Chapter 22. The unruly flying broomstick. The following morning, the Golden Eagle delivered Lucius's reply, "Dear Nyes, I received your letter. Although your mother and I are shocked and find it hard to accept, we have long suspected that Draco and Pansy would not be entering Slytherin. Their previous conduct has made that quite evident. However, remember that a Malfoy is always a Malfoy. Well then, my dear Nyes, I wish you a delightful term ahead. Father." Lucius Malfoy, as he set the letter down and leaned back in his chair, Adonis felt a sense of relief wash over him. "Adonis, are you ready to leave?" Neville's voice called from outside. "Not yet. Let us go together in a moment." "Excellent." By the time Adonis and Neville arrived at the classroom, it was already bustling with students. Gryffindor and Slytherin occupied opposite sides, clearly delineated. He spotted Pansy and Hermione seated together, but chose not to greet them, instead finding a vacant spot on the Slytherin side alongside Neville to await Professor Binz's arrival. Observing the distinct separation between Gryffindor and Slytherin, Adonis pondered whether the rivalry was the reason all of Slytherin's shared classes were with Gryffindor. Once Professor Binz commenced the lesson, Adonis quickly realized the extent of the old man's magical prowess. The grand narrative of magical history transformed into a remarkably effective lullaby. He remained in a drowsy stupor until the class concluded. On the way back to the common room, Pansy unexpectedly leaped out from a corner, startling him. "Pansy, have you been assimilated by their recklessness after just one night with Gryffindor?" Pansy looked at her brother and suddenly burst into tears without warning. "Why are you being so harsh with me? Is it because I didn't join Slytherin? Then why don't you confront Draco? Do you no longer want me as your sister?" Adonis stepped forward and hurriedly embraced his sister. Regret washed over him for his previous outburst. Alas, the fright one instills can be quite overwhelming. "I was wrong, dear sister. Please cease your tears. If you continue, you'll become a little calico. Who would dare forsake our little princess? Do not weep, but rather confide in me if something has transpired." Yet, Basha clung tightly to him, remaining silent. Adonis turned his gaze to Hermione, who had accompanied Basha. "Hermione, could you enlighten me about what has occurred?" Hermione looked at Basha in Adonis's arms and spoke. Since yesterday, Gryffindor has been murmuring that the Malfoy family no longer desires Basha. They claim that if the heir of the Black family could be abandoned, how much more so a mere girl? Adonis gently patted his sister. It was Ron Weasley who said this, was it not? Basha, the Weasley family has held a grudge against us for centuries. How can we trust their words? Our parents cherish you above all else. And even if they were to forsake me, they would never abandon you, would they? This morning, I received a letter from Father. He even mentioned that you might soon be in tears. See, he was right. Basha rubbed her swollen eyes. Truly, they would never forsake me and my brother? Of course. You will forever be the little princess of the Malfoy family. Then I shall depart. Rest assured, I will not be assimilated by Gryffindor. With that, she took Hermione's hand and dashed away. Wait. Adonis quickly grasped Basha's arm, looking at her earnestly. Gryffindor is not inferior to Slytherin. Their fearlessness, passion, and bravery are qualities we Slytherins do not possess. Basha, you cannot reject these traits. You must strive to become a true Gryffindor. The Malfoys are exceptional, no matter where they stand. All right, brother, you need not worry. I shall become the finest Gryffindor. After embracing Adonis, she took Hermione's hand and walked away with a light step. Watching Basha retreat, Adonis suddenly remarked, "Come out now." From the shadows around the corner emerged a figure. I thought you were unaware of my presence. The Sorting Hat was indeed correct. Adonis whispered softly. Brother, I have never felt as unburdened as I do now. For the first time, I feel so grounded. They never intended to explain anything, yet I can sense their goodwill. It brings me joy. Adonis beheld the unprecedented smile on his brother's face, feeling a genuine sense of gratitude for that tattered hat for the first time. In truth, he had always recognized that among the three siblings, Draco was the one with the least sense of security, both in their childhood and even now. Stepping forward, Draco enveloped his elder brother in a tight embrace, declaring, Brother, I shall become a true Hufflepuff, a source of pride for the Malfoys. With a smile exchanged between them, Adonis replied, I await the day my brother transforms into a genuine badger. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, all the Slytherins, save for Adonis, eagerly trotted to the location for their flying lesson, situated not far from the Forbidden Forest, gazing silently at the broomstick at his feet. He felt no affinity for the object. However, Ron Weasley's boisterous voice echoed across from Gryffindor, Harry, don't worry. Parvati, I've heard your flying skills are exceptional. Do teach me later. Absolutely, she responded. Harry finally broke into a smile, marking the happiest moment since his arrival at Hogwarts. Their instructor, Madame Hooch, made her entrance, her short gray hair framing a face adorned with sharp yellow eyes reminiscent of an eagle. Well, what are you all waiting for? She barked, prompting every student to stand beside their respective broomsticks. Hurry, hurry, time is of the essence. Once the students' brooms obediently responded, Madame Hooch demonstrated how to fly at a low altitude before informing them that she had some matters to attend to and would return shortly. Everything proceeded smoothly until a piercing scream erupted from the Gryffindor's side. Neville Longbottom, quick! Save him! Adonis glanced to the left, and suddenly Neville soared into the sky. Perhaps something was amiss with his balance. He was now precariously suspended on his broom, which continued to ascend relentlessly. At this altitude, a fall would undoubtedly be fatal. Parsa, mount your broom and pursue Neville. Ensure he does not fall. Parsa nodded and flew upward on her broom. The students below, both Slytherin and Gryffindor, could not help but marvel at the sight. Mr. Potter, I must trouble you to ride alongside me and rescue Neville from his broom. Without waiting for Harry's response, Adonis ascended on his broom. Although he harbored no fondness for broomsticks, he acknowledged their efficacy as a means of transportation. Harry surveyed the broom before him, perplexed as to why Adonis believed he could ride it well. Glancing at Parsa in the sky, he gritted his teeth and mounted the broom, zooming after them. The trio exerted considerable effort in the air until they finally managed to stabilize Neville on his broom. The closer Adonis drew to Neville, the more he sensed something amiss. A force seemed to be pulling Neville towards the Forbidden Forest, since they could help Neville onto the broom. The broom itself was evidently not the problem. What could it be? Neville, do you have anything peculiar with you? Neville, now pale with fear, took a moment before replying. My memory orb, given to me by my grandmother. Yes, that's it. Quickly, hand it to me. Parsa, Harry, take Neville down. Do not concern yourselves with me. After Neville passed the memory orb to Adonis, the broom gradually stabilized. Before long, Harry and Parsa successfully brought Neville back to the ground. At that moment, Adonis, holding the memory orb aloft, felt a powerful force tugging at him, urging him towards the depths of the Forbidden Forest. He struggled to control his direction. Yet the broom became increasingly unruly, threatening to spiral into the forest. Chapter 23. The Memory Orb. As the forbidden forest loomed closer, Adonis's despair deepened. He vowed that if such a situation arose again, he would not embrace heroism so recklessly. Where had the Slytherin strategy gone? He felt more akin to an impulsive Gryffindor. He could almost envision Lucius's disappointed gaze upon him. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Why not simply discard the memory orb? How foolish of him. He retrieved the memory orb from his pocket, steadied himself on the broom with one hand, and with all his might, he attempted to fling it away. Yet, it remained firmly in his grasp, no matter how he tried to throw it. As the broom soared into the forbidden forest, panic set in. Drawing upon his past experience as an operative, he quickly concluded that his only recourse was to concentrate all his attention and mobilize his muscles. If cunning would not suffice, then sheer force would have to suffice to redirect the broom. Adhere, Adonis bellowed, hoping to attract the attention of the Hogwarts professors. He had a foreboding sense that Voldemort was within the forbidden forest, and should he venture in, it would spell his doom. He braced himself to leap from the broom, accepting the possibility of a fatal fall, yet believing it preferable to being utterly lost. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his eyes, followed swiftly by a throbbing ache in his head. His grip on the broom faltered, and a tear formed in his black robes as he plummeted. He'd engulfed him, as if his very flesh were ablaze, and the memory orb began to melt in his grasp. Amidst the rapid descent, he thought he heard his sisters scream and the cacophony below. Just then, a brilliant light surged towards him. Albus Dumbledore had arrived in the nick of time, invoking the protective spell Protego, and he was saved, only to succumb to darkness. Upon regaining consciousness, pain engulfed him. Every inch of his body ached. He heard Lucius's furious voice. Albus Dumbledore, this is the Hogwarts under your stewardship. You are suspended from your duties. If anything befalls Adonis, I will see you imprisoned in Azkaban, and I will not let you escape. Nearby, Severus Snape observed the scene, witnessing both Adonis's plight and his friend's near collapse. He empathized with Lucius's anguish, sharing his concern for his own student. Yet, upon glancing at the white-robed wizard, he knew even 10 Luciuses would not stand a chance against Dumbledore. With a heavy heart, he excused himself to attend to his classes. Dad, no. Adonis, how are you? Are you all right? Lucius rushed to his son's bedside, grasping Adonis's hand with urgency. I'm fine, just a bit sore. Why is it so dark? Why don't you turn on the lights? Adonis queried, puzzled. Lucius gazed at his son, a wave of emotion swelling within him. He found himself at a loss for words. Should he tell Adonis that it was daytime, yet the curtains were drawn? Madame Pomfrey observed Adonis's responsiveness and hurried to conduct a full examination. She then gestured for Lucius and Dumbledore to follow her out. In the hushed room, Adonis realized with dread that he had gone blind. It was not merely Lucius's silence that led him to this conclusion. The absence of any light, even in darkness, confirmed his fears. How quiet it had become. His magical power has quadrupled, reaching a level comparable to that of a graduate. The cause of his blindness remains uncertain. It may stem from this abnormal increase in magical energy. I recommend transferring him to St. Mungo's for further examination, Madame Pomfrey informed Lucius and Dumbledore. Will it lead to permanent blindness? At this point, it is impossible to ascertain. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Malfoy. I have done my utmost. Madame Pomfrey said apologetically before departing to attend to other patients. Dumbledore, I demand an explanation for this occurrence. If it were not for my wand, I fear I might have collapsed, but I cannot allow that to happen. I will submit my resignation to the board. All expenses for young Malfoy's treatment at St. Mungo's will be covered by me. I am truly sorry, Mr. Malfoy. The Malfoy family lacks for nothing. Dumbledore, you would do well to focus on your role as headmaster. Lucius replied curtly as he entered the room, no longer wishing to engage with the old wizard. Adonis, we shall go to St. Mungo's. Trust your father. Everything will be all right, yes? Lucius reassured, stroking his son's hair. Yes, it will be fine, father. Please, let us return home. I wish to go home. Adonis fought back tears, for it was the first time he had heard his father speak to him with such tenderness. He could accept blindness. It was not so terrifying. Brother, how are you? The door swung open, and Draco's anxious voice broke through. Draco, where is your decorum? I am a Hufflepuff, not a Slytherin, Draco retorted loudly, eyeing his father. Get out. Leave. Draco approached Adonis's side. Brother, are you all right? I am very worried. Parser is worried too, but she is in class now. I am fine. Father is just in a foul mood. You should apologize. Brother, do not concern yourself with my issues with father. Since you are well, I shall take my leave. With that, he pushed open the door and departed. Scoundrel. Lucius kicked the ajar door in frustration. "Father, let us return home." Lucius cradled Adonis and used the key to return directly to Malfoy Manor. Upon their return, the very event Adonis dreaded most unfolded. Narcissa held him tightly and wept uncontrollably. Soon, a doctor from St. Mungo's would arrive. What good was crying now? He pondered where his mind had wandered, considering he had risked everything to save a Longbottom. It was hard to fathom how he had made it into Slytherin at all. He swiftly carried Adonis back to the bedroom. "Rest for a moment." "All right, father." As the door clicked shut, Adonis felt himself once more engulfed in darkness. He was uncertain about the state of his eyes. Yet he was acutely aware that the surge of magic coursing through him was undoubtedly linked to that memory orb. The sensation of boiling blood, the torment of being engulfed in unending flames, the despair of his skin melting away, all contributed to an overwhelming force that relentlessly tugged at his veins. He felt utterly powerless. What would his future hold? Draco's performance today indicated that Lucius had undoubtedly penned a letter to him in private. Though he was unaware of its precise contents, he was certain they bore no good tidings. Chapter 24. St. Mungo's and decisions approximately an hour later. Adonis sensed the door opening once more. "Dr. White, I appreciate your assistance." "You are too kind, Mr. Malfoy." Almost immediately, he felt Dr. White examining him thoroughly. The most disconcerting aspect was that, judging by her voice, the doctor was a woman, although he was merely 11 years old. His intellect far surpassed that of a typical child his age. The only consolation was that the examination concluded swiftly. "Mr. Malfoy, let us speak outside." Lucius glanced at Adonis, then nodded. "Very well. Based on my examination, it is evident that young Mr. Malfoy's blindness is a result of a substantial and abnormal surge of magic. My recommendation is to actively guide the internal magic to facilitate its flow. Should the magic be redirected and the eyes fail to restore, regrettably, it would result in permanent blindness. Additionally, it is advisable to wear an eye patch for a while to avoid the strain of bright light." After a glance at Adonis lying on the bed, Dr. White continued, "I am truly sorry, Mr. Malfoy. This is all I can do. The rest is in Merlin's hands." "Thank you once again," Lucius said as he escorted Dr. White out and watched her depart before returning to the room. "Adonis, you need not worry. I will assist you in channeling your magic. Trust me, your sight will be restored. Father, I wish to leave England for Germany." The room fell into silence as Lucius regarded his son on the bed without uttering a word. After learning of his brother's condition from the head of Hufflepuff, Draco promptly left and returned to Malfoy Manor. "Mother, my brother is upstairs. You should check on him." Upstairs, just as Draco was about to push the door open, he overheard his father and brother discussing him. He hesitated and ultimately refrained from entering, remaining outside the door. Draco is capable of upholding the Malfoy legacy. "He is more than sufficient," Adonis asserted firmly to Lucius. "He is a Hufflepuff. That is not a justification, father." Hearing Adonis articulate his thoughts with such deliberation, Lucius ultimately relented. "Then what is your decision?" "I want Xia to accompany me to Germany for a year. If my eyes cannot be restored, you shall publicly announce my passing. Should Draco be willing, I will forever safeguard the Malfoy name. If he cannot accept this, I am prepared to allow Adonis Black Malfoy to truly vanish from this world." Observing Lucius's lack of rebuttal, Adonis continued, "In Germany, I will hire a wizard as my private tutor to help me channel my magic. If all goes well, I shall return to England promptly. Father, I apologize for my rashness. A third of the Malfoy estate will be transferred to Germany." Adonis descended from his bed, kneeling on the floor to bow deeply. Acutely aware that the British did not express themselves in such a manner. However, in this moment, he could conceive of no other way to convey the tumult of emotions within him. Draco knocked gently on the door, and upon entering, was greeted by the sight of his father embracing his elder brother, silently shedding tears. "Father, how is my brother?" he inquired. "I am much better now and shall recover soon. There is no need for concern," Adonis replied. Draco fought back his own tears and turned to Lucius. "Father, may we converse in the study? Let my brother rest in peace." The door to the room closed once more, leaving Adonis in a state of confusion, pondering what the future held. How could an unseen wizard cast spells? Could he truly rely on his ears like those illustrious figures? He was uncertain, yet fatigue enveloped him, and he longed for a restful slumber, hoping that perhaps this entire ordeal was merely a fleeting dream. The following morning, the visit from Lady Longbottom delayed Adonis's plans to depart from England. "Adonis, I am profoundly grateful for your salvation of my grandson. In light of the harm caused, the Longbottom family is willing to make every effort to compensate you," Lady Longbottom said, her gaze fixed on the boy before her, suddenly at a loss for the many words she had prepared. "There is no need for guilt. I saved Neville because he is my friend. The predicament I find myself in is of my own making. If you truly feel remorseful, I hope you might share the origins of the memory orb with me. Since the inception of the Longbottom lineage, this memory orb has existed. Upon its discovery, our ancestors treated it as a mere memory orb, and for over a millennium. It has held no particular significance. Are you suggesting that all of this is due to the memory orb? Lady Longbottom gazed at Adonis with astonishment. Yes, I believe so. Additionally, I must apologize, for the memory orb is now destroyed. I am afraid I cannot provide you with an identical replacement. That is of no consequence to the Longbottoms. It was merely an antiquated memory orb. Since it is ruined, let it be. Moreover, should Mr. Malfoy have any requests, he may send word to Longbottom Manor. And we shall do our utmost to accommodate. You may rest assured of that, Lady Longbottom stated earnestly, her eyes fixed upon Adonis. Very well, my lady. Adonis replied with equal gravity. Then I shall not impede your rest any longer. With a nod from Adonis, Lady Longbottom departed Malfoy Manor. Feeling a weight lifted from her shoulders, leaning against the sofa, Adonis fell into deep contemplation. It appeared evident that his current plight stemmed from the memory orb's influence. Given the information he had just absorbed, he harbored strong suspicions that the memory orb bore a connection to the crystal orb in the Malfoy library. With this thought in mind, he swiftly rose and, with the assistance of the butler, Sia, made his way to the study. Father, I wish to examine the crystal orb in the library. I have some hypotheses I would like to verify. Within the library, Adonis took the crystal orb from his father's hands. Immediately, he felt the familiar burning sensation return, though distinct from that of the memory orb. This intensity seemed to directly affect his very soul. He turned his palm downward, realizing once more that he could not simply discard this orb. Father, could you take the orb from my hands? Lucius regarded Adonis with perplexity before reaching out to retrieve the crystal orb. Suddenly, Adonis erupted into laughter. At last, he could ascertain that the crystal orb and the memory orb shared a fundamental connection, albeit with one crucial distinction. The only divergence between himself and his father lay in his eyes. Yet, he remained oblivious to what set his eyes apart, and could only await the completion of his magical realignment to discern the truth. It was highly unlikely that he would genuinely become blind. He simply did not know how long the restoration would take. He refrained from explaining the reasons to Lucius, merely requesting that his father agree to place the crystal orb in his luggage. Adonis had anticipated that Lucius would inquire as to why, but his father said nothing. Instead, carrying the crystal orb out of the library and securing it in a box designed to contain magical energies, placing it in his suitcase. In that moment, he yearned to share the truth with Lucius, but he could not. The behaviors of both Ollivander and the Hogwarts ghosts indicated that this matter was far from simple. The fewer individuals privy to this knowledge, the lesser the danger, for both himself and the Malfoy family. Chapter 25. Departure and Shadow of Cheen on September 10, 1991. The sky over London was shrouded in grey, heralding the arrival of a heavy rain. Adonis stood on the platform in London, bidding farewell to the Malfoy couple. Nis. Take care of yourself. Mummy has many matters to attend to and cannot leave England just yet. I shall come to Germany to be with you soon, she said. Mummy, you don't need to worry. I promise I will look after myself, and I will surely return. Please believe me, Nis replied, her voice steady. Narcissa nodded gravely. Lucius, maintaining an inscrutable expression, turned to Sia and said, Sia, I entrust Nis to you. Please look after him. It is my honor to care for the young master. Sia bowed respectfully to Lucius. Attention, ladies and gentlemen, the train to Berlin is about to arrive. Please ensure your personal belongings are secure and board in an orderly manner, announced the voice over the intercom. Adonis once more said his goodbyes to his parents before boarding the train to Berlin with Sia. On the platform, Narcissa could no longer contain her emotions and wept in Lucius's embrace, who silently stared in the direction of the departing train. Sia, please dye my hair black. From now on, do not call me young master, call me Cheen Hung. Leaving England warrants a new name, and perhaps I may never return, Cheen Hung said, looking at Sia. Young master, I have spoken with the sir. From today onward, I will follow you wherever you go. You need not worry. I truly believe your sight will improve, Sia responded, gazing at the forlorn child. Sia, please do away with the Chinese name. I prefer to call you Grandpa Sia. He chuckled heartily. Sia, observing the boy's newfound joy, felt a sense of relief. Since Cheen Hang's birth, Mr. Malfoy had entrusted him to Sia's care. Now, 11 years had passed without Sia ever marrying, as he regarded the child as his own. Berlin, Germany, a city that has borne witness to a century of tumultuous history. Saw the reunification of East and West in 1990, reclaiming its status as the capital of Germany. As a world-class city, Berlin excelled in culture, politics, media, and science, serving as a hub for air and rail transport across the continent. Young master, we have arrived in Berlin. The driver is waiting for us outside the train station. Sia informed him. It must be nighttime now, Qin Heng remarked, feeling a chill at the station. Indeed, it is already 2 a.m., Sia confirmed. The night grants me these dark eyes, which I will use to seek the light. Let us begin our life in Germany, Qin Heng declared. In the pitch dark, a sleek black Mercedes glided down the road. Young master, we are now on Linden Street, renowned for its tree-lined avenues. If it were daytime, we could disembark and explore. Sia noted. Sia, you forget. Day and night hold no distinction for me now. However, I would like to visit the marble statue on the Marx Engels Bridge, Qin Heng replied. Young master, you just about my age, Sia chuckled. The Malfoys were indeed at a loss financially. Sia, it is most opportune for you to consider marriage. The entire of Britain is engulfed in darkness, especially Malfoy Manor, which is no exception. Hence, this aged steward has remained unmarried, he mused. Wait, stop the car. Help me over there. Something seems to be amiss, he instructed as they approached an alleyway. As Qin Heng neared the alley's entrance, he heard a boy's desperate plea. Please, save my sister. I would give anything. A harsh voice retorted from within, get lost. If you don't, I'll kill you. After that, silence ensued. Sia, do not disregard me. Go check, quickly, Qin Heng urged, leaning against a wall. Since his blindness, a confined space had been his only source of comfort. A wall, however flimsy, provided some semblance of safety. Soon, 3 figures approached. Young master, I have learned that this man purchased the siblings but has been abusing them. Now, the sister is ill, and he intends to abandon them, Sia reported. Qin Heng's thoughts drifted back to his past life, where he and his sister fell gravely ill and were abandoned by their parents. They barely survived, enduring a life of torment until a man in military attire rescued them, defying his wife to adopt them. From that day forth, he vowed to repay the man, yet here he was, inexplicably in this new life. Perhaps never to see him again. Maybe he should visit China someday. Perhaps he would encounter his adoptive father in his youth. You are free now, Qin Heng declared, gesturing for Sia to lead the way out of the alley. Just as they were about to leave, the boy called out, Please wait. I can do that too. Will you accept me? I only ask that you save my sister. A smile crept onto Qin Heng's lips. Sia, leave money for her treatment, he instructed, following his command. Sia handed over the money, but the boy refused it, continuing, I am willing to follow you. I can be of great service. Why? Qin Heng asked, turning away from the boy. I am blind. As for magic, you will learn it when you turn 11. You are a good man, my benefactor, the boy replied. I will ask you to do things only a devil would do. Would you accept? Qin Heng inquired, facing the boy. After a moment of contemplation, the boy replied, I would do anything for you, with one condition. I want to take my sister with me. Qin Heng paused, then turned to him. Very well. What is your name? I have no name. They call me Heisey, the boy replied. From now on, you shall be called Qining. Okay, from now on, I am your shadow. Can you give my sister a name? He asked Qin Heng. Certainly. Your sister's name shall be Qinyu. From this moment forth, you shall address me as Heng. Returning to the car, the only difference was the presence of 2 new wizards within. When Qining and Qinyu arrived, Sia confirmed that Qinyu was indeed a young witch. Chapter 26, Private Tutor, Part 1. In Berlin, Germany, the Aval Wizard Gathering Spot, located on the city's outskirts, bustled with life. Adult wizards congregated here in search of suitable employment, while young witches and wizards, lacking formal education, roamed about, hoping to find a good employer. Today, a recruitment notice caught the attention of many wizards. The job description appeared simple, hiring 2 private tutors well-versed in both dark and light magic. However, upon reviewing the supplementary information, most wizards could only shake their heads in dismay. The subject of this job is a blind youth. After graduating from Hogwarts, Remus Lupin has been wandering the European continent, a euphemistic way of saying he has been constantly changing cities and jobs. Today, he faces his 32nd bout of unemployment. While walking down the street, he notices a throng of wizards converging in one direction. Out of sheer curiosity, he decides to follow them. There, he discovers a recently posted job advertisement. After carefully reviewing the qualifications required for applicants and finding no hidden stipulations, he resolves to apply the next day. hoping that fortune will alleviate his financial worries for the latter half of the year. The Montaro Valley in Germany is home to a substantial population of wizards, much like the Godric's Hollow in England, serving as a communal dwelling for German wizards. 3 days prior, Qin Heng and his butler, Xia, moved into the Malfoy residence in Montaro. Unlike the Malfoy manor, this house appears small and quaint. Had it not been for Qin Heng's presence, he would have doubted that Malfoy owned such a property. According to Lucius, the house had not been utilized since his grandfather used it for clandestine liaisons, making it easy to conjecture that his grandfather met a demise due to syphilis. Xia, how many applicants are we expecting today? You and Qin Ing should meet them first. Yesterday's turnout was utterly disappointing. Yes, young master, rest assured I will screen them thoroughly. Xia nodded affirmatively at Qin Heng. Upon arriving at the designated location per the job listing, Remus Lupin encounters a man in his 50s accompanied by a young boy. However, according to the supplementary notes, this boy is not his intended pupil. Straightening his attire, he approaches and extends his hand. Good day, I am Remus Lupin, here for the interview. Mr. Lupin, I regret to inform you that before we proceed, I would like you to demonstrate your magical prowess. Although we have received documentation attesting to your capabilities in both dark and light magic, the appalling performance of 3 candidates yesterday has rendered our young master skeptical of such credentials. Lupin nods, having faced more egregious demands in the past. It is a relief that they have not dismissed him for special reasons. He raises his wand, conjuring a Patronus, then allows it to speak. He observes the butler's demeanor shift from indifference to attentive scrutiny, and he breathes a sigh of relief. Summoning a Patronus is not overly challenging, yet few wizards possess the ability to make it converse. Xia nods in satisfaction, prompting Lupin to continue his demonstration. He gazes at a spider on the ground and then performs the Cruciatus Curse. The unfortunate arachnid struggles momentarily before falling completely still. Xia remains silent for a long moment until a voice calls from within, Xia, let Mr. Lupin in. Mr. Lupin, the young master requests your presence inside. Please follow me. Lupin nods and follows Xia indoors, secretly gambling on the leniency afforded to dark magic in Germany, where it is less stringently regulated than in England. After a moment's contemplation, he decides to cast the unforgivable curse. Mr. Lupin, I understand you graduated from Hogwarts, remarks the exquisitely crafted boy before him, whose only misfortune is his blindness. If not for the absence of platinum hair, he might have reminded Lupin of Malfoy. Indeed, I am a Hogwarts graduate. May I inquire your surname? Lupin responds. Qin Heng smiles, as expected of a trusted subordinate of Dumbledore. My surname is Qin. To return to the matter at hand, I noticed in your application that you are applying for 2 positions simultaneously. Yes, Mr. Qin, I believe I am capable of fulfilling both roles. You are a werewolf, Qin Heng suddenly states. Lupin remains silent for a moment. Yes, sir. I understand your concerns, and I appreciate the opportunity you are granting me. He rises, preparing to depart. Wait, you are hired, but only for the position of light magic instructor. Lupin is overwhelmed with joy. His trembling hands betray his excitement. Securing employment has proven exceedingly difficult for him. Chapter 27, Private Tutor, Part 2, Xia. When is the next applicant expected to arrive? Qin Heng feels pleased with the successful recruitment of Lupin. Unlike other wizards, this core member of the Order of the Phoenix possesses genuine skill. Approximately 10 minutes or so. Replies Xia. A German? Qin Heng reclines comfortably on the sofa. No, a Frenchman. Oh, a Frenchman. That is somewhat unexpected. Indeed, young master, based on my investigation. He is a solitary gentleman who arrived in Germany around 20 years ago and has not returned to France since. The information gathered is limited, but it is surmised he may be here to evade a vendetta. That sounds like an intriguing individual. Life can be rather monotonous. A bit of passion is welcome. Knock. Knock, knock. Xia, our guest has arrived. George enters the parlor to find a young man lazily reclined on the sofa, suddenly feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him. 20 years ago, a small boy followed him around, calling him Grandpa, but in the blink of an eye, everything has changed. Good day, I am George Thomas, here to apply for the position of private tutor. George Thomas, born in Paris, France in 1920, moved to Munich, Germany 20 years ago, and 3 years later relocated to Frankfurt, subsequently changing cities almost every 3 years, finally arriving in Berlin a year ago. Thomas swiftly draws his wand, aiming it at the boy, declaring loudly, armor protection. Then he quickly retreats a few steps. Who are you? Xia draws his wand as well. Mr. Thomas, lower your wand. We are British. That's not what you might assume. Thomas eyes the two with suspicion, slightly lowering his wand. Then he hears the boy on the sofa chuckle softly. You are hired, Mr. Thomas. From now on, you will be the dark magic teacher. Please return here tomorrow afternoon to commence your duties. Qin Hang stands up from the sofa with a smile. Thomas glances at the boy and the butler. Very well, I will return tomorrow to begin work. He then exits the small villa. As Thomas looks back at the villa, he keenly senses that the boy holds a notable position. But that is of no concern to him. He is merely here to earn a living. Inside the villa, Qin Hang asks, Xia, describe Mr. Thomas's appearance to me. Not being able to see is troublesome. He taps the sofa in frustration. Round face, gray-brown eyes, a flat nose, mostly grayish-blonde, slightly curled long hair, and notably long fingers. What impression does he leave? Qin Hang inquires further. From his countenance, he appears to be a kindly old gentleman. After Xia finishes speaking, seeing that Qin Hang remains silent on the sofa, he departs the parlor. Once Xia has left, Qin Hang reflects on Thomas's demeanor. Judging by his conduct, he is decidedly not the amiable elder Xia described. His agile movements and underlying vigilance suggest he is a man accustomed to living on the edge. The absence of subconscious use of dark magic indicates that this is a person compelled to lead such a life. So what transpired in France 2 decades ago? The books in the library merely skim over this aspect. In 1971, the French magical community underwent significant transformation, entering an era of rapid development. Chapter 28, The Patronus Charm. The following morning, when Remus Lupin arrived at the entrance of the villa, he noticed that the previously nameless dwelling now bore a sign indicating it was the lodge. Upon entering, the butler, Xia, led him to the combat training room of the lodge. The decor here was strikingly peculiar compared to the rest of the house. The villa, which appeared robust and unpretentious, housed a training room that was nothing short of opulent, with a floor paved in jade and adorned with a grand chandelier embellished with crystal. Observing Lupin's astonishment, Xia explained that this space was dedicated to the practice of white magic. As the door opened once more, Qin Hang entered, hearing Xia elucidating the room's design. To be honest, when he first heard Xia's description, he felt rather speechless, having thought that the house might finally possess some semblance of normalcy. Mr. Lupin, I believe we can commence today's lesson. Due to my vision impairment, Xia will remain here. I hope you do not mind. Of course, Lupin nodded, indicating his lack of objection. Based on your introduction regarding your progress with spells, I think we can begin with the Patronus Charm, a highly practical incantation of white magic. This charm is utilized in Britain to repel dementors, serving as a form of protection. However, its utility is not confined solely to dementors. It can also defend against any spiritual curses embodying feelings of despair, sorrow, or death. When casting this spell, it is crucial to concentrate on the happiest memory within your heart, then pronounce the incantation, Expecto Patronum. For a novice wizard of your age, it suffices to produce a misty Patronus. A fully formed Patronus is shaped by one's innermost thoughts and demands considerable magical power. Now, please pay close attention to my movements as I cast the spell. As Lupin spoke, he raised his wrist gently, synchronizing with the rhythm of the incantation. He then intoned, Expecto Patronum, and a silver wolf burst forth from the tip of his wand, circling around him before dashing into the distance. Listening to Lupin's explanation, Qin Hang contemplated his most joyous memory, which he believed was the moment he was adopted by his foster father. That moment signified the end of his status as an orphan. He had a family. As he reflected, he followed the rhythm and recited, Expecto Patronum. However, the tip of his wand only emitted wisps of silver without any further response. Mr. Lupin, please mirror my current situation, he requested. The appearance of silver wisps at the tip of your wand suggests that it is not a matter of magical power, but rather of memory. Think deeply. Is there another happier memory? Lupin prompted Qin Hang. Aside from that memory, he ruminated on other joyous occasions. It seemed his initial assumptions were correct. The experiences of his past life had been irrevocably relegated to history. Nevertheless, he understood he should let go. Since arriving in this world, he had recognized this truth. Though he found it difficult to relinquish the past, his most cherished memory was undoubtedly the moment he heard Draco and Pansy clearly and accurately call him brother. At that time, Draco and Pansy were clambering over him, while Narcissa and Lucius stood nearby, laughing heartily. Narcissa's radiant smile was particularly memorable. Lost in thought, he suddenly let out a chuckle, Expecto Patronum. Strands of silver began to emerge from the tip of his wand, slowly forming a vague animal shape. As the magical energy flowed, it gradually became clearer, though it remained indistinct, merely discernible as a four-legged creature. An overwhelming surge of magical energy drained from Qin Heng's body, and he soon felt himself on the verge of collapse. Once all his magical energy was expended, the wand ceased its extraction, and he found himself sitting on the floor. Feeling utterly drained, Lupin observed the fading Patronus, sensing a powerful magical fluctuation from the unfinished form. A remarkably strong Patronus. The magical energy required is beyond what one your age can sustain, he remarked. Qin Heng weakly nodded, and when he felt a bit steadier, he said, "We can continue." "Very well, let us attempt a spell that requires less magical energy, the reversal charm. This incantation typically affects a wand, causing it to reveal the last spell cast by its user. Please extend your wand." Following Lupin's instructions, Qin Heng extended his wand, soon feeling Lupin's wand make contact with the tip of his own. Reversal charm. Suddenly, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, prompting Qin Heng to inquire, "What is happening?" Zaya observed Lupin, who appeared momentarily stunned. "Your wand did not respond." "Oh, I see. My father set a protective charm on my wand, allowing it to withstand one spell." "Mr. Lupin, please try again." Suppressing his astonishment, Qin Heng gripped his wand tightly, fervently repeating in his mind, "It must work, it must work." Lupin directed his wand towards Qin Heng's and cast the reversal charm once more. Perhaps sensing Qin Heng's intense determination, the wand obediently revealed the previously cast Expecto Patronum. Although Lupin was puzzled by the existence of such a protective charm, he could only suppress his curiosity upon witnessing Qin Heng's wand's reaction. "I will direct my wand towards yours. Simply concentrate and recite the incantation," Lupin instructed, positioning his wand accordingly. Qin Heng felt Lupin's wand resting upon his, focusing intently and casting aside his own uncertainties as he clearly pronounced the reversal charm. As the incantation concluded, the results of the spell manifested on Lupin's wand. Observing the young spellcaster, Lupin felt a surge of nostalgia. Over the years, he had taught many young wizards, but the one before him, were it not for his eyesight, would undoubtedly become an extraordinary wizard. An impeccable performance, truly splendid, Lupin applauded. Zaya looked upon his young master with an overwhelming sense of pride, aware of his remarkable learning abilities. No teacher he had encountered had failed to be astonished by his aptitude. It is worth noting that when practicing the protective charm independently, one must select a moment of optimal condition. That concludes today's lesson. Additionally, if possible, avoid engaging in excessive high-intensity practice in a single day, as it may hinder magical development. Qin Heng nodded, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your concern. I will heed your advice." Chapter 29. A hope for clarity. Once Lupin departed, Qin Heng beckoned to Zaya. "Zaya, assist me to my room." Rising from the sofa, Qin Heng felt his legs buckle. Had it not been for Zaya's timely support, he would have surely collapsed. Once again, he experienced a fierce burning sensation, a wave of pain radiating from his head. Had he not been determined to conceal his discomfort from Lupin, he would have succumbed sooner. With Zaya's help, Qin Heng finally returned to his room and lay down on the bed. Suppressing the agony in his mind, he instructed, "Zaya, contact Mr. Thomas and inform him that the lesson has been postponed until tomorrow afternoon. Please step outside, and remember, regardless of any sounds you may hear, do not concern yourself with them. Wait until I call for you before returning. Additionally, do not divulge this matter to father and mother." Shia observed the perspiring Qin Heng, who stood frozen in agony. "Young master, allow me to stay here with you." "Leave. I command you to go out. Do you not understand?" "Out!" Qin Heng shouted vehemently. Shia glanced at the suffering Qin Heng and, after a moment's hesitation, quietly exited the room. Once left alone, Qin Heng could no longer endure the torment. Clutching his head with both hands, he tossed and turned on the bed, desperately seeking relief from the pain. Alas, no respite came. The agony intensified, and his skin, scorched by an internal fire, reddened. He felt as though he were sinking into a cauldron of boiling oil, the temperature rising ever higher. More terrifyingly, he sensed his eyeballs beginning to melt. A silent terror enveloped him, and he could not help but pound his head with his hands, curling up on the bed as his consciousness swiftly descended into darkness. Time slipped away, and when Qin Heng finally awoke, the fatigue in his body persisted. Yet, a flicker of excitement surged within him. He seemed to perceive a glimmer of light, albeit faint. It suggested the promise of recovery. He removed the blindfold, extending his hand to feel along the wall until he found the button by the bedside and pressed it. The soft sound it emitted brought him a sense of returning to reality, evoking a sudden joy akin to being spared from calamity. Before long, Xia knocked and entered the room, exclaiming excitedly, "Young master, you have finally awakened. This is wonderful. If you had not roused, I would have had to contact our associates in Britain. Do not worry. How long have I been asleep? Young master, it has been a full 3 days. Have arrangements been made with Lu Ping and Thomas?" Qin Heng inquired, reclining against the bed. Xia, while drawing back the curtains, replied, "Mr. Thomas and Mr. Lu Ping have both come regularly, but you remained unresponsive." After a brief pause, he added nervously, "I took the liberty of having the 2 gentlemen temporarily teach Qin Ing and Qin Yu. Well done. Xia, are you positioned approximately at my left side, about 45 degrees? Upon hearing Qin Heng's words, Xia's voice trembled. "Young master, can you see me? Young master? I can discern the general direction of your presence." Qin Heng smiled and nodded. He had noticed that when Xia passed in front of him, a portion of the light dimmed, leading him to suspect that Xia was blocking it at that angle. "Xia, please wait here. There are matters I need you to attend to," Qin Heng instructed. "Understood." Xia stepped back to stand near the door. Qin Heng retrieved his wand from his sleeve, recalling joyful memories, and called forth a guardian spirit. A 4-legged creature, indistinct in form, began to take shape under the influence of his magic. The familiar sensation of draining power returned, though this time it was less intense, as if the wand sensed his limits. "What does the guardian spirit resemble, Xia?" "Young master, its form remains unclear, but it bears a resemblance to the paws of a white tiger," Xia responded. Qin Heng nodded, acknowledging the information. "Xia, arrange for Mr. Thomas to arrive an hour earlier today. I will be receiving guests in the study." "Of course." Xia nodded and exited the bedroom. Leaning against the small sofa in his room, Qin Heng reflected on the events of the past few days. Firstly, his wand had managed to withstand the spells of others. Furthermore, if his guardian spirit could fully materialize, it would be significantly more powerful than the average. Perhaps this was what they referred to as a golden finger. Yet, regrettably, all of this required formidable magical energy, which he presently lacked. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Thomas arrived again at the residence. He expressed his satisfaction with the work accomplished over the past few days. "Both students are exceptionally easy to teach, and the remuneration is quite generous, which pleases me greatly. However, today felt different." Upon entering, the butler Xia led him to the 2nd floor, a place he had not previously ventured. He subtly adjusted his grip on his wand. Ready for action. Upon entering, Thomas immediately saw the boy he had encountered during his first interview, now with his eyes wide open, revealing purple irises. Regrettably, there was a lack of vitality in those eyes. Upon hearing Xia's footsteps, Qin Heng rotated the ring on his finger and spoke, "Mr. Thomas, it is a pleasure to see you again. I regret the delay in our lessons due to personal matters. From today onward, I shall be your pupil." "They are 2 remarkably gifted children," Thomas remarked, observing Qin Heng. "They will receive an excellent education, that much is certain, so you need not worry." Qin Heng nodded slightly and continued, "More importantly, I alone will keep you busy henceforth. Xia, you may leave. I need to speak with Mr. Thomas privately." Xia nodded and closed the door behind him. "Mr. Thomas, before we converse, allow me to share a story. A young man, in his early 20s, married his childhood sweetheart, and soon they welcomed their first child. By the time he reached his 40s, his grandson was born. Life was beautiful until a decade later, when a revolution shattered everything, leaving him to wander alone, destitute." "Stop. I beg you, do not continue." Thomas interrupted, tears streaming down his face as he choked on his words. The pain of lost family had tormented him for years. Had he only remained at home, everything would have been different. His wife, son, daughter-in-law, and grandson would have thrived. It was a betrayal of trust that led to his ruin. Qin Heng ceased his narration. He had no intention of reopening the old wounds of this elder. Yet, he realized that only Thomas could illuminate the mysteries that plagued him. What transpired in France 2 decades ago? Why did countless nobles vanish overnight while others rose to prominence? As Chapter 30 unfolds, Promises and Dark Magic, Thomas gradually regained his composure and gazed at the boy across from him. "What do you wish to know?" Rising to his feet, Qin Heng replied, "I wish to understand what truly happened 20 years ago." Thomas stepped forward abruptly. "Why should I divulge such information to you?" Placing his hands on the table, Qin Heng countered, "Because I can assist you. Only I possess the means to help you." Thomas gazed at the boy before him and burst into laughter. "A mere child believes he can aid me? Do you know what kind of enemies I face?" "Oh, right. Being British, you must be familiar with Dumbledore. Even your so-called greatest wizard could not help me. And even if you could, why should I trust you? Simply because you are wealthy?" Qin Heng chuckled at Thomas's words. I am merely 11 years old, yet my magical prowess surpasses that of my peers by fivefold. And it continues to grow. So, tell me, Mr. Thomas, do you believe I am unqualified to assist you? An uncomfortable silence enveloped the study as Thomas regarded Qin Hung for a prolonged moment, his thoughts inscrutable. What must I offer in return? Your loyalty. Very well. As long as you can defeat me and help protect someone, as long as he is safe, I shall pledge my loyalty, Thomas contemplated before speaking. Agreed, Qin Hung nodded, indicating his acceptance of the request. He then continued, let us commence today's lesson. The three of them, along with Xiya, who was waiting outside, swiftly made their way to the dark arts training room. In stark contrast to the white magic training room, this chamber was rather dismal. It resembled more of a basement than a proper training facility. Without the antiquated lamps adorning the walls, one might struggle to deem it even suitable for storage. Thomas retrieved his wand. Since you are British, we shall begin with the dark arts of England. Over the course of a century, English dark magic has primarily focused on the physical realm, with only a few spells, such as the killing curse, directly affecting the soul. Are you implying that French dark magic predominantly targets the soul? Qin Hung inquired, perplexed, as he understood that the magical systems of France and England were quite similar. Indeed, the French have delved deeper into this aspect of magic. However, the demands of soul-related spells are so stringent that most French practitioners still favor those targeting the physical form. After a brief pause, Thomas continued, let us practice the Cruciatus curse. Unlike white magic, which relies on the caster's inner light, dark magic necessitates a heart of cruelty and ruthlessness. However, it differs from white magic in that those devoid of light cannot perform advanced white magic. Yet, ordinary individuals can unleash profound dark magic through emotions such as anger and despair. There exists another method, one that requires an exceptionally strong will to completely separate magical power from the spiritual realm, a feat only a rare few can accomplish. We shall set that aside for now. Thomas pointed his wand at a spider on the wall. Recall your most painful memory, he instructed, glancing at Qin Hung, who, being so young, he assumed, had not endured much suffering. Or imagined something you cannot accept, stirring the anger and pain within you. As you wave your wand, envision it as a sword rather than a mere stick, concentrating all your strength into one point and direct it at your target. Cruciatus. The spider was struck by the spell, its body trembling violently before it fell softly to the ground. Steward, please move the large stone from the corner, Thomas requested. Master Qin, living creatures may be too challenging for you at this moment. Let us practice with this stone instead. He surveyed the marble slab. The curse will be deemed successful when the stone cracks from within. Now, follow my instructions and try it. The stone is directly in front of you. With that, Thomas provided both himself and Xiya with protective enchantments. Qin Hung imagined various intolerable scenarios until he suddenly envisioned Narcissa collapsing right before him. No, he whispered, raising his wand. A beam of white light shot forth, striking the stone. The marble's surface only bore a faint scratch. The dispersal of magical energy during casting was evident. Otherwise, there would at least be a small dent. Concentration is paramount. Avoid extraneous thoughts. Qin Hung nodded, redripped his wand, and adjusted his emotions. In the moment he uttered the incantation, he cleared his mind of distractions. Cruciatus. This time, the marble was pierced by a 3-centimeter deep hole. Thomas applauded from the sidelines. Excellent casting. Now, we must amplify your magical output. How does one enhance the output of magical power? Qin Hung pondered, somewhat perplexed by the disparity in effects produced by different practitioners using the same spell. The specifics are more felt than articulated. Each individual has their unique approach. The essence lies in the desired effect of the spell. After contemplating this, Qin Hung raised his wand toward the marble once more. Cruciatus. A surge of immense magical energy flowed from his body. He felt his heart racing, blood boiling, and temperature rising, accompanied by a slight headache. Yet, it was far more manageable than before. With a resounding explosion, the marble shattered. Being so close, Qin Hung quickly cast a protective charm. But the shockwave still sent him stumbling back several steps. Impossible. How could such power be wielded? Thomas murmured, slightly in disbelief, as he steadied himself. Xiya rushed to Qin Hung's side, grasping his hand. Master, are you all right? Feeling Xiya's warm grip, a soothing sensation coursed through Qin Hung's heart. I'm fine, Grandpa Xiya. I've merely exhausted my magical energy. Upon realizing his lapse in decorum, Xiya awkwardly withdrew his hand, only to have Qin Hung grasp it again. Stepping forward, Qin Hung embraced Xiya tightly. Apart from his parents and relatives, this was the first time someone had offered him such warmth. Thomas, regaining his composure, felt his eyes welling with emotion, and cleared his throat softly. Hearing the sound, Xia quickly stepped back, wiping his eyes and standing at attention. Master Qin, you must practice diligently to understand your magical reserves. A wizard must always retain enough energy for apparition, among other spells. Thank you for the reminder. I believe we shall conclude here for today, Qin Hung replied. Back in his chamber, Qin Hung lay on his bed, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He was convinced that this depletion of magical energy would benefit his eyesight. Exhaustion enveloped him. It seemed that until his vision was restored, half of his time would be spent in slumber. With such thoughts, he drifted into a deep sleep. Chapter 31. Frenzied practice the following morning, upon waking. Qin Hung confirmed his suspicions. His magical capacity had slowly increased, and most importantly, his eyesight had improved slightly compared to the previous day. Although the change was subtle, everything was progressing in a favorable direction. His next objective was to engage in frenzied practice to expedite the restoration of his vision through the overexertion of magical energy. After waiting for Lupin to arrive, Qin Hung, accompanied by Xia, made his way to the white magic training room. How has your practice of the Patronus charm been progressing? Due to limitations in magical energy, the Patronus charm remained quite nebulous, yet Qin Hung had managed to succeed each time. Lupin nodded approvingly at Qin Hung. Excellent talent. It's rare for a young wizard to possess such potential. You flatter me. Qin Hung smiled, knowing that everyone enjoys hearing words of praise, though only he could gauge its merit. In that case, let us practice our next spell today, a highly practical healing charm, the rejuvenation charm. Unlike the restoration charm, which targets lifeless objects, the rejuvenation charm is intended for living beings and creatures. Thus, the difficulty of the rejuvenation charm far surpasses that of the restoration charm. Lupin took the injured little mouse prepared by Xia and retrieved his wand. He explained, when casting, direct your wand at the deepest part of the wound, holding it about 2 to 3 centimeters above. Then, softly utter the incantation. After explaining, Lupin pointed his wand at the mouse's wound and recited, rejuvenation. Under the influence of the spell, the wound on the mouse gradually vanished. Simultaneously, he quickly added, grow swiftly. In the moment of wound closure, it is imperative to seize the opportunity and swiftly recite the incantation for rapid regeneration. For deeper wounds, it is essential to employ this alongside other methods to achieve genuine efficacy. Otherwise, the closure is merely superficial. Lupin produced a knife and made a swift incision on the recently injured mouse, which let out a pitiful cry. Hearing the distressed squeaks, Qin Hung felt a shiver run down his spine. Can this spell only heal physical wounds? No, it can mend both physical and magical injuries. But we do not use spells to treat magical harm. Healing magical injuries requires a magical power 50 times greater than that of the caster. Even if one were willing, it is unlikely to possess such power. Thus, potions are the preferred choice. As he spoke, Lupin secured the mouse to the stone chair with a rope. The mouse was positioned at a 45-degree angle to your left, with a wound depth of 0.5 centimeters. One must be attentive to the output of magical energy. Following Lupin's instructions, Qin Hung gradually adjusted his wand's position and intoned, swiftly returned to vitality. A sharp squeal pierced the air. Qin Hung instinctively covered his ears, unable to tolerate the sound. Once silence fell, he inquired, what happened to the mouse? It's dead. Qin Hung fell into silence for a moment. Why? Wasn't he at a healing spell? Lupin sighed, explaining that there exists a distinction in human perception between spiders and mice. To put it more poetically, one cannot replenish what is already void. Bluntly, it could not withstand your magical energy. This is why I cautioned you to be mindful of your magical output. Magic comes in various forms, yet all magical energy possesses an inherent destructive quality. This is why there are so few doctors at St. Mungo's. Indeed, for now, refrain from practicing this spell, Lupin suggested, looking at Qin Hung, feeling a sudden sense of relief. Let us practice other spells instead. Time seemed to fly for those absorbed in their tasks. For nearly a month, Qin Hung had immersed himself in a routine of white magic in the mornings and black magic in the afternoons. Today marked exactly 1 month since leaving England. After the morning class, he felt every cell in his body clamoring for rest. However, he dismissed their protests and took a potion to invigorate himself. Leaning on the sofa, he listened to Xia recount the events outside. How have Draco and Pansy fared at Hogwarts this past month? Qin Hung lazily asked. According to Madame's letter, they seem to be doing well, though Master Draco and Mr. have a somewhat strained relationship. Would you like to write to encourage Master Draco? Xia replied. Xia, I have known Draco since childhood. I spent more time with you than with my parents. Do you not understand him? Malfoy's pride, Sia confirmed. Qin Heng chuckled at Sia's earnestness, finding her unexpectedly charming in her seriousness. Sia smiled knowingly at him. Master, are we returning to England soon? Soon. Very soon. Speaking of this topic excited Qin Heng. His month of practice was finally yielding results. He could now discern blurred images clearly. His magical power had increased eightfold, and conservatively, it might reach tenfold once his vision fully recovered. However, he would not discuss this with anyone. The most astonishing aspect was his ability to shield his magical energy from detection. Anyone attempting to measure it would find it 5 times that of a wizard of his age, should he choose to conceal it. Sia, I shall head to the dark magic training room first. As usual, when Thomas arrives, let him come straight to the training room. Qin Heng declared as he rose from the sofa and exited the living room. In the training room, he practiced the incantation, splitting the mind. Upon hearing this spell for the first time, he had not anticipated its complexity or magnitude. As the name implies, it splits the mind of the target. Initially, he believed its effects to be akin to the soul leaving the body, only to discover that they were not comparable at all. The splitting the mind spell divides the target's psyche into 2 utterly opposing parts, which incessantly tug at one another, leading to the gradual collapse of the target's mental world until brain death ensues. Even though he could only see blurred images clearly, he had been horrified by the mouse's fate 2 days prior. Death by gradual torment is the most terrifying for the target. The only solace is that the caster must continuously provide magical energy. Should the flow be interrupted, the spell's effects will cease at that point, allowing the target to recover gradually. It was precisely because this spell demanded continuous magical energy that he resolved to practice it until his vision cleared. Today, his target was the black bear before him. Of course, the bear was chained. He was not yet inclined to duel a bear, as a gentleman of elegance. Such encounters must be avoided. Splitting the mind, a beam of blue light struck the bear instantly. The bear merely swayed slightly before resuming its position on the ground. As Qin Heng channeled his magical energy, he could distinctly sense the bear's condition deteriorating, its spirit growing increasingly despondent. Hearing the door to the training room open, Qin Heng ceased his incantation. Evidently, the bear had endured enough torment and was ready for a reprieve. Thomas surveyed the prostrate bear but hesitated to deal a fatal blow. Reluctant to take a life, Qin Heng looked up at Thomas. Although his vision was still insufficient to discern Thomas's expression clearly, he could surmise it and smiled, saying, "This bear is quite valuable and I am rather short on funds." Thomas regarded Qin Heng, a smirk tugging at his lips. Frugality is a virtue. Chapter 32. Arrangements. Listening to Thomas's words, Qin Heng could not help but laugh. Initially, he had perceived Thomas as a rather solemn elder, but after a month of companionship, perhaps due to the inherent romanticism of the French, the trials of 20 years had not dulled the elder's witty nature. Witnessing his discomfiture was genuinely delightful. Today, we shall study the last spell, the Shadow Blade, and then discuss the killing curse. Very well. Upon mentioning serious matters, Qin Heng promptly adopted a more earnest demeanor. The Shadow Blade inflicts damage somewhat akin to the cutting curse you previously mentioned. However, the damage it causes is irreversible, resulting in permanent harm. The incantation is simple. Identify the target and recite it accurately. I shall not demonstrate it for you. Does it have negative effects on the caster? Although Qin Heng understood that using dark magic inevitably incurs side effects, this was the first instance he had encountered a spell that the instructor was unwilling to demonstrate. Thomas gathered his thoughts and replied, "The killing curse can be countered by advanced white magic, but to date, there is no magic that can withstand the Shadow Blade. If it strikes the heart, the target has no chance of survival." After a brief pause, Thomas continued, "It is precisely for this reason that users pay a grievous price. It has been centuries since anyone wielded this magic. According to reliable accounts, the user's soul suffers irreparable damage. Then this magic is truly a double-edged sword. Now, let us discuss the killing curse. Using it in England leads to imprisonment in Azkaban." Qin Heng was curious about how Thomas would explain this fatal spell. The killing curse is the most commonly employed lethal spell among wizards, exceptionally effective against mortal enemies. Is that all? Indeed, that is all. Aside from the fact that various nations' wizarding laws classify it as an unforgivable curse, resulting in the user being imprisoned in a wizarding prison. There is no substantial harm inflicted upon the caster themselves, other than rendering them irritable and violent. Moreover, such effects are negligible for a wizard with a resolute mind. Qin Heng nodded in acknowledgement. Next, he practiced spells with Thomas, occasionally offering guidance. 3 hours later, "Mr. Qin Heng, our employment relationship concludes here," Thomas stated. "Yes, Mr. Thomas. I believe we shall soon commence our agreement." With his wand returned to his sleeve, Qin Heng continued. May I inquire about the events that transpired in France 2 decades ago? I regret to inform you that many matters are steeped in magic. Much like the name of Britain's former Dark Lord, your current power cannot protect you, nor can it safeguard me. Qin Heng fell silent for a moment, nodding as a sign of acceptance for Thomas's explanation. I look forward to our next meeting. I shall have the Sea Eagle write to you. Thomas nodded, expressing his pleasure in their time together and anticipation for the correspondence. The two shook hands, marking a farewell to this chapter. The following morning, Qin Heng engaged in a brief conversation with Lupin in the study. Mr. Lupin, it has been a delightful month. I look forward to our next encounter. Qin Heng extended his hand to grasp Lupin's. Indeed, I anticipate our next meeting. As Lupin opened the door, an inexplicable intuition struck him. He sensed that he and the young man would soon meet again. Not long after Lupin departed, Qin Heng summoned Qin Ing. The Durmstrang Institute has been arranged. You may enroll directly after your birthday. What must I do? Qin Heng inquired. Simply focus on your studies. Any other matters can wait until your graduation. Understood. The Montelaro Valley number 15 has been purchased. You and Qin you may reside there during your break. Qin Ing looked at Qin Heng, his eyes suddenly brimming with tears. No one had ever treated them so kindly. Regardless of what might be required of him in the future, in that moment, he felt indifferent. During your time at school, make an effort to gather information related to Numengard. Qin Heng recalled the rumors surrounding Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald. Perhaps he could glean some useful insights from Durmstrang. I promise to complete the task. Qin Ing suppressed his excitement, his tone resolute. Observing the boy's animated expression, Qin Heng felt a profound sense of gratification. A grateful individual combined with diligence would undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. Do not feel pressured. Simply gather information alongside your studies. Now, you may return. Qin Ing nodded and promptly left the villa. After Qin Ying's departure, Qin Heng accessed the white magic training room via a secret passage in the study. At the center of the training chamber lay a large, injured creature acquired by Xia from the black market. He resolved to practice the restoration charm on these animals. Successfully casting the restoration charm on severe physical injuries and curse damage requires not only potent magical power but also precise control. What he needed most at that moment was to draw upon his magical reserves. His first subject was a male Maasai lion, weighing 300 kilograms. The lion's fur was short and pale gray, and unlike the lioness, it boasted a long mane that extended to its shoulders and chest. The only aspect that detracted from its beauty was a ghastly wound on its back, where most blood had coagulated into scabs, though the edges continued to bleed profusely. Qin Heng approached the Maasai lion, raised his wand, and cast a spell, causing it to collapse. The lion, which had been slightly trembling, suddenly crumpled onto the marble floor. Qin Heng retrieved a scalpel from his pocket, using a flame spell to sanitize it, ensuring the lion was indeed unconscious. He gently grazed the scab with the blade, restoring the wound to its original state. Adjusting the position of his wand, he cast the restoration charm. A surge of magical energy flowed from the tip of his wand into the wound. Just as the injury was on the verge of healing, Qin Heng swiftly employed the growth charm. Unlike the unfortunate mouse from before, the lion was fortunate. Its injury healed successfully. However, in the aftermath, this restored lion would need to assist him in practicing the split personality charm. For the next 2 months, Qin Heng diligently repeated the spells he had learned the previous month. It was not that he was unwilling to learn new spells, but rather that he needed to utilize these 2 specific spells to expedite the restoration of his eyesight. Initially, he believed a month would suffice, yet reality stretched on, and his vision had only just begun to mend. Xia burst through the door, running toward him. Young master, there has been an incident in England. Miss Posh was injured by a troll. Clarify the situation, Qin Heng commanded, sensing the temperature around him plummet. On Christmas Eve, Miss Posh and Hermione Granger encountered a troll in the restroom. Harry Potter and Draco arrived sequentially, but the troll had been affected by a frenzy charm, resulting in Miss Posh sustaining injuries. Xia, gather your belongings. We are returning to England. Understood, young master. Xia swiftly departed the training room to prepare. Chapter 33. Return to England, Part 1. The following morning, Qin Heng and Xia boarded the train back to England. As they traveled, Qin Heng gazed out at the ever-changing scenery through the window, reflecting on the surreal nature of the past 3 months. 3 months prior, he had unexpectedly become blind, and the diagnosis at St. Mungo's made it clear that the doctors implied he would henceforth be devoid of light, although he had ultimately turned misfortune into fortune. Only he knew the confusion and anguish of that initial month, a time enveloped in unending darkness. Had it not been for Lucius and Narcissa, He might have lacked the courage to survive. As he observed the golden fields and the vibrant world outside, he once again felt the essence of his existence. Turning to Xia, who sat opposite him, he smiled gently. In these days, the person he owed the most gratitude to was Xia. Xia, upon our return, you shall take a month's leave. Young master, every day at the Malfoy estate has felt like a holiday, Xia replied with a smile. Qin Heng shrugged in response. Very well. He then picked up a book titled The Mysteries of Dark Magic from the table. Ever since learning about the Shadow Sword spell from Thomas, he had been deeply intrigued by such magic. Though Thomas mentioned that due to its side effects, no one had used this spell for centuries. Qin Heng firmly believed that existence implies reason. Dark magic originates from the soul, rooted in darkness. Initially, there was no distinction between black and white magic. However, as magic evolved, people classified spells based on their effects into black and white magic. Over 500 years ago, numerous remarkably talented wizards emerged worldwide, uniting in efforts to reintegrate the systems of black and white magic. After over a century, they abruptly divided into various factions and ignited large-scale wars within the wizarding community. This war has persisted for centuries, until the year 995 AD, when a truce was finally reached. Thus, the tumultuous fusion of black and white magic came to an end. And this prolonged conflict was henceforth referred to as the War of Transformation. Esteemed passengers, the train is about to arrive at the station. Kindly ensure you have your belongings and disembark in an orderly manner. The train's announcement abruptly interrupted his reading, and he suddenly realized that these so-called secrets were indeed misleading, as the reasons for the division of factions were conspicuously absent. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Qin Heng exited the train, placing his hopes upon the tomes in the library. As he approached the exit, he spotted Narcissa gazing in his direction from afar. Narcissa, not far off, immediately recognized her son, her Nis, whom she had been separated from for 105 long days and nights. This was the first time she harbored such disdain for the name Malfoy. Had it not been for the fact that her son belonged to that lineage, she would not have felt the need to be so concerned. Heaven knows that had Lucius not consistently impeded her, she would have succumbed to the urge to travel to Germany long ago. Qin Heng hurriedly made his way to Narcissa. But before he could utter a word, she enveloped him tightly in her embrace. Nis, my dearest Nis, Narcissa murmured, tears streaming down her cheeks. How wonderful it was to once again be Adonis. Feeling the warmth of her tears upon his cheek, he struggled to lift his head, only to find Narcissa weeping uncontrollably. Adonis gazed upon Narcissa in such a state, and a profound sense of sorrow welled up within him. Tears flowed unbidden from his own eyes, and he could no longer contain himself, embracing Narcissa as he wept bitterly. Hearing Adonis's cries, Narcissa immediately quelled her own tears. Nis, do not cry. Your eyes are just right. You mustn't weep. Please, do not cry, she said, her voice thick with emotion. Chapter 34. Returning to England, Part 2. Adonis wiped away his tears. Narcissa took a handkerchief from her pocket and gently dabbed at their tears. Regaining her composure as she said, "Let us return home." Adonis nodded, obediently allowing Narcissa to take his hand. How is Pansy doing now? Adonis inquired with concern. Pansy is fine now. She merely dislocated her arm. Madame Pomfrey's medical skills are quite commendable. Narcissa, when you return, please encourage Draco and your father to mend their recently strained relationship. I shall have a thorough conversation with Draco, however. He has matured and possesses his own will and thoughts, as you are aware. During my time in Germany, Sia frequently spoke of this matter. He understands well that although Lucius has accepted Draco's transformation into a Hufflepuff, it does not equate to forgiveness. As long as Lucius clings to this issue, reconciliation will remain unattainable. Draco is quite stubborn. Madam, the young master requests your presence. Please follow me. Robin promptly approached, ready to lead the way. Having been waiting at the entrance of the train station, Adonis gazed upon the man before him, harboring a profound disdain for Robin, a sentiment that had festered since childhood. This man appeared to be of simple and honest disposition, yet beneath that veneer lay a mind rife with malevolence. Unbeknownst to all, he had embezzled untold sums, but alas, Adonis found himself powerless to act against him, for Robin bore the esteemed title of a benefactor to an elderly gentleman. Robin, how dare you trouble yourself to drive me? My lord, you jest, Robin replied, a note of trepidation in his voice. It is indeed my honor to show for you and your lady. He was genuinely perplexed as to where he had incurred the wrath of this young master. Adonis smiled and remained silent. A golden Rolls-Royce came to a halt by the roadside, and Adonis was almost blinded by its brilliance. Mother, how did this car transform into such a hue? When I left, it was still black. Your father believes that only a platinum color befits the Malfoy name, so he had it specially painted in that shade. Adonis glanced at the car before him, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Truly, his father's taste was commendable. Shia, having outpaced Robin, opened the door. "Young master, please, step inside." Adonis nodded, assisting Narcissa into the carriage before clambering in himself. The vehicle swiftly traversed into Wiltshire, England. As he gazed upon the distant Malfoy manor, a sense of longing and trepidation for home surged within him for the first time. At the entrance of Malfoy Manor, Mr. Weasley had never appeared as disheveled as he did today. "What is the meaning of this?" "Lucius Malfoy, come forth. If it were not for your daughter saving my son, do you think I would willingly come here? Let me in." As Adonis alighted from the carriage, he was immediately enveloped by the cacophony emanating from the vicinity. "Sia, would you care to investigate what is transpiring?" he inquired. Sia sprinted forth, soon discerning the situation. "Young master, Mr. Weasley has arrived, accompanied by Ron Weasley and Harry Potter. But they have been barred from entering. Allow them to enter. I shall meet them in the drawing room shortly." With that, he and Narcissa proceeded indoors. Sia nodded, gesturing for the doorman to grant them access. Upon entering, Harry Potter could not suppress his curiosity. "Sia, was that Adonis I just saw?" "Indeed. I heard he went abroad to recuperate. Is he well now?" "Mr. Potter, I appreciate your concern. The young master has fully recovered." Harry, sensing the tone and demeanor of Sia, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. "Sia, you may call me Harry as you did before." "Mr. Potter, you jest. You are the great savior, while I am merely a servant of the Malfoy household." Chapter 35, Gratitude in Return. "Sia, should you desire it, I could speak with Mr. Malfoy and request your release." As Adonis and Lucius stepped into the threshold of the living room, they were greeted by the exuberant exclamations of Harry Potter. At times, Lucius found himself wishing he could knock on Potter's head to glimpse the thoughts swirling within. Regardless of life or death, Shia would never abandon his master. Lucius pushed the door open and swiftly made his way to the sofa, taking a seat while casting a glance towards the diagonally positioned Harry Potter. "Great savior, who is it that you intend to rescue? I fear that Malfoy Manor may be too confining for your grand endeavors." Adonis observed Harry Potter's face flushing crimson due to Lucius's remarks and remarked, "Sia, since Mr. Potter is so concerned about you, why not prepare some tea?" Upon hearing Adonis's words, Sia felt as if a great burden had been lifted and exited the living room. Lucius glanced at Adonis, tacitly approving of his actions. "Weasley, to what do we owe the honor of your presence?" Weasley twitched his lips, striving to maintain a semblance of a smile. "I am here to express my gratitude to Bertha for saving Ron. Just a mere red-haired boy, is he? Is there anything else?" "No." "Then I shall not see you out. Safe travels." From the moment Ron was obstructed at the doorway, he was seething with anger. He pushed past Harry, exclaiming, "Dad, I have always said we need not thank the Death Eaters. Who knows why she chose to save me in the first place?" From the moment Adonis entered the room with the trio, he found the atmosphere particularly amusing. Hearing Ron Weasley audaciously speak about his sister provoked him to rise and stride over to Ron, delivering a punch. Ron stared at Adonis in shock, never anticipating that Adonis would dare to strike him. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, he raised his fist to retaliate. However, just as his fist was about to reach Adonis, it was intercepted by Weasley. "Enough, Ron. Harry, keep an eye on him," Arthur Weasley admonished, suppressing his anger. Adonis observed Arthur Weasley, realizing that although he was a traitor of pure blood, it would not be exceedingly difficult for him to attain nobility should he so desire. After reprimanding Ron, Weasley turned his gaze toward Adonis. Adonis gazed at Arthur Weasley before bursting into laughter. "Ron believed my sister shouldn't have saved him. I merely offered assistance. Do you perceive any issue with that, Mr. Weasley?" The elder Weasley cast a profound glance at Adonis, then abruptly bowed to Lucius. "I extend my gratitude to your family for rescuing my son. We shan't impose further." Without awaiting Malfoy's response, he swiftly departed, dragging Ron and Harry Potter along. "Adonis, what are your thoughts?" Lucius inquired, tapping the sofa lightly. "Sent by Dumbledore. That old fox possesses remarkably keen instincts. Without sharp instincts, one risks getting roasted." Upon hearing this, Lucius rose abruptly and patted Adonis' shoulder. "Prepare your belongings for the return to Hogwarts." He paused briefly before continuing, "and convey my apologies to Draco. You should tell him yourself. Draco cares deeply about this matter." Adonis fixed Lucius with an earnest gaze until the latter grew visibly uncomfortable and averted his eyes. "Never mind. Leave this matter be. Once you've packed, spend time with your mother. She's missed you these past 3 months." Gently brushing dust from Adonis' shoulder, Lucius exited the room. At dawn the following day, after bidding farewell to his parents, Adonis embarked once more upon the journey to Hogwarts. By 9 in the morning, he pushed open the dormitory door. Contrary to his expectations of disarray, everything stood meticulously arranged, pristine and orderly. Entering his bedroom, his attention was immediately seized by a stack of papers upon the desk. He distinctly recalled leaving the surface bare upon his departure. Lifting the sheets, the first page read, September 3rd, morning potions class subject, cure for boils potion ingredients, add dried nettles and crushed snake fangs to the cauldron and simmer. After extinguishing the flame, incorporate porcupine quills and stewed horn slugs. Effect, a simple remedy for boils. Professor Snape's critical reminder, should porcupine quills be added while the cauldron remains over flame, the concoction will dissolve the vessel, emitting acrid green fumes accompanied by piercing hisses. Spilled potion is corrosive, inducing clusters of inflamed pustules upon contact with skin. September 3rd, afternoon, Dark Arts class subject, Origins of Dark Magic. Adonis picked up the last sheet of paper, the date inscribed upon it reflecting the previous evening. He retrieved a document pouch from the cabinet and carefully placed the stack of papers inside. Upon the pouch, he inscribed the well wishes of Neville Longbottom. He unlocked the left side magical lock and solemnly deposited the pouch into the drawer. Extracting the Dark Arts Enigma from the bookshelf, he resumed his reading. As was his custom, Neville opened the dormitory door, cast a glance at Adonis's chamber, and sighed, before retrieving his notes for the day's classes. He proceeded directly to Adonis's bedroom and opened the door. Upon hearing the door creak open, Adonis turned to see Navi standing at the threshold, frozen in astonishment. He softly uttered Navi's name. With palpable excitement, Navi pointed at Adonis, gazing at him in disbelief. "Is it really you, Adonis?" he exclaimed, only to immediately slap himself in disbelief. "It cannot be. I must be dreaming." As Adonis beheld the sight of Navi, a spontaneous smile broke upon his face. He rose from his seat and approached Navi, enveloping him in a warm embrace. The tangible presence of Navi was undeniable, and suddenly, Navi burst into hearty laughter, playfully biting his own hand before collapsing onto the ground in a fit of tears. "Navi, I am perfectly fine. I haven't gone to meet Merlin." "So why are you weeping like this?" Adonis exclaimed. "Pish posh. Do not speak such nonsense. I am simply overwhelmed with joy," Navi retorted. "It is all my fault. Had I not taken the memory orb to class, none of this would have transpired." Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he fixed an intense gaze upon Adonis, as if seeking confirmation of something. After what felt like an eternity, he finally relaxed. "Navi, my friend, take it easy. I merely took a vacation. And look at me now, I am perfectly well." Adonis shrugged, his demeanor lighthearted. Observing that Navi's spirits were still somewhat dampened, he continued. "I just saw the notes you prepared for me. They are truly splendid." Upon hearing Adonis mention the notes, a flicker of happiness ignited within Navi. "Really?" he inquired. His interest piqued. "Of course. You know, I was initially quite anxious about the final exams, but now I feel reassured." Navi sheepishly scratched his head, grinning shyly. "I didn't do much, just wrote everything down again, which helped reinforce my memory." As Adonis beheld Neville's expression, he could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Chapter 36. The Head of Slytherin. Who is the head of Slytherin? Alpheus Field. Adonis gazed at Nawe, seeking confirmation once more. It was indeed true that Field? Blaise Zabini had failed. Nawe nodded, indicating that Zabini ranked just below Field. Adonis swiftly recalled Alfred Field from his memory. Alfred Field was born on May 1st, 1980. The eldest son and heir of the Field family. It is truly astonishing that such a fallen noble could produce an heir more formidable than Zabini. It seems there is more to the story. Reflecting on it, Hogwarts is indeed a cauldron of intrigue. In just the first year, there have been trolls and the Philosopher's Stone. Had it not been for my blindness, forcing me to leave England, perhaps Field would not have risen to prominence. What a remarkable tale. Tomorrow morning is potions class, isn't it? Yes, Professor Snape certainly does not tolerate tardiness. The consequences of being late are severe. Just thinking about the last student who was late sends shivers down Neville's spine. "Ah, thank you for the reminder." Nodding in gratitude to Neville, Adonis rose from the sofa and made his way to the bedroom. Lying on the bed with his hands clasped behind his head, he felt the need to organize his thoughts. Through his conversation with Neville this evening, he had a strong intuition that the troll and the Philosopher's Stone were not orchestrated by a single individual. Who could it be? Who possesses such power and audacity to cast dark magic upon a troll right under Dumbledore's nose? Could it truly be Voldemort? The next morning, the Slytherin common room was unusually boisterous. If it weren't for the Slytherin code hanging on the wall, one might suspect they had wandered into the Gryffindor common room. The upperclassmen had already left for their classes, which began a half hour earlier than those of the first-year novices. "Hey, have you heard?" Malfoy is back. Pfft, Malfoy? It's over for him. Did you know Draco Malfoy was sorted into the foolish Hufflepuff while Pansy Malfoy ended up in the brawny Gryffindor? And this one, who became blind while trying to save someone. A nearby girl poked the two conversing. They say he has already recovered. Huh, who knows if that's true? Have you seen him in person? Even if he has recovered, do you think this version of Malfoy can maintain his status? Just because he saved that Longbottom. Ruby scoffed derisively. Upon hearing such remarks, laughter erupted among those present. Zabini glared at the group with a dark expression, suddenly feeling a profound sense of irony. Look at this. This is Slytherin. What does the code say? Slytherin is always united, always consistent against outsiders, a bunch of sycophants. They all deserve to be petrified. In a flash of white light, before the group could draw their wands, those who were armed had no time to cast protective charms before witnessing the two most boisterous individuals collapse to the ground. After casting the protective spell on those around him, Field raised his wand and bellowed, "Who are you looking for?" "The head boy," Adonis replied, a smile playing on his lips as he observed Field. Upon entering the common room with Neville, they had overheard the discussions, and he had stopped Neville, who was ready to confront them, and swiftly cast a petrification spell. For this group, it was the most effective method, was it not? "Malfoy, how bold of you to attack fellow students in the common room. Do you wish to be expelled from Slytherin?" "The head boy is jesting. How could I attack fellow students? I was merely assisting them in training their reflexes, lest they find themselves in mortal peril one day. What do you think?" He approached Ruby Churchill and pinched her chin. Ruby Churchill glared at Adonis with a face full of fury and hatred. Adonis was certain that if she were able to move, she might have cast the killing curse upon him. Field appeared to be amused by the situation. "Then allow me to assist you as well," with a shattering blow. Adonis raised his wand, donning protective armor, and uttered the incantation, "All weapons, petrify." 3 spells were cast in rapid succession, and before Field could comprehend the situation, he collapsed to the ground. Adonis approached Field step by step, and those surrounding them felt an abrupt drop in temperature, shivering as if caught in an icy grip. He drew a dagger from his pocket and made a delicate incision across Field's face, blood cascading down in crimson rivulets. "Chief, allow me to assist you," he remarked with a hint of mockery. Field gazed in horror at the boy before him. According to the reports he had received, this boy had always been synonymous with elegance and beauty, never revealing such a menacing side. His father's words rang true. How could Malfoy possibly choose a fool as his heir? Adonis lifted his gaze towards the distant Zabini and nodded in acknowledgement. Zabini promptly understood the signal and, accompanied by a few individuals, closed the entrance gate. Gaul and Crabbe swiftly responded, collaborating to secure the door. Adonis beheld the performances of Gaul and Clark, and suddenly broke into a radiant smile. Look, where among the nobility can one find a figure robust in physique yet simple in mind?" Field, sprawled upon the ground, gazed at Adonis's grin and felt as though he were staring into the face of a demon. Adonis grasped Field's chin with his hand, rising to his feet as he addressed the remaining serpents. "All right, let us not squander any more time. Class is about to commence. I trust that your reflexes have significantly improved, have they not?" He then raised his wand towards the 2 grand doors, murmuring the incantation Amazon, Chelvins, a series of magical runes that had vanished over a millennium ago, which he had come across in a rare tome within the library. With this sequence of runes, it was impossible to exit unless his conditions were met, and no one from the outside could gain entry. "Yes, yes, yes," echoed a chorus of responses from those around him. Adonis clapped his hands, declaring, "Excellent. Now, one by one, swear to Merlin that what transpires here today shall remain a secret. Should anyone dare to utter a single word, I and my direct relatives shall meet an immediate demise, our souls utterly vanishing from existence." One by one, they complied, departing as soon as they completed their oaths. Should anyone fail to speak, he would suddenly raise his wand and cast the killing curse at the toad leaping upon the sofa. A flash of green light would ensue, and the toad would lie motionless. "I shall go first." The young wizards eagerly recited their vows, then fled the scene as if propelled by the wind. Some sought to take advantage of the chaos, yet alas, one such young wizard was repelled the moment he reached the entrance. With this cautionary tale in mind, the remaining young wizards dutifully uttered the incantation. Once all had departed, Zabini conscientiously recited his oath, and as soon as he finished, he sensed an invisible force binding him, rendering him incapable of speaking of today's events. Observing Zabini's commitment, the remaining individuals, Neville, Goyle, Crabbe, and others, followed suit, diligently completing their oaths. Adonis nodded in satisfaction. Reluctant to compel them to recite the oath, as it might strain their sentiments, This was the best course of action. With a slight smile, he continued, "All right, portraits. It is your turn now. You are all aware of the devastating power of the soul annihilation curse. Since you have remained here, you are, of course, bound by the limitations of Hogwarts." The portraits eagerly nodded, each swiftly delivering their oaths in turn, until the last portrait declared, "I am a Malfoy." "So what?" Adonis raised his wand and approached that portrait step by step. He wished to conceal his current appearance from Lucius and Narcissa, for in their presence he, Adonis, desired to remain a child, at least until the age of 16. Suddenly, the portrait erupted into laughter before finishing the oath and vanishing. He had a portrait in Lucius's study and was well aware of Lucius's concerns. A cowardly, compassionate Malfoy could not thrive in this era. It appeared that they had all misjudged the situation. Once the portraits had departed, he liberated the 3 petrified individuals, swearing them in. These 3 were genuinely terrified. They dared not resist any longer and promptly completed their oaths. "Field, from now on, you shall remain the chief. You understand my intent, correct?" Yes, I comprehend." Chief Field nodded rapidly. "Now, let us proceed to potions class." Chapter 37. The explosive little prince, having gathered everything, Adonis and his companions hurried towards the potions classroom. Should fortune not favor them, they would surely arrive late. Throughout their journey, Peeves trailed them like a specter, exclaiming, "Students are late! Students are late!" Adonis listened to the raucous shouts of the mischievous imps. Were it not for the fear of incurring the wrath of the Godfather, he would certainly ensure that this rowdy bunch understood the reason behind the blooming of flowers. Field, sensing the diminishing pressure around him, appeared to have made a significant decision. "Silence," he commanded, brandishing his wand and launching an attack on the impish creatures. Zabini, while jogging, glanced back at Field, who had paused to entangle the imps. He displayed a commendable awareness of the situation, demonstrating an understanding of when to advance and when to retreat. Adonis listened to Bryce's words, merely smiling without uttering a sound. It is no wonder that Field managed to triumph over Zabini. Fortunately, Adonis was not late. Just under a minute after he entered the classroom, Severus Snape walked in. Snape cast a glance at Adonis, who was seated in the front row, and remarked, "Ah, a rare visitor indeed. I did not expect to see Mr. Adonis Black Malfoy here." Adonis had long been aware that the Godfather would not easily relinquish his grip on him. Yet he was taken aback by the public humiliation he was subjected to. The Gryffindor Lions were utterly delighted to witness Snape confronting a Slytherin, particularly a Malfoy. And they erupted in laughter, each wearing a mischievous grin. Bertha gazed at her brother with deep concern. Ever since the incident with the crystal ball, she had not laid eyes on him, although she had learned from his letters that he had recovered. The truth of the matter was that hearing was not the same as seeing. Adonis touched his nose, rising awkwardly. "Professor, you jest. I merely took a stroll around St. Mungo's. I hardly merit your praise." At this, the laughter from Gryffindor ceased, for they were well aware of the context surrounding the matter. Indeed, they had no grounds for mirth. "Ah, the illustrious Mr. Malfoy, even the Order of Merlin pales in comparison to your accomplishments." As Adonis was about to speak, Harry Potter could no longer contain himself and stood up. "Professor Snape, do you believe we should have merely watched as Neville fell?" Snape cast a sidelong glance at Harry. The great savior was about to embark on yet another of his grand endeavors. In light of this, perhaps I ought to afford him some measure of respect, he mused. No sooner had he thought this than a chorus of laughter erupted from those eager to stir trouble. Harry's face turned a deep shade of purple in his vexation. And just as he was about to retort, Snape interrupted him. "Enough. Today we shall study the forgetfulness potion. Well, let us first consult someone." As Harry barely settled onto his stool, Snape called out, "Harry Potter, enlighten us on the effects of the forgetfulness potion." Adonis observed Harry's furious expression and was certain that his godfather was being deliberately provocative. "It will cause irreparable and permanent amnesia," Harry replied reluctantly. "Ah, look at that. Such a simple question. Do I really need your answer?" Snape sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Harry Potter. "Pansy Malfoy, you may respond." Pansy stood up and answered, "Very well. Take your seat. Now turn to page 183 of your textbooks and commence potion making according to the outlined steps. I do not wish to witness another imbecile blowing up their cauldron." With that, he shot a look at Neville Longbottom, bewildered by how someone like him could be sorted into Slytherin. As potion making commenced, Professor Snape stepped out to retrieve some supplies, and Pansy eagerly approached Adonis. Nearby, Ron nudged Harry's shoulder. "See, I told you Pansy Malfoy isn't a good person." The moment Malfoy returns, she rushes over. Harry glanced at Ron. Noting that she was his sister and currently a Gryffindor, Hermione shoved Ron aside, declaring, At least she is better than you, you ungrateful little man. Granger. Clarify, do you fancy Malfoy? If you're so brave, why not join Slytherin? Acting all high and mighty, who are you trying to impress? Ron shouted in indignation. The surrounding young wizards began to distance themselves slowly, aware that they could not contend with such formidable figures. Brother, are you well? I apologize for not visiting you for such an extended period. Adonis gently stroked Bertha's head, assuring her that his elder brother was fine now, and there was no need for concern. However, Adonis gestured for silence and leaned closer to Bertha's ear, whispering that he would wait for her outside the Gryffindor common room that evening, where they could discuss matters at length. For now, they must first complete the Godfather's task. As his elder brother had greatly offended the Godfather, Bertha nodded in response to Adonis's words, a hint of amusement sparkling in her eyes as she quietly promised to intercede on his behalf before swiftly returning to her place. No sooner had Bertha departed than Zabini sidled up to Adonis, inquiring whether he might accompany him to the Gryffindor girls' dormitory that night. Adonis patted his shoulder and, with an impassive expression, remarked, I shall inform Uncle Zabini about your circumstances at school. He then resumed slicing the daffodil roots. Navi, please wash that two-eared grass and hand it to me. Adonis was well aware of Navi's prowess. The moniker Little Prince of the Frying Pan was not bestowed without reason. Thus, he entrusted Navi with this crucial task, allowing him to lend a hand. All right, I shall finish washing it shortly, Navi replied as he worked. Zabini, observing Adonis, returned to his seat in despondency, pondering how to dissuade Adonis from this notion. The image of his father crossed his mind, sending a shiver down his spine. Navi handed the two-eared grass to Adonis and whispered, recently, your sister and Potter have been acting rather mysteriously. I wonder what they are up to? How do you know? Adonis inquired with curiosity, as Navi was no longer in Gryffindor and, logically, should not be privy to Harry Potter's movements. Navi, slightly embarrassed, replied, the day before you returned. I was out late and got lost in the corridor. I saw Harry and the others rushing out from the third floor's forbidden area, looking quite shaken. Adonis gazed at Nawe, marveling at the undeniable power of narrative, which had ultimately ensnared Nawe within its grasp. Curious about their endeavors, Nawe nodded in affirmation. Then tonight, you shall accompany me to seek out my sister, Adonis proposed. Filled with excitement, Nawe nodded vigorously, swiftly turning to toss the roots of daisies from the table into the cauldron. Suddenly, with a loud bang, Adonis hastily withdrew his wand to conjure a protective shield. Alas, it was too late. While he managed to evade much of the chaos, Nawe's hair was singed once more. Outside the door, Severus Snape, upon hearing the commotion, rushed into the classroom, only to be greeted by a rather chaotic scene. Mr. Longbottom, 100 repetitions of the potion formula. Mr. Malfoy, 50. Now, tidy up immediately. If you do not complete your potions before the end of class, you shall not return home. He had already reached the limits of his patience and resolved not to let this incident provoke his ire any further. Since the beginning of the term, only one class had escaped disaster, and that was solely due to its theoretical nature. Adonis cast a resigned glance at Neville, truly astonished by the chaos he had managed to create. After tidying up the materials, he instructed the flustered Neville, who was incessantly apologizing, to stand a bit farther from the cauldron and began to concoct the potion on his own. Undoubtedly, they became the last pair to complete the assignment, departing the potions classroom amidst Professor Snape's scornful remarks. Chapter 38, Encounters and Conversations. Adonis, I feel I have burdened you today. Perhaps next time you should partner with someone else, Neville suddenly remarked as they reached the entrance of the Slytherin common room. Adonis gazed at Navi beside him, questioning, what do you perceive me as? I do not wish for this. Navi regarded Adonis seriously and replied, if that is the case, then let us part ways. Adonis turned his attention towards the entrance of the public lounge in the distance and strode purposefully towards it. Upon hearing Adonis's acquiescence, Navi felt a wave of relief wash over him and hastened to catch up with Adonis. The password? He inquired. Pure blood, Adonis responded. As Adonis stepped through the door, the first-grade snakes in the lounge fell into a hushed silence. Observing this, the second-grade student, FIA, tugged at her companion Ruby's sleeve and inquired, what is going on with everyone? They look like mice caught in the presence of a cat. Ruby shook her head, replying, nothing much. Just curious to see the commotion that always surrounds Lombard. FIA cast a glance at Adonis and Lombard but refrained from probing further, though it was hard to believe Ruby's explanation. The uproar surrounding Lombard had been a recurring phenomenon, not a new occurrence. Such an immense stir could not simply materialize overnight. Adonis found the reactions of those around him exceedingly dull. He traversed the common lounge and proceeded directly to his dormitory. As soon as Field spotted Adonis approaching, he hurried over. "Chief, you have returned." "Field, that jest is rather tiresome. Please call me Adonis," he replied. Field nodded in understanding. "What brings you here?" As Adonis turned into the corridor, he noticed Field lingering outside his door. "I have come to apologize," he said, pausing briefly to glance at Navi. "You may enter and converse. I suddenly recall I must speak with Zabini. I shall return shortly." Adonis nodded. Once he and Field entered the room, Field continued. "Be cautious of Assis Carter. This matter has been orchestrated by him." "Thank you." Adonis observed that Field had no intention of departing and continued to inquire. "Is there anything else?" Field extended his hand and asked, "Shall we become friends?" Adonis gazed at Field and extended his hand for a brief clasp, affirming, "As long as you are willing." "Very well, then I shall refrain from disturbing your rest for now." After Adonis left the field of vision, he entered the bedroom and pondered for a considerable time. It was not until the sound of the door opening outside interrupted his thoughts that he finally exhaled. Why dwell on so much? It would be wiser to go meet Bertha first. As Adonis pushed open the door to the bedroom, he beheld Novice dozing on the sofa. He approached and gently tapped Novice on the shoulder to rouse him, and together they made their way to the Gryffindor common room. Outside the common room, Harry asked, "Must you insist on this?" He glanced at Pansy, who stood a short distance away, and resolutely nodded. "Ron, regardless of past events, the fact remains that Pansy saved you. Adonis and Draco were merely responding to your provocations. I do not wish for my friends to be unable to discern right from wrong." Ron, observing Harry's unwavering determination, could only acquiesce with a nod, for he truly did not wish to lose such a friend. He cast a sidelong glance at Pansy, conceding to himself, "Well, who could fault someone for coming to my aid?" As Adonis set foot in Gryffindor Tower, he could not help but acknowledge that. In contrast to the unique taste of Slytherin, he favored the openness and freedom of Gryffindor Tower. Perhaps it is precisely this environment that nurtures one brave warrior after another. At the entrance of the common room, he spotted Parvati, Hermione, and not far from them, Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. The moment Parvati saw her elder brother, she dashed over and enveloped him in a warm embrace. "Brother, I have truly missed you." As Adonis gazed at Parsha, he playfully pinched her nose, teasing her for her childishness despite her age. He was already acquainted with Neville. After Parsha exchanged greetings with Neville, she eagerly introduced Hermione to her brother. "This is Hermione Granger. I heard from her that you two met on the train. It is a pleasure to see you again, Adonis." "You were simply magnificent when you rescued Neville that day," Hermione exclaimed with enthusiasm. Had he not known the truth of that day, Adonis might have assumed it was Hermione who saved Neville. "Hello, Hermione. Parsha speaks very highly of your exceptional talent," Adonis remarked with a slight smile, feeling quite fond of the knowledgeable young lady. "Brother, please do not underestimate Hermione. She is truly remarkable," Parsha insisted. "Of course," Adonis replied, affectionately ruffling Parsha's hair. He could clearly sense that her demeanor had become much more vibrant than before, prompting him to reflect on the wondrous nature of Gryffindor. 11 years of Slytherin education seemed to pale in comparison to just 3 months here. Meanwhile, Harry approached with Ron in tow. "Hey, Adonis, it's great to see you." "Hello, Harry." Upon hearing his name again, Harry felt a surge of excitement. "Ron and I have come to apologize." "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have let what happened 10 years ago affect me. I just found it difficult to accept. I'm truly sorry." Before Adonis could respond, Harry pulled Ron forward. Ron shifted awkwardly, casting a glance at Adonis before finally managing to utter, "I'm sorry about what happened that day." Adonis gazed at Harry, whose expression was filled with hope. Harry Potter's previous behavior had aligned with Adonis's expectations. After all, it is difficult for anyone to harbor positive feelings towards the offspring of those potentially connected to their parents' demise. However, Harry's swift emotional adjustment was unexpectedly impressive. "I can understand, Harry." He then turned to Ron, stating, "I have already struck you." Upon hearing Adonis mention that incident, Ron felt a surge of indignation. Yet he refrained from any extreme reactions, his mood merely soured. "Bersha, what transpired on Christmas Day? Please recount it in detail." Bersha cast a glance at Hermione, her gaze reflecting her unease towards her brother. "Allow me to explain," Hermione interjected, recognizing Bersha's discomfort. "That day, feeling rather despondent, I retreated to the restroom. Bersha, noticing my prolonged absence, came to find me. Unfortunately, we were confronted by a troll. When Harry and Ron arrived, they managed to subdue the creature. Just as we were about to exit, for reasons unknown, the troll regained its footing. At that moment, its hand was poised above Ron's head, and Bersha cast a spell to divert the troll's attention, resulting in an injury to her arm. Hermione, are you suggesting that after you initially subdued the troll, the professors did not come? Indeed. Upon hearing Hermione's affirmative response, Adonis nodded, realizing that the crux of the matter lay in the timing. The absence of the professor allowed the hidden individuals the opportunity to wield the rampaging curse, suggesting that the caster was adept at employing silent spells. I heard Neville mention that you had ventured into the forbidden third floor recently, Adonis inquired of Pansy. Brother, what are you saying? The forbidden third floor? Impossible. How could we have gone there? Neville must have seen it wrong. With that, she tugged at Hermione's sleeve. Hermione, don't you agree? We've been in the library late every night. Hermione met Adonis's gaze and nodded. Indeed, we've been in the library until quite late. Feeling Adonis's penetrating stare, she feigned calmness. Echoing Pansy's words, Adonis turned to glance at his sister, Pasha, who sat beside Hermione. Once inseparable, it seemed that even she had begun to harbor her own little secrets. He found himself torn between feeling sorrow for Pasha's concealment and joy at her maturation, letting out a silent sigh. He gently brushed the stray strands of hair from her face. I hear that you and Harry have joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team and achieved a splendid victory. Indeed. She replied. You should have seen how we left Slytherin in disarray. Suddenly recalling something, Pasha glanced at her elder brother. Relieved to see no sign of discontent upon his face, and continued, it was Harry who caught the golden snitch, allowing us to claim victory. Adonis playfully tapped Bertha's forehead, exclaiming, am I truly such a miser? A victory is a victory. Why exhibit such humility? Bertha chuckled mischievously, engaging Adonis in a lively chatter that continued until Neville, leaning against the wall, succumbed to drowsiness. It was only then that Adonis interrupted, Bertha, it is quite late. Neville and I must take our leave. Once Adonis and Neville had departed, Harry turned to Bertha and said, you can confide in your brother. I wouldn't mind. Hermione nodded in agreement, adding, I share the same sentiment, while casting a glance at Ron. Observing Ron's reluctant demeanor, he could only nod in response, I suppose so. Seeing Ron's hesitant expression, Bertha's smile waned slightly as she replied, this is not your concern. I simply wish to keep my brother uninformed. I'm heading off to bed now. Farewell. As Hermione watched Bertha leave, she glanced at the two who were lost in thought, stating, let us leave it at that for now. Ron, she pondered. Why do you think Bertha is reluctant to share with Adonis? I recall their bond being exceptionally close. Two Malfoys, how would I know what they're contemplating? Come on. Stop overthinking. Hagrid has invited us to his hut. We should hurry back and get some rest. I'm utterly exhausted. Listening to Ron, Harry increasingly sensed that Ron was merely putting on a facade, as he clearly no longer harbored any disdain for Bertha. Very well, let us retire for the night. In the Slytherin common room, Neville entered and could no longer contain himself, realizing that Bertha had not been truthful. Adonis nodded indifferently and remarked, indeed. Observing Neville's hesitant expression, he added reassuringly, don't fret, Neville. Bertha knows her limits. I shall retire to my chambers now. Adonis closed the door and pulled the book titled The Development of Alchemy from the shelf, seeking the section that discussed the Philosopher's Stone. Ancient alchemy involved the creation of this remarkable substance, which possessed astonishing powers. The Philosopher's Stone had the ability to transmute any metal into pure gold and create an elixir of immortality, granting eternal life to those who consumed it. For centuries, numerous accounts of the Philosopher's Stone had emerged, but the only known existing stone belonged to the renowned alchemist and opera enthusiast, Mr. Niccolo. He celebrated his 665th birthday last year and now resides in seclusion in Devon with his wife, Perenelle, who is 658 years old. Philosopher's Stone. Philosopher's Stone, Adonis murmured to himself as he closed the book. He had initially hoped to find an entry point through Bertha to participate in the endeavor of protecting the Philosopher's Stone. However, it now seemed a formidable challenge. Yet, he was determined to find a way to acquire the stone. An object that could bestow immortality ignited his insatiable curiosity. The tranquil Hogwarts was enchanting and beautiful. Although winter had settled in, Adonis strolled beside the Black Lake, envisioning the vibrant scenes of spring. Having returned to Hogwarts a few days ago, he appreciated the castle and its surroundings more than ever. The school motto, Draco Dormiens Nunquam Titilandus, never tickle a sleeping dragon, often led him to ponder whether a dragon truly resided within Hogwarts. In contrast to Adonis's contemplative demeanor, Harry Potter and his friends were busier than ever. Since Harry discovered that Snape intended to steal the Philosopher's Stone and was thwarted by Quino, they had subconsciously kept a watchful eye on him. However, Quino proved to be far braver than they had imagined. They observed that Quino's complexion grew increasingly pale, and his physique became more gaunt, yet he remained resilient. Every time Harry, Bertha, Hermione, and Ron passed the third floor. They would listen intently for any signs of the basilisk's roar. Snape's irritable demeanor and escalating temper indicated that he had not acquired the Philosopher's Stone. The current atmosphere suggested that the stone remained safe. Snape had not succeeded in his quest. Harry, must I reiterate? Professor Snape could not possibly be attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. But look at Snape's leg. It is clearly bitten by the basilisk. Who else could it be? Bertha. Why do you have such unwavering faith in Snape? Hermione and Ron nodded in agreement. Bertha, all the signs point to Snape's intentions to steal the Philosopher's Stone. You cannot defend that old bat. Just because your brother isn't Slytherin does not mean all Slytherins are virtuous. Ron, be quiet. You mustn't speak ill of Professor Snape. His strictness is for your own benefit. As Ron prepared to retort, Hermione interrupted him. Enough. Bertha. We do not wish for any Hogwarts professor to be attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone, but we must rely on evidence. Very well. I shall find a means to gather evidence. I firmly believe Professor Snape is safeguarding the Philosopher's Stone. Okay. Let us hasten to the library for our studies. Today's assignments are still pending. The Philosopher's Stone is under the protection of numerous professors, and even if all else fails, there is Dumbledore. I must be losing my mind. Arguing with you all here. Upon hearing Hermione's words, Ron slapped his forehead. Hermione, you've had your fill. We've been reviewing for a week now. Please. There are still 9 weeks until finals. We have ample time to study. If you had completed your notes on magical herbs and fungi, I wouldn't need to rush you. She replied. Ron pointed at Hermione, momentarily speechless. Let us proceed to the library. If not for Hermione dragging us to study, we would not have uncovered Hagrid's little secret. Bertha was weary of their bickering. In the past, she would have found it maddening. She was unaware of when her patience had grown so substantial. As the four prepared to head to the library, Harry suddenly pointed ahead. Isn't that Adonis? What is he doing by the Black Lake on such a cold day? Bertha rolled her eyes. We are also by the Black Lake. Chapter 40. Astonishing speculations. Adonis, upon hearing footsteps behind him, turned to find Basha and her 3 companions. The trio had transformed into a quartet. What brings you here? He inquired. For he had overheard the gossip among the Slytherins that Hermione Granger and her associates had taken residence in the library in their quest for a perfect score of 100. Basha exchanged glances with the others before continuing. We were discussing matters pertaining to the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone? Adonis inquired, skillfully masking his bewilderment. He had no desire for Basha to perceive that he was already privy to the information regarding the stone. Basha glanced awkwardly at her elder brother, uncertain of how to commence her explanation. After all, during their last encounter, she had deftly evaded his questions. How could she now approach the subject? I shall take the lead, one of her companions offered, during our meeting in Gryffindor Tower. It was I who urged Basha to keep our visit to the third-floor corridor a secret from you. Adonis gazed at Harry Potter, prompting Harry to clarify his thoughts. He recounted in detail how, shortly after the commencement of the school year, they had inadvertently wandered into a forbidden chamber on the 3rd floor. Within this room lay a concealed trapdoor, guarded by a formidable 3-headed dog. From Hagrid, they learned that this creature was named Fluffy, tasked with the duty of safeguarding a mysterious object. However, Hagrid refrained from disclosing the nature of this guarded treasure. Subsequently, correlating this incident with the burglary of Gringotts Vault number 713 and other clues, they became convinced that the object concealed behind the trapdoor was the Philosopher's Stone, crafted by Nicholas Flamel. This revelation seemed quite fortuitous. After all, Hogwarts was reputed to be the safest place in Britain. And it was indeed wise of Nicholas to entrust the Philosopher's Stone to the care of Dumbledore. Adonis continued to feign ignorance. While it was undoubtedly prudent for Dumbledore to oversee the stone, Harry expressed his agitation regarding Snape's intentions to steal it. At this mention, Adonis's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Harry, one must be cautious with words. Professor Snape could not possibly aspire to thieve the stone. What did you witness? Adonis inquired. During Christmas, I received an invisibility cloak. With its aid, I observed Snape confronting Professor Quirrell in the corridor outside that very room, pinning him against the wall, while Fluffy had bitten his leg. In the ensuing months, Snape's temperament has deteriorated, and Quirrell's complexion has grown increasingly pallid. If Snape were not threatening him, would he truly be in such a state? Is this not sufficient evidence? Adonis observed Harry, whose expression was charged with emotion. He pondered whether Harry Potter would have turned out the same had James and Lily Potter still been alive. After all, as the backbone of the Order of the Phoenix, those 2 individuals were certainly not impulsive, reckless, or superficial thinkers. Otherwise, how could his godfather have plunged into the depths of danger and never returned? The majority of his godfather's actions were motivated by profound affection for Lily Evans, a sentiment that Adonis genuinely admired. Once Harry had regained his composure, he remarked that the current evidence merely indicated a connection between Professor Snape and Professor Quirrell to the Philosopher's Stone, not that Snape had stolen it. Yet, why had Quirrell appeared so haggard? Harry, you must understand that Professor Quirrell's relatives have all passed away. I am uncertain if he had a romantic partner, but it is certain that any such partner is not in England. So consider what threat Snape could pose to him. Could it be a threat to himself? If that were the case, as long as Quirrell was not guilty, why would he not seek Dumbledore's assistance? No wizard in Britain could possibly defeat the headmaster. What do you mean? Harry queried. How can you be so sure that Professor Quirrell has a partner who is not in England? Simply because I am a Malfoy, Adonis replied with unwavering certainty. Harry glanced at Ron, and only when Ron reluctantly nodded did he continue. Are you suggesting that Professor Quirrell intended to steal, and Snape intervened? Why not? Truly, you are a child favored by fate. Even if you are, not inherently adept at reasoning, you are quick to grasp the situation. But why? Hermione interjected, increasingly astonished. She had suspected that Snape was not the culprit, yet she could never have imagined it was the seemingly benign Quirrell. A glance at the equally stunned trio brought her some consolation. She was relieved to realize she was not alone in her shock. Then we must consult Quirrell, Adonis stated. How could I possibly know? He cast a sidelong glance at Hermione, bemused by the absurdity of the question. He was not Quirrell. What difference did it make to inquire of him? Even if he possessed knowledge, he could not divulge it, for how would he explain the myriad remaining questions? He had no desire to attract the attention of that cunning old fox, Dumbledore. It was far better to maintain a low profile as a handsome youth. After all, Lucius had initially bestowed upon him this name for that very reason. Adonis in Greek signifies handsome youth. Beside the distant Black Lake, Bersa carefully reflected, brother. I recall Father mentioning that Quirrell had been traveling in Albania prior to coming to Hogwarts. Yes, you are correct. Albania, I have read about it. It is a haven for wizarding adventurers, particularly for dark wizards, as it is largely unregulated. It is truly surprising that Professor Quirrell could survive there. Hermione remarked with a hint of admiration. Do not judge a book by its cover. Professor Quirrell is not as simple as he appears. Be cautious, everyone. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Brother, wait. Bersa called out to Adonis, who was turning to depart. What is it? Adonis asked, looking back at Bersa. It is dark. Adonis, upon hearing Bertha's words, hastily covered her mouth and gestured for silence. He was taken aback by his sister's sensitivity, her quick reaction catching him off guard. After all, even Lucius was reluctant to acknowledge the matter. Bertha, some things are best left unspoken. Names possess a certain magic. Bertha, observing her brother's serious demeanor, swallowed the remaining words. Hagrid has invited us to his hut tomorrow at 4:30. You should join us. I've already spoken to our second brother, and he has agreed. Very well, I shall see you tomorrow afternoon. On their way to the library, Harry constantly yearned to inquire about what Bertha had intended to say earlier, but she silenced him with a mere glance. As they neared the library, even Hermione and Ron could no longer restrain themselves. Ultimately, it was Ron who stopped Bertha, who was briskly walking ahead. Wait, what were you about to say just now? Bertha shot an irritated look at Ron, who awkwardly withdrew his hand. It concerns the one who left a scar on Harry. Harry was taken aback. What did you say? Are you referring to Voldemort? Do not utter that name. For individuals like him, names carry power. Would you like to alert him? Bertha interrupted Harry rather brusquely. But hasn't he already perished? Hermione asked incredulously. Who said he is dead? He merely vanished. Has anyone seen his corpse? You are all quite naive. Bertha, who are you calling naive? She retorted. Having said that, she quickly dashed towards the library, while Hermione's furious voice echoed behind her. Bertha, stop right there. Nearby, Harry observed his three friends, an unsettling feeling creeping over him, although he could not pinpoint the source. Never mind, he thought, even if it is Voldemort, there is no need for fear. After all, there is still Dumbledore. Chapter 41. Speaking the truth, the following afternoon, Adonis met with Harry, Draco, and the others beneath Gryffindor Tower, and together they proceeded towards Hagrid's hut. Bertha, Hagrid invited you, so why have you brought me and our elder brother along? This was Draco's first remark after their assembly, and frankly, he had no desire to visit the so-called Keeper of Keys abode, as he was merely a servant of Hogwarts. There is a little surprise for you, but I cannot disclose it just yet. What is there to conceal? Draco muttered under his breath, then called out louder, All right. I hope it is not a fright. Draco Malfoy, what did you say? Have the courage to repeat that. What did I say? Just looking up at the sky and glancing at the forbidden forest. I merely mentioned that we are nearing the edge of the forest. It would be wise to proceed with caution. Did you hear what I said? Must you always make such a fuss? You know very well that one can scare someone to death. Bertha, casting a sideways glance at Draco, felt an urge to give him a good smack. Why should he be favored merely because he was born a few minutes earlier? Harry, watching the dynamic between Draco and Bertha, felt a pang of envy. Since he had met the Malfoy siblings, he had always admired their bond. He pondered wistfully whether, had it not been for Voldemort, he might have had brothers of his own. Noticing Harry's peculiar mood, Ron patted him on the shoulder. Hey, mate, do you have any idea how bothersome it is to have so many older brothers? You are always stuck wearing their hand-me-downs, and if you had a sister. Listening to the banter among the three siblings while simultaneously hearing Ron and Harry's conversation, Hermione admired Ron's bluntness, which was strikingly apparent. If she were in Harry's position, she would find it difficult to maintain such a friendship. Moreover, Ron, for heaven's sake, open your eyes. Harry is on the verge of tears, can't you see? Harry, Ron, do you see the forbidden forest over there? I have heard there are unicorns within it. How wonderful would it be to encounter one at the edge? Unicorns? Indeed. Unicorns, those exquisite creatures resembling white horses, adorned with a spiraled horn upon their foreheads. Adult unicorns are silver white, while their young are golden yellow, embodying beauty and kindness. How splendid it would be to behold a living unicorn. Hermione gazed longingly at the distant forest. Harry, you wouldn't happen to be unaware of unicorns, would you? Ron remarked, surprised by Harry's astonished expression. Well, there goes the atmosphere I painstakingly created, Hermione thought exasperatedly, unsure how to respond. It was hardly surprising for someone like Harry, raised in the Muggle world and disinterested in reading, to be unaware of such creatures. As the topic of unicorns surfaced, Ron began to elaborate endlessly. In any case, Harry, you know, one of the things I most desire is to embrace a unicorn for a photograph, just to make Fred and George envious. As Adonis listened to Ron's heartfelt wishes, he couldn't help but interject. Ron, I fear you may not have that opportunity. How could that be? There will surely be an opportunity, Ron retorted defiantly upon hearing Adonis's words. Draco observed the indignant expression on Ron's face and remarked, Weasley, are you truly foolish or merely pretending? You just stated that unicorns are pure and beautiful creatures birthed from the tumultuous waves of the sea. Do you honestly believe you could earn their recognition? I've heard there are gender reassignment surgeries in the Muggle world. Perhaps you should consider that. It might just grant you a chance. With that, he erupted into laughter. Ron, infuriated, turned purple and pointed at Draco, struggling to articulate his thoughts. You, Malfoy, do you dare to duel me? Ron, you wish to duel me? Adonis inquired, a look of confusion on his face. What are you even talking about? You ought to reconsider. However, if you truly desire a duel, I certainly wouldn't refuse. I'm referring to Draco Malfoy. Ron felt tears welling up. What kind of people were these, finding amusement in bullying him? A duel, eh? Draco said leisurely. I would be quite interested. But as a Hufflepuff, I cherish peace and detest conflict. I would rather not face punishment from the house rules. What do you say we compete instead over who can make the tastiest donuts? At the mention of this, Draco's demeanor shifted to one of excitement. The most satisfying and most frustrating aspect of his time in Hufflepuff was that disputes were settled through culinary contests, a practice that had initially caused him considerable distress. As Adonis observed Draco's growing excitement, he found it somewhat unbearable. Draco, why not prepare a meal for father at home? I believe he would relish the opportunity to engage in a meaningful conversation about life with you. Upon hearing his brother's words, Draco promptly fell silent. Ron, amused by Draco's sudden defeat, chose not to pursue the matter further out of kindness. With everyone now quiet, Harry softly inquired of Hermione. Why mention the desire for gender reassignment surgery? Unicorns typically shun contact with humans. If such interaction is unavoidable, they would prefer witches over wizards. Oh, I see, Harry continued. If Ron were to undergo such a transformation, his chances of fulfilling his wishes would indeed increase. As soon as Harry finished speaking, he noticed Adonis and the others all staring at him, prompting him to ask, somewhat bewildered, why are you all looking at me? I am merely speaking the truth. As Adonis listened to Harry's earnest words, he could hardly contain himself. Observing Harry's bewildered expression, he burst into laughter, a smile dancing at the corners of his mouth. It was no surprise that he and Ron had become such close friends. Meanwhile, beside them, Pansy, Draco, and Hermione were doubled over in laughter, clutching their stomachs. Harry soon noticed that Ron's face had turned a deep shade of liver, and only then did he realize the gravity of his words. He fervently apologized to Ron, which considerably improved Ron's complexion. After this exchange, the bond among the group had inadvertently deepened, and with laughter and conversation, they made their way to Hagrid's hut. Adonis gazed at the small dwelling before him. No, to be precise, it could hardly be termed a house. It was, in essence, merely a humble shelter constructed from a few wooden planks. From the year 1942 to 1992. It is difficult to fathom how this half-giant had resided here for 50 long years. Hearing a commotion outside, Hagrid tidied up the interior and promptly opened the door. Just as he was about to utter some words, he caught sight of two platinum-haired figures and abruptly halted, his expression darkening slightly. What brings you two Malfoys here? Perhaps having become somewhat familiar with Pansy, Hagrid no longer regarded the Malfoys with the same disdain as before. Adonis smiled warmly at Hagrid, extending his hand in a friendly gesture. Greetings, Hagrid. It is a pleasure to meet you. I came uninvited upon hearing from Parvati that the dragon is about to hatch. Hagrid, taken aback by the noble's handshake, especially since he was the heir of Malfoy, awkwardly wiped his hands on his clothing before shaking Adonis's hand. Perhaps it was the mention of his beloved dragon that softened Hagrid's tone slightly. Welcome to you both. Draco, overhearing the conversation between his brother and Hagrid, immediately grasped the implication. A dragon? Are you saying there is a dragon egg here? My goodness, and it's about to hatch. This is simply astonishing. Hagrid, where did you acquire it? Take me to see it at once. Securing a dragon egg is no easy feat nowadays. Adonis observed Draco, who was gazing at Hagrid with palpable excitement, momentarily setting aside his previous disdain for him as a servant. It was impossible not to marvel at the bond between the young dragon and its kindred spirit. Such connections seemed to be preordained, beyond the influence of mere mortals. From the moment of Draco's birth, if one were to inquire about his greatest passion, the answer would unequivocally be dragons. Chapter 42. Nota upon hearing Draco's exclamations of wonder. Hagrid's face flushed with delight, his joy unmistakable. He urged them to come inside quickly. The quaint wooden cottage housed but a single room. Hanging from the ceiling were turkeys and pheasants, while a copper kettle simmered over a fire in the hearth. In one corner stood a large bed, adorned with patchwork quilts crafted from assorted scraps of fabric. Adonis immediately spotted the egg lying on the table, which was already marked by a deep crack. The egg trembled violently, emitting a series of sharp clicking sounds. He, along with Harry, shifted their chairs slightly forward to observe the miraculous process of the dragon hatching. Draco, even more engrossed, leaned over the table, holding his breath, his gaze fixated on the egg. Suddenly, a piercing scraping noise erupted as the shell shattered, revealing a small black dragon that wobbled its way out. Its appearance resembled a crumpled black umbrella. Its wings appeared disproportionately large compared to its slender, dark body. It had a large nose with white nostrils, bumpy horns protruding from its head, and orange-red eyes that bulged outward. It was undeniably ugly. Adonis found himself at a loss for words to adequately describe the Norwegian Ridgeback. Yet, to Hagrid and Draco, it seemed as if they had been enchanted. It's simply magnificent, Hagrid murmured, cradling the little dragon in one arm while tenderly stroking its forehead with the other. The dragon bit down on his finger, revealing its sharp teeth. My goodness, look. It recognizes me. It knows I'm its mother. Hagrid, may I hold it? Draco looked at Hagrid with hopeful eyes. The sight was too much for Adonis, who turned his head away in exasperation. Of course, Hagrid replied. Draco took the dragon into his arms, exclaiming, It's utterly adorable. Brother, can we? No, Adonis interrupted firmly. Regrettably, Draco stroked the dragon's head, only for it to sneeze, sending sparks from its nostrils that singed his robe. With a flourish, a stream of clear water flew from Adonis' wand, extinguishing the flames. Brother, the dragon will get cold if you wash it with water, Draco protested. Hagrid, Hermione interjected, How fast does a Norwegian Ridgeback grow? Quite rapidly, Hagrid responded. Then you should find a way to send it away. It's illegal to keep a dragon, Hermione expressed her concern. No, it's far too small, Hagrid said gently, gazing at the little dragon in Draco's embrace. I just thought of a splendid name. Let us call it Norbert, a dashing little fellow. Hagrid, are you joking? It's a female. Norberta would be more fitting. Hermione corrected him. Draco, you say it's a female? Hagrid scratched his head sheepishly. All right then, let us call her Norberta. Seeing Hagrid's excitement, Hermione refrained from insisting on sending Norberta away, yet she resolved to persuade Hagrid to part with the Norwegian Ridgeback during their next visit. In the ensuing hours, Draco and Hagrid devoted most of their time to discussing how to care for the dragon, while Harry subtly attempted to elicit information about the Philosopher's Stone from Hagrid. Unfortunately, Hagrid's lips were sealed, and he divulged no news whatsoever. Adonis glanced out at the sky and said, "Hagrid, it is time for us to depart." With reluctance, they led Draco away from there. Before leaving, Draco made a promise with Hagrid to visit Norbert daily. Over the next fortnight, Adonis learned from Pansy that the four of them, along with Draco, would visit Hagrid each day to observe the dragon. Hermione consistently urged Hagrid to part with the dragon. But alas, her efforts were in vain. Today, however, they decided to include him in their visit. "Hagrid, in just 2 weeks, look how much Norbert has grown. He is now 6 times his original size. You truly cannot keep him any longer," Hermione implored earnestly. Hagrid shook his head, insisting he is still too small. Releasing him would be akin to condemning him to death. Harry and the others watched helplessly as Hagrid stood firm. Pansy nudged Adonis and whispered, "Brother, why not give it a try? Hagrid, if you are discovered illegally keeping a dragon, you will face punishment, but Norbert will face execution." "You speak nonsense." Hagrid glared at Adonis, his eyes conveying that without a valid explanation, he would not easily forgive him. In other places, perhaps this would not matter, but here at Hogwarts, dragons are not innocuous creatures. Their capacity for harm poses a significant threat to young wizards. Moreover, do you wish to betray Headmaster Dumbledore's trust? He is quite docile. Hagrid murmured softly. After listening to Adonis's reasoning, he pondered for a long moment before conceding, "Very well, I agree to find him a new home. But it must be a good one." "Of course, my brother Charlie is studying dragons in Romania," Ron chimed in. Harry, recalling this, tugged at Ron's sleeve. "Yes. We could ask your brother Charlie to help care for Norbert, and once he is mature, we can release him back into the wild." Ron nodded and then turned to Hagrid. "What do you think of this idea?" Although Hagrid was reluctant to part with Norbert, he realized this was indeed the best solution. He had met Charlie before and knew him to be a fine young man, so entrusting Norbert to him would be a relief. Upon seeing Hagrid nod, Draco frowned. "But then I won't be able to see Norbert anymore." Adonis interjected, "The wild base in Romania has a small share owned by the Malfoys, if you wish to visit. You can contact me anytime. Furthermore, Ron, please write a letter to Charlie to arrange a time and place." The following week felt interminable for Harry and his friends, as they feared that Hagrid's dragon-keeping secret would be discovered. On Wednesday night, while the others had already retired for the night, only Harry, Hermione, and Pansy remained in the common room awaiting Ron's return. Ron had gone to help Hagrid feed Norbert. They had taken turns performing this task throughout the week. Draco wished to participate, but he lacked an invisibility cloak and could not venture out at night. As for Adonis, he had little interest in feeding the dragon. If not for Pansy and Draco, he would have had no reason to involve himself in this matter. As the clock struck midnight, the portrait hole swung open, and Ron emerged, shedding his invisibility cloak. "I was bitten by Norbert today. I doubt I will be able to write for a week. Such a ferocious dragon. Only Hagrid could consider him a pet. Ron, there aren't many days left like this. I believe Charlie's letter should be arriving soon," Pansy consoled, noticing Ron's injured hand. "Wait. There's Hedwig outside," Harry exclaimed, hurriedly letting her in. It must be Charlie's reply. As he took the letter from Hedwig, the four gathered around to read. "Dear Ron, how are you? Thank you for your letter. I am delighted to adopt the Norwegian Ridgeback, but transporting him here is quite complicated. I believe the best course of action is to send him to some friends of mine who will be visiting me next week. The challenge is that we must ensure no one sees them illegally transporting a dragon. Could you bring the Ridgeback to the highest tower at midnight on Saturday? They can meet you there and take the dragon away under the cover of darkness. Please reply promptly. Love, Charlie. What shall we do now? The invisibility cloak is only large enough to conceal Norbert and one person. It is impossible for one person to carry Norbert up to the highest tower. He is too heavy. Tomorrow, I will consult my brother. Perhaps he will have a solution." Harry, Ron, and Hermione nodded. For now, it was the only option available. Chapter 43, The Informant at the End of the Second-Floor Corridor, Pansy asked. "Aren't you going back to the common room with Harry and the others?" "Charlie has written to us." "That is splendid. You should follow his instructions. Charlie wants us to bring Norbert to the highest tower. But Harry's invisibility cloak only accommodates Norbert and one person. None of us can carry Norbert alone." After expressing her concern, Pansy looked at Adonis with hopeful eyes. "Brother, you are our only hope. To aid you in violating school rules? I am afraid not. This is a one-time exception. Only 2 people may accompany him." Upon hearing Adonis's agreement, Pansy rushed forward to give him a quick kiss. "This Saturday afternoon, at the usual time, we will meet at Hagrid's hut." With that, she turned and hurried towards Gryffindor Tower. Adonis observed the exhilaration radiating from Bertha and, with a shake of his head, turned back. Gryffindor, midnight. Once the others had succumbed to slumber, Bertha and her 3 companions convened in the common room to deliberate on the transfer of Noda. Adonis, has Bertha received your consent? Bertha nodded. My brother has agreed to take 2 individuals. My invisibility cloak can conceal 1, while Adonis can accommodate 2. Thus, 1 among us shall remain behind. Hermione cast a glance at Ron. Ron, I shall go. You must visit Madame Pomfrey tomorrow. Your wound has turned green and has lingered for a day too long. Observing Ron's nod, she continued, Bertha, how shall Adonis transport us? With the invisibility spell. Upon hearing the mention of his spell, Hermione's eyes brightened. Then Adonis can teach us, alleviating him of the burden. Ron, overhearing Hermione, could not suppress a chuckle, only to be met with sharp pain from his wound, exclaiming, Ouch, that hurts. Hermione, cease your jest. If everyone could master the invisibility spell, chaos would ensue in the wizarding world. As his pain echoed, he elaborated. The invisibility spell is akin to some enchantments at St. Mungo's. It is not something one can simply learn at will. Frankly, I find this magic rather superfluous. The revealing charm we shall learn in the future will suffice. Hermione, fixated on Ron, maintained her gaze until he felt unnerved enough to respond. Ron, I never imagined you possessed such knowledge. Flattered by her compliment, Ron replied, It's nothing extraordinary. Such content appears in the foundational texts for young wizards. I recall a tale of a wizard who, in his eagerness to practice the invisibility spell, inadvertently severed his own arm. At this thought, Ron turned to Bertha. Can you truly ascertain that Adonis is capable? He is but a first year, like us. We must not encounter any mishaps. Upon hearing Ron's words, Harry and Hermione exchanged worried glances. Noticing their hesitation, Bertha interjected, My brother is quite adept with the invisibility spell. If you remain uneasy, I shall accompany Harry. Who will use the cloak? Adept? Harry pondered this term. It means proficient. I have heard my brother use it so often that it has become second nature. Bertha observed Hermione's gaze wander. After a brief pause, Hermione finally met her eyes, stating, I trust you, and Adonis. They exchanged a smile. With Hermione's assurance, they were poised, waiting for Saturday. Early the next day, Ron visited Madame Pomfrey, only to be instructed to recuperate under her care for several days. Harry teased him, suggesting he could experience a preview of the holiday. Around 7 p.m. on Saturday, Adonis, Harry, Bertha, and Hermione arrived at Hagrid's hut as planned. Hagrid wiped the sweat from his brow and greeted them, dragging a wooden crate from behind him. This is the food I have prepared for Noda. We shall move it together tonight. Hagrid, what provisions have you prepared? Bertha inquired with curiosity. Adonis observed that, although Hagrid was conversing with them, his gaze remained fixated on Knot and the contents within its mouth, an unsettling premonition washing over him. Hundreds of deceased mice, Knot's favorite delicacy. Adonis stepped back a few paces, distancing himself from the wooden crate. Hagrid, Noda is a dragon. It's of no concern. Noda enjoys it. And I have also packed some brandy to sustain it throughout the journey, Hagrid replied in a somber tone. I even included its teddy bear to prevent it from feeling lonely. Hagrid, time is of the essence. We must depart. I understand, Adonis. You must take good care of it. Hagrid gently tucked Noda into the crate, whispering, Farewell, Noda. Mother shall not forget you. Adonis nodded at Harry, signaling to proceed as planned. Harry retrieved the invisibility cloak to cover the wooden box, subsequently slipping inside as well, leaving only his feet exposed to facilitate Hermione and Parsha in locating him. As Adonis brandished his wand under Hagrid's astonished gaze, he rendered Hermione and Basha invisible. Satisfied upon witnessing their disappearance, he too cast the invisibility charm upon himself. Thanks to the training he had undergone during his period of blindness, his hearing was far more acute than that of the average person. Listening intently to the breaths of Hermione and Basha, he closely followed in their wake, cautioning them to hold their breaths, for the invisibility charm did not silence their presence. Despite the presence of 4 individuals, uncertainty loomed over how they would transport the chest to the highest tower, especially with Adonis, who had steadfastly refused to touch the chest from the outset. They carried Noda up the marble steps of the entrance hall and traversed the pitch-black corridor, ascending layer upon layer. Although Adonis had led them through a shortcut, they were still quite fatigued. Nonetheless, it was a consolation that they finally reached the pinnacle before midnight. Upon noticing what appeared to be someone approaching from a distance, Adonis released the invisibility charm on all. The moment the charm was lifted, Basha shot him a fiery glare. If a gaze could inflict harm, it would certainly shield him from the biting cold wind atop the tower. Basha remained indifferent to Adonis until Charlie's friends arrived, previously unfazed. She now harbored a profound disdain for Adonis's fastidiousness. The fact that a boy allowed himself and Hermione to carry the chest while he leisurely trailed behind was simply intolerable. Although Hermione said nothing, her demeanor reflected her discontent with the situation. Adonis observed their demeanor and couldn't help but inwardly exclaim, "Only women and petty individuals are difficult to nurture." Externally, he dared not voice any grievances, as he was indeed at fault. Approximately 5 minutes later, four brooms suddenly descended from the shadows. Charlie's friends shared his temperament. They presented Adonis with the makeshift ropes they had fashioned, enabling them to suspend Noda among themselves. With a flurry of activity, they secured Noda safely to the ropes, and finally, bid farewell to each of them with a handshake. Adonis watched as Noda gradually receded into the distance, exhaling a sigh of relief alongside Harry and the others. The Norwegian Ridgeback had finally been dealt with. They quietly descended the spiral staircase, initially believing their escape would be seamless. However, they were unexpectedly confronted by Filch, who was patrolling the area. Adonis swiftly cast the disillusionment charm on himself, Parvati, and Hermione, urging them to hold their breath and remain utterly silent. As Harry observed that they had all successfully concealed themselves, he prepared to drape the invisibility cloak over himself, only to realize he had left it atop the tower. Noticing Harry's flustered demeanor, Adonis hastily cast a spell for him. Fortunately, Filch remained oblivious to their presence. The four of them waited until he had departed before stealthily making their way towards the castle. Not far from the castle, they spotted Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall at the entrance, each holding a lantern and scanning the surroundings. Upon witnessing this scene, Adonis felt a foreboding sense that they had been discovered. Indeed, Professor Snape seemed to sense an approaching presence and moved with urgency. Adonis observed the incantation soaring towards him and discreetly tucked his wand into his sleeve. At this juncture, any action would inevitably reveal his presence. Professor Snape truly embodied his reputation. Upon catching sight of the four figures materializing, Professor McGonagall clapped her hands, commending the commendable invisibility charm. Just as Harry intended to elucidate to the seemingly composed Professor McGonagall, he witnessed her expression shift dramatically. 4 students stood before her, 1 from Slytherin and 3 from Gryffindor, awaiting the consequences of their mischief under Filch's disciplinary measures. It was the dead of night, and they had ventured to the astronomy tower. Now, at 1 o'clock in the morning, an explanation was imperative. "Gryffindor students, follow me," she commanded. "Professor Snape, I shall leave the remainder of this matter in your capable hands." Adonis observed Harry and his companions trailing behind Professor McGonagall, their spirits evidently dampened, as they made their way back to the Gryffindor common room. He glanced up at Professor Snape's gloomy countenance and inquired, "Who is the godfather?" Without a word, Professor Snape turned and strode away, disregarding him entirely. Adonis felt that he would no longer respond to his own inquiries when he heard Professor Snape utter the name, Alpheus Field. Adonis clenched his fist within the confines of his sleeve, revealing that he was indeed a formidable character, capable of discerning their movements. Chapter 44. Obscure and Mysterious. From the moment Adonis learned that Field had ascended to the position of chief, he was aware that this was no ordinary individual. However, he was taken aback to discover that Field could track his whereabouts. Was it through information provided by others, or through his own investigations? As they approached the entrance to the lounge, Snape turned to him and said, "Adonis, I shall not inquire into the reasons, but exercise caution. I do not wish for today's events to recur. Rest assured, it will not happen again," Adonis replied solemnly, nodding his head. "Very well." Once Professor Snape had walked away, he passed through the statue and traversed the corridor back to his room, securely closing the door behind him. Adonis lay on his bed, his gaze fixed upon the ceiling. The tranquility of recent times had dulled his necessary vigilance. Regardless of how Field had come to know his movements, it was evident that he was being followed or observed. Rising from his bed, he seated himself upon the stool at his desk and withdrew a sheet of stationery, writing, "Dear Father, I hope this message finds you well. I have encountered a few minor troubles and would appreciate any information regarding the Field family, particularly records from the past 11 years. Please extend my regards to Mother. Yours affectionately, your son." The following morning, Adonis meticulously ensured that he was not being followed before arriving at the owl administration, where he tied a letter to the leg of the seemingly ordinary owl, Lance, entrusting it with the message for Lucius. Ever since the incident with the memory orb, he had increasingly perceived that the world was far more complex than he had previously imagined. The striking golden eagle, Hill, belonging to Ral and Draco, was indeed too conspicuous, which is why he relied on the unremarkable owl, Lance, as his sole messenger for correspondence with the outside world. At the entrance of the Slytherin common room, Neville intercepted Adonis, who was on his way back to retrieve his textbooks for class. Adonis, what transpired last night? This morning I overheard them saying that we lost 30 points because of you. For now, it would be best if you refrained from entering. Thank you for your concern. Neville, I regret to inform you that this matter extends beyond my own personal affairs, and thus I cannot divulge details. I will find a way to make up for the lost points. As he passed through the statue's entrance, he caught Neville's parting words, I will assist you. Upon entering the common room, Adonis was met with an unusual uproar, the typically tranquil space resembling a bustling marketplace. As Assis Carter approached him with an expression of displeasure, he remarked, Malfoy, I require an explanation. Indeed, Carter, today is quite lively. I was unaware that this place had transformed into the Gryffindor common room, Malfoy replied, a smile gracing his features, leaving Carter with the sensation of striking a fist against cotton. Why is this so? Surely you must know the reason, Carter pressed. Chairman, you truly have a sense of humor. How could you, the student council president, be unaware of the reason? As a mere first-year student, how could I possibly know? Adonis replied, unhurriedly. Malfoy, you. Adonis, observing the visibly flustered Carter, approached him and, lowering his voice, stated, Axis Carter, I do not require your incessant meddling. Without waiting for Carter's response, he lightly touched the ring on his left thumb and proceeded directly to the bedroom. In the subsequent week, Navi noted a remarkable transformation in Adonis, who abandoned his previously subdued demeanor in class and began to actively engage in discussions. Within less than a week, he had amassed 50 points for Slytherin. Adonis opened the package sent by Lucius in his bedroom and retrieved the reply. Dearness, both your mother and I are well. Upon receiving your letter, I took the liberty to gather information regarding the Field family. It is noteworthy that the Field family currently maintains a very close relationship with the Carter family. The information is enclosed within the package. My son, I wish you well from afar and hope all is going smoothly for you. With love, your father, Lucius. Adonis extracted the revealing potion and applied it to the smooth inner layer, causing a zipper to materialize swiftly. He retrieved the documents within and scrutinized them carefully. Indeed, as his father had mentioned, the Field family had nearly become a vassal of the Carter family. It was astonishing to realize how the Carter family had quietly ascended to such heights over the past decade. Upon reaching the final page, Adonis was captivated by a particular passage. From June to August of 1991, Chino had stayed at the Field residence for 2 months due to his close relationship with the current head of the Field family. Chino and the Fields. Voldemort and Chino. Did this imply that the Fields had also been in contact with Voldemort? Adonis carefully stored the documents away, locking them in a drawer. The question lingered. Was it Carter or Voldemort? Indeed, a perplexing dilemma. Nevertheless, it would not be long before the truth was unveiled. Rising from his chair, he drew back the curtains and gazed into the depths of the Hogwarts lake, which lay shrouded in silence and mystery, much like the castle itself, cloaked in a veil of mist that obscured its true nature. For over a millennium, Hogwarts has nurtured countless exceptional wizards, each leaving behind a myriad of secrets within the venerable walls of this ancient fortress. Adonis was unaware of how long he had stood there, lost in thought, until the sound of a knock at the door roused him from his reverie. Upon opening the door, he found Neville standing outside. Neville, what brings you here at such a late hour? I have gathered some information regarding tasks that Filch may assign you. I hope it proves useful, Neville replied, handing him a piece of paper. Adonis cast a glance at the paper that Neville had handed him. It contained merely standard penalties. However, it seemed to him that this time, the punishment meted out to Furk would not be so ordinary. If, indeed, Voldemort was orchestrating this affair, then the likelihood of being assigned labor in the Forbidden Forest would be quite substantial. He gazed at the earnest Neville, feeling a surge of gratitude within him. Neville, thank you. I will examine this thoroughly. I believe it will prove invaluable. Neville felt a wave of joy upon hearing Adonis's words. I'm delighted to assist you. I won't disturb your rest any longer. Until tomorrow. Until tomorrow. Adonis leaned against the closed door. This little chubby boy was originally meant to be in Gryffindor, where he could forge genuine friendships with the small lions and gradually transform into a true Gryffindor. Yet for reasons unknown, he found himself in the contentious realm of Slytherin. As long as Voldemort's presence loomed, the reputation of Slytherin would only deteriorate further, perceived by outsiders as a breeding ground for Death Eater apprentices. He pondered how long he would have to wear such a label. However, since he was here, he would strive to alter this perception, to reveal the true essence of Slytherin. On Sunday morning, an owl delivered a letter from Filch, summoning him to his hut for labor punishment at 6:15 that evening. When Adonis arrived at Filch's hut, he encountered Harry, Pansy, and Hermione, who were already present. "Adonis, we've dragged you into this mess," Harry said, seizing the first opportunity in a week to speak with him. Throughout the week, aside from their classes, he had found it nearly impossible to locate Adonis, even suspecting that Adonis was deliberately avoiding the four of them. "It's nothing. I willingly accepted this," Adonis mused silently, reflecting on who was truly burdening whom in this situation. Filch soon emerged, smirking slightly. "Ah, punctual indeed. The illustrious Potter, pure-blood Malfoy, and the ever-inquisitive Miss Granger. Today, fortune is on your side. Hagrid needs assistance, so you'll soon be free from my oversight. Follow me." Upon hearing he could aid Hagrid, Harry found a newfound significance in the labor, even feeling that Filch was not quite so intolerable after all. However, that fleeting amusement quickly faded. Chapter 45. The first encounter with Voldemort. Hagrid was surprised to see the individuals Filch had brought. "What brings you lot here in the dead of night?" "Filch, the responsibility is yours now," he declared before departing. Hagrid nodded, and once Filch had walked away, he inquired, "Is it because of Nott?" Harry affirmed with a nod. Adonis observed Hagrid's frustrated attempts to strike his own head and kindly offered words of comfort. "Hagrid, this matter cannot be attributed to Noda. It is our own carelessness." Upon hearing Adonis's explanation, Hagrid nodded vigorously, acknowledging, "You are right. This situation cannot be blamed on Noda." At this moment, Adonis was oblivious to the emotions that Harry and his companions were experiencing. However, he found Hagrid rather endearing, for regardless of right or wrong, he was wholeheartedly defending Norita. "Hagrid, what is our mission?" he inquired. "Recently, there have been numerous reports of unicorns disappearing and dying in the Forbidden Forest. Today, yet another unicorn has gone missing. We must locate it." "Hagrid, are you jesting? The four of us traipse into the Forbidden Forest in the dead of night. Is Filch attempting to end our lives?" Hermione gazed at Hagrid in disbelief, unable to fathom that such a task awaited them. Even Harry appeared utterly despondent as he looked at Hagrid. "Relax, I will accompany you," Hagrid assured them as he turned back to his hut to fetch Fong, the bloodhound. With a highly sensitive sense of smell, Fong would assist them in swiftly honing in on their target. "All right, let us follow him now." Adonis and his companions cautiously followed Hagrid as they ventured deeper into the Forbidden Forest. The night enveloped the woods in an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of their footsteps and the occasional call of Fong. Suddenly, a loud noise pierced the stillness, prompting Adonis to swiftly cast a shield charm for their protection. He remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings. Hagrid clutched his small red umbrella tightly, demanding, "Who goes there? Show yourself." After a prolonged period of observation, they saw no one and resumed their advance. The scene evoked memories for Adonis, reminiscent of his past missions where he and his comrades faced similar predicaments. At a fork in the path ahead, Fong sniffed the air intently, swaying from side to side. "Fong, which way, left or right?" Hagrid urged, holding onto Fong's collar to help him discern the direction. Fong reluctantly growled a few times before lying down, his head drooping. Hagrid, with a sigh, patted Fong's head. "It seems we have no choice but to split up." He glanced at the ever-composed Adonis. "We shall part ways. Adonis and Hermione, you take the left. I'll leave Fong in your care. Do not venture into the heart of the forest. He will guide you back safely. Harry and I will proceed to the right." Hagrid handed a flare to Hermione. "Should you encounter a unicorn or find yourselves in peril, use the flare to signal. I will come to your aid as swiftly as possible." Adonis nodded, casting a glance at Pansy, and decided to follow Hagrid, though he did not consider himself inferior to him. However, Hagrid was more familiar with the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid offered a reassuring glance to Adonis and Hermione before leading Pansy and Harry to the right. Since parting ways with Hagrid and the others, Adonis noticed that Hermione was growing increasingly anxious, her complexion paling and her legs trembling slightly. "Hermione, it is truly unfortunate that Ron could not join our expedition, otherwise he would be one step closer to his aspirations." As Hermione recalled Ron's explosive demeanor that afternoon, her spirits lightened somewhat. She struggled to maintain her composure, pondering why the unicorns had vanished. After all, the blood of a unicorn could sustain life, yet was it not said that drinking unicorn blood would incur a curse? As Adonis heard Hermione's words, he suddenly found her somewhat adorably foolish. For some, when life is at stake, would they still concern themselves with curses? Hermione remained silent for a long while, and they continued walking in quietude. However, Just as Hermione was about to speak, Adonis swiftly covered her mouth, signaling her to be silent. Yet, it was too late. Who goes there? Avada Kedavra. Be careful. Without a moment's hesitation, Adonis threw himself onto Hermione, and they rolled upon the ground, evading the green light until they collided with a thicket, finally coming to a halt. Adonis rolled onto his stomach, observing a figure in black robes lifting his head from the neck of a unicorn, a trace of silver blood lingering at the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, there were sparse, waist-high plants ahead to obscure the dark figure's line of sight. Quick, the signal flare. Hermione, startled, took a moment to respond as the hooded figure drew nearer, his face becoming increasingly discernible. Adonis recognized the flat features of the nearly lifeless Voldemort before him. Look, which of my friends awaits me? Time was running out. Adonis forcefully pushed Hermione aside, retrieving the flare from her pocket and swiftly igniting it. He then raised his wand towards Voldemort, casting Avada Kedavra. A beam of green light shot forth from his wand. He could not allow Voldemort to discover his identity. Absolutely not. A mocking laughter echoed from the other side as a killing curse was hurled back. The two green lights collided. From the moment Adonis seized the signal flare, Hermione had regained her composure. She gazed at Adonis's cold profile, an unspoken terror suddenly welling up within her. In less than 10 seconds, Adonis felt he could no longer endure. The magical energy required for the killing curse was still too much for him at that moment. Just as he was on the brink of collapse, a roar erupted nearby. Who dares to harm unicorns in the Forbidden Forest? Perhaps fearing exposure, Voldemort swiftly withdrew his magical energy and vanished from the scene. Adonis knelt upon the ground, watching as Voldemort departed, having narrowly escaped death. He was too feeble, unable to endure even half a minute. Rising to his feet, he assisted Hermione, who was equally fortunate to have survived, noticing her hesitation to speak. Adonis offered a gentle smile. Hermione, refrain from questioning or pondering. Return home tonight and rest well. All shall be forgotten. Although the Obliviate charm could resolve dilemmas, he firmly believed that, barring dire circumstances, those who experienced the truth had the right to know it. Before long, a centaur galloped towards them from the distance. Are you both unharmed? The centaur inquired with concern. Thank you for saving us, Adonis expressed earnestly. Had it not been for the centaur, he would have surely perished that night. The centaur gazed at Adonis' platinum hair, scrutinizing him for a moment. You are the eldest son of the Malfoy family. I am Adonis Black Malfoy, and this is Hermione Granger beside me. Once again, we are grateful for your assistance, Adonis replied to the centaur. I am Forenza, he said, lowering his body slightly. You must hurry and mount. The Forbidden Forest is not safe. I shall escort you to Hagrid. He had the audacity to allow two young wizards to wander alone within the Forbidden Forest. Upon hearing Forenza's words, Hermione prepared to climb onto his back. But Adonis stopped her. Forenza, thank you, but we shall follow closely. Both Hermione and I are capable of continuing on foot. Forenza nodded in agreement, not insisting further. Follow me, he instructed, leading the way to the right. Adonis cast a glance at Hermione beside him, recognizing her fatigue, compounded by the recent events. It was no wonder she was displeased that he did not allow Forenza to carry her. He leaned closer to Hermione and whispered conspiratorially. A tone meant solely for their ears. To ride upon the back of a centaur signifies subjugation. Hermione regarded Adonis with astonishment. She had never encountered such an assertion in her readings. Yet, given Adonis's declaration, she did not question its veracity and swiftly recalibrated her mindset. Not far from them, a few centaurs trailed, positioned at a distance that would keep them undetected by Adonis while still ensuring timely assistance if needed. Ronan, the boy, was indeed the reason for the second movement of the planets as foretold by the centaur. Another centaur nodded in agreement. Bane. The prophecy of the stars indicated that this young scion of the Malfoy family was the harbinger of chaos in the magical realm. Disorder was imminent. Chaos was upon them. Before long, Adonis and his companions encountered Hage, who had been located by the signal flare, along with Yaya, who had fled at the last moment. Suddenly, Adonis had a thought and leaned closer to Hermione, whispering in her ear, "Please do me a favor and refrain from mentioning the figure in the black cloak we encountered." Hermione cast a curious glance at Adonis before nodding in agreement. "I am relieved that you are safe," Hagrid expressed, gratitude evident in his tone. "Forenza, thank you for bringing them here." Forenza assured them that there was no need for concern, bid them farewell, and departed. After the centaur left, the group began their journey back. Due to Adonis's words, Hagrid inquired about what had transpired, to which Hermione simply replied that they had encountered a poor unicorn that had been drained of its blood, choosing not to elaborate on their harrowing experience. Adonis nodded in agreement upon hearing Hermione's explanation, which spared him considerable trouble. Lying in bed back at the castle, he could not help but exclaim, aside from the near brush with death, this evening had indeed been exhilarating. Chapter 46, A Trial. Although the events in the Forbidden Forest were perilous, they merely served as a diversion in Adonis's life. With the final exams approaching, he pondered how he might discreetly acquire the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone was a prize he was determined to obtain. Adonis found Harry, who was diligently studying in the library. "Harry, may I temporarily borrow your invisibility cloak?" he inquired, quickly adding, "I will return it to you as soon as possible." Grateful for the opportunity to assist Adonis, Harry readily agreed. "The cloak is in my room. I will fetch it for you shortly. No need to rush. You can send it to me via owl tonight." "All right." After discussing the cloak with Harry, he sought out Zabini and Blaise in the Slytherin common room. "Come with me for a moment." Adonis securely closed the door and then turned his gaze towards Zabby and Bryce. "Keep an eye on Field. He has already aligned himself with the Carter family." "Field." But he didn't. Bryce looked at Adonis, astonished. "That was merely a facade. This fellow is quite cunning, and he has a stake in my confinement. Rest assured, I comprehend the situation." Adonis retrieved a letter from the drawer and handed it to Zabini, instructing him to pass it on to his uncle, conveying that Malfoy would be acting in concert. After speaking, he gave Zabini's shoulder a reassuring pat. "Blaise, our plan may now commence. However, exercise caution. We must not allow Dumbledore to uncover our intentions, nor should we let Professor Snape be aware." Zabini nodded emphatically, assuring, "Do not worry, I shall take my leave now." "Indeed, proceed with utmost care." Adonis gazed at Zabini as he departed the chamber, leaning back in his chair to rest his eyes. Certain matters required prior preparation, otherwise, when the day arrived, one would be left with an earnest desire yet devoid of the means to act. That evening, he received the invisibility cloak brought by Hedwig. Truly, as one of the fabled Deathly Hallows, it felt as delicate as water and as light as air. Legend has it that this cloak allows even death itself to remain unseen. Its rightful owner, when adorned with it, could genuinely exist apart from the world. Had it not been for Dumbledore's fortunate borrowing of the Potter family's invisibility cloak for research, perhaps the Potters might have survived, relying on its concealment. Adonis carefully tucked away the invisibility cloak. With this garment, his plans could finally come to fruition. During the subsequent class on dark arts defense, he noticed that the pungent odor of garlic emanating from Chino was intensifying, suggesting that the efficacy of unicorn blood against Voldemort was waning, and the day of confrontation was drawing near. Chino stood at the podium, his pallid complexion casting doubt on his ability to remain upright. From beneath the desk, he retrieved a cage draped in black fabric. "Class, please turn to page 200. Today, we shall study our final topic, how to deal with the Nars. Can anyone provide an introduction to this magical creature?" Silence enveloped the classroom, with Slytherin students disdainfully refraining from participation and Gryffindor students neglecting to prepare their texts. Save for one hand raised high. Had it not been for the various events that transpired this term, Adonis might have considered Ravenclaw as a more suitable option for himself. Perhaps, in truth, the Sorting Hat had made the right choice after all. "Miss Granger, would you be so kind as to enlighten us about the Nars?" Hermione nodded and stood up. The Nars are social creatures primarily found in the forests of Albania. They exhibit a dichromatic appearance. Males are black, while females are white. In a normal state, their eyes are a dark brown, but they shift to a reddish brown when on the attack. Unlike larger predatory magical creatures that gain recognition within their packs through sheer size and ferocity, Nars rely on their nimble bodies, swift movements, and a pair of venomous, razor-sharp teeth to hunt and secure their sustenance. Excellent. 5 points to Gryffindor. It is also worth noting that Nars possess an endearing appearance, which often lulls wizards into a false sense of security. Their teeth are highly toxic. A bite can induce immediate temporary paralysis, with the duration varying depending on the victim's characteristics. If the wound is not properly treated within 6 hours, the victim may suffer permanent debilitation or worse, death. Now, let us observe this Nar, which I procured with great difficulty. Chino lifted the black cloth from the cage, revealing an adorable, fluffy white mouse before them. A collective gasp arose from the audience. Had they not been forewarned of the Nar's vicious nature? Even Adonis would have been compelled to concede that such a creature possessed an undeniable charm that might awaken maternal instincts in the girls. Now, let us witness its true form. Chino produced a piece of raw beef from his bag and deftly placed it through a small opening at the top of the cage. The moment the gnawer caught the scent, its true nature was revealed. It lunged at the meat, its shiny, sharp teeth tearing into the beef, and within moments, the entire piece was consumed. Chino once again covered the cage with the black cloth. The darkness will keep it calm. The most prudent approach to handle such a venomous creature is to first use the Petrificus totalis spell, then extract its fangs. Once deprived of its teeth, the gnawer loses its capacity to attack, rendering it manageable. Mr. Malfoy, do you have a more effective solution? Professor, I believe your strategy is the most reasonable. Adonis was uncertain of Chino's intentions, yet he answered the question sincerely. Chino approached him, looking intently into his eyes, and suddenly remarked, I know of another spell. One that is direct and efficient. What do you think? Professor, are you referring to the unforgivable curse? That would lead one to Azkaban. Adonis calmly replied, sensing that Voldemort's interest was piqued by the exchange. Precisely. Very well, take your seat. Chino returned to the podium. However, for first-year students, the Petrificus totalis spell may be too challenging. Hence, if you ever encounter a gnawer, there is but one thing to do. Run. Run with all your might. Chino clapped his hands. That concludes our lessons for the term. I wish you all success in your exams and a pleasant winter break. Miss Granger and Mr. Malfoy, please stay behind. The rest of you may leave. As Chino turned away, Adonis quickly exchanged a reassuring glance with Hermione. Adonis and Hermione, I heard from Hagrid that you encountered a deceased unicorn in the Forbidden Forest. What discoveries did you make? You know how fond I am of unicorns and would like to do something for them. It is unfathomable that someone would slay such a pure creature. Professor, when we arrived, we only found the lifeless unicorn and did not see the true culprit behind its demise. However, I did notice signs of a struggle. As Adonis spoke, Kinu's gaze remained fixed upon Hermione, hoping to discern some indication of unease. However, he regrettably found nothing amiss. Casting a glance at the bustling corridor, he remarked, Very well. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. I am more than willing to assist you. Adonis and Hermione nodded slightly and departed from the classroom side by side. After they had distanced themselves significantly from the defense against the dark arts classroom, Hermione glanced around, ensuring that no one could overhear their conversation before inquiring, was it Kino that night? Did you not already know? Speculation and reality are not the same. Is it possible that Kino is unaware of the curse? Since the beginning of the term, aside from perceiving Kino as somewhat timid, Hermione's overall impression of him had been rather favorable. She had been reluctant to admit that it was Kino who intended to steal the Philosopher's Stone. He is being controlled. Is there any way to rescue him? We could approach the headmaster and reveal the truth. Hermione grasped Adonis's hand, eager to flee. Adonis grasped Hermione. Hermione, he is willing. And he has been under control for far too long. Neither Dumbledore nor Merlin could save him. The headmaster has known the truth for quite some time. Otherwise, why do you think Professor Snape has been fixated on Quino? Hermione gazed at Adonis in astonishment. You mean the headmaster has known all along? Harry is still here. That individual seeks Harry's life, does he not? The headmaster is the greatest wizard. How could he allow Quino to remain at Hogwarts? Precisely because he is the greatest wizard. Keeping danger close is the safest course of action. As Hermione absorbed Adonis's words, her expression turned somewhat vacant, overwhelmed by the weight of the revelations. After a moment, she finally spoke. I must return now. Adonis gazed at Hermione's retreating figure, feeling a twinge of envy towards Harry, who had forged such a sincere friendship in less than a year. He hurried to catch up with Hermione, grasping her arm gently. Hermione, the person you wish to protect most is right here at Hogwarts. You need not worry. Hermione turned to Adonis, inquiring, Who is it? Adonis shook his head. Observing Adonis's demeanor, Hermione, somewhat irritated, remarked, Once again, you remain silent. I understand. Adonis observed Hermione's demeanor and found himself truly unable to speak. For Harry's sake, the words we had just exchanged must never reach his ears. Hermione shot Adonis a piercing glance, conveying her silent understanding. Chapter 47. Preparations. Adonis and Hermione proceeded towards the Hufflepuff common room. Nestled in the depths of the castle, the Hufflepuff common room resides on the basement level, adjacent to the kitchen of the house elves. Adonis searched diligently for the entrance, but to no avail. He could only hope for a stroke of luck to encounter a badger, either entering or exiting the common room. After what felt like an eternity, approximately half an hour later, he finally spotted a girl clad in Hufflepuff robes approaching his direction. Adonis swiftly approached the young woman and greeted her. "Hello, I have an important matter to discuss with Draco Malfoy. Would you kindly escort me to the common room?" The girl inquired, "Are you Adonis Black Malfoy?" "Indeed," he replied. The girl nodded and said, "Follow me, please." Adonis could never have imagined that the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room lay concealed among a multitude of large barrels in the corner of the kitchen corridor. The girl tapped rhythmically on the bottom lids of the two central barrels in the second row, following the cadence of Helga Hufflepuff. Subsequently, the lids rotated open, revealing an entrance tall enough for a person to pass through. They proceeded into the passageway, making their way toward the Hufflepuff common room. "We are the only house at Hogwarts that possesses a charm to repel intruders," the girl remarked as they walked. Upon hearing Adonis's comment, she proudly replied, "You are absolutely right. However, did you know that the Hufflepuff common room and dormitory have remained unseen by outsiders for over 1,000 years? Like badgers, we know how to conceal and protect ourselves." Adonis listened intently to the girl's words, his gaze scrutinizing her features. With a round face, a pair of sparkling large eyes, and cascading golden locks draped over her shoulders, she resembled a porcelain doll displayed in a shop window. Her voice, particularly soothing, captivated him. After conversing for so long, he realized he did not yet know her name. "Isabel Churchill. Is Ruby Churchill your sister?" Isabel glanced at Adonis and replied, "Yes, she is my cousin." Adonis found it hard to fathom that Isabel was actually the sister of that proud and arrogant Ruby. "Oh, I see. She is indeed a woman of considerable ambition," he remarked. Upon hearing Adonis's assessment, Isabel suddenly beamed at him. "Yes, it is ambition, isn't it?" Adonis gazed at the girl's radiant smile, feeling an overwhelming sense of ease wash over him, and he couldn't help but smile in return. "Well, we have arrived at the common lounge. Allow me to assist you in finding someone to escort you to Draco." Adonis nodded and gazed at Isabel as she gently roused a boy dozing on the sofa. "Jeff, could you do me a favor? This is Draco Malfoy's brother. Please escort him to Draco's room, if you would." Jack rubbed his eyes and replied, "No problem, don't worry. I will certainly take him to Draco's room. We happen to live next door." He rose from the sofa and approached Adonis. "Come on, I'll lead you to the room. You can call me Jack." "Hello, Jack. I'm Adonis Black Malfoy. You may refer to me as Adonis." After bidding farewell to Isabel, Adonis accompanied Jack to the boys' dormitory. "Adonis, do you have urgent business with Draco?" What a pity. Otherwise, I would have taken the opportunity to show you around our common lounge. Let me give you a brief description while we have the chance. Our lounge is infused with a subtle earthy fragrance, perpetually bathed in sunlight. Through the windows, one can behold the swaying dandelions and lush grass. Our headmaster frequently adopts intriguing standards to embellish our abode. Doesn't that sound wonderful? Adonis smiled and nodded, acknowledging that it was indeed quite splendid. However, might we expedite the process a bit? My matters are somewhat pressing. No issue, I shall continue. The director's specimens encompass a variety of flora. After traversing 3.5 corridors, he finally arrived at Draco's dormitory door. It wasn't long before he knocked, and Draco opened the door. "Brother, what brings you here?" Adonis gestured for Draco to wait a moment, then addressed the incessantly chattering Jack. "Thank you for bringing me here. Jack, I have a few matters to attend to. Let us converse another time." Jack gazed at him with regret, replying, "Very well, I welcome you to seek me out." After walking a short distance, he turned back and called out loudly, "Adonis, do remember to come find me." Jack's voice resonated so profoundly that several nearby dormitories, captivated by the commotion, opened their doors to investigate the source of the disturbance. Adonis cast a furtive glance at the people surrounding him, steeling himself as he nodded slightly. He then swiftly entered Draco's room and closed the door behind him. "Brother, why did you choose such a person to guide you? He is the most loquacious member of Hufflepuff, incessantly chattering 24 hours a day, and even that is insufficient for him. We can barely escape from him." Adonis gave a wry smile and said, "Let us not speak of him. Please assist me in finding a relatively secluded spot in Hufflepuff. I need to concoct a potion. Isabel is undoubtedly setting me up for a challenge. That is quite simple. Hufflepuff has provided each of us with a private little kitchen. Although it isn't spacious, it will certainly suffice for potion making." "Very well. I shall meet you at the library entrance at 3:30 in 3 days," Draco replied with a nod. "No problem." Adonis returned to his chamber and perused the compendium of 1,000 potions, seeking the recipe for the cooling elixir. He retrieved a sheet of parchment from the drawer and inscribed, "Dear Sia, kindly assist me in procuring the following ingredients: 100 grams of African tree snake skin, 500 grams of daffodil root, 2 drops of mermaid tears, 10 drops of leech essence, 2 strands of unicorn tail should you encounter any difficulties. Please do not hesitate to seek assistance from Father. It is imperative that the materials reach Hogwarts within 3 days. Adonis Black Malfoy entrusted the letter to Lance and retrieved the memory orb previously acquired from Lucius from the vault. Due to the unique reaction between the orb and himself, he had to enlist Lucius's assistance to place the orb within a transparent case. Over the past few months, despite poring over countless tomes, he could only speculate that this object was crafted through alchemy. However, its true purpose remained an enigma. All he could do was examine the orb daily, searching for any signs of change. Upon scrutinizing every facet of the orb, he found it as unaltered as before. With a sense of resignation, he returned it to its original place. The efficiency of Shiel was remarkable, as by the following evening, he received the materials brought by Lance. Adonis meticulously inspected the potions for any damage, and upon confirming their integrity, he stored the ingredients away and continued to practice the foundational ancient runes. To inscribe the runes with the desired functionality, he needed to master each character, ensuring accuracy in his writing. Referencing the runes in his tome, he painstakingly replicated them in his notebook, knowing that each line in the ancient runes bore immense significance. A minor mistake could lead to disastrous consequences. Having completed the final stroke, he observed the runes he had just inscribed vanish from the page, and with a heavy sigh, he acknowledged yet another failure. This marked the 30th failure of the evening. The 10th character had troubled him for several days, but it seemed that today would yield no different outcome. Perhaps it was time to seek a mentor. Navigating this journey alone proved exceedingly challenging. This notebook had been procured through a convoluted process, courtesy of Lucius, specifically designed as a tool for novices in the art of runes. Correctly inscribed runes would linger on the page for 24 hours before disappearing, while incorrect ones vanished immediately. On the 3rd day, as he approached the library's entrance, he encountered a hurried Hermione, who nearly collided with him. "I'm so sorry. It's quite all right. Adonis. Is that you? By the way, what is the 7th rule of the Werewolf Code of Conduct?" As Adonis was about to respond, he overheard Hermione muttering to herself. "I just remembered, werewolves must not, when signing labor contracts." Adonis gazed at Hermione as she walked away, lamenting that Ravenclaw had truly lost a gem. Chapter 48, Potions. As Adonis approached the library, he walked up to Draco's side and inquired, "Are all the preparations in order?" Draco, upon hearing Adonis's words, flashed a grin and replied, "Brother, do you still doubt my ability to handle matters?" Adonis chuckled as he patted Draco's head, teasing him to be more composed at such an age. "I am only 11, Draco retorted. The two brothers engaged in light-hearted banter as they made their way to Hufflepuff's private kitchenette. This compact space, approximately 6 square meters, was enveloped by magical runes on all sides. Above them hung a dimly lit antique chandelier, its worn cord raising concerns about the possibility of it suddenly plummeting and striking their heads. "How long has this little room existed?" "It has been here since the founding of Hogwarts." Adonis nodded, retrieving the required materials for the high-temperature cooling potion from his backpack. In addition to the components sent by Shia, he also had 200 grams of Gigi grass and 2 grams of dungstone. As soon as he took out the dungstone, its odor caused a tumultuous upheaval in Adonis's stomach, and he could not suppress the acidic bile rising in his throat. Fortunately, this sensation did not linger for long, as the foul smell dissipated into thin air. The shimmering magical glyphs on the wall informed him that it was all due to their influence. The wondrous glyphs further solidified his determination to master the art of magic inscriptions. Adonis placed the large pot prepared for him by Draco upon the stove, drawing forth his wand and pointing it towards the area beneath the stove, where flames blazed fiercely. Adonis gazed at the now stabilized flames and, following the steps outlined in the compendium of 1,000 potions, poured 1 liter of pristine water into the cauldron, patiently awaiting it to reach a boil. He retrieved 100 grams of African tree snake skin and, with a short knife, deftly removed its manifest wrinkles, placing it delicately upon a dish. Next, he sliced the daffodil root into thin pieces, following the meridian lines. Once the clear water began to boil, he first added 200 grams of bulrush and 2 grams of dungstone. As Adonis observed the bulrush softening according to the prescribed steps, he added 2 drops of mermaid's tears. Upon mingling with the bulrush, the liquid gradually transformed from a verdant hue to a deep indigo. He retrieved his pocket watch, and as the 5-minute mark approached, he meticulously introduced the leech's essence into the pot, 1 drop at a time, until 10 drops had been added. After 5 minutes, a sense of trepidation washed over Adonis as he gazed at the unchanged concoction, fearing he had failed. The successful elixir was anticipated to turn purple at the 7-minute juncture. Fortunately, although the color began to shift only at 6.5 minutes, by the 7th minute, it had indeed metamorphosed into a vibrant purple. Subsequently, he added 100 grams of African tree snake skin and 2 tails from a unicorn into the cauldron simultaneously. With a flick of his wand, he intensified the magical output directed at the flames, elevating the temperature to 200 degrees. Adonis observed the bubbling concoction, gradually reducing in volume until it coalesced into a mere 10 milliliters droplet. He carefully sealed it in a prepared glass vial and tucked it into his pocket. Draco, standing nearby, could not contain his curiosity and inquired, "What is this elixir?" "It is a high-temperature cooling potion," Adonis replied. "May I accompany you when you use it?" Adonis gazed into Draco's resolute eyes, suppressing the impulse within. "Draco, there are certain matters that I must face alone. I have my responsibilities, and you have yours." "What is my responsibility?" Draco inquired. "The responsibility of Malfoy," Adonis replied. "I understand." Draco nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." After Adonis departed, Draco gazed at the flames dancing beneath the hearth. A sense of helplessness and frustration washed over him once more. It was not only his father who recognized the stark differences between him and his brother. He himself had been stubbornly reluctant to acknowledge this truth. Despite being born merely half an hour apart, why had his brother always been the one to care for him, while he had never truly been able to assist? Even in the matter of procuring a potion, all he could do was help his brother find a location. He yearned for a bond with his brother akin to that of the Weasley twins, yet in this moment, he realized that perhaps the issue lay in their vast disparities, both in knowledge and ideology. What, then, is the true responsibility of a Malfoy? He once posed this question to his father, who replied that his duty was to protect his family. But what of his own responsibilities? Were they also to protect his family? Each member of his family surpassed him in prowess. Even Pansy required no safeguarding from him. Draco crouched in the corner, cradling his head in his hands, lost in a fog of confusion. As Adonis emerged from Hogsmeade, he did not return to Slytherin, but instead made his way to Gryffindor. He had arranged to meet Harry outside the Gryffindor Tower. "Adonis, you have arrived. Is there something you wish to discuss? It is quite chilly out here today." Adonis gazed at the smiling Harry, finding a certain foolishness in him, yet he admired that very foolishness. Over the course of a year at Hogwarts, Harry Potter was no longer the boy from Godric's Hollow who was perpetually bullied. He had come to appreciate the value of the invisibility cloak. However, he did not inquire about the reasons or when it would be returned, selflessly handing it over without hesitation. "Harry, I require a few strands of your hair for a particular purpose," Adonis said. Harry stared at Adonis and inquired, "Could you enlighten me as to what this purpose is?" Adonis shook his head, expressing his apologies. Harry gazed at Adonis and suddenly burst into laughter. "Adonis, do you know what I find most irksome about you?" "What?" Adonis inquired. "It's that enigmatic demeanor of yours. It's merely a few strands of hair. Why must you make such a grand affair of it? Do you not shed hair daily?" With that, he plucked several strands of hair from his own head and handed them directly to Adonis. Adonis took the hair from Harry's hand. Since Harry had already expressed his thoughts, he refrained from uttering any further words of gratitude. "Harry, you might want to remind Hermione not to be so anxious. The final exams are quite simple for her, far less daunting than she imagines." Upon hearing Adonis's words, Harry felt as though he had found his bearings. "You are absolutely right. All three of us have already tried to remind her, but it seems to have had little effect. Ron and I are nearly driven to madness by her." After a moment's contemplation, he continued, "Adonis, don't you think there is something amiss regarding the Philosopher's Stone?" "Indeed, there is something unsettling. However, as long as Dumbledore is at the school, there should be no cause for alarm. Moreover, if you wish to delve into this matter, it would be prudent to wait until after the final exams. What do you think?" "You have a valid point. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Adonis observed Harry as he departed, acutely aware that Harry had not taken his words to heart. Yet, this was to be expected, otherwise he would not be Harry Potter, the savior of the wizarding world. It was time to seek assistance from his godfather. In Snape's office, a dimly lit underground chamber, Lucius had repeatedly urged him to change his workspace. Not that altering its design was feasible. Lucius had known that from their student days, but even finding a slightly brighter room had proven unsuccessful. "What do you want from me?" Snape inquired, fixing his gaze upon the young man standing before him. "I require your assistance in brewing a polyjuice potion. Time is of the essence, and I cannot afford to brew it myself." What do you mean by time being short? Do not entertain any foolish thoughts. I will not assist you with this. Adonis gazed at Snape, whose demeanor was devoid of compassion. Godfather, you are well aware of my actions and the reasons behind them. I have already encountered him. I, along with Malfoy, have no retreat. Snape, taken aback by Adonis's words, sprang to his feet. Was it truly you that night? Upon witnessing Adonis nod, he sank back into his chair, staring at him in a daze. Is there truly no other choice left? Yes. Very well, I understand. Have you brought the ingredients for the polyjuice potion? Adonis nodded, stepping forward to hand the hair to his godfather, Harry Potter. Adonis understood that a significant part of his godfather's will to live hinged on protecting Lily's child. He could not conceal this truth. He glanced at Snape, who remained unresponsive, and reluctantly made his way towards the door. Just as it closed behind him, he heard Snape utter, "You are my godson." Adonis revealed a faint smile. After all, a godfather is indeed a godfather. Chapter 49. Snape's dark humor. As the examinations drew ever closer, Adonis distinctly sensed the surrounding young wizards succumbing to a state of agitation, each one appearing increasingly anxious. It was precisely this atmosphere that sparked a profound curiosity within him when he encountered Isabel from Hufflepuff. Observing her relaxed demeanor, he felt a surge of irritation at the memory of that day's events, which left him gritting his teeth in frustration. "Ah, we meet again, Isabel," he remarked. "Oh, it's you, Adonis. Everyone else is busy revising. How is it that you have the leisure to be idling by the lake?" she inquired, her embarrassment palpable as she recalled her own mischievous antics that had led to a lengthy tale involving Hufflepuff's notorious gossip, Jack, and Adonis. "And what brings you to the lake?" Adonis countered. "It is I who should be asking you, Mr. Adonis," she replied. Adonis scrutinized her with a discerning gaze and remarked, "You do not resemble a Hufflepuff." In those eyes, Isabel perceived a clarity that seemed to penetrate all, and she thought to herself, "This is my choice." A spark of inspiration ignited within her, prompting her to continue, "I did not expect Mr. Adonis to be so petty. Oh, that matter had slipped my mind until you mentioned it. Yet, you have yet to answer me. Why are you here boating?" Adonis inquired. "Why should my reason differ from yours?" The two exchanged glances and shared a smile. Then, "Miss Isabel, might I have the honor of accompanying you on this boating excursion?" Adonis asked, his eyes twinkling with delight. "Of course, let us go together," she replied. The sunlight bathed their figures, crafting a picturesque tableau. Upon returning to the lounge, Adonis beheld the examination schedule affixed to the notice board. Standard Spells Level 1, next Monday at 8 o'clock a.m., History of Magic, Tuesday at 3 o'clock p.m., Theory of Magic, Wednesday at 3 o'clock p.m., Introductory Transfiguration, Thursday at 8 o'clock a.m., Herbology, Thursday at 3 o'clock p.m., Potions, Friday at 8 o'clock a.m. Professor Snape kindly reminded, in case of an explosion, please exit the examination. Flying Class, Friday at 3 o'clock p.m., Defense Against the Dark Arts, Saturday at 8 o'clock a.m. All students are required to arrive punctually at their designated instructors' locations as per the schedule. Tardiness or absence in written examinations will be deemed unsatisfactory. The examination venue is the classroom. Please do not be late or absent. As Adonis returned to the dormitory, he observed Navi spinning in circles incessantly. "Navi, what troubles you?" Adonis inquired. "What should I do? What should I do?" Professor Snape declared that if the cauldron explodes, I will be disqualified from the examination. Grandmother will surely be heartbroken. Adonis gazed at the dizzying sight of Neville spinning incessantly and exclaimed, "Neville, do stop for a moment. The potions exam is a written test." Neville came to an abrupt halt and replied, "Adonis, you truly are an angel." Adonis nodded and directly entered the bedroom. Indeed, he was an angel, and the Godfather's prank had come to an untimely conclusion. On the first day of the examination week, Adonis arrived at Professor Bin's examination venue according to the schedule, where a crowd had gathered outside the classroom. He casually approached someone and inquired about the situation. 10 individuals enter for the exam at a time, and it won't be long before it's your turn, so there's no need to rush. Half an hour later, it was his turn along with 9 others. Professor Friviv stood on a stool, pointing towards the 10 lit candles on the table ahead. "Each of you will have one. Use the levitation spell to make it float above your heads and take a tour around the classroom." Adonis located the candle corresponding to his assigned number, while Yuji had meticulously levitated it with a spell, gradually guiding its direction and subtly altering its position, skillfully regulating the magical output until it finally hovered directly above his head. As he approached the one-third mark, a sudden shriek pierced the air. "My hair!" The unexpected exclamation startled him, causing the candle overhead to sway precariously, nearly causing it to plummet. "Clear as crystal. Task completion at 10. You may exit now," echoed Professor Flitwick's voice. The unfortunate child with singed hair exited the classroom with a look of regret, realizing that had it not been for the hilarity of the person in front of him, his own misfortune might have been averted. As Adonis turned halfway to face his fellow examinees, he too struggled to contain his laughter. Suppressing a wave of amusement, he completed the entire endeavor. Professor Flitwick observed the first-time achiever and gave a thumbs up, praising the exquisite levitation spell, which demonstrated impeccable precision and control. The following day's history of magic examination proved to be a breeze. The experiences from his previous life were etched into his very being. He glanced through the questions. 1. When did the first fairy rebellion occur? 2. What significant event transpired in the magical world 800 years ago? 19. When was Gringotts established? 20. When was Hogwarts founded? Adonis completed all the questions with remarkable speed. He was on his way to the Godfather to collect the meticulously prepared compound tincture. Adonis knocked on the door of Snape's office. "Come in," Snape replied, preparing potion ingredients. Upon recognizing his visitor, he instructed, "The items you seek are located in the 3rd row and 10th column of the innermost cabinet on the northern side. Once you have acquired them, please return to assist me." Adonis placed the compound potion into his pocket and approached Snape, observing the bizarre activities taking place in the pool of leeches with a troubled expression. "Professor," he said, "I haven't reviewed the exam material yet." "Is that so?" Snape replied. "I recall that the exam is scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. Surely, you can manage to review that amount in a single morning." "Professor, He hesitated. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream emanated from Snape's office, prompting passers-by to instinctively tread lightly and hasten their steps, overwhelmed by an unsettling sense of dread. At 10 o'clock that evening, Adonis exited Snape's office, glancing at his swollen hands with a wave of nausea. "Damn leeches," he cursed inwardly. On his way back to the dormitory, he contemplated countless strategies to combat the leeches, feeling that even the killing curse would not suffice to quell his frustration. Upon opening the dormitory door, Adonis was surprised to find Neville, who typically retired early, still awake at nearly 11 o'clock. It appeared he had been waiting specifically for Adonis. With his hands positioned behind his back, Adonis inquired, "Neville, why are you still up so late?" "I simply cannot retain the theories of magic," Neville replied. "Could you help me highlight the key points?" He nodded affirmatively. "Of course, I will focus on these topics. It will make my revision much easier." "Thank you." After a moment of hesitation, he continued, "Adonis, is your hand injured? Why do you keep it hidden behind your back? Would you like some ointment?" "I'm fine, thank you," Adonis replied. Neville nodded, refraining from further questioning. Having spent nearly a year in Slytherin, he had grasped the fundamental dynamics of their interactions. Mutual respect for privacy stood as a paramount principle in Slytherin friendships, and they seldom overstepped that boundary. Adonis returned to his chamber, retrieving the swelling reduction ointment, and fervently applied it to his hands, hoping that upon awakening the next morning, it would all be but a dream. Chapter 50. The conclusion and the commencement of examinations. Upon rising the following morning, Adonis gazed at his now unblemished hands, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. At last, he was ready to face the world. The afternoon's examination in the history of magic proved to be a mere formality for him, as Professor Binns had presented questions of little complexity, such as identifying the wizards responsible for the invention of the self-stirring cauldron. In the Transfiguration exam, Professor McGonagall tasked them with transforming a mouse into a snuff box. Adonis gazed at the mouse before him, beginning to envision the form of a snuff bottle in his mind, intricately shaping each line into a three-dimensional representation. Prior to casting the Transfiguration spell, it was essential to have a clear and precise model in one's mind. Without this, the outcome of the transformation would invariably fall short of expectations. Once he had fully conceptualized the snuff bottle, he drew his wand and swiftly performed the transfiguration. Instantly, the mouse transformed into a jade snuff bottle, crafted from Hittian white jade. Both in this life and the last, he had harbored a profound admiration for jade, with a particular fondness for Hittian white jade. On the lower left corner of the exterior, there was an image of a phoenix lazily resting atop a paulownia tree, while a young phoenix was depicted in the center left, learning to take flight. Professor McGonagall, having noticed someone completing the examination task, approached Adonis, picking up the exquisite snuff bottle from the table. It felt remarkably pleasant to the touch. What kind of jade is this? She inquired. Pythian white jade, Professor. An impeccable transfiguration. Might I be gifted this snuff bottle? Adonis nodded, acknowledging the honor of your approval. After Professor McGonagall expressed her gratitude, she gestured for him to take his leave. Professor, I have a question I wish to ask you. If a mouse transforms into a snuff box, does that snuff box possess life? Can the mouse revert to its original form? If so, would that not imply the creation of a new life? Would it still be the same as before? Adonis had long grappled with this conundrum, having perused numerous texts that stated the transformed object is identical to the original. For someone educated in the sciences, accepting that magical forces could alter the molecular structure to produce different substances was indeed challenging. The surrounding students gazed curiously at McGonagall, equally intrigued by Adonis's query. The professor regarded the boy before her. He was the first student to pose such a question. If at that moment Dumbledore had been teaching Transfiguration, he would have been the second student to inquire about this matter, the first being Tom Riddle. McGonagall shook her head, apologizing. I'm afraid I cannot provide an answer to that question. If you have the chance, you might consider asking the headmaster. He possesses great expertise in the field of transfiguration. Adonis nodded, acknowledging the situation. He harbored little hope. This quandary had confounded many before him. Did he truly intend to consult Dumbledore? In the ensuing 2 days, he navigated the examinations in herbology and potions with remarkable ease. To him, both Professor Sprout and Professor Snape appeared to be lenient in their assessments. Professor Sprout tasked them with detailing the distribution, characteristics, and functions of several common herbs, while Professor Snape required them to outline the brewing process of the forgetfulness potion. The flying lesson examination on Friday afternoon unfolded without incident. Yet Adonis could distinctly sense the tension emanating from Madame Hooch. It seemed the previous mishap had weighed heavily on this diligent instructor's mind. On Saturday morning, after completing the defense against the dark arts exam, Adonis observed the pallor on Chino's face and silently reassured him that it would soon be over. Just a couple more days. Indeed, around 2 o'clock on Sunday afternoon, Zabini hurriedly approached Adonis, exclaiming, "As you anticipated, our sources have informed us that Harry Potter and his companions have made their way to Hagrid's hut." Adonis rose from the sofa in the communal lounge, weary yet relieved, informing them that they could finally take a break this semester. Zabini intercepted Adonis, who was about to return to his bedroom for some belongings, asking, "Do you need my company?" Adonis gazed at Zabini, pondering the gravity of the situation. "I can manage alone," he asserted. He retrieved the compound decoction and the high-temperature cooling potion from his bedroom, tucking them into his pocket before donning his invisibility cloak. Taking a shortcut, he arrived at the entrance to the Forbidden Zone on the 3rd floor, quietly awaiting the arrival of Harry and his companions. Approximately an hour later, he discerned footsteps approaching, 5 individuals in total. 4 were easily identifiable: Harry Potter, Parvati, Hermione, and Ron. But who could the 5th be? It was no surprise that Hagrid had procured a dragon egg. It was all orchestrated by Quirrell. With Dumbledore away from the school, this presented a perfect opportunity. "We must hurry," Harry urged as they ran. "Parvati, aren't you going to call him brother?" Draco inquired. "If you're afraid, you shouldn't have asked me to bring you along." Hearing Parvati's silence, he knew precisely who they were about to confront. Was recklessness truly a form of bravery? Audini sighed internally upon hearing Draco's voice. Pansy, having entered Gryffindor, found herself inextricably bound to that house, while his own position rendered him unable to withdraw. Nevertheless, he endeavored to keep Draco from becoming embroiled in the matter, yet the latter's fervor proved overwhelming. Observing as Harry and the others quietly entered, Audini stealthily followed suit, remaining in the shadows to witness Ron picking up the abandoned harp from the ground. He played a dissonant melody, lulling the great dog into slumber. Once they had all leapt through the secret entrance, the sound of Ron's scream echoed in the air. Adonis waited until their voices faded into the distance before taking action. He gazed at the dog, on the verge of awakening, picked up the harp that Ron had discarded, and lulled the creature back into slumber before vaulting down the trapdoor. Just as he was about to plunge into the devil's snare, he murmured, "Let the sunlight shine." His wand emitted a brilliant, warm light, causing the branches that were poised to ensnare him to retract and retreat. After passing through the devil's snare, Adonis glanced back at the singed branches above, remnants of Harry and his friend's efforts. This was likely the most challenging task a first-year student could face. Mrs. Sprout certainly put in considerable effort. "Wait, do you hear something behind us?" Ron observed Hermione, who had suddenly fallen silent. "Don't joke. Who else would come to this wretched place?" "Is that you, Adonis?" Hermione called out tentatively, And Adonis had to concede to Dumbledore's keen insight. He had chosen an impressive strategist for Harry. Hermione, who are you calling? Adonis was nowhere to be seen. Hermione regarded his foolish expression, then turned her attention to the other three, who were deep in thought, choosing to disregard Ron. Harry surveyed their surroundings intently, knowing well that his invisibility cloak lay with Adonis. He secretly hoped it was indeed Adonis, as that would afford him a greater sense of security. Among his peers, he felt the most admiration and distance from Adonis. Harry's words prompted nods of agreement from the other four, each gripping their wands tightly in preparation for any unforeseen circumstances. Ahead of them lay a door with 2 keyholes and a flurry of flying keys. Persephone, there are 2 flying broomsticks propped against the wall. Let us each take one and seek out 2 ancient keys. Persephone nodded, and she and Harry each mounted a broomstick, navigating through the multitude of keys. Almost simultaneously, they seized a key that had lost a wing. They then lowered their flying height and leaped down, exclaiming in unison, "This is the one." Inserting the key into the lock, the heavy door creaked open slowly, allowing them to pass through and continue their journey forward. As Adonis swiftly followed Harry, taking advantage of the key still constrained within the lock, he felt an unsettling sense that he had overlooked something significant the moment the grand door closed behind him. Chapter 51. The intrigue within an intrigue. A colossal chessboard loomed before them. Must we complete this game in order to proceed? No sooner had Draco uttered these words than the armored knights nodded in acknowledgement, and the pieces on the board began to shift. Once the movement ceased, 2 chariots, 2 bishops, and 2 knights had vacated their positions on the black side nearest to them. With 5 individuals in 6 positions, how could they possibly play? Had the chessboard made an error? Adonis gazed intently at the chessboard before him, suddenly aware of the point he had long overlooked. He brushed his hand against the invisibility cloak draped over him, realizing that the newly arrived Harry Potter would undoubtedly draw the keen attention of Dumbledore. It was clear that Dumbledore was aware of his borrowing the cloak. Ultimately, he had made a critical miscalculation. Hermione turned her head and called out loudly behind her, "Adonis, are you not coming out yet?" Adonis sighed resignedly as he removed his invisibility cloak. "Hermione, your intuition is truly remarkable." Hermione blushed faintly at the compliment. She had merely sensed something amiss, yet her suspicion proved correct. "Adonis, would you care to take on this chess match?" Harry inquired, glancing at him. "Let Ron handle it. He excels in this field." Ron stared at Adonis in surprise, but the latter merely smiled without offering further explanation. Finding Adonis unresponsive, Ron turned his attention back to the chessboard, pondering his next move. After roughly a quarter of an hour, he declared, "I'll take a knight." "And who else?" "I will." Draco interjected swiftly. Ron nodded, gesturing toward the remaining 4 positions. "In that case, the rest of you may choose among these 4 as you please." Adonis and Harry chose the chariot, leaving the bishop to Hermione and Pansy. The rules of chess dictate that the white pieces move first. Ron pointed at the opposing white pieces, exclaiming, "Look, their white pawns have advanced 2 squares, commanding the black pieces." Ron directed their movements while Adonis and the others listened intently. Harry watched helplessly as the side soldiers fell to the white knight's blade, their forms dragged off the board, lifeless and face down. He felt an unsettling tremor in his legs, pondering the consequences of defeat. A glance at the impassive Adonis to his left filled him with a profound sense of dread. At last, the moment had arrived. "Draco, and I will block that knight." "You all go for the king," Ron urged, his gaze fixed on the 2 knights opposite them, his fist clenched in an effort to quell his fear. Observing Draco move in sync with him, Ron found the Slytherin less insufferable than before. "No, I cannot agree to this. Absolutely not," Pansy exclaimed vehemently. Ron turned his eyes to Adonis, hoping he would interject. "Since we have made our decision, what is there to hesitate about?" Draco stepped forward, and the white knight lunged at him. It struck Draco's head with its stone arm, dragging him off the board. After Draco fell, Ron retaliated, toppling the knight that had attacked him, only to meet the same fate, being pulled off the board as well. Hermione and Pansy screamed and rushed to check on the 2, but as they took a step forward, they heard Adonis's cold voice command, "Stop." Pansy stood there in disbelief. "He is your brother. He is your brother. He has merely been knocked unconscious." "Harry, go after the king," Adonis urged. Harry, still reeling from the shock of Ron and Draco's defeat, could hardly comprehend. "What did you say?" Adonis gazed at Harry, taking 3 steps forward. Harry followed suit, advancing 3 steps as well. The White King removed his crown from atop his head and cast it to the ground with a forceful gesture. One by one, the white pieces dispersed, clearing a path for them. Harry, realizing the situation belatedly, remarked, "Have we emerged victorious?" As Adonis pushed open the door and entered the room, a musty odor permeated the air, infiltrating his nostrils. Not far ahead lay the dismembered corpse of a monstrous creature, suppressing the churn of his stomach. He addressed the three companions behind him, stating that Kino had resolved the situation for them. Observing Bursa's irate demeanor, he shook his head, opting not to pursue the topic further, and stepped over the threshold. Unlike the previous heart-pounding scenes, this place exuded an unsettling silence, with only a solitary table adorned with 7 uniquely shaped bottles. At the very moment they all crossed the threshold, black flames erupted fiercely at the entrance, while a swirling mass of purple fire sealed off their escape route. Harry slapped his forehead, exclaiming that they were trapped. Adonis picked up the parchment concealed beneath the bottle, inscribed with the words, "Danger lies ahead, safety lies behind. Among us are 2 who can assist you. Consume them, one will guide you forward, and the other will return you to your original place. Both contain nettle wine. 3 are assassins, patiently awaiting their turn," in the style of the Godfather. Yet he lacked the inclination to continue reading. He handed the parchment to Hermione, the key to unraveling the dilemma, entrusted to you. Harry and Bessa leaned in beside Hermione to examine it. After reading, Harry was perplexed. He looked up to find Hermione and Bessa sharing a knowing smile, both simultaneously declaring, "You go ahead," followed by a hearty laugh. "Harry, this is not magic but logical reasoning. Many wizards overly pursue magic, neglecting the capacity for logical deduction, which is why they find themselves ensnared here. However, this poses no challenge for us." Hermione indicated the smallest vial. "This potion will aid us in traversing the black flames ahead." She then pointed to the round bottle furthest to the right. "That one will help us return." Harry gazed at the solitary vial remaining. "I shall drink the potion that propels me forward. You both return." Hermione and Bessa nodded, imbibing the elixir from the round bottle before passing it to Adonis. "You go ahead. I have some matters to discuss with Harry alone," Adonis said as he accepted the vial. Hermione nodded, urging the reluctant Bessa to step through the purple flames first. Adonis watched as they vanished into the flames, then turned to Harry. "I will follow you concealed by the invisibility cloak. Once you acquire the Philosopher's Stone, clench your right fist 3 times. I will retrieve it from you and find a way to extricate you. Remember, do not allow Quino to cast a spell on you." "Understood," Harry affirmed with a firm nod, raising the small vial to his lips and downing its contents before boldly stepping into the black fire. Adonis observed as Harry signaled him with a gesture of reassurance, then vanished into the flames. Adonis withdrew the compound potion from his pocket and inhaled deeply before consuming the entire concoction. Moments later, he felt the contraction and tension of every muscle in his body. The potion coursed through his veins, causing a transformation in every part of him, particularly his visage. He even sensed the fragmentation and reorganization of his cells. Once the peculiar sensation subsided, he gently tapped his wand, revealing a mirror. Observing another Harry Potter in the reflection, he nodded in satisfaction, donned the invisibility cloak, and consumed another vial of the high-temperature cooling potion before stepping into the black flames. Upon emerging through the fire, he found himself in a room significantly larger than before. Chino stood atop the staircase, bellowing at Harry, "Go to the mirror, retrieve the Philosopher's Stone, and bring it to me, quickly." Adonis gradually moved towards Harry, oblivious to the contorted expression on Chino's face. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the room. "Well, another Potter." Chapter 52, Life and Death. The ominous tone rendered Adonis frozen in place. It was not Chino's voice. He would rather believe that Voldemort was jesting than to accept the unsettling possibility that the invisibility cloak had indeed failed. Yet, the probing gaze from Harry assured him that the cloak was intact. The issue lay with Voldemort. "Well, it seems I am finally meeting my 2 little friends. Now, let me guess who the fortunate boy is." Adonis gazed at the serpentine visage on the back of Kino's head, apart from a pair of crimson eyes. He could discern no trace of humanity in that countenance. More troubling was the palpable sense of danger emanating from the current Voldemort, a sensation that surpassed even that harrowing encounter in the Forbidden Forest. His peripheral vision swept over Harry, who stood before the mirror, lost in thought about how to effectuate an escape. Suddenly, he noticed Harry's right hand clenching thrice. He had succeeded. Adonis strode briskly before Harry, shedding his invisibility cloak and discreetly tucking it into Harry's pocket, while subtly retrieving the Philosopher's Stone and concealing it within the hidden compartment of his sleeve. He then proclaimed loudly, "Ron, please take care of my cloak. I have no place to store it." Upon hearing Adonis call his name, Harry's eyes brimmed with anxiety as he watched Voldemort draw ever closer. In a trembling voice, he urged, "You go ahead, I insist." Voldemort, casting a derisive glance at Harry, laughed boisterously. So it is you, the one from the Forbidden Forest. Let the great Dark Lord witness how far you can go. Avada Kedavra. A beam of green light hurtled toward Harry. Adonis kicked the Elysian mirror aside, clearing the path before them, and then tackled Harry. The killing curse narrowly missed Adonis's hair, striking a stone lion behind them, which erupted in an instant. Both Adonis and Harry shielded their heads with their arms as countless fragments rained down upon their backs and arms. The violent impact left Adonis feeling as though his bones might shatter, and he quietly inquired if Harry could still move. Harry nodded with great difficulty, affirming, "I can." "Good," Adonis replied. "I will draw Voldemort's attention in a moment. You go summon reinforcements and be swift." Adonis pointed his wand at a nearby stone pedestal and cast a rapid transformation spell. Under the influence of magic, the pedestal swiftly morphed into a majestic green lion, which lunged at Voldemort with a thunderous roar. "Harry, now is your chance, flee." Harry heard as he noticed Voldemort mockingly observing the approaching lion and his own escape. With deliberate slowness, Voldemort drew his wand and uttered, "Transformation." The formidable lion succumbed in less than a second, transforming into a colossal python that was 10 times its original size, aiming to sink its fangs into Harry's neck. As Harry turned, he caught sight of the serpent's gleaming venomous fangs, perilously close to severing his throat. He raised his wand and recited a spell he had only heard once before, Inferno. Fortunately, he succeeded. A spark erupted from the tip of his wand, igniting the python's skin. The serpent writhed in agony, emitting guttural roars as it struggled to escape the searing pain. Seizing this moment, Harry evaded the snake's attack and swiftly leaped into the flames, vanishing from the room. Adonis concealed himself in the shadows, peering through the narrow crevice between the enchanted mirror and the wall, observing Voldemort's frenzied display of wand-waving in response to Harry's escape. A barrage of spells erupted from the wand, striking the surroundings with a cacophony of shattering sounds that resonated in his ears, while fragments of stone narrowly missed his head on several occasions. Come out this instant." Voldemort's hoarse voice echoed throughout the chamber. "Caw. Do not let Lord Voldemort seek you out. My master, I have spotted the boy. He is hiding in that corner," Chino obsequiously remarked, gesturing towards Adonis's hiding place. "I shall assist you in capturing him." "Fool, silence yourself." Adonis listened to the 2 distinct sounds emanating from a single strand of hair, and even amidst the dire circumstances, he found the situation remarkably absurd. A beam of green light shot towards him, so swift that he had no time to evade it. As he watched the hair fall to the ground, a wave of dread washed over him. He had narrowly escaped eternal slumber. In a furious rage, Voldemort hurled a barrage of unforgivable curses at Adonis. The colorful spells weaved through the gaps of his arms, legs, and hair, leaving him in a frantic struggle for survival. "Cease this, Voldemort. Do you not wish to know how I survived the killing curse? Do you not want to learn how I managed to defeat you?" Adonis shouted defiantly in Voldemort's direction. "Silence, you wretched insect. No one can vanquish me. No one." Voldemort's roar echoed throughout the room. As the onslaught finally ceased, Adonis felt a tiny sigh of relief. For the moment, he was safe, though he could not ascertain how long that would last. "Now, reveal yourself and explain how you evaded the killing curse." Adonis understood that he must venture out now, for otherwise he would lose even the opportunity to speak. He would never underestimate Voldemort's cruelty. Rising from the corner, he stood in the hall, locking eyes with Voldemort for the first time. He had long been perplexed by what had driven Tom Riddle to choose the path of soul division. He could not fathom that a descendant of Slytherin would be entirely ignorant of the consequences of such a choice. Was the allure of immortality truly so compelling? Regardless of his thoughts, Adonis spoke. "I did not evade the killing curse." He gestured to the scar upon his forehead, the mark of Avada, which, as Headmaster Dumbledore had said, could not be removed. He observed Voldemort's expression, which seemed to beckon him to continue, while his right hand clutched the Philosopher's Stone tightly within his sleeve. Had it not been for that wretched stone, he would not have found himself in such dire straits. He was no Harry Potter, who always seemed to escape peril as if by divine intervention. He suspected that once he finished his explanation, Voldemort would strike. Dumbledore had said that it was love that enabled him to resist the killing curse. Upon hearing Adonis's words, Voldemort erupted into a maniacal laughter, his thumb casually twirling his wand. "Ah, let me see if the love Dumbledore spoke of can save you once more." Avada Kedavra. Adonis gazed at the approaching Avada Kedavra, realizing that evasion was futile at such a close range. Even if he managed to dodge this curse, another would inevitably follow. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to act, regardless of the consequences. With his wand aimed at the oncoming spell, he intoned fervently, "Shadow Blade." All his magical energy was nearly exhausted as he uttered the incantation. A slender beam of black light erupted from his wand, colliding with the lethal curse. Simultaneously, a searing pain tore through his mind. He had no choice but to strike his head with his other hand to maintain his consciousness. Despite his efforts, the shadow blade began to falter. Weakened by the lack of magical support, Adonis gazed intently at the approaching Avada Kedavra, an inexplicable calm enveloping him, for death was no stranger to him. A brilliant crimson light, the flames of the phoenix, shielded him from peril ahead. The furious roar of Voldemort echoed through the air. Dumbledore, Harry, in a state of urgency, rushed to Adonis's side, supporting him with concern etched on his face. "Are you all right?" he inquired. "Get back, Harry, quickly," Adonis urged, attempting to push him away. Yet, his weakened body and the searing pain in his mind hindered his efforts, allowing Voldemort to escape through Harry's form, vanishing into the distance. Adonis observed Harry lying motionless on the ground and hurriedly crawled over to him, gently patting Harry's face, urging him to awaken. Voldemort had siphoned off a portion of his life force, rendering Harry temporarily unconscious. However, he was not in grave danger. Adonis looked up at the benevolent and smiling Dumbledore standing before him and calmly inquired, "Why do you not intervene?" Dumbledore shook his head. "I cannot." He observed Adonis's increasingly pale visage, beaded with cold sweat, before bending down to lift the unconscious Harry, grasping Adonis's hand, to Madame Pomfrey's infirmary. Chapter 53. A peculiar letter. Dumbledore's Portkey spell exacerbated Adonis's already frail state, amplifying the drawbacks of the Portkey infinitely within him. What would typically induce a mere sense of distortion now felt akin to a journey of dismemberment. When they finally found themselves on solid ground again, they stood before Madame Pomfrey. "Pomfrey, please attend to these two children," she said, accepting Harry Potter from Dumbledore's hands and laying him gently upon a single bed. She meticulously examined him with her instruments and solemnly addressed Dumbledore. "Headmaster, what exactly have you subjected him to? He is in a state of profound unconsciousness. I must remind you, this is Hogwarts, not your Order of the Phoenix. Lily and James are Pomfrey. He merely undertook a minor trial. There is no danger to his life. You know there are certain responsibilities he must bear. Is there any way to assist him in regaining consciousness?" Madame Pomfrey shook her head, refraining from attempting to dissuade Dumbledore. She moved to a shelf laden with potions, retrieved a vial containing a blue liquid, and handed it to Dumbledore. "Administer this to him. He should awaken in about an hour." Adonis sat in the examination room, observing as Dumbledore pried open Harry's mouth, forcefully administering the potion, sending a shiver down his spine. At that moment, Madame Pomfrey approached him, producing her standard medical instruments to conduct a thorough examination. She incessantly muttered, "Why can't you little wizards behave yourselves? One day there's a problem here, the next day something aches there." Removing her stethoscope, Pomfrey fixed a serious gaze upon Adonis, inquiring, "Last time it was a surge of magical energy, and now it has been completely depleted. Even your mental fortitude has suffered. What on earth have you done?" Adonis shook his head in silence. Pomfrey observed his demeanor and chose not to press further, merely leaning closer to whisper in his ear, "It is unacceptable for a Slytherin to be unable to safeguard oneself." Adonis nodded bitterly, lying on the bed with his eyes closed, enveloped in silence. He was uncertain as to what had driven him to the brink of madness in pursuit of the magical stone, yet he felt an inexplicable calling resonating within him. He grasped the stone within his sleeve, hoping it might offer some guidance, but all he received in return was a faint chill that coursed through his hand. "How is Adonis faring?" Dumbledore inquired after administering the potion to Harry and ensuring he was comfortably settled on the bed. "Nothing serious, but he will need to rest quietly here for a few days," replied Pomfrey, handing Adonis a vial of potion. "Drink this," she instructed, gesturing towards the cabinet beside his bed. "There are 5 vials similar to the one you hold. Consume one every hour." Adonis nodded and consumed the potion in his hand, finding it not as unpleasant as anticipated, with a hint of sweetness. Upon witnessing Adonis's obedient demeanor, Pomfrey's expression softened considerably. He then turned to Dumbledore, who had been standing nearby, and urged him to conclude any remaining inquiries swiftly, as they required rest, before turning to depart. Dumbledore gazed at Adonis, who lay with his eyes closed on the bed, and remarked, "You are unlike any Malfoy. You possess greater wisdom and kindness." "No, you are mistaken," Adonis replied, opening his eyes to meet Dumbledore's gaze. "Malfoys have always been the same. Do not hasten to deny. Time will reveal all truths." "You are correct. Time will indeed prove everything," Adonis acknowledged, clutching the Philosopher's Stone concealed within his sleeve, uncertain if Dumbledore would inquire about its whereabouts. "Dumbledore, with his perceptive eyes that seemed to see into the very souls of others, smiled and assured him that which belongs to you cannot be taken away by anyone. Adonis gazed at Dumbledore's departing figure, his eyes shimmering with a brilliant light, a reflection of his own essence. He understood that Dumbledore spoke of the Philosopher's Stone, pondering its capabilities beyond mere immortality. The intrigue deepened. The potion administered by Madame Pomfrey began to take effect, a gentle coolness gradually enveloping his mind, alleviating the throbbing pain that had plagued him. Before long, he succumbed to slumber. The following morning, Adonis was roused by the clinical voice of Harry. "Adonis, how do you fare? Are you injured?" Adonis shook his head under Harry's concerned gaze. "I am well." Just as Harry prepared to inquire further, the ward's door swung open. Pansy, Draco, Hermione, Ron, and Neville entered. Pansy nearly trotted to Adonis's bedside. "Brother, how are you? Madame Pomfrey kept us at bay last night." "I was beside myself with worry." Adonis reached out to gently pat Pansy's head. "I am fine. No need for concern. Merely a bit fatigued." Adonis regarded Draco with a look of disbelief, and with a hint of exasperation, he remarked, "There is truly nothing to worry about. Madame Pomfrey's potion works wonders." "Little dragon, does your neck still ache?" "Not at all. It is merely a minor injury." Adonis observed Draco, who seemed eager to praise him, and waved him closer. Whispering in his ear, "Malfoy takes pride in you." Draco gazed earnestly at his elder brother and quietly inquired, "And what about you?" "I, of course, feel the same." "Neville, thank you for visiting me." Neville shook his head, then vigorously nodded. "We are friends. The year-end feast is in 3 days. Will you be able to attend?" "Certainly." Satisfied with Adonis's affirmative response, Neville nodded in approval. On the eve of the year-end feast, Adonis received a letter sealed in a green envelope, which filled him with curiosity. Noticing the unfamiliar owl, he instinctively fed it out of courtesy. Upon opening the envelope, he found the following written within. "Dear Mr. Adonis Black Malfoy, please ensure your presence on July 1st at 10, Devonshire Street. I have significant matters to discuss with you. You are welcome to bring an adult wizard for company. Yours faithfully, Nico LeMay." Chapter 54. The Snakehead Fish and the School of Small Fish. Adonis shook the letter in his hand, pondering its significance. How intriguing that Nicholas Flamel wishes to meet with him. He wondered whether this invitation was a personal one or if it bore the weight of Dumbledore's intention. Adonis folded the letter into a triangular shape and tucked it into his pocket. He drew forth his wand from the cuff of his sleeve and gently tapped the envelope, igniting a spark of magic. Suddenly, a flicker of flame erupted from the cover, engulfing it in a fierce blaze that swiftly reduced it to a mound of ashes. As Hermione pushed open the door, she found Adonis staring intently at the small pile of ashes on the table, sunlight casting a diagonal glow across his face, rendering his expression enigmatic. "Congratulations, Adonis. I have heard that you achieved outstanding in all your subjects." Adonis turned his head to glance at Hermione and smiled faintly. "Thank you," he said. Hermione, feeling somewhat despondent, replied, "I received a mirror in my flying class, which is truly disappointing." Adonis refrained from commenting on Hermione's grievances, feeling that she was excessively preoccupied with her grades. Moreover, even if she received an A in flying class, she was still far ahead of her peers. "Hermione, grades should never be the ultimate goal of learning. Is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Hermione glanced at him, uncertain of how to begin. Observing her hesitation, Adonis chuckled and encouraged her to speak candidly. "Isn't Gryffindor known for its straightforwardness? Why do you seem so different now?" "Harry asked me to inquire about the whereabouts of the Philosopher's Stone." Adonis shook his head in response to Hermione's inquiry, remaining silent. "You do not know where the Philosopher's Stone is gone? How could that be possible?" Harry asked the headmaster. The headmaster replied that if there were to be another soul in this world aware of the whereabouts of the Philosopher's Stone, it would solely be you. Adonis gazed at Hermione, her face a tapestry of disbelief and skepticism. Indeed, Dumbledore was the greatest white wizard of this century, with a mere utterance. He had cast their experiences from 2 days prior into the depths of the Pacific. Having contemplated this notion, his tone grew icy as he mused. "If Dumbledore himself is unaware, do you truly believe I possess such knowledge? You overestimate my capabilities." Yet, Adonis interrupted Hermione with a smile, stating that he was ready to be discharged and would continue their conversation another time. After gathering his belongings, he proceeded to Madame Pomfrey's office to express his gratitude. He bowed slightly and said, "Madame Pomfrey, I am immensely grateful for your care over the past few days." Madame Pomfrey, lifting Adonis's spirits, remarked, "I see the shadow of your grandfather, Abraxas Malfoy, in you. You both share the same humility and courtesy." She then leaned closer to Adonis and whispered, "Of course, equally restless. Thank you for your kind words." My grandfather would surely be delighted to hear your thoughts about him, Adonis replied with a smile. The portrait he left behind once told me that you were the fairest of Slytherin in your day, and he had a secret admiration for you. Madame Pomfrey, perhaps reminiscing about her youthful days or amused by Adonis's flattery, softened her expression considerably. She playfully tapped his forehead and admonished, I certainly hope not to see you here again. Adonis offered an awkward smile, as you wished. By the time Adonis returned to the ward to collect his belongings, Hermione had already departed. He gazed through the window at her silhouette in the distance along the path. Although their conversation had been rather unpleasant, it did confirm his suspicion that Dumbledore was unaware of Nicholas Flamel's letter. He let out a scoff. It was often said that Nicholas Flamel and Dumbledore were close friends. Yet it now appeared that the friendship Dumbledore championed among Gryffindors had never been entirely candid. Adonis encountered Isabel Churchill not far from the Slytherin common room. It appeared she had been waiting for him. With a smile, he approached and jested, What a coincidence, Miss Churchill, we meet again. I wonder what brings you to Slytherin. Not a coincidence at all, Mr. Malfoy, she replied. I have been here specifically to wait for you. I heard a few days ago that Slytherin has produced a Gryffindor, and it seems that you are undoubtedly the one, the great hero. Upon hearing Isabel's words, Adonis's gaze turned icy. Is that so? I have yet to encounter such a notion, he retorted. Isabel, unfazed by the shift in Adonis's demeanor, appeared to possess an intrinsic understanding of his true nature. With a faint smile, she inquired, I heard you were injured. How are you faring now? Ah, Miss Isabel, how delightful to see you engaging in such childish inquiries. I shall take it as a sign of your concern for my well-being, Adonis replied, observing the slight blush on her cheeks. He smiled gently, assuring her, Rest assured. I am fully recovered. I have matters to attend to. I wish you the best of luck. Adonis gazed at the distant figure of Isabel, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. What an intriguing girl she was. At the entrance of the public lounge, Adonis spotted Alfred Field pacing back and forth. Adonis, please hold on a moment. I have matters to attend to. I am also occupied. Kindly step aside, Chief. Adonis brusquely pushed aside the arm that Field had placed in his path, speaking with an unmistakable lack of courtesy. As Adonis was about to step through the statue's gate, he heard Field's pleading voice imploring, I beg you, I beseech you. A smile played upon his lips as he thought, had I known this day would come, I would have acted differently. Follow me, he said. Adonis led him to a secluded corner deep within the corridor, where matters could be discussed in privacy. Field took a deep breath and said, Please accept my loyalty. Adonis smiled faintly, inquiring what manner of loyalty he wished for me to accept. By Merlin, I, Alfred Field, do solemnly swear loyalty to Adonis Black Malfoy with my life and soul. Should I betray this vow, let the entire Field family be consigned to oblivion, never to reincarnate. I beseech you to accept my fealty. Adonis gazed at Alfred Field, marveling inwardly, what a remarkable Alfred, what an illustrious Field family. Truly, they possess a grand spirit. I accept. As Adonis's voice faded, a golden chain and key materialized before them, soaring into the foreheads of Field and Adonis. He understood this signified the completion of the master-servant contract. From this moment forth, he could freely manipulate anyone with over 50% of the Field bloodline. The recent losses incurred by the Field family would be borne by Malfoy. Of course, this arrangement was clandestine. On the surface, you remained aligned with the Carter family. Rest assured, the Field family would become the most capable ally of the Carters. Excellent. I look forward to your performance. Adonis returned to the dormitory ahead of the others. He drew back the curtains of his bedroom, gazing out at the black lake. A snakehead fish opened its mouth and effortlessly devoured a school of nameless small fish, exhibiting such brutality and ruthlessness. And what about him? Had he also played the role of the snakehead fish today? But did he truly have other choices? When would the magical realm embrace genuine fairness and justice? Who could provide him with answers to these questions? Chapter 55. The man in the pool of blood and the end of the first year. Leave this place. Conserve your strength. Await the next individual to appear. This is the command. The young man clad in black observed the approaching figure in a dark robe and calmly declared, As you command. Once those behind him had retreated, the young man in black turned forward, a cold smile gracing his lips. Even in death, I shall not allow you to prevail. He aimed his wand at his own eyes, unleashing a surge of violet light. Blood dripped from his face, falling steadily to the ground. The pursuers in black robes, witnessing the scene before them, seemed to have lost their sanity, unleashing a flurry of spells upon the young man in black. After all the dark-robed figures had retreated, The young man collapsed into the pool of blood, seemingly gazing at something, his expression a blend of defiance and hope. Adonis abruptly sat up in bed, drenched in a cold sweat. Casting a glance at the clock on the wall, he noted that it was only 2 a.m. This marked the third consecutive night he had been awakened by the same harrowing nightmare. Each time he attempted to glimpse the visage of the figure in black, he was met only with a face obscured by a crimson veil of blood. Adonis carefully examined the magic stone he had retrieved from his sleeve pocket. "What is it that you wish to convey to me?" Rising from his seat, he drew back the curtains and gazed at the tranquil black lake in the early morning. His curiosity about the unknown was interwoven with an apprehensive fear of it. The images from his dream suggested they had transpired centuries ago. Was the true possessor of the magic stone indeed Nicholas Flamel? All of this remained shrouded in darkness, leaving him bereft of a rational explanation. When Adonis arrived at the Great Hall the following morning, it had been adorned in the emerald green and silver of Slytherin to celebrate their 7th consecutive victory in the House Cup. A massive banner depicting the Slytherin serpent hung behind the dais. The young wizards around him engaged in animated discussions on topics that piqued their interest, resulting in a cacophony that filled the hall. Before the feast commenced, Dumbledore stood at the podium, pressing his hands downward to quell the noise. Gradually, the clamor subsided. "Well, another term has passed. Before we indulge in this sumptuous feast, allow this old man to share a few words. First and foremost, congratulations on completing your studies for the academic year. It has been a remarkable year, and I trust your minds have been enriched. I wish you ample time during the upcoming summer break to reflect and prepare for the new term ahead. Now, as is customary, we shall begin the awarding ceremony for the House Cup. Here are the final scores. 4th place, Gryffindor, with 312 points. 3rd place, Hufflepuff, with 352 points. Ravenclaw, 426 points. And Slytherin, with 472 points. Adonis listened to the thunderous laughter and stomping emanating from the Slytherin table, silently sighing to himself, "Ah." They were bound to be disappointed in the end. Indeed, after a brief pause, Dumbledore continued, "However, several recent occurrences must also be taken into account. First, Mr. Ron Weasley has just won one of the most remarkable games of chess in many years at Hogwarts, and for this, I award Gryffindor House 50 points. Adonis gazed at the silent and reserved Slytherins juxtaposed with the exuberant Gryffindors, who seemed on the verge of lifting the roof in their jubilation. Clenching his fists tightly, he felt compelled to take action. As Dumbledore prepared to announce the second item, he rose and proclaimed loudly, "Headmaster, I must respectfully disagree with the points awarded to Ron Weasley." Dumbledore turned to Adonis with a smile, saying, "Adonis, if you have concerns, I invite you to my office for a detailed discussion. For now, let us complete the House Cup ceremony." Ron, upon hearing Adonis's words, felt his face flush with indignation. Just as he was about to stand up and engage in a spirited debate with Adonis, Hermione firmly restrained him. "Hermione, what do you mean?" Ron inquired, bewildered. In a hushed tone, audible only to herself and Ron, Hermione replied, "Ron, the school rules explicitly state that no faculty member may accept items from others that could pose a danger to students while in Hogwarts." Ron, incensed by Hermione's remarks, sat back down in frustration. Dumbledore turned to Snape and inquired, "Severus, is that correct?" Snape glanced at the students below, rose, and responded, "Indeed, Headmaster. That is a stipulated regulation." Receiving Snape's confirmation, Dumbledore looked kindly at Adonis and said, "Thank you for reminding this forgetful old man." Zabini, seated nearby, scoffed at Dumbledore's response, muttering, "Old fox." Field, observing Zabini's insolent demeanor, could not help but retort, "If you're so capable, why don't you speak up?" Adonis inclined his body slightly and said, "Headmaster, you are far too gracious. It is a privilege for Malfoy to offer his assistance." After this, he proceeded directly to his seat, awaiting Dumbledore's next course of action. Dumbledore cast a sidelong glance at Adonis before proclaiming loudly, "I hereby announce that the winner of this year's House Cup is Slytherin. Congratulations on their 7th consecutive triumph." Upon hearing the definitive outcome, the Slytherin spontaneously rose, bowing slightly in the direction of Adonis, and then erupted into fervent applause, celebrating their championship reign. Adonis gazed at the seemingly unnoticeable bow, a genuine smile blossoming within him. The honor of Slytherin could not be taken away by anyone. The following morning, as Adonis sat on the returning boat, he gazed at the distant Hogwarts castle, a smile gracing his face. "Brother, what are you looking at?" Pasha inquired. Observing his radiant expression, Adonis turned to look at Bertha and Draco, reminiscing about the amusing events of the past year. "Brother, do you have any idea how furious Ron was?" Is that so? What a pity. Adonis closed his eyes, unwilling to continue this conversation. Once the small boat reached the shore, they boarded the Hogwarts Express once more. In the Malfoy compartment, after Bertha had stowed her luggage, she addressed Adonis and Draco, saying, "I have made arrangements with Harry and the others. We shall meet at the platform." Adonis nodded as he watched Bertha depart, then turned to Draco and inquired, "Why not join your classmates in their merriment?" Draco shook his head and replied, "I prefer tranquility. It is far more comforting to remain alongside my elder brother." Adonis was amused by Draco's contradictory response. "Well then, why not share with me any intriguing experiences you've had this semester?" Upon hearing this, Draco finally smiled and began to excitedly recount the various marvelous and amusing encounters he had in Hufflepuff. "Wait a moment. You just mentioned that Hufflepuff has a wall that is impervious to various spells and even rebounds them?" "Indeed, it is quite fascinating. We all practice our spells on it." Adonis nodded in response and remarked, "Such an intriguing wall. Please take me to see it next semester." Draco inclined his head, continuing the previous conversation. The Hogwarts Express ultimately came to a halt at King's Cross Station on Platform 9. The trio of Adonis disembarked and, after a brief walk, spotted the Lucius couple waiting for them nearby. Home at last. Chapter 56. Home in Devonshire. Narcissa approached the three children with a warm smile, enveloping each of them in a hug as she said, "Welcome home, my dear children." Even Lucius, usually reserved, displayed a rare smile. "I hear you have had an extraordinary year," he remarked. Upon hearing her father's inquiry, Pansy maneuvered around Narcissa's side to wrap her arm around Lucius's. "Father, did you know? We encountered so many fascinating adventures." Lucius affectionately ruffled Pansy's hair as they walked. "Do tell me all about our little princess's wondrous journey once we are home." Seeing Lucius and the others approach, Sia opened the carriage door and said, "Sir, Madam, young masters and young lady, please board." Adonis gazed at Sia and inquired, "Sia, how have you been lately? Are you well?" "I am quite well, young master, so you need not worry," she replied. Upon hearing Sia's words, Adonis nodded slightly and followed Draco into the car. A golden Rolls-Royce gliding down the road invariably attracted the curious gazes of passers-by. Adonis observed the unusual delight radiating from Lucius and the incessant chatter of Pasha since they had boarded the vehicle, and he couldn't shake off a sense of unease. It wasn't until he heard Narcissa's words that the realization struck him. Draco was unusually quiet. In similar circumstances before, he had been as lively as Pasha. "Little dragon, have you been well during your year with Hufflepuff?" Draco, upon hearing his mother's inquiry, discreetly glanced at Lucius before nodding. "Quite well. They are very kind." "How could a bunch of foolish badgers not be kind?" "Lucius, what do you mean by that?" Narcissa questioned, her tone laced with curiosity. Lucius merely smiled at his wife's inquiry, remaining silent. His demeanor caused Draco, who had previously been merely reticent, to feel a rush of emotions, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Adonis grasped his brother's right hand, a unique gesture of comfort shared exclusively between him and Draco. Draco nodded, valiantly suppressing his tears. "Father, I visited Hufflepuff, and they are not as the outside world describes. They merely prefer to remain understated and refrain from displaying themselves." He continued, "I encountered the daughter of the Churchill family there. I suspect a Slytherin ventured there of their own accord." Lucius cast a glance at him and remarked, "Adonis, do not presume to be wise beyond your years. Sometimes it is more prudent to understand only the surface of matters." As Lucius's words hung in the air, the family fixed their gazes upon him, urging him to elaborate. "What reason do you have? Do you think the denizens of the magical world are fools? Since everyone speaks thus, you ought to listen and observe accordingly." Adonis attempted to further his argument, but was interrupted by Lucius. "Listen well. This is a sentiment I shall express but once. I would rather accept a Gryffindor than have a Hufflepuff as my daughter-in-law." "Father, what are you saying?" "Just know what I mean." Narcissa, listening intently to the exchange between father and son, gazed at Adonis with wide, sparkling eyes. "Adonis, do you have a little girlfriend? Do tell me." Narcissa's exclamation successfully diverted the attention of the young dragon. "Brother, what about you and Isabel?" Adonis cast a glance at Lucius, realizing that he still had much to learn in the art of diverting conversation. "No. Nis, do you no longer love your mother?" Adonis embraced Narcissa and, gazing intently into her eyes, earnestly declared, "Mother, it is truly not the case." Adonis, observing the fervent curiosity burning in their gazes, simply closed his eyes and reclined against the seat to rest. Upon returning home, he gathered his belongings and knocked on the door of Lucius's study. "Enter, father." I've received a letter from Nicholas Flamel requesting my presence tomorrow at number 10 in Devonshire. The item is in my possession. Yes. Lucius nodded. What do you intend to do? I'd like CIA to accompany me tomorrow. I don't trust anyone else. Very well. If there's nothing else, go speak with your mother. She's quite displeased that you haven't written to her privately in nearly a year. With these words, Lucius offered him a knowing smile. Adonis harbored a lingering unease within. And indeed, it awaited him here. He cast a beseeching glance at Lucius, silently pleading, Father, please assist me. Take good care of the little dragon. Adonis gazed at Lucius, whose eyes reflected a hint of despondency, and nodded solemnly, assuring him, I shall take good care of him. Lucius sighed, gesturing dismissively. You should return and rest for a while. I will speak with your mother. Upon exiting Lucius's study, Adonis knocked on Draco's door. It was not long before Draco opened it, welcoming him inside. Brother, what brings you here? Adonis gazed at Draco, clad in his pajamas, seemingly ready for slumber. Little dragon, there is something I wish to inquire of you. Draco, sensing the intensity of Adonis's gaze, felt a twinge of apprehension. What is it? Please, ask away. Why did you end up in Hufflepuff? At this question, Draco paused momentarily. Brother, that was the decision of the Sorting Hat. I have been quite troubled by it as well. From the moment he entered, Adonis had been keenly observant of the changes in his expression. How could he not sense that there was something amiss? Xiaolong, I have always placed my trust in you. Since you have said as much, I shall refrain from further inquiries. Please, take some time to rest. After uttering these words, he turned and departed. Draco stood rooted in place, grappling with his thoughts for a considerable time before calling out, Brother, wait. A fleeting smile flickered across Adonis's face as he turned to regard him. Draco remained silent for a considerable time before finally speaking, It is my own choice to join Hufflepuff. You mentioned that the Sorting Hat would honor our wishes. And the reason? Malfoy merely required a single word. Draco gazed steadfastly at Adonis. Adonis gazed at Draco's sudden smile and said, Little dragon, remember that you are my brother. Draco, looking at Adonis's grin, understood that his brother comprehended his feelings. Yes, you are my brother. As Adonis stepped out of the room, he tilted his head to gaze at the ceiling, resolute in his determination to protect this home, vowing never to allow anyone to harm them. As for Devonshire, whatever awaited him there, he held no fear. Young master, ahead lies Devonshire. Adonis gazed out the window and remarked, What a remarkable county. Shia smiled and replied, Indeed. Young master, it features a unique coastline divided into two parts, where the English Channel and the Bristol Channel converge with the Atlantic Ocean. Have you found the location? This is not a gathering place for wizards. Only a few wizards reside here in scattered numbers. Devonshire number 10 is situated not far from the Otter River near Huntington. A fine choice. As the Chinese saying goes, the small hermit hides in the wild, while the great hermit dwells in the city. Shia nodded in agreement with Adonis's words, recognizing the wisdom of the nation. Certainly, China's 5,000 years of culture is profound and enduring. Have you uncovered the specific birth date of Nicholas Flamel and when he arrived in England? Young master, Nicholas Flamel was born in France in 1330. His exact day and month remain unrecorded, and he arrived in England a century ago. Adonis reclined against the back of his wheelchair, closing his eyes. Dumbledore was born in 1881, while Nicholas Flamel arrived in England in 1891. What connections might exist between them? How did they forge a friendship that transcended age? It now appears that the Philosopher's Stone was intentionally placed at Hogwarts, rather than being entrusted to Dumbledore for safekeeping. Perhaps Dumbledore was merely an executor of its fate. In the 57th chapter, A Millennium of Waiting, the Rolls-Royce glided through several streets before finally halting in front of a Gothic-style villa. This residence epitomizes the overarching style of Gothic architecture, with its towering, slender structure and pointed features. As Adonis disembarked, he stood before the courtyard gate, gazing at the nearby edifice. The exquisite architectural artistry and design evoked within him a profound sense of mystery, melancholy, and the sublime. Clearly, the proprietor of this residence was a man of notable tales. A middle-aged gentleman, attired in a black suit, inquired from across the gate whether the guest had made an appointment. Please convey to Mr. Nicholas Lemaire that Adonis Black Malfoy has come to pay a visit, he replied. Upon hearing Adonis's response, the middle-aged man promptly opened the grand gate to welcome him inside. Please follow me. I am George Tom, and I have been awaiting your arrival. Tom gestured to a nearby servant to inform the master of their presence. As they traversed the estate, Adonis soon beheld an imposing figure approaching, a tall, silver-haired elder, exuding vitality and grace in his stride. Before long, the elder stood beside them. Adonis observed him closely and slightly inclined his body, saying, "Good day, Mr. Nicholas Lemaire. I have come to pay my respects." Nicholas Lemaire fixed his gaze upon him for a moment, tears cascading down his cheeks. He grasped both of Adonis's hands tightly, his voice trembling as he choked out, "A millennium. We have waited a full millennium, and at last, the moment has arrived." The intensity of Lemaire's expression and gestures instilled within Adonis an overwhelming urge to flee. Observing this poignant scene, Tom quietly remarked, "Sir." His words seemed to rouse Nicholas Lemaire from his reverie. He wiped his tears and, with a look of apology towards Adonis, said, "Forgive the sentiments of an old man. Please, follow me." "Very well," Adonis replied. Nicholas Lemaire led them to the parlor and invited them to take a seat, though Sia insisted on standing beside him. Prompting no further comment from Lemaire. "I wonder what matters the esteemed elder wishes to discuss with me," Adonis pondered. No rush, after all these years. I have been patient." Nicholas Lemaire regarded him kindly, then waved his wand gently over the table, summoning a steaming cup of tea before him. With a warm smile directed at Adonis, Nicholas Lemaire remarked, "I have heard of your fondness for tea, particularly Chinese tea. This is Longjing from Westlake, which I had brought from China. I myself do not partake in tea, but I have heard it is renowned." Adonis gazed at Nico Lemaire, perplexed by the old man's intentions. From the moment he entered the room, a sense of bewilderment enveloped him, had he not been certain of his own parentage. He might have doubted whether he was merely the old man's illegitimate offspring. He nodded at Nico Lemaire, mentioning that it was one of China's top 10 famous teas, originating from Hangzhou, with a history spanning approximately 200 years. Upon hearing Adonis's affirmative response, Nico Lemaire appeared quite pleased and eagerly suggested tasting it to ascertain its flavor. Adonis gazed at his enthusiastic demeanor, lifted the cup, cast a glance, then brought it to his lips to inhale its fragrance. He marveled, its flat shape is quite elegant. The hue a vibrant green, and the essence is fragrant with a rich flavor. This is authentic Westlake Longjing, truly exquisite tea. Nico Lemaire, observing Adonis's actions and reactions, finally realized the distinction from Dumbledore. He was indeed a Slytherin. Suddenly, he remarked, "I beg your pardon for my presumption." Adonis listened to Nico Lemaire's words with a faint smile, remaining silent. It was not that he doubted Nico Lemaire, after all. A venerable elder of his stature would not engage in any disreputable conduct. However, the available information painted him as exceedingly enigmatic, so much so that caution was imperative. Nico Lemaire rose to his feet and said, "Mr. Malfoy, I would like to speak with you privately, if I may." Adonis remained silent, while Sia spoke directly, stating that the young master's safety was under his guardianship and asking for understanding. "I, Nico Lemaire, vow with my life and soul to Merlin, not only to refrain from causing harm to Adonis Black Malfoy, but to protect him with my very existence until my last breath." As Nico Lemaire's words echoed, a thread of silver intertwined, embedding itself in the foreheads of both individuals. Adonis was so astonished that he stood up abruptly from the sofa. "Mr. Nico Lemaire, do you have any idea what you are doing? This is utterly terrifying." Nico Lemaire continued to regard him with his benevolent gaze. "Adonis, take the enchanted stone and follow me." Adonis nodded and, with heavy footsteps, followed closely behind. Ever since he laid eyes on Nicholas Lemaire, a sense of unease had settled within him, and it seemed that moment was now upon him. Nicholas led him to the end of the corridor connecting to the living room. They turned left thrice and then once to the right, arriving at the final wall lamp at the corridor's end. A grand passageway unfolded before them, revealing a guest elevator shortly thereafter. Standing before the elevator's facial recognition system, Nicholas waited. In less than a second, the device emitted a sound, confirming successful identification. Adonis gazed in astonishment at what Nico Lemaire was engaged in, a facial recognition device. To his knowledge, the research on facial recognition systems in this world paralleled that of Earth. This endeavor commenced in the 1960s, and advancements in computer technology and optical imaging during the 1980s significantly propelled its progress. However, the formal application was still estimated to be at least a decade away. Yet, what he witnessed now was technology far more advanced than that of his previous life in 2020. Nico Lemaire, observing Adonis standing there in a daze, urged him, "Come in quickly, the elevator is about to descend." As Adonis stepped into the elevator, he felt it descend steadily. Once the doors opened, he inquired, "Why is this happening?" He was informed that our negotiations with the global governments revealed that the external technology lags behind ours by 20 years. How is this possible? How could they consent to such an outrageous demand? Adonis asked incredulously. "You will come to understand this in due time. For now, knowing serves no purpose." Adonis suddenly recalled an encrypted document he had once glimpsed in Lucius's study, and he tentatively inquired, "Are you the genuine Ministry of Magic?" Nicholas Flamel merely regarded him with a puzzled glance, remaining silent. However, his lack of denial at least confirmed the existence of another ministry. When the elevator finally came to a stop, Adonis had anticipated the sight of some clandestine castle or similar edifice. Instead, he was met with an utterly ordinary bungalow. Nicholas Flamel was amused by Adonis's reaction, teasing, "Did you expect an exhilarating adventure?" Adonis offered an awkward smile before following Nico LeMay into the house. Upon entering, he was immediately captivated by a portrait that commanded his full attention. Unlike other paintings he had encountered, this one emanated no magical aura. It resembled a photograph taken by a Muggle camera. He was certain that this was the man from his dreams. In stark contrast to the bloodied visage he had witnessed in his slumber, the portrait depicted a handsome and charismatic figure, his deep-set eyes drawing one in with an irresistible allure. Most notably, he finally discerned that the eyes were a striking shade of purple. As Adonis approached the portrait, he inquired, "Sir, whose likeness is captured here, and why does it emanate no magical aura?" In Chapter 58, The Violet Eyes, Nico LeMay, upon hearing Adonis's question, gazed sorrowfully at the frame, remaining silent for an extended moment. Just as Adonis began to believe he would not respond, Nico LeMay finally spoke. "He was my mentor in the illustrious Saint Laish of Habsburg." Meeting Adonis's gaze, he continued, "He was also the last possessor of the Violet Eyes. The absence of magical resonance from this frame is due to the fact that he gently caressed the frame as one would a child, sorrowfully declaring, 'He has utterly vanished from this world. Forgive my impertinence, sir, but why did Mr. Habsburg not leave behind a portrait in advance?" Suddenly, Nico LeMay seized Adonis's hand, drawing close and fixing his gaze intently into his eyes. Adonis understood that through this pair of eyes, he was peering into another soul. Whispering, "Eyes, eyes," Nico LeMay murmured, then released his grip, descending to the ground in an unrestrained display of grief, sobbing uncontrollably. "All because of these eyes. It is all the fault of these eyes." Adonis gazed at the elderly man, nearly 2 meters tall, seated on the ground, weeping like a child, and felt an overwhelming pang of sympathy. He crouched down beside Nico LeMay and gently said, "Sir, I believe Mr. Habsburg would not wish to see you in this state. Allow me to assist you in standing. Shall we sit in a chair to converse?" Upon hearing his words, Nico's tears flowed even more freely, and he embraced Adonis, weeping for an extended period. Eventually, he regained his composure. Adonis offered him a tissue and helped him to a chair. "There have been 2 previous holders of the purple eyes before you. Both were extraordinarily remarkable figures, towering above others. Yet, their ultimate fates were profoundly tragic, as the unique characteristics of the purple eyes prevent them from leaving any magical portrait. Otherwise, we would have long perished." "What characteristics, you ask?" "The purple eyes possess a distinctive magical resonance, making it impossible for the soul state of the purple eyes to conceal its traces. Thus, the 2 previous kings could only vanish entirely to conserve their power, awaiting the emergence of the next successor. Why pursue the purple eyes?" At the mention of this question, Adonis distinctly sensed a change in Nico LeMay's demeanor. His gaze transformed into something fervent, reminiscent of a wolf encountering a delicate rabbit in a fairy tale. This is because the magical essence of an adult purple eyes bearer is one of the irreplaceable components for the bloodline activation elixir. With that, Nico let out a sigh, acknowledging that once the bloodline activation stone is utilized, both he and his descendants would possess an innate affinity for the purple eyes bearers. Adonis pondered for a moment before inquiring, "This cannot serve as a justification for the pursuit of the purple eye. No one desires a mute progeny. Thus he ought to be safeguarded, correct? For there are those who seek to annihilate our magical heritage. We have been in conflict with them for a millennium now, and it is certain that they do not belong to our azure planet." Adonis suppressed the inner turmoil, striving to maintain his composure. "Is there any evidence?" Nico LeMay nodded. "Their blood is blue." Adonis, perplexed, inquired why, given their formidable strength, they did not simply eradicate all the wizards, as it would pose no challenge for them. Nicholas LeMay shook his head, explaining that the true elite of the magical realms were engaged on the front lines. "Ever since the demise of our sovereign, Saint Laish Habsburg, we have been relegated to a state of passive defense. Were it not for this circumstance, we would have long ceased to exist. In the realm of magic, their overall strength is marginally superior to ours. However, none of us wish to instigate a large-scale war, especially not us. The number of our wizards diminishes annually, while theirs does not. If this continues, we shall inevitably fade into oblivion. Adonis remarked, are they attempting to boil the frog in lukewarm water? Nicholas Lemaire sighed, indeed. That is precisely the case, so please ensure you safeguard these eyes. Wait a moment, I shall fetch something. Approximately 10 minutes after Adonis observed him entering the room, Nicholas Lemaire approached, holding a bottle filled with an enigmatic green liquid that resembled a potion. Adonis, hand me the magic stone, he requested. Adonis relinquished the magic stone into Lemaire's hands, who then placed it upon the crusher, transforming it into a fine powder. Subsequently, he unscrewed the cap of the bottle containing the green liquid and poured the powdered magic stone into it, blending the mixture thoroughly. Adonis stood beside, observing as the potion within the vial gradually transformed from a verdant green to a luminous yellow upon mingling with the enchanted stone. Nicholas Flamel held the bottle aloft, shaking it gently before Adonis. There you have it, he proclaimed. This elixir will conceal the color of your eyes and the fluctuations of your magical aura until you reach the age of 18. Adonis withdrew his gaze from the potion and turned to Nicole Lemay, inquiring how this elixir was to be employed. After a brief pause, he continued, surely, one does not simply pour it directly into the eyes. Nicole Lemay regarded him with a benevolent expression and confirmed, indeed, that is precisely the method. Adonis swallowed hard, hesitantly gazing at Nico Lemay, pondering the sensations and potential side effects that might ensue. Nico Lemay's shake of the head only heightened Adonis's anxiety. It was well known that others had succumbed to madness or blindness after using this vial of elixir. Yet, he reassured, you will certainly be fine, as there have already been 2 individuals who experienced excellent results. Observing Adonis's ever-changing expression in response to his words, Nico Lemay chuckled with delight and patted his shoulder, saying, my child, fret not. Shall I swear an oath again? No need, just proceed, Adonis replied, reclining in his chair, tilting his head back, his eyes wide with a sense of fearless resignation. The first drop of the potion fell into his eye without sensation, the second drop similarly unremarkable. And even as half the vial was dispensed into his left eye, he felt naught. Adonis, puzzled, rolled his eyes to glance at the impassive Nico Lemay. Perhaps it was better to wait until everything had dripped completely before asking. Nico Lemay poured the remaining half bottle into his right eye and said, come to my room and rest for a while. Adonis stood up, adjusted his clothing, and smiled as he said, there's no need to rest. I feel perfectly fine. I still have some questions to ask you. Nico Lemay squinted and replied, it would be wise to rest a bit. You can inquire when you awaken. I truly mean it, Adonis exclaimed, covering his eyes with his hands and collapsing straight onto the ground. Nico Lemay approached, lifted Adonis, and carried him into the room, laying him flat on the bed and covering him with a light blanket before stepping out and closing the door. Sir, everything is prepared, Tom said as he approached Nico Lemay. Nico glanced at him and remarked, Tom, the youth of today often exhibit a rather impatient disposition. Chapter 59, A Close Call, Sir. Master Adonis is merely inexperienced due to his youth, Tom replied. Perhaps so. Must we truly depart from here? Remaining would allow you to provide him with guidance and support. Nico shook his head and said, Tom, he must forge his own path. A young eagle must learn to soar independently. I have already provided him with the most crucial assistance. If he cannot mature, we might as well wait another millennium. Sir, that seems excessively harsh for him. To where the crown is to bear its weight, Nico Lemay stated resolutely. Tom, recognizing the gravity of his demeanor, wisely chose to remain silent. When Adonis regained consciousness, the sole sensation that enveloped him was an overwhelming chill, akin to plunging into an icy abyss. The frigid air coursed from his eyes to his head, eventually permeating his entire being. He desperately curled into himself, striving to retain even a modicum of warmth, and for a fleeting moment, he felt as if his blood had congealed, ceasing to flow. After enduring the relentless cold, he was abruptly cast into a furnace, where flames engulfed his body in a searing embrace. Caught in this tormenting duality of ice and fire, he found himself in a harrowing struggle, unable to escape nor surrender. Time stretched on, seemingly an eternity, until he finally felt he could indulge in a proper slumber. When he awoke once more, the world outside was adorned with a tapestry of stars. Adonis glanced at the calendar hanging on the door, which indicated the date to be July 7th. Astonishingly, he had slept for 7 days. He casually switched on the bedside lamp and poured himself a glass of water. His gaze fell upon the calendar again, and a sudden realization struck him. He extinguished the light and surveyed his surroundings anew, raising his arm to bite into it. Indeed, it was real, not a mere figment of his imagination. Remarkably, his eyes could perceive the darkness as if it were daylight. Adonis extracted the wand from his sleeve, intent on verifying yet another matter, the summoning of a guardian spirit. From the wand emerged wisps of silver threads, distinct from the indistinct creature formed earlier, this time. They coalesced into a vivid representation of an animal. Indeed, his magical prowess had significantly increased once more. Adonis gazed down at the creature at his feet, his disappointment palpable. He had anticipated that his guardian would be remarkably unique, yet it turned out to be merely a silver unicorn. Although its paws resembled those of a white tiger more than a unicorn, it was still, after all, a unicorn, albeit a diminutive version that barely reached his knees. Adonis crouched down to examine it closely, hoping to uncover some extraordinary trait. After all, it possessed a pair of violet eyes. How could his guardian appear less impressive than himself? Suddenly recalling the eyes, he quickly cast a spell to conjure a mirror and, upon peering into it, discovered that his eyes had transformed from violet to a dark brown. The miniature unicorn remained blissfully unaware of its master's disdain, excitedly circling around him, observing its foolish antics. Adonis waved his wand and made it vanish into thin air. It would be best to keep it hidden from public view. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he noted that it was now 4:00 a.m. Perhaps he should rest a little longer. With that thought, Adonis collapsed onto his bed and drifted back into slumber. The following morning, as Adonis opened his bedroom door, he found Nicholas Lemaire seated in a chair, perusing a newspaper. "Good morning, Mr. Lemaire," Adonis greeted. Nicholas Lemaire looked up, setting down the paper, and responded warmly, "Good morning, Adonis. How was your week of rest?" "An experience of contrasting extremes, quite enjoyable. I would recommend you try it as well." Nicholas Lemaire burst into hearty laughter upon hearing this. "I must certainly experience that opportunity when it arises." He then rose, took the newspaper from the table, and tucked it into his large pocket. "Now, let us return upstairs for breakfast. Your butler, Sia, would surely have torn the roof off my house by now if I hadn't," he reassured him repeatedly. "Sia is simply overly concerned for my well-being." "I hope he has tea caused you too much inconvenience," Adonis replied, noticing that the newspaper he had pocketed was the Times. "Do you also read the Times, sir?" "Indeed. I peruse all newspapers to ensure that their content does not render us truly antiquated. Young individuals should pay more attention to such matters." He paused for a moment before adding, "It will be beneficial for you." Adonis nodded and followed Nico Lemay into the elevator, returning to the living room. The moment Shia saw Adonis safely before him, he felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. Despite Nico Lemay's prior vows and repeated reassurances over the past few days, anxiety had lingered in his heart. Now, at last, everything seemed to be well. Adonis nodded to Sia and began his breakfast. Nicholas Flamel had not prepared an elaborate meal for his guests, which could even be considered somewhat impolite. On the table lay merely a glass of milk and 3 slices of bread. Yet, he harbored no particular discontent, having encountered and consumed far more meager breakfasts during missions in his past life. Nicholas Flamel observed Adonis's reaction closely, noting the absence of any displeasure on his face. This pleased him greatly, to the point where even the gloomy, rainy weather outside seemed less bothersome. Once Adonis finished his meal, Flamel signaled for Tom to clear the plates and discreetly usher everyone out of the room. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Adonis suggested that Sia step outside before inquiring, "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Nicholas Flamel, with a smile, responded, "Weren't you previously quite anxious to pose a question to me?" The mere mention of this matter stirred a slight unease within Adonis, for he had been in such a haste to clarify that he felt no emotions, only to lose consciousness before he could articulate his thoughts. "Is Dumbledore one of us?" "No," almost, came the reply. "Why? Although I harbor no fondness for him, I must concede that he is indeed a remarkable wizard. He has consistently safeguarded both Muggle witches and wizards, as well as ordinary citizens, hasn't he? He has battled against Grindelwald in Germany and resisted Voldemort, has he not? Yet, he has indirectly caused us to lose 2 exceptionally gifted wizards. Do you approve of Dumbledore's methods of resolving issues?" Nicholas Flamel regarded Adonis earnestly, placing great importance on his response. "No, I do not approve. Many situations could have been averted." Flamel nodded in agreement, replying, "You are correct. Both incidents were attempts to atone for his previous misjudgments. We shall refrain from discussing the matters in Germany as they pertain to his family, but regarding Voldemort, he led to the loss of a promising young individual. That was Voldemort's own choice, was it not? It seems you have grasped some of the complexities. Nevertheless, the truth is often more intricate than it appears on the surface. Youngsters possess an innate desire to explore and uncover. I shall leave it to you to seek your own answers." Adonis gazed at Nicholas Flamel and suddenly perceived a shared, irksome trait between him and Dumbledore. Do the old men delight in tantalizing others? Ah, but now that you are awake, you should hasten home. I shall be departing from this place on the morrow. To the outside world, I have become a pitiable old man who has perished after losing the Philosopher's Stone. Hush. Do not be taken aback. I awaited your arrival, for this serves as a test for you, the current bearer of the violet eyes. Furthermore, this villa and its assorted documents shall be my parting gift to you. I have already arranged the elevator's facial recognition system for your convenience. Nicholas Flamel mischievously winked at Adonis and whispered in his ear, moreover, let me share a little secret you may have already surmised. I have not merely lived for 660 years, add a few more. And you might find that I am quite close to a millennium. Just as Adonis was about to inquire about the other capabilities of his violet eyes, he was interrupted by the elderly gentleman's earnest dismissal. Very well, Mr. Adonis Black Malfoy, we look forward to our next encounter. Chapter 60, Travel Plans and Endeavors. Adonis regarded Nico Leclerc, who appeared to be in no hurry to bid farewell, and thus remarked, Mr. Leclerc, I sincerely appreciate your assistance and look forward to our next encounter. Was Nico Leclerc's casual response as he resumed his perusal of the newspaper. Adonis gazed at his own reflection, inwardly exclaiming, what an old rogue he is, before rising to depart. After exiting the drawing room, he summoned Sia, who had been patiently waiting outside, and the two of them journeyed back to Malfoy Manor. Upon witnessing their departure, George Tom returned to the drawing room to report to Nico LeMay. Sir, Master Adonis has taken his leave. Nico LeMay nodded, casually lifting a newspaper to his eyes. He inquired of Tom, do I not appear quite imposing? Tom stifled a chuckle. Sir, you are holding the newspaper upside down. Nico LeMay adjusted the paper, casting a fierce glare at him. Tom, you are far too serious. That lad just now was more to my liking. Upon returning home, Adonis was greeted by a fervent discussion among Lucius, Narcissa, Pansy, and Draco, all gathered in the living room. Narcissa, upon noticing Adonis's arrival, exclaimed, NIS. We are deliberating on our holiday destination. Do you have any thoughts? Just as she was about to rejoin the conversation, she caught sight of Adonis's eyes. NIS. What has happened to your eyes? Narcissa's astonished voice successfully interrupted the trio, redirecting their attention entirely to Adonis's gaze. I was just about to discuss this matter with you, he replied, glancing at the busy servants. Addressing them, he commanded, you all may leave. Shia, please stand guard at the door. Once the others had departed, leaving only Lucius and the three of them, he continued, the color of my violet eyes poses a grave danger to my life. Nicodemus LeMay has temporarily concealed the hue, allowing me to hide it until I reach the age of 18. Adonis paused briefly, then, gritting his teeth, continued, if anyone inquires about the previous color of my eyes, simply say that I was wearing colored contact lenses. He then looked at Narcissa with a charming smile. Mom, you mentioned long ago that it was your desire for me to wear them. Nessa, from the moment you were born, your mother adorned you with colored lenses. Why does it seem that in your eyes, I resemble a wicked old witch? Upon hearing Narcissa's words, Adonis hurried to her side, exclaiming, how could this be, Mom? It is beyond my control. He wrapped his arms around her in a gesture of endearment. Draco and Pansy, witnessing this scene, erupted into laughter, collapsing onto the sofa in fits of giggles. Adonis, hearing their mirth, could only shrug in resignation. He had never anticipated that Narcissa from Slytherin would exhibit such a side. Yet it seemed she relished this dynamic. Well then, let us continue our discussion regarding our vacation destination, Lucius interjected, noting Adonis's flustered demeanor. Narcissa, what are your thoughts? How many options do we have? Pansy expressed her desire to visit Paris for its romantic ambience, while Draco wished to journey to Romania to observe dragons. Your father and I are quite flexible. We are open to any location. Adonis nodded, then let us journey to Romania. Bertha, upon hearing this response, felt quite displeased. Brother, you always side with Draco. Adonis gazed at the sulking Bertha and inquired, do you not wish to visit Noda? He added, next academic year. You may discuss it with Hagrid. After a moment of silence, Bertha nodded in response, very well, that is acceptable, but you must take me to Paris next summer. Agreed. He replied, it is settled. There shall be no turning back. Adonis extended his palm and exchanged a light touch with Basha. Is my elder brother truly so lacking in credibility in your eyes? Basha replied with a cheerful smile, not at all. I merely consider this a precautionary measure. Lucius, observing their agreement, declared, in that case, let us set forth the day after tomorrow. After Adonis departed from the living room, he proceeded directly to the library. His curiosity piqued by the transformation of his eye color, wondering what materials could facilitate such a change. However, despite his exhaustive search from the first floor to the 10th, and from morning until afternoon, he found nothing of significance. Ultimately, he retrieved a volume on the origins of the primordial runes from the library, hoping it might advance his stagnant studies in rune magic, even if only marginally. Such progress would provide him with a modicum of solace in his current state. The origins of ancient runes predate those of ancient script. Unlike the latter, which evolved as a written language for wizards, the practitioners who created and developed the ancient runes believed that only symbols imbued with magical essence could perpetuate their civilization. They entrusted their magical power to various symbols and designs, aspiring for these runes to assist them in performing specific functions. This is the essence of what we understand as the origins of the primordial runes. As Adonis closed the book, the notion echoed incessantly in his mind. Only symbols and patterns imbued with magic possessed the power to transmit civilization. Symbols and patterns infused with magic, magic, magic. Indeed, why did he not attempt to use a wand to experiment upon the pages of his magical practice notebook? Adonis retrieved a notebook from the drawer and gently caressed the tip of his wand, pondering whether it was truly feasible. Would it not yield uncontrollable consequences? With this thought lingering in his mind, he rose to fetch the locked potion cabinet perched atop his storage unit. From within, he procured a vial containing a cerulean elixir, a precious demon-repelling potion he had painstakingly solicited from his godfather. He had once contemplated concocting such a potion himself, yet the intricate process proved overwhelmingly complex. With a staggering failure rate of 90%, the materials required were not only exorbitantly priced, but also exceedingly rare. It necessitated no less than 10 drops of mermaid tears for a single batch. Contemplating this, he ultimately dismissed the idea. Adonis grasped his wand in a pen-holding manner with his right hand while his left hand deftly twisted the cap off a potion bottle, prepared for any unforeseen failures. He centered his mental state, ensuring he could respond with utmost swiftness, and he inscribed the first stroke in his magical pattern practice book. Chapter 61. Invitation. As the wand glided through the air, a sinuous line emerged in the pages of the practice book. Adonis fixated intently on the paper, ready to address any unexpected occurrences. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. It was not until 5 minutes had elapsed without any adverse reactions that Adonis finally exhaled in relief. He carefully replaced the cap on the potion bottle and returned it to its original spot. More importantly, he had succeeded. The line remained steadfast on the page, unlike in previous attempts where it had vanished. With a heart brimming with excitement, Adonis meticulously inscribed the magical runes symbolizing ice. He gazed at the foundational ancient runes before him, mentally reciting the words, curve, fold, and loop. Only upon completing all the strokes did he breathe a sigh of relief, his heart swelling with joy at the sight of the persistent characters in his practice book. As he reached out to touch the rune, he was surprised to feel a gentle coolness emanating from it, marking his initial foray into the realm of magical inscriptions. However, upon observing the nearly full page of characters, he realized that these were the smallest letters his wand could produce. The question lingered: what purpose could such large letters serve? He picked up the pen resting on the table, turning it restlessly in his hand, pondering how he could channel magic through this pen to inscribe upon the rune practice book. Must he truly master wandless magic before he could delve into the ancient runes? Adonis leaned back in his chair, contemplating the matter intently until a knock echoed at the door. He turned the chair to face the entrance and said, "Come in." Adonis gazed at Bertha, who appeared hesitant. "Bertha, it is already 10 p.m. Why are you still awake? Aren't you also awake?" Adonis shook his head, inquiring about the purpose of my visit. "Oh, it's nothing significant," he replied. "I simply find myself unable to sleep and wish to converse with you, dear brother." "Is that so? However, I am rather fatigued and wish to retire for the night. We can discuss matters come morning." With that, Adonis rose directly from his chair, approached the bedside, reclined upon the bed, pulled the thin blanket over himself, and closed his eyes in slumber. "Adonis Black Malfoy, must you truly behave in such a manner?" Adonis opened his eyes, sitting up in bed, and regarded Pasha. "So, Pasha Malfoy, what is it that you truly desire?" Pasha, exasperated, patted his head. "Brother, I concede my error. I was mistaken. Please do not hold it against me." Adonis looked at Bertha with a playful smile. "Well, can I speak now? I simply wish to invite Harry and the others to join us on our journey to Romania. You know, I believe they must be curious about how Noda is faring. Adonis nodded, acknowledging it as a splendid idea, urging, you should proceed with it. He reclined once more, genuinely prepared to drift into slumber, perhaps upon awakening. Fresh insights would illuminate the perplexities that had recently occupied his mind. Bertha, observing Adonis's demeanor, clenched her teeth and proposed, next time, regarding those peculiar garments. May I don your share as well? Adonis raised his voice, asking, next time? From now on, is this acceptable? Of course, he replied, speak your mind. How would you like me to cooperate with you? Bertha maintained a safe distance from Adonis and then stated, you should tell Dad that Hermione is your girlfriend. And then persuade her to join us for a vacation. No, Adonis responded firmly upon hearing Bertha's words. Why not? Didn't Dad say he could tolerate your marrying a Gryffindor? Adonis stepped down from his bed, standing on the floor as he gazed at Pasha. Pasha, you ought to emulate Gryffindor's bravery rather than become someone who cannot even comprehend a conversation. Furthermore, even if Father is not speaking in irony, do you truly believe he would accept a wizard of Muggle blood? Pasha looked at Adonis with curiosity and inquired, Brother, do you perhaps have feelings for Hufflepuff's Isabel? Not at the moment, he replied. But what about Hermione? Not at present. Adonis noticed Pasha's eagerness to delve deeper into the subject. As for Hermione, I shall assist you with that matter. Now, it's time for you to retire for the night, all right? No, the rest also Ron. Ron is out of the question. You needn't entertain such notions. Adonis promptly extinguished the light, wishing to disengage from the conversation. Frustrated, Pasha stomped her feet in place. Yet she understood that the generations-old enmity between the Malfoys and the Weasleys could not be easily resolved. Even if he were to persuade their father, the Weasley couple would likely disapprove. She cast a glance at Adonis, who feigned sleep on the bed. Realizing she would have to face Narcissa's dressing game alone from now on, a true tragedy. Who would have imagined that the noble and elegant Mrs. Malfoy could harbor such an eccentricity? Years ago, Draco was liberated, and today, her brother found his own freedom. She gazed up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, pondering when she might attain her own liberation. It seemed there was little hope for that in this lifetime. The following morning at breakfast, Pasha incessantly signaled to Adonis, urging him to discuss the matter with Lucius. Adonis cast her a glance, indicating she should remain patient. After breakfast, he accompanied Pasha to Lucius's study. Lucius observed the siblings and remarked, You are departing tomorrow. Do you not need to pack your belongings? Pasha nudged Adonis, who then addressed Lucius. Pasha has some matters she wishes to consult with you. Lucius smiled warmly at his beloved daughter. What is it, my little princess? Adonis observed Lucius's expression, pondering why he treated his son and daughter so differently. If only he could speak to Draco with such tenderness, the communication between father and son wouldn't be an issue. Yet bridging the gap between two proud souls proves exceedingly difficult. May I invite Harry and Hermione to join us in Romania? Lucius's smile stiffened slightly at Bertha's words. Though he swiftly composed himself, addressing her, he replied, Consult your elder brother about this matter. I've entrusted it to his discretion. He then added, I have documents requiring my attention. You may take your leave now. Father, Adonis, I trust you can handle this appropriately. Now, escort Bertha out. Adonis gazed at Lucius, resigning himself with a nod of acceptance. Upon exiting the study, Bertha eagerly inquired, Does this mean you've given your consent, Father? Indeed. You may call Hermione in your room. We shall pick her up this afternoon. In the meantime, we will retrieve Harry Potter. Bertha nodded, took a few steps forward, and then ascended the staircase to her room. Chapter 62, Number 4, Privet Drive. After Bertha concluded her phone call with Hermione, she received a positive confirmation that filled her with immense joy. Adonis dressed Sia in a tailored suit and drove them to Number 4, Privet Drive, to fetch Harry. Draco observed Sia's attire and remarked that it was meant to impress the Dursleys. Adonis nodded. The experiences of this academic year, along with his conversations with Nicholas Flamel, had granted him a more open-minded perspective regarding Harry Potter and Voldemort. Slytherins have always been known for their calculated actions. Yet this does not imply that they are timid or cowardly. Harry Potter, aside from occasionally acting impulsively without considering the consequences, is indeed a commendable young man. To distance oneself from him out of fear of Voldemort's wrath is undeniably unjust, especially since Adonis believes that by the time such matters arise, he will be unafraid of Voldemort. Young Master 4, Privet Drive has arrived. As Adonis lowered the window to gaze at the house nearby, he turned to Draco beside him and said, Little dragon, you and Wigia go fetch Harry. Draco nodded, then exited the vehicle with Wigia, making their way toward the house. Wigia, knock on the door, Adonis instructed. Very well, sir, Wigia replied. The Dursleys were lamenting their unsuccessful dealings when the sudden ringing of the doorbell heightened their irritation. Vernon Dursley opened the door to find a platinum-haired boy and a middle-aged man, whose attire suggested he was a butler of sorts. Mr. Dursley, you may call me Mr. Malfoy. We have urgent matters concerning Mr. Harry Potter, and he will be accompanying us for a time. Kindly summon him, Adonis stated. Vernon scrutinized the boy's cold demeanor and barked. Who are you? Wigia retrieved an item from his pocket, presenting it to Vernon. This will verify our identities. Upon glancing at it, Vernon's expression shifted dramatically. Of course, Your Grace, he replied, then bellowed into the house, Harry Potter, come down at once. Draco observed Vernon's sycophantic demeanor and crude behavior. Had he not spent a year in Hufflepuff, tempering his disposition, he would have turned on his heel and departed. Harry, expecting another of Uncle Vernon's bizarre tasks, had readied his wand to intimidate them, only to be met by Draco Malfoy at the door. Draco, what brings you here? Vernon glared at Harry, irately asserting, mind your manners, boy, he is the son of a duke. Harry looked at Draco, bewildered by the situation. Bersha needs to see you. Pack your things. You'll be staying at Malfoy Manor for the summer. Before Harry could voice his concerns, Draco urged, hurry up and pack, setting aside his queries. Harry gathered his belongings and followed Draco to the nearby vehicle. Draco glanced at Harry's small suitcase and asked, Harry, have you brought all your luggage? Harry nodded. The two remained silent as Harry climbed into the car, where he spotted Adonis and Bersha. You're here too. What is the occasion? He inquired. We're off to Romania to see dragons and also visit Noda, Bersha replied. Harry's face brightened at the news. Really? That sounds fantastic. Clearly, he had momentarily cast aside his apprehensions about spending the next month at Malfoy Manor. Wigia stowed away Harry Potter's luggage and asked, Sir, shall we have lunch first? Or proceed directly to Miss Granger's residence? Let us have lunch before we pick her up, Adonis replied. Wigia nodded, indicating his understanding. Mr. Granger expressed joy at their arrival but voiced concerns about Hermione accompanying them to Romania. Adonis, is it? He asked. Yes, Adonis confirmed. We've heard about you from Hermione. Though you are not in the same house, she has spoken highly of you as an exceptional young man. Adonis glanced at Hermione and replied, Thank you for your kind words. My mother and I are not well versed in your affairs. But can you assure us that a trip to Romania to see the dragons is safe? Adonis smiled and said, Uncle, it is akin to your visit to the zoo to observe the tigers. Safety can be assured, so you need not worry. Mr. Granger, observing Hermione's cheerful demeanor, nodded in agreement. Then I shall trouble your parents. Not at all. They are more than willing, Adonis replied. Pansy gazed at her elder brother, marveling at his ability to spin such tales, yet she was confident that safety would indeed be guaranteed. After bidding farewell to the Adonis and Granger couple, they boarded the carriage with Hermione, returning to Malfoy Manor. As for Lucius and their sentiments, they were momentarily beyond his contemplation. Moreover, it was a matter best left for Bertha to address, considering that inviting Harry and Hermione was her idea. Chapter 63, Neutral Stance. As Adonis entered, accompanied by Harry Potter and Hermione Granger, he encountered Lucius and Narcissa, who were just about to step outside. Adonis gestured towards Harry and Hermione, introducing them. Father, Mother. These are Mr. Harry Potter and Miss Hermione Granger. Narcissa offered a slight smile to the two, while Lucius nodded coolly. Greetings, Mr. Potter and Miss Granger. Welcome to Malfoy Manor. Harry, listening to Lucius, promptly replied, Good day, Mr. Malfoy, please. Lucius turned his gaze to Harry Potter. Harry nodded. Good day, Mr. Malfoy. Thank you for inviting me to Romania to see the dragons. Lucius smirked slightly. You're welcome. Hermione, noticing Harry's greeting, quickly added, Good day, Mr. Malfoy. I am Hermione Granger. Lucius nodded, and the atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. Adonis gazed at Harry and Hermione, saying, Harry, since this is your first visit to Malfoy Manor, allow Pansy and Draco to escort you through the gardens. After Pansy and Draco led the two away, Lucius turned to Adonis and inquired, Is this the outcome you anticipated? Father, I acted in accordance with your wishes regarding this matter, Adonis replied with a smile. Excellent, I am quite pleased with your handling of the situation. It is my honor, Lucius, he responded. Lucius regarded the cheerful Adonis with a stoic expression. It has been a considerable time since I last assessed your progress in studies. I expect you in the training room at 8 this evening. Very well, Father, Adonis continued to smile at him. If there is nothing further, I shall return to my chamber. Indeed. As Adonis's figure receded, Narcissa linked her arm with her husband's and remarked playfully, Darling, Did you not foresee this outcome? Lucius merely grunted in response. Come, the Zabini couple is still awaiting us. In the Malfoy gardens, Pansy pointed out, Harry, do you see that peacock over there? It is merely the blue peafowl indigenous to India and Sri Lanka, one of my father's favorites. Following Pansy's gesture, Harry beheld a magnificent creature adorned with an upright crest. Its plumage resplendent, with a neck bedecked in blue feathers and elongated coverts that surpassed its tail feathers. For reasons unknown, despite knowing he ought not to think such thoughts, he could not help but feel that Mr. Malfoy bore a striking resemblance to the peacock he had just observed. Shaking his head vigorously, he hastily dismissed the absurd notion. A beautiful peacock, he remarked, to which the other three nodded in agreement, expressing their concurrence with Harry's observation. After Adonis and Lucius parted ways with Narcissa, they returned directly to their room, where he intended to diligently prepare for the evening's combat training. Lucius is a remarkably good father, though his greatest flaw lies in his petty nature. Adonis retrieved his training attire from the wardrobe, donning it beneath his outer garment. He then settled at his desk, picking up the foundational tome on ancient magical runes to continue his studies. This summer, he aspired to successfully inscribe every rune presented within the pages of this book. The runes representing ice were emblematic of water, fire, wind, rain, and lightning. Upon opening the tome, he noticed that the ice rune from yesterday had entirely vanished. Adonis ran his fingers across the paper, which had previously borne slight scratches from his wand's tracing. It was now smooth and pristine, indicating that numerous runes had been inscribed within this volume. He meticulously focused on each stroke of the water rune until the final circle was completed. Placing his hand upon it, he sensed a gentle flow of water. Turning the page, he began to outline the fire rune on the subsequent sheet. However, as he flipped the page, an unusual phenomenon occurred. The paper inscribed with the water rune and the one he had just drawn could not align. A repulsive force manifested between them. Adonis forcibly pressed them together with his hands, only to discover there remained a gap between them. It is said that water and fire are incompatible. One wonders if the addition of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning might yield even more extraordinary occurrences. He traced the shape of the wind with his wand onto the paper, then turned the page, and it calmly adhered to the back of the previous fiery sigil. However, the anticipated event did not transpire. After the rain, thunder, and lightning had completed their course, the expected clash akin to that of water and fire still did not occur. Adonis shook his head, realizing that perhaps his thoughts had been overly simplistic. If mere accumulation could achieve the desired outcome, the ancient legacy of magical sigils would not be on the verge of fading into obscurity today. Adonis closed the ancient magical script, no longer relying on reference text for imitation. Instead, he endeavored to craft independently the symbols of water, fire, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, along with the ice he had attempted the previous day. However, as he completed the second stroke of the character for ice, the first stroke vanished. The proportions were incorrect, the lengths were inconsistent, and the positioning was slightly askew. After several attempts, he finally achieved success. Wiping the sweat from his brow with a tissue, he glanced up at the clock, realizing it was time for dinner. Upon arriving at the dining hall, he noticed that Lucius, Draco, Pansy, and Harry were already seated. As Adonis settled into his place, he heard Harry remark, "Malfoy's garden is quite beautiful." "It is acceptable," Adonis replied before inquiring, "Draco, have you taken Harry and Hermione to see the lounge?" "We have already been," Draco responded. Adonis turned to Lucius and asked, "Father, has Mother been left behind by Aunt Zabini?" "It was a conclusion we should have anticipated, was it not?" Adonis nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the truth of the sentiment. He had no desire to pose such inquiries. However, from the moment he entered the restaurant, Ursa had been silently urging him with her gaze to initiate some conversation. Moreover, the atmosphere here was undeniably unsatisfactory. After Adonis's words, a profound silence once again enveloped the restaurant. It was not until an array of exquisite dishes graced the dining table that Lucius smiled and welcomed the two guests to Malfoy Manor, wishing them a delightful meal. During the dining experience, Willow whispered something into Lucius's ear, prompting him to depart in haste. Just as Lucius exited, Hermione's voice resonated through the restaurant, remarking on Mr. Malfoy's exceedingly serious demeanor. Harry, in agreement, nodded, expressing that it instilled a certain fear within him. Adonis quietly dined aside without engaging in their conversation. The mere fact that Lucius allowed them entry was no small feat. Expecting any semblance of warmth from him would indeed be unrealistic. This had little to do with political stances. If one were to trace its origins, much could be attributed to aristocratic upbringing. while the remainder stemmed from the war over a decade prior, a conflict that exacted a grievous and monumental toll on all involved. Chapter 64, Darkness Reigns, and the Father After Supper. Adonis arrived at the training room at the appointed hour to await Lucius. Adonis. The moment he turned toward the voice, a spell came hurtling toward him. Swiftly sidestepping, he narrowly avoided the curse. Tarantaligra. The next incantation followed in rapid succession, forcing him into a desperate roll across the floor. Barely evading the dancing hex, a Petrificus totalis grazed past his left ear. Seizing the brief respite, he muttered a swift knocks at the room's sole overhead light, plunging the enclosed, windowless chamber into absolute darkness. The shadows granted Adonis the precious seconds needed to compose himself from his disheveled state. So long as he remained silent, Lucius would be unable to pinpoint his location. Through the blackness, he glimpsed Lucius' wand rising toward the extinguished fixture. The instant a spell erupted from its tip, Adonis flicked his own wand, finite incantum, before rolling aside with practiced speed. A heartbeat later, Lucius Petrificus totalis struck the very spot he had occupied. Age does bring cunning, Adonis mused, holding his breath. With nothing more than the echo of his countercharm, Lucius had deduced his position with terrifying precision. Adjusting his grip, Adonis aimed at the faint outline of Lucius' shifting wrist and wand. Expelliarmus. A streak of white light struck true. The Lucius Protego flashed into existence. It was a fraction too late. Adonis' disarming charm prevailed, wrenching the wand from his father's grasp. For a suspended second, Lucius stood motionless in the dark. Then, slow applause broke the silence. Adonis, came the measured praise, an excellent Expelliarmus. Adonis strode over to retrieve Lucius's wand, when suddenly, his own wand was propelled from his right hand by an unseen force, tumbling across the ground several times before coming to rest in the corner. Adonis let out a heavy sigh, utilizing a non-wand spell as he handed his wand to his father, who approached guided by the sound. He then proceeded to retrieve the wand that had been flung into the corner. Lucius accepted the wand and first cast a spell to reignite the lights. Then turned to Adonis, who was picking up the wand, and said, "Now you understand." Adonis stood there, rendering Lucius unable to discern his emotions. For certain adult wizards, a wand merely served as a tool to facilitate their spell casting. "Very well," he said. He approached Adonis and whispered in his ear. "This era cannot accommodate a king who has not matured." Grasping Adonis's shoulder, he continued, "Especially someone like me cannot tolerate the emergence of a king. Do not let your guard down simply because I am your father and expose the secret of your eyes. Do you understand?" "Father," I replied, "I comprehend your intent. I was once like you." The Malfoys do not conceal their bloodline relatives. Even if it leads to betrayal, we would not regret it. Although such disgraceful acts have never marred our family, I shall respond to you with your father's words. For me, your safety is of utmost importance." Lucius pointed his wand at his own head. "Now, erase the memory." Adonis silently observed Lucius's actions, comprehending his father's sentiments, even as a parent. He too would not permit himself to uncover the secrets concealed within his son's eyes. Adonis felt his eyes redden, forcing himself to suppress his tears. A silvery mist, akin to steam, erupted from Lucius's head and dissipated into the air. Lucius's gaze lingered in confusion for a fleeting moment before he brandished his wand at Adonis and intoned, "Tarantella." As Adonis observed Lucius's actions, he discerned that his memories had reverted to the moment he first entered. He swiftly evaded the curse, narrowly escaping the petrification spell. Although his disarming charm struck Lucius's wand, he ultimately found himself drained of magical energy by Lucius's wandless magic. The final petrification spell left him immobilized. For a proficient wizard, maintaining an ample reserve of magical power is fundamental. Lucius, gazing down at the fallen Adonis, lifted the curses binding him and remarked, "Let us conclude for today. I have a journey to undertake tomorrow." After a brief pause, he continued, "Your disarming spell was quite commendable." With that, he proceeded towards the door. Adonis rose to his feet, gazing at Lucius's retreating figure. A surge of indescribable emotions welled up within him. Romania is situated in the northeastern part of the Balkan Peninsula in southeast Europe. It shares its northern and northeastern borders with Ukraine and Moldova, respectively. To the south lies Bulgaria, while Serbia and Hungary border it to the southwest and northwest. To the southeast, it faces the Black Sea. There exists no direct transportation network from the United Kingdom to the Romanian dragon breeding grounds. Travelers must first journey to Bucharest, traverse the capital of Romania, and then reach a transportation point affiliated with the Romanian Ministry of Magic, from where they can directly access the Dragon Breeding Center through the network of magical pathways. Adonis cast a glance back at the city of Bucharest they had just traversed. At first glance, the geographical location and environment of the city make it difficult to fathom how wizards could find a suitable place to raise dragons on such plains. However, once one comprehends the remarkable and varied topography of Romania, where plains, mountains, and hills each occupy a third of the territory, complemented by the enchanting Roșan River, the azure Danube, the majestic Carpathians, and the vibrant Black Sea, it becomes less surprising that this locale is deemed one of the most suitable for dragon husbandry. The Romanian Ministry of Magic quickly dispatched an official to attend to them. "You are Lucius Malfoy from England, are you not? And who might you be?" Lucius inquired, arching an eyebrow at the man before him. "I have no obligation to disclose that to you. You are to answer my question," the man retorted, softly adding, "merely a family in decline." Lucius, upon hearing this, suddenly erupted into laughter, drawing his wand and uttering, "Disarm you," followed by "Bind swiftly." The nearby security personnel, noticing the commotion, hastily approached, wands drawn, surrounding them. Meanwhile, Narcissa swiftly cast a protective charm upon herself and the children, positioning herself beside Lucius to form a defensive stance. Adonis swiftly retrieved his wand from his sleeve, followed closely by Draco and Pansy, who also drew their wands with equal haste. Hermione and Harry were somewhat taken aback by the sudden display, yet, true to their reputation as the future's formidable trio, they quickly adapted. Similarly brandishing their wands with firm resolve, a middle-aged man emerged from the circle of onlookers, inquiring about the situation at hand. Lucius cast a glance at the man's identification number and inquired, "Ah, the captain of the Ministry's Guard, I presume? I am the current patriarch of the Malfoy family, and I request an audience with your Minister of Foreign Affairs." Upon hearing Lucius's words, the guard captain approached him, wand raised, and requested, "Please present your identification." Lucius produced his credentials from his inner pocket, displaying them briefly. After examining the proof, the guard captain instructed his soldiers, "Lower your wands and detain that receptionist for questioning." He then turned back to Lucius and said, "Mr. Malfoy and esteemed guests, please follow me." Lucius nodded, stowing away his wand, signaling for Adonis and the others to follow. Chapter 65. The Dragon Sanctuary in Romania. Mr. Malfoy, the situation has been thoroughly investigated. That individual was a loyal follower of your former dark wizard, the Polyjuice Potion. "Sent to greet you," explained the director of the Ministry of Magic S Department of International Magical Cooperation in Romania. Lucius nodded and replied, "I place my trust in your investigation. We are eager to proceed to the Dragon Sanctuary in Romania, so let us part ways here." The director rose to shake hands with Lucius in farewell and gestured towards the guard captain, saying, "This is Jesse Andrews, who will lead you to the Flu Network." After the Malfoys, Adonis, and Draco traveled through the Flu Network, Pansy turned to Harry and Hermione, stating, "Just like our journey not long ago, it is essential to articulate the destination clearly." Although Pansy noticed Harry and Hermione nodding in agreement, she double-checked before stepping into the fireplace, proclaiming loudly, "The Dragon Sanctuary in Romania." At the entrance of the Dragon Sanctuary in Romania, Lucius guided Adonis to a nearby hillside. "Adonis, do you discern anything?" he inquired. Adonis replied with a smirk, "Merely a farce orchestrated by the Romanian Ministry of Magic. It seems a few clowns are dissatisfied with our stake in the Dragon Sanctuary." "What do you propose we do?" Lucius asked, studying Adonis's profile. Adonis shrugged. "When the claws are out, what can one do?" A glance exchanged between father and son ensued. And Adonis added, "Just chop them off." Narcissa, overhearing the laughter of the duo from the hillside, shook her head in resignation, bewildered by their mysterious antics. Adonis gazed at Narcissa in the distance, along with Pasha, who had just emerged from the Flu Network, and remarked, "Father, let us first relish our holiday." However, he cast a glance at the boundless sky, surmising that Adela was likely on her way. The Romanian Dragon Sanctuary, renowned as one of the world's 3 foremost dragon breeding grounds, stood majestically with towering trees and dense thickets forming its natural protective barrier. The occasional roars emanating from within only served to reinforce the Muggles' belief that it was a pristine wilderness. In the past, a handful of expedition teams had ventured here, but they were forcibly subjected to memory modifications by the resident wizards, leading to a widespread aversion to the area, now regarded as a forbidden zone by Muggles. Upon the successful arrival of Harry and Hermione, Lucius guided them to stand before a towering European spruce, reaching 40 meters in height and boasting a trunk diameter of 1.2 meters, with an estimated lifespan exceeding 5,000 years. He raised his wand and inscribed the name Malfoy in the air. Harry's eyes widened in astonishment as the letters melded into the trunk, and the surrounding thickets parted to reveal a narrow path. "This is truly marvelous," he exclaimed in wonder. Draco, stepping onto the path and glancing back at Harry, slightly tilted his head and said, "Harry, this is nothing, merely a minor spell. Step onto the path, and even more extraordinary events will unfold." Harry nodded, and as he stepped onto the path, the scenery transformed dramatically. Reminiscent of his first sight of Hogwarts Castle from a boat, enveloped in enchantment. Approximately 10 paces away, a grand, ancient iron gate materialized, each column adorned with intricately carved dragons. Harry scanned the dragons depicted and realized that most were unfamiliar to him. On a relatively slender column, he recognized the Norwegian Ridgeback. Above the gate, powerful characters proclaimed, "Romanian Dragon Sanctuary." Astounded by the sight, Harry hurried to catch up with Draco and inquired, "Are all the dragons depicted here present?" Draco replied, "That is impossible, Harry. Most species have gone extinct. Many of the dragons depicted are far mightier than wizards. An extinct Tyrannosaurus Rex could only be matched by 100 ordinary adult wizards, let alone be tamed. Even if they were not extinct, we would lack the means to breed them." In contrast to Harry's reaction, Hermione's composure astonished Pasha. "Hermione, you seem utterly unfazed," she remarked. Hermione shook her head and explained, "No, I am merely taken aback, uncertain of what to articulate." A young man approached, bowing to Lucius before speaking. "Good afternoon, Mr. Malfoy, madam, and esteemed young gentlemen and ladies. I am Brooke Edwin, and today I shall be your guide through the Romanian Dragon Sanctuary." Lucius acknowledged Edwin with a nod. "Very well. Please proceed." As Edwin noted Lucius's gesture, he began to walk while introducing, "The Romanian Dragon Sanctuary was established in 200 AD. Although we are the last of the 3 major dragon breeding grounds to be constructed, our prowess has been unrivaled since 1000 AD. He gestured toward a roaring dragon nearby. "That is the North American Spinosaurus, its lineage tracing back to the early to mid-Cretaceous period. Unlike its ancestor, the Spinosaurus, the North American variant is smaller in both height and weight, reaching a maximum height of only 1 meter and a length of approximately 56 meters. He paused before continuing. "Annually, this species demands the most labor and resources among our dragons." Edwin took pride in his next words. "Both their scales and blood are exceedingly rare and valuable potion ingredients, and only we at the Romanian Dragon Sanctuary can provide them." As they approached, Hermione noticed food remains near the Spinosaurus and was suddenly struck by a sense of absurdity and dread. "Mr. Edwin, what do they eat?" she inquired. Edwin chuckled lightly before replying, "They feast upon the most heinous criminals from both the Muggle and Wizarding worlds sentenced to death." Hermione recoiled in horror at Edwin's words, nearly losing her balance. Fortunately, Adonis steadied her arm as she, trembling with fear, pointed toward the Spinosaurus and stammered, You actually partake in such inhumane acts? Even death row inmates are still human." Adonis cast a glance towards the iron-barred enclosure, then turned his gaze to the equally pallid faces of Bertha and Harry. He lowered his voice and said, "Relax. They had signed contracts prior to their execution. After death, they will be repurposed for various uses. And the innocent direct relatives or beneficiaries will receive a substantial sum, sufficient for them to indulge themselves within the bounds of the law for a lifetime." Hermione, upon hearing Adonis's explanation, remained unable to regain her composure. The entire situation was beyond her comprehension and acceptance. Chapter 66, The Dulling of Reason by Greed, revised. Harry steadied his mind and cast another glance at the bones beside the Spinosaurus. "Mr. Edwin, is this truly necessary?" Edwin nodded impassively. "There is no alternative." Following this, Edwin proceeded to introduce them to the South American Argentinosaurus, the southern dragon from Australia, and a dozen or so other dragon species. However, none of this managed to pique their interest significantly. Adonis harbors no interest in dragons, for him. The ability to identify various dragons and comprehend their weaknesses and medicinal properties through the study of the dragon compendium suffices. As for their behavioral patterns, what purpose would that serve? To rear a dragon? Understanding such matters yields no advantages and merely squanders the limited cognitive capacity that humanity has painstakingly developed. It is a futile endeavor. Meanwhile, Draco stumbled over a stone, his thoughts in disarray since learning about the dietary habits of the Spinosaurus. He had once perceived these creatures as endearing, yet now grappled with the unsettling revelation that they feasted upon the deceased. Despite Edwin's repeated explanations that only the Spinosaurus exhibited such behavior within the entire dragon sanctuary, Draco realized he could not revert to his previous mindset. In fact, before their visit, he had contemplated asking his father to acquire a dragon for him to rear, reflecting on that now sent an inexplicable shiver down his spine. Adonis cast a glance at Draco, whose expression was inscrutable, leaving the future of Draco's affection for dragons open to speculation. Overall, the half-day excursion to the Romanian Dragon Sanctuary was not a particularly enjoyable experience for anyone present, except perhaps for Edwin, who might gain an additional gold coin from the afternoon tour guide. For Hermione, it could hardly be described as anything less than a nightmare. Consequently, their plans to visit not the following day were abandoned. That night, Lucius stood by the window, observing the approaching shadow in the sky. As predicted by his son, an eagle owl named Adhere delivered a letter to him. Dear Mr. Lucius Malfoy, please ensure the attendance of your son, Adonis Black Malfoy, at the shareholders' meeting convened on July 15th at 7 p.m. at the Romanian Dragon Sanctuary Hotel. Should you fail to attend, we shall automatically interpret this as a forfeiture of your rights. Romanian Dragon Sanctuary Shareholder Center. Lucius wrapped his fingers on the table, and in an instant, a blaze consumed the letter, reducing it to ashes. He pondered the audacity of Douglas from America, Francis from France, Derek from Germany, and Kurbusky from Russia, while he questioned the confidence of the Romanian Nistorf in believing they would support him. As for the British Black, he was certain to deliver a significant surprise. The following morning, having abandoned their visit to the Dragon Sanctuary, Narcissa took them on a thorough tour of Bucharest, the capital of Romania. Meanwhile, Adonis and Lucius had discreetly slipped away as soon as they entered the Romanian wizarding market. Lucius glanced at his son with a look of disdain and remarked, Adonis Black Malfoy, what purpose do you serve by following me? Adonis rolled his eyes. Father, dear Mr. Lucius Malfoy, should you find yourself cast out by Lady Narcissa this evening, do not dare seek my company. Lucius straightened his tone. Adonis, Edela has delivered the letter. Edela's presence was indeed hard to overlook. Adonis then inquired, what did the letter convey? Allow me to accompany you to the meeting of the 7 major shareholders tomorrow. Adonis chuckled. Nistorf intends to repeat the actions of over 3 centuries ago. Has he not learned from the pain of the past? To speak frankly, there is a Chinese saying that aptly describes such situations, the feast at Hongmen. Yet, they are often outmaneuvered by their guests. With their limited channels of information, Adonis shook his head. It is better left unsaid. At 6:50 p.m. on July 15th, Lucius entered with Adonis, greeted by the beaming and sunlit faces of Nistorf and his son, alongside the other family patriarchs and heirs, who wore expressions of stoic indifference. Upon noticing Lucius and his companion, the American Douglas father and son rose, warmly extending their greetings. Lucius, it has been 11 years since our last encounter. Lucius reached out to shake Douglas's hand, engaging in a customary embrace. He then gestured towards the boy beside Douglas, saying, Adonis, this is Uncle Douglas's son, Hebraic Douglas. He is a year your senior. Upon hearing Lucius's introduction, Adonis extended his hand and greeted, Hello, Hebrew. I am Adonis Black Malfoy. It is a pleasure to meet you here in Romania. He then offered a gentle smile and remarked in a hushed tone, I owe this encounter to the graciousness of Mr. Nistorf. Hebrew, however, bypassed Adonis's outstretched hand and enveloped him in a warm embrace, exclaiming, It is a delight to meet you, Adonis. Douglas, witnessing his son's actions, managed an awkward smile, acknowledging that Hebrew had inherited her mother's exuberance. Lucius, in response to Douglas's observation, concurred, Indeed. I recall a time when Douglas's embrace nearly fractured my spine. Nistorf promptly rose, stating, Now that Mr. Malfoy and his son have arrived, we shall commence with the matter at hand. Noting the agreement among those present, he continued, According to the agreement on equity changes every 300 years, the heirs of each family shall compete, and the results will determine the distribution of shares. He cast a glance at the 6 families gathered, adding, As the sole male heir of the Black family, Sirius Black is currently incarcerated in Azkaban. Thus, he shall be considered to have forfeited his claim, and his shares will automatically be ranked 7th. I trust there are no objections? Please hold on a moment, Mr. Nistorf, Adonis interjected. Mr. Sirius Black cannot represent the Black family, and therefore, I must respectfully disagree with your earlier statement. Nistorf shot a glance at Adonis, questioning, What do you mean, young Malfoy? Adonis surveyed all those present and addressed them earnestly, stating, I require an oath of unwavering loyalty to ensure that our discussions today remain confidential. Otherwise, he intently gazed at Nistorf, emphasizing each word. The final step of our equity transfer may prove impossible to accomplish. Very well, responded Douglas. Following this, Francis, Derek, and the Kurbusky father and son each took their turn to pledge the oath of unwavering loyalty. Adonis gazed at Nistov and inquired, "Sir, do you intend to abstain?" "I certainly possess the ability to cast a spell," he continued, "after Nistov and his son have been subjected to my enchantment. I hope you will provide me with a satisfactory explanation, Mr. Adonis Black Malfoy." Adonis smiled gently. "Mr. Nistov, you have just elucidated the reason yourself, have you not?" Observing Nistov's demeanor, he sighed inwardly. Indeed, the Nistov family seemed to regress in intellect when confronted with self-interest, a trend that had persisted for over a millennium. "Allow me to reintroduce myself, Mr. Nistov. I am the current patriarch of the Blake family. According to our agreement, a patriarch under the age of 18 may directly participate in the battle for succession." He paused momentarily. "Now, do you have any further inquiries, sir?" Nistov gazed at Adonis and suddenly burst into hearty laughter, responding, "Of course, there are no questions. I wish you the best of luck, young Mr. Blake Malfoy." Chapter 67, The Dragon Slayer, Part 1. "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Nistov," Adonis expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Nistov remained silent in response to Adonis's words, while young Nistov let out a derisive snicker. "In that case, let us draw lots to determine the order of the competition," suggested Mr. Francis. "That is agreeable." The Douglas family has no objections. The Derrick family is in accord. The Kolbinski family concurs. Lucius cast a sidelong glance at Nistov and proclaimed loudly, "The Malfoy family has no objections." Adonis subsequently remarked that the Black family consented. Nistov observed the entire conference room, his expression darkening as he glared at Francis, mocking, "I never expected the French to be so untrustworthy. No wonder your Muggle world has suffered such a humiliating defeat at the hands of the Germans." Francis scoffed. "What do you mean by that? I am unaware of any promises made to you, Mr. Nistov of Romania, or is it that Romanians have a penchant for empty words?" After a brief pause, he continued, "As for the Muggles' disgraceful defeat, when will the magical community engage in a battle to see if your Romania can make the Germans flee in terror?" "Enough," Nistov thundered, then addressed the assembly. "Ladies and gentlemen, according to our founding agreement, as long as one party presents a 6 share as compensation, the format of the heiress duel may be altered. Are you all in agreement?" The attendees nodded in acknowledgement of the founding agreement. Nistov, satisfied, turned to Adonis, inquiring whether young Malfoy was authorized to represent the Black family in accepting this agreement. "Certainly," Adonis replied, twirling the ring on his finger as he met Nistov's gaze. "Very well, since there are no objections, I, Nistov, the current patriarch, am willing to pay each of you 1 to alter the method of the heiress competition. Let us proceed with the transfer of the founding shares." "Hold on," Derrick interrupted Nistov. "Patriarch Nistov, I implore you to contemplate your decision carefully. You should be aware of the blood and tears your ancestors shed for that 5 stake. Nistov nodded at Derrick, responding, "Thank you for your reminder." The Nistov family has made its intentions clear. Seeing Nistov's resolute demeanor, Derrick refrained from further comments. If it were not for the strong rapport between his grandfather and Nistov's grandfather, he would have had no reason to engage in such contentious matters. "Then I shall begin," Nistov declared, producing his wand and inscribing Nistov followed by 008 in the air. Francis promptly raised his wand, writing Francis 009. Douglas followed with 010, then came Black with 011, Kolbowski with 012, Malfoy with 013, and Derrick with 014. The names representing the 7 families swiftly merged into a document resembling a contract. This parchment recorded the shares held by the 7 individuals, alongside the fractional shares of the minor stakeholders. Nistov then drew his wand and delicately marked out 6 from his family's shares, tapping his wand to split and allocate the shares accordingly. Upon completion of the spell, the shares of the other 6 families permanently increased by 1, while the Nistov family permanently forfeited 6. Adonis gazed upon the newly established pact. Even with the triumph in the Heirs' War, the Nistov family merely retained their prior shares. As he observed the contract gradually fading into the air, he stifled the anger and bitterness simmering within him. The gathering convened at the dragon breeding grounds in Romania, where the battle for heirs would culminate in dragon slaying. Dragon slaying? Lucius rapped his fingers against the table, inquiring how one might approach such a task. He glanced around at the heirs of the various noble families, suddenly rising to his feet and striking the table with fervor. "Are you suggesting that our children be the ones to face the dragons? Mr. Malfoy, do remain calm. I believe Mr. Nistov will provide us with a satisfactory explanation." Derrick interjected, rising and grasping Lucius's arm. "Indeed, I have already coordinated with the breeding grounds to prepare 3 breeds of young dragons for us. The esteemed attendees and I shall draw lots to determine the type of dragon we will confront, and ultimately, we shall rank the participants based on the time taken. The one with the shortest duration shall be crowned the victor. After listening to the introduction by Nistov, Adonis remarked, among all the esteemed heads of families present, I am the youngest. Therefore, I shall express my opinion first. The Black family from England has no objections. Once all 7 attendees had voiced their positions, they promptly departed the conference room and proceeded to the dragon-breeding arena in Romania, specifically to the arena designed for combat. Constructed in the year 200. Just a year after the establishment of the dragon-breeding facility in Romania, this arena spans an impressive area of 1,000 square meters. Surrounded by iron steel plates and encircled by iron seating. In the southwest corner of the open arena, 7 young dragons are secured. Arranged according to their size, the Spanish 2-winged Aragon dragon, the North American Alaskan pterosaur, and the Asian solitary dragon. Adonis gazed upon the dragon confined within its cage. The Spanish double-winged Aragon dragon is renowned for its formidable size and strength, while the North American Alaskan pterosaur is celebrated for its swiftness. As for the Asian solitary dragon, it possesses a relatively balanced array of attributes, lacking any distinct advantages or disadvantages. Hebrew, holding the paper slip in his hand, announced, Adonis, it is your turn. Adonis nodded and casually grabbed 2 cards from the box. Upon unfolding them, he discovered one inscribed with the number 7, denoting the North American Alaska pterosaur, while the other bore the number 3, identifying it as the Spanish bimodal Arago dragon. He meticulously refolded the cards and approached Lucius, extending his hands. Father, for the sake of fairness, I leave the selection to you for the Malfoy family. Lucius nodded, then extracted a card from Adonis's grasp, the North American Alaska pterosaur, indicating that the Black family seemed to enjoy a stroke of luck over the Malfoys. The first contender was Philip from the Nistov family. As Adonis observed his performance from the stands, it was no surprise that his father, Henry Nistov, had proactively proposed a shift in equity. Had it not been for the Frenchman Francis's misfortune, they would undoubtedly have altered their position at the bottom of the ranks. Philip, witnessing the faltering dragon, sidestepped its final tail strike and retaliated with the killing curse, conclusively ending the duel. After the match, Philip nimbly vaulted over the barrier and addressed Henry, Father, I have not disgraced our name. Henry Nistov responded with a satisfied smile. Who was next? Douglas nodded towards Hebrew. Son, shares are of little consequence. I am not in need of money. Hebrew, observing his father's generous demeanor, remarked, Father, rest assured, I shall earn enough for my wife's future. Douglas playfully tapped his forehead, scolding, then hurry along. Chapter 68, The Dragon Slayer, Part 2. Hebrew leapt into the arena, gesturing for the staff to release the chains binding the Asian unique dragon. Once freed, the dragon lunged at Hebrew with its claws poised, but he deftly maneuvered past them, sprinting to its back, ready to deliver a decisive blow. A flash of white light erupted as the dragon's claws were severed, emitting a harrowing wail. In a frenzied response, the dragon lashed its tail, striking Hebrew and sending him crashing against the iron railing, blood gushing from his mouth. Locke Douglas leapt to his feet in the stands, rushing towards the railing, but was halted by Henry's outstretched arm. Douglas, you know the rules. Douglas coldly regarded Henry. If anything befalls Hebrew, I possess 1,000 means to erase Philip from existence. Nonetheless, he returned to his seat. Henry withdrew his arm, silently observing the arena, though the one that slipped from his sleeve betrayed his inner turmoil. The ambiguous ties between the Douglas family and the Gambino Mafia indeed posed a perilous gamble. Hebrew wiped the blood from his lips, recalling his grandfather's tales of valor. Now, he had finally tasted that thrill himself. Though painful, the sensation quickened his heartbeat and ignited a fervor within him. He watched the dragon approach, armored and fierce, as he slipped beneath its claws, aiming for its heart with the disarming charm. Following a series of agile rolls, he evaded the dragon's retaliation. Hebrew gazed at the dragon, now motionless, as blood gushed from the gaping wound in its heart. It seemed that his father's friend, Severus Snape, was not merely a master of potions but possessed profound insights into dark magic as well. The disarming charm proved effective, not only in results but also in its minimal magical expenditure. He glanced at Philip standing beside Henry Nistov, clenching his fists tightly. He too would soon possess the mental fortitude and magical prowess to seize opportunities for decisive victories with the killing curse once he reached his 4th year. Lucius observed Hebrew, who had exited the arena, and turned to Adonis beside him. Adonis, it is your turn. Yes, father. Adonis coldly observed the Spanish double-winged Aragog dragon lunging towards him, its mouth agape and roaring incessantly. A few months prior, this would have posed a considerable challenge for him. However, now, Seizing the opportune moment when the dragon's head dipped slightly, he swiftly unleashed 2 precise spells. The incantation struck the dragon's eyes directly, rendering it instantly blind. The now disoriented Spanish double-winged Aragog collided with Adonis, thrashing its tail in a frenzy. Adonis deftly leaped onto the dragon's neck, silently uttering the words Shadow Sword. A dark blade pierced the dragon's body. With a thunderous crash, the once mighty creature, renowned for its size and strength, lay motionless upon the ground. Francis abruptly rose, exclaiming in disbelief, "How is this possible?" Vincent Korubsky, observing Francis's astonishment, also stood to gaze at the scene before them. "Is there something amiss, Mr. Francis?" Vincent inquired. As his words escaped, the other 5 clan leaders turned to Francis, equally astonished, and curiously asked, "Mr. Francis, what troubles you?" Regaining his composure, Francis responded to the inquisitive gazes, "It is nothing. I merely believed that Philip was exceptional enough to secure first place, yet I did not anticipate young Malfoy's prowess." At this revelation, Henry's countenance darkened immediately. Philip, witnessing Adonis and the lifeless dragon on the ground, felt a fleeting surge of jealousy and resentment, but soon smiled at Lucius Malfoy, remarking, "Adonis truly is remarkable. The Black family is indeed fortunate." Nearby, the well-rested Hebrew chimed in, "Adonis, my dear Philip, you are remarkably familiar, indeed." Traditionally, addressing someone by age has always been the custom among Muggle commoners. Since when can an heir address the head of the family in such a manner? Upon hearing Hebrew's words, Victor Francis, who had always been notably reticent, suddenly erupted into laughter. As Adonis returned to the stands while Philip was speaking, he observed the farce unfolding on the field with an inscrutable expression, naturally not missing the fleeting emotion that flickered in Philip's eyes. Philip immediately offered an apology to Mr. Malfoy. "This hat is not one that the Nistov family can afford," Henry stated sternly. Philip glanced at his father before approaching Adonis and bowing slightly. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Malfoy. Please forgive my presumption." Adonis nodded. "For ignorance is no excuse. It appears that Mr. Klenistov could benefit from an enhancement of his etiquette education." Philippe lowered his gaze, clenched his teeth in frustration, and then raised his head with a smile, expressing his gratitude for the guidance received. Seeing this, Adonis chuckled and replied, "You're welcome," before offering a slight nod of gratitude to Vito Francis. Vito stretched languidly, rising from his chair to address his father, Eve Francis, saying, "Father, it is my turn now." Eve, observing his son's lethargic demeanor, could only shake his head in resignation, cautioning him to exercise care. Vito meandered down to the arena, glancing at the solitary dragon before him. "Brother, you have disturbed my slumber." The dragon, confined within its cage, had witnessed its kin fall victim to the Hebrew slaughter, rendering it exceedingly irritable, particularly incensed by the boy's provocation. The Asian dragon let out a furious roar, lunging towards Eve. Noticing the dragon's aggressive display, Vito's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he caressed his wand, invoking Ice of Destruction. A pale blue ethereal light surged from the tip of his wand, piercing straight into the heart of the Asian dragon. The creature, which had just taken flight, was abruptly suspended in midair, its lifeblood completely frozen, devoid of vitality. Vincent Korubsky observed the still seemingly drowsy youth in the arena, but now, his perspective had irrevocably changed. He turned to Eve and inquired, "What sort of magic is this?" "Francis? I have never encountered it before." "Ah, you refer to Ice of Destruction," Eve replied. Adonis observed Francis's demeanor, filled with pride, as he continued to speak of the family's ancestral magic, a craft that had remained unlearned for centuries. As Adonis listened to Francis's explanation, his thoughts drifted far away. He recalled when Thomas had introduced the Shadow Sword to him in Germany, warning that its wielder would pay a harrowing price. It had been centuries since anyone had dared to wield such magic, as it inflicted irreparable damage upon the user's soul. Chapter 69. Attribute magic. Not all magic practiced in St. Mungo's Hospital could be wielded by everyone. Family legacy spells were not meant for all to learn. Fragments of thoughts raced through his mind, swiftly piecing together the puzzle. Since his fateful confrontation with Voldemort, he had been perplexed by his own ability to wield the Shadow Sword without restraint, but now everything was crystal clear. The magic that only a select few could wield freely, while others faced dire consequences, must be the attribute magic briefly mentioned in the tome on the origins of advanced dark magic. Upon returning from the audience, Vito took a seat beside Adonis, casually twirling his wand in his right hand. "How does my Ice Destruction compare to your Shadow Sword?" he inquired. "A splendid spell, executed with finesse," Adonis remarked, admiration evident in his gaze. Vito smiled faintly, accustomed to such accolades from someone like Adonis. "Thank you for the compliment. By the way, The Black family has truly found an exceptional heir. I had thought you would follow in my footsteps, only delving into ancestral magic at my age. But it seems you have embarked on this journey much sooner. Adonis did not respond to Vito's inquiry. Instead, he fixated on the dragon being dragged away by the staff. His thoughts drifted to the fifth shelf of the library, the tome on Malfoy's magical legacy, located farthest from the spiral staircase. He had long desired to peruse it. Yet various distractions had continually thwarted his intentions. This time upon his return, he resolved to delve into it thoroughly. Vito observed Adonis with an amused smile, eagerly anticipating his reaction in due course. At this juncture of the dragon-slaying event, 2 Asian dragons and 2 Spanish double-winged Aragon dragons had perished, leaving only 3 North American Alaskan pterosaurs in the fray. Subsequently, Bud Kerbusky and Armand Derrick, both contemporaries of Adonis, took to the stage. However, unlike Adonis, their age restricted their magical prowess, which, in turn, dictated their spell-casting abilities. They could do little more than evade the relentless assaults of the North American Alaskan pterosaur, occasionally managing to create minor distractions. Despite their efforts, they were left in a state of disarray, bearing numerous scars upon their arms and legs. Given the circumstances, the ultimate determination of victory hinged on the count and depth of the wounds inflicted upon the North American Alaskan pterosaur. Through a narrow margin, Armand of the Derrick family triumphed over Bud Kerbusky, besting him with a 1 millimeter deeper wound. This outcome elicited a resigned shake of the head from Vincent Kerbusky, who stood nearby. As the final dragon charged at Adonis, he perceived the disdain in its eyes and toyed with his wand using one hand. To counter the dragon's speed and low-altitude flying capabilities, he knew he must first incapacitate its wings. He raised his wand and cast 2 petrification spells directed at the dragon's wings. The spell struck, momentarily halting the creature for a mere second. However, that brief pause was ample for Adonis to unleash a fatal Avada Kedavra directly at the dragon's skull. Adonis cast a fleeting glance at the unblinking North American pterosaur, and then at the other 2 creatures nearby, roaring incessantly within their cage, this dragonkin, yet different in fate. Upon witnessing the finale of the last match, Eve turned to Henry and remarked, "Mr. Nistoff can now announce the results." "Is Mr. Francis so impatient?" Eve chuckled at Henry's retort. "You are quite right, Mr. Nistoff. Like you, I am eagerly anticipating the outcome." With a flick of his wrist, Henry activated the magical recording device and, in accordance with the stipulations of the share transfer agreement, following this round of share alterations, the standings were as follows. The Francis family held the largest share at 15, followed by the Malfoy family with 14, the Black family with 13, the Nistoff family with 5, the Douglas family with 11, the Derrick family with 10, and the Kolboski family with 9. After hearing the results, Lucius rose, instinctively adjusting his attire. "Gentlemen, since the matter is settled, the Malfoys and Blacks shall take their leave now. Nis, let us depart." As Adonis followed Lucius with a swift apparition, Douglas and his son seized the opportunity, clutching their garments and hitching a ride with them. In the grand lobby of the Bucharest Hotel, Lucius observed the Douglas duo accompanying him. "Locke, it has been 11 years since we last met. I expected some change, yet I find myself disappointed." Locke interjected with a nonchalant smile. "Have you not been disappointed in me before? This is but a trifling matter." "Indeed," Lucius remarked, glancing at Adonis, who stood beside him with an air of indifference. "Let us depart." Locke turned to follow the already distant Lucius, saying to his son, "Shall we also take our leave?" "Father, Uncle Lucius bears a striking resemblance to Mother," the son observed. "And what of it?" Locke replied. "I find Adonis to be exceptionally beautiful." Douglas cast a sidelong glance at his son, noting, "Adonis is clearly not of your ilk." Hebraic indifference washed over Locke as he retorted, "And what does that matter? Uncle Lucius is not of your kind either." "Then I wish you luck," Douglas said. "Do not fret, father. I am certain I possess better fortune than you," his son declared, adding, "She couldn't even be bothered to speak with you. Let me impart a truth. Adonis has never conversed with you." As soon as Adonis returned to his room, Draco approached him. "Brother, where did you and father go? Why have you returned so late?" "We attended a meeting." "Was it concerning the shares of the Romanian dragon breeding facility?" Adonis reclined on the bed, nodding slightly. "Little dragon, I surmise that upon our return, Dumbledore shall pay a visit to Malfoy Manor." Draco paused momentarily, taken aback, before responding, "It seems that we are indeed relatives of Potter." Consequently, Adonis gestured to Draco, beckoning him closer to whisper. After Adonis finished speaking, he patted Draco on the shoulder, conveying his understanding. "Do not worry, my brother. There is one more matter." Could we refrain from breeding North American Spinosaurus at the Dragon Sanctuary in the future? Adonis retrieved the care solution, tending to his wand as he replied. This is likely quite difficult. Survival of the fittest is the law of nature. Upon hearing his response, Draco remarked, I recognize that this phrase originates from a renowned Muggle biologist, but how does it pertain to dragons? After all, they are nurtured by humans. Adonis gazed at Draco, then suddenly paused and remarked, You must ponder this on your own. Keep your cherished wand close, and now, retire for the night. After Draco departed, Adonis made his way to Lucius's chamber. Narcissa, he began, My dear, why are you still awake at such a late hour? Narcissa, reclining on the bed, turned her gaze towards Adonis. Mother, I seek father regarding a matter of some importance. Lucius cast a fleeting glance in his direction, instructing, Return to your room. He perched himself on the edge of Adonis's bed and inquired, Speak, what is it? You are aware that it is already 11 o'clock. I wish to understand the properties of the Malfoy family's magical attributes. Do not evade my question. My private tutor in Germany has already acquainted me with this knowledge. Very well, if that is the case, allow me to demonstrate. Lucius produced his wand and pointed it at a small stone pedestal by the door, executing a swift vertical motion, uttering, Golden Cleave. As the words left his lips, the pedestal split effortlessly in two, the cut remarkably smooth. Father, what is the underlying principle? Lucius squinted at him, remaining silent. All right, father, I concede. That tutor failed to elucidate. Oh, in due time, you shall come to understand. He then rose, opened the door, and added as he departed, I shall compensate you for your sleep lost tonight. With a resounding bang, the door closed behind him. Adonis gazed at the door. Then with a resounding thud, collapsed onto the bed, surrendering to slumber. Chapter 70. The narrative returns to its course. Lucius had led them back to Malfoy Manor for less than 2 hours when the butler, Sia, approached him. Sir, Professor Dumbledore has come to visit. Lucius nodded and instructed him to lead the way to the reception room, stating, I shall be there shortly. Very well, sir. Wait, Adonis called out to Sia, who was preparing to depart. Please summon Mr. Harry Potter to the guest room. Of course, young master, Sia replied, bowing before retreating. Lucius cast a glance at Adonis, remaining silent as he proceeded to the reception room. In the reception room, Dumbledore regarded Harry with a gentle smile. Harry, how did you find your journey to Romania? Harry reflected on the entire trip. Professor Dumbledore, the Dragon Sanctuary in Romania is truly remarkable. But, Dumbledore, are you worried that I might mistreat your savior? Lucius interjected, striding forward to take a seat on the sofa, his gaze fixed on Dumbledore. Lucius, you understand my intentions. Of course, I now return him to your care. Excuse me, gentlemen, what are you discussing? Harry interjected before Dumbledore could respond. Harry, I have come to take you to your aunt's house for the summer. Sir, I... At that moment, the door swung open with a creak, and Draco rushed in, panting. Harry, I forgot to tell you. The Weasleys sent a letter saying they'll come to fetch you to the burrow in August. Lucius chuckled softly, the hospitable Weasleys. However, his expression quickly soured. Draco, is this how you were raised? Draco bowed slightly to Lucius and Dumbledore. I apologize. I wasn't aware that you and Professor Dumbledore were here. Dumbledore smiled at Draco. No need to concern yourself with that, he said, then turned to Lucius. Draco is still but a child. Lucius merely nodded in silence. Harry, I shall wait for you here. Once you've gathered your belongings, while the day is still light, we shall not disturb Mr. Malfoy. Harry glanced at Draco, who stood like a wooden post beside Lucius, then rose and nodded. Very well, Professor. A vague, indescribable sensation surged within him, and in that instant, he felt akin to a marionette on strings. After Dumbledore departed with Harry, Draco spoke up. Father, I have matters to attend to regarding Pansy. Lucius nodded, but as Draco turned to leave, he abruptly inquired, Does Adonis have any further instructions? Draco paused and looked back. Father, do you perceive me as a dim-witted fool? Not at all, my son. Lucius sighed. I did not mean that. Perhaps it was I who misinterpreted. Go attend to your affairs. Draco nodded, and, as he ascended the stairs, he encountered Pansy descending. Brother, did you lie to father? I did not. Has Harry left? Yes. Pansy observed Draco's retreating figure. She was the only one to notice this small secret. Whenever Draco lied to Lucius, he would become unusually taciturn. Now, it was so evident he thought to deceive her. Yet, considering he was her elder brother, she would let him off the hook this time. Adonis found himself in the abandoned little garden at the back of Malfoy Manor. After ensuring that no one was around, he called out, Dobby. With a sudden crack, a house elf materialized before him. Since discovering that he was in the world of Harry Potter, Adonis had been diligently nurturing a bond with this unique house elf. Fortune smiled upon him, for he could confidently assert that the elf now held an unwavering loyalty towards him. To evade Lucius's scrutiny, he refrained from directly uttering its name to summon it. Initially, he struggled to locate the house elf and even doubted his memory of its name, until by chance he stumbled into the kitchen, where he found Dobby, alone and on the verge of death, nearly starved. He later learned that house elves possess lineage, and Dobby's bloodline had long been scorned by other elves, having been brought into servitude due to the betrayal of its ancestors. Dobby had encountered Master Adonis before and looked up at him with utmost reverence. For it was Adonis who had rescued him from that wretched company of elves, and most importantly, who placed immense trust in him. Adonis gazed at Dobby and mused internally. No wonder other house elves shunned him. His lineage set him apart from the rest, while other house elves, once bound, could never betray. Those of Dobby's kind could devise various means of treachery if they were resolute. They paid no heed to punishment, embodying the true spirit of the elven warrior. Dobby, I wish to request your assistance, Adonis murmured, but this task must remain a secret. Rest assured, my young master, Dobby shall fulfill your request, Dobby replied, patting the grimy fabric of his chest with his claw. Very well, Adonis said as he crouched down to whisper in Dobby's ear. You must go to Hogwarts to create some trouble for Harry Potter, and from this moment forward, you will heed only my commands. Do you understand? Upon hearing the final phrase, Dobby became suddenly exhilarated, rolling on the ground before rising to fix his wide green eyes upon Adonis. Could you please repeat that? My young master? He paused, then corrected himself. No, I mean, Adonis Black Malfoy commands Dobby to obey him alone from now on. Damn it. I actually uttered my young master's name, he lamented, raising his spatula to strike his own head. Stop, Dobby, cease at once. That is an order. Adonis quickly interjected upon witnessing Dobby's antics. Dobby's arm hovered in midair before gradually descending. May I ask, my young master? Adonis gazed intently, echoing the words spoken. When suddenly he witnessed a drop of blood escape from Dobby's brow, which he could not evade, as it swiftly penetrated his forehead. Upon seeing the ritual reach its culmination, Dobby collapsed to the ground, cradling his head in anguish. Adonis, bewildered and motionless, found himself inexplicably having completed the bond ceremony with the original house elf. It is noteworthy that the reason house elves symbolize the wealth of the magical elite on one level is that, apart from the progeny of their own domesticated elves, they can no longer acquire any other elves. The commerce of house elves does not guarantee unwavering loyalty. Adonis gazed at Dobby and asked, Dobby, can you enlighten me as to why this is the case? Dobby shook his head, expressing uncertainty. I do not know, master. Just as you posed your question, the words spontaneously emerged in my mind. However, Dobby is aware that you wish for me to undertake the task of being what is referred to as a spy. Is that correct? Adonis gazed intently at Dobby, relinquishing his questions, aware of the perilous nature of revealing his identity as a spy. Dobby nodded earnestly, assuring that he would steadfastly remain by his master's side. In Chapter 71, Unfortunate Harry, within the modest room on the second floor of number 4, Privet Drive, Harry observed the birds fluttering on the trees outside, while the boisterous laughter of Uncle Vernon echoed from below, stirring an inexplicable sense of agitation within him. Mr. Harry Potter. A sudden voice startled him. He swiftly turned to see a peculiar creature standing before the wardrobe, clad in tattered, filthy attire, with bat-like ears and a slender nose, clutching a metal pan in its left hand. He recalled that this being was referred to as a house elf by Bertha. Whose elf are you? He inquired. Dobby, came the reply. Harry crouched down to be level with Dobby. Very well, Dobby. I mean, to whom do you belong? With wide, emerald eyes, Dobby responded, Dobby. Harry, bemused by Dobby's innocent expression, rubbed his forehead in exasperation, realizing the absurdity of engaging in a dispute with a house elf. All right, Dobby, what brings you here? Mr. Harry Potter is a good person. Dobby cannot allow you to return to Hogwarts, Dobby declared. Harry shook his head vehemently. That is impossible, Dobby. I will not stay here. Dobby shook his head vigorously, insisting, Dobby will never permit Harry Potter to go to Hogwarts. There are loud bangs, bangs, bangs. He raised the metal pan above his head. What are you doing, Dobby? Stop, please. Harry reached out to seize the pan, but to his surprise, the seemingly frail Dobby possessed considerable strength. In his struggle, Harry inadvertently collided with the wardrobe, glancing up cautiously at the aged cabinet as he shielded his head. With a resounding crash, the already crippled wardrobe toppled over, burying both Harry and Dobby beneath a cascade of clothing. Sighing in resignation, Harry realized the situation had escalated. The door was kicked open, and Uncle Vernon bellowed, "Harry Potter, what on earth are you doing?" Casting a glance at Dobby, who was now entirely obscured by clothes, Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him. He hastily scrambled to his feet. "Uncle, I'm sorry. I accidentally knocked over the wardrobe. I will tidy it up immediately." Vernon glared at him menacingly. "You better keep quiet, or else, boy, even with that little stick of yours, you won't have it easy." Instinctively, Harry touched the wand in his pocket. "All right, Uncle Vernon, rest assured." "Best be so," Vernon retorted. Just as he stepped out the door, he caught sight of Dobby's ears peeking from beneath the blue garments. A sinister grin spread across his face as he re-entered, seizing Dobby's ears with both hands. "You're going there, and they're teaching you to play with dolls." "Are they? Ha ha." He then yanked the blanket away. Harry's attempt to intervene came too late. "Adhere, a ghost, a ghost." Vernon bolted, slamming the door behind him. Dobby regarded Vernon with an impassive expression as he snapped his fingers. Harry rushed out of the room, watching in dismay as Vernon vanished down the staircase, shouting, "No, no. Dobby, stop, stop." Suddenly, his legs buckled, and he fell to the ground. "Adhere." Vernon's terrified cries mingled with Aunt Petunia's frantic screams. And Harry felt his mind explode with chaos. He vaguely heard the screams of a woman and the maniacal laughter of a man. Pale-faced, Harry staggered to his feet. Witnessing Uncle Vernon suspended in midair 4 meters above the ground, a fall from such a height could prove fatal or lead to severe injury. Downstairs, the guests of the Dursleys stood frozen, paralyzed by the shocking sight. Regaining his composure, Harry implored, "Dobby, put him down." Dobby remained unmoved, his earlier affection now vanished. "Please." Dobby shook his head. "Harry Potter must promise Dobby will not go to Hogwarts." "Dobby, first put my uncle down. This has nothing to do with him, does it?" Dobby's eyes narrowed. "Mr. Harry Potter cannot go to Hogwarts. If you do not agree, Mr. Dursley will fall." The weight of Dobby's words bore down on Harry as he felt the gazes of Aunt Petunia and Dudley fixate upon him. He clenched his wand tightly in his right hand, the strain visible beneath his skin. Memories from his childhood flooded his mind, but ultimately, he relinquished the wand. "I promise I will not go to Hogwarts. Now release my uncle. And that person down there," he pointed to the bewildered guest, "I believe you know what to do." Dobby nodded. "Mr. Harry Potter may rest assured." With a snap of his fingers, the staircase reformed, revealing Vernon Dursley sprawled across a step. Once the staircase was restored, Dobby fixed his gaze on the guest, who, after a moment, turned to Vernon with a puzzled expression. "Vernon, what are you doing?" Realizing Dobby had likely cast a forgetfulness charm, Harry turned to find Dobby had vanished. Observing Uncle Vernon managing to articulate an explanation to his guests, Harry knew all was well. Returning to his room, he surveyed the chaotic mess of clothing and smiled wryly, tossing his wand onto the bed before collapsing onto it. Despite the Dursleys' mistreatment over the years, they had raised him. Yet, Hogwarts had bestowed upon him countless cherished memories: Bertha, Ron, Hermione. Harry Potter. Startled, he sat upright on the bed, realizing he had dozed off. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was 10:05. He had slept for about an hour. "Harry Potter, come down and take a good look at this." Uncle Vernon's increasingly booming voice propelled him to hurriedly descend the stairs into the living room, where Mr. Mason had already departed. Uncle Vernon thrust a letter into his hand. "Look closely. Read it carefully." Harry discerned the malicious glint in his uncle's eyes. He unfolded the letter, which read, "Dear Mr. Harry Potter, we have received reports that this evening, at your residence, shortly after 9 o'clock, you utilized the disapparition charm, levitation charm, and forgetfulness charm. You should be aware that underage wizards are prohibited from using magic outside of school. Given that this is your first violation, we shall not pursue the matter further. However, any further infractions may result in your expulsion from Hogwarts. Regulations for the Reasonable Restriction of Underage Sorcery, 1875, Section 3. Additionally, please be reminded that under Article 13 of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, any magical activity that may attract the attention of non-magical individuals, muggles, constitutes a serious violation. Wishing you a pleasant summer. Mafalda Hopkirk, Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Uncle Vernon squinted at him. "And why didn't you mention this?" "Forgotten." "Have you?" "No matter. You've already promised not to return to that lunatic school." He cleared his throat. "I will ensure you are thoroughly distanced from that bunch of madmen." Chapter 72, The Rescue Operation, Part 1. Fawny gazed at him with an unusual expression, asserting, "You will thank me in the future." He then dragged him back to the small room on the second floor, commanding, "Now, immediately, tidy up this place." The door slammed shut with a resounding bang. Harry cast a glance at the wardrobe and clothes still lying on the floor, then glanced at the wand resting on the bed. Should he use the cleaning charm? After all, he had already promised not to return to Hogwarts. Being expelled would at least provide him with a reason. As Harry lifted his leg, the door creaked open once more, and Uncle Vernon strode in, clad in gloves. Striding straight to the bed to seize the wand. Harry thought that Uncle Vernon had gone out just to fetch the gloves, as the wand must seem as infectious to him as a plague. "Kid, you won't need this anymore. It will serve well for warmth," Vernon remarked, tapping the wand with his knuckles, listening to the sound it produced, noting the quality of the material. "Uncle, it's summer," Harry protested as he rushed forward to reclaim the wand. Uncle Vernon, seemingly anticipating this move, firmly pressed a hand on his shoulder. "What's the matter, kid? Want to take it back? Have you forgotten your promises so soon?" He abruptly halted, then continued, "Rest assured, I want to burn it. Once school starts, it will be useless, and you will agree." Uncle Vernon, humming a tune, clutched the wand and strode out of the small room. Listening to the receding footsteps, Harry stepped forward to close the door, letting out a long sigh, then resignedly crouched down to gather his belongings. The following morning, he was jolted awake by the deafening roar of a power drill and the shrill sound of a cutting machine. Uncle Vernon stood atop a ladder, installing iron bars on the window of the room. Harry could easily imagine how Uncle Vernon would respond if someone inquired about his purchase of these tools. "Oh, we were burgled. I hope to install a security device." After the iron bars were installed, Harry watched as Uncle Vernon returned to the top of the ladder, lifting several equal-sized wooden planks and wielding a large hammer. Bang, bang, clink. The wooden strips were haphazardly affixed to the wall, and Uncle Vernon poked his head through the remaining small opening, saying, "No need to thank me for leaving you such a large window." Harry merely stared at him, finding it rather dull. Soon, Uncle Vernon withdrew his head and stowed away the ladder, retreating into the house. A similar fate soon befell his bedroom door. However, unlike the window, Uncle Vernon merely added multiple layers of security to this door. Harry listened to the sounds and guessed that there were at least 4 locks inside and out, observing the newly created opening on the door, just large enough for a bowl to pass through. Harry felt that Uncle Vernon was going to great lengths to prevent him from attending Hogwarts. Was Hogwarts truly that terrifying? Harry could not help but ponder. He considered that Uncle Vernon's views on the magical world and Hogwarts were likely derived from Aunt Petunia. Were Aunt Petunia's opinions her own or inherited from his mother? Suddenly, he felt a desire to have a serious conversation with Aunt Petunia. But he could already envision her exploding in rage, as she had done countless times before whenever he mentioned his parents and her presence during his childhood. Harry leaned over the table, gently stroking Hedwig in her cage, contemplating the wand that Uncle Vernon had stashed away in some corner, and softly murmured, "It seems that until school starts, no, rather, until after school begins, we shall remain cooped up in this little room, relying solely on each other for companionship." Hedwig pecked at Harry's fingers while fervently flapping her wings, signaling her desire to go outside. Harry, holding the cage and standing by the window, pointed at the iron bars above, saying, "Look, I cannot let you out like this." Hedwig flapped her wings a couple of times before settling down, curling up to sleep. Harry sighed, thinking how unfortunate it was for Hedwig to have such a master. He retrieved a wooden box from beneath the bed, filled with all his first-year textbooks. Now he was grateful that at the beginning of summer, Uncle Vernon, out of respect for the wand, had bellowed at him to tidy up these books himself, ensuring they did not linger under his nose. Thus, he could now peruse these books. Had he received that warning letter, those books would have met a far simpler fate, turning to ashes. Perhaps, knowing Uncle Vernon's temperament, they would have served as makeshift lighting before that ever happened. Each subsequent day unfolded in a monotonous routine: sleep, eat, read. Converse with Hedwig, eat, read, sleep. Harry felt that if a final exam for first year were to be conducted now, he would have confidence in acing it, regardless of the subject, including Snape's potions class. As day turned to night, he dreamt of returning to Professor Bin's History of Magic exam, pen in hand, only to watch helplessly as the paper flew uncontrollably out the window. "No, no," Harry shouted, waking from his dream. Feeling the small gap in the window being scrutinized by eyes, he instinctively reached for a wooden stick from the bedside table, which was once a leg of the wardrobe but had broken. In his spare time, he had whittled it down to a makeshift wand. Cautiously, he approached the window, ready to act. "Harry," a tentative voice called from outside. "Ron, is that you?" Harry whispered. "It's me. We circled the house several times before finding this room. Fred insisted it couldn't be here, but thankfully I insisted on checking." Harry stared at Ron's face, asking, "How are you all up in the air? Riding brooms?" Ron shook his head. "Harry, if you look a little further, you'll see." He gestured for Fred to fly a bit farther away. Harry was astonished to see the flying car hovering in the sky. "Where did you get that?" "This is my dad's car. We borrowed it. Since you returned from Malfoy Manor, I've been writing to you, but you never replied. Then Dad's department said you were abusing magic. So we came to check on you." Harry's eyes lit up suddenly. "Ron, can you take me away? There are things I need to explain. But that can wait until we're gone." Before Ron and the others could respond, Harry looked down, sighing, "Never mind, you can't use magic. Stop dawdling. We come to take you away. You don't think I'd come alone, do you?" Ron pointed to Fred beside him. Fred tossed a rope to Harry, instructing him to tie it to the iron bars. "The wood outside is no problem." No, Harry protested, gripping the rope without making a move. "Are you worried about the Dursleys?" "Don't be. By the time they realize, we'll be long gone." Harry shook his head. "No, my wand is hidden. If I do this, they'll kill me. I can't risk the wand." "What do we do now, Fred?" Ron asked. Fred glanced at the sky and said to Harry, "We'll leave for now and come back in a few days. Don't worry, we will definitely rescue you." Harry nodded and peered through the small opening, watching the car recede into the distance. Inside the vehicle, Ron glanced at Fred and inquired, "Where are we heading now?" "Home." "Home? What about Harry?" "We'll figure something out at home." Chapter 73, The Rescue Operation, Part 2. George stood at the entrance of the burrow, observing the approaching car as Fred and Ron jogged to meet them. After confirming that there were no other occupants in the vehicle, he asked, "Where's Harry?" "Didn't you find him?" Fred parked the car in its original spot and replied, "We found him. But his uncle has barred him from leaving the house by installing iron bars and boards on the windows, and even confiscated his wand. It appears we need to devise another plan." Fred nodded in agreement with George's assessment, realizing that was indeed the only option. As they walked a few paces, George suddenly recalled Mrs. Weasley and hastily asked, "Has Mum noticed anything?" Observing Fred's anxious demeanor, George sighed in frustration and muttered, "Of course not," before exclaiming loudly, "Nothing at all." Fred looked at his brother with an urge to reprimand him, tugging at Ron's sleeve before turning back to say, "Mom, this isn't my fault. It was George's doing." George froze, stiffly turning around and saying, "Mom, I didn't but there was no sign of Mrs. Weasley." He glanced back at Fred and Ron, who were sprinting back to the burrow, realizing he had been deceived. The most vexing part was being outsmarted by such a trivial trick. George sauntered back inside, only to find Ron alone. "Ron, where did Fred go?" Ron swallowed the bite of bread he had been chewing and replied, "He mysteriously disappeared into the storage room. I don't know what he is up to." George looked at Ron, thinking how foolish his brother was, wondering which parent he had inherited his lack of intelligence from. "Is someone trying to steal your bread? Brother, what are you searching for?" George leaned against the wall, a mischievous grin forming as he watched Fred rummaging through the storage room. Fred, without looking up, replied, "Aren't we twins supposed to share a psychic connection? Take your time guessing, and you might figure it out." George rolled his eyes and said, "Fine, Fred. I'll guess slowly. You can take your time searching." As Fred continued his frantic searching, he suddenly paused, raising his head and saying, "Wait, the item is with you." George turned around and nodded. Such a valuable item shouldn't be left here. That would be a waste. Fred stood up and patted George on the shoulder. "You should have said so earlier." George remained unfazed, replying, "It would have been the same even if you had said it earlier." Fred, recalling how he had just dragged Ron away, relented, "All right then, how many soundproofing panels do we have? Is it enough?" When the topic shifted to business, George's previously carefree attitude vanished. "Not enough. For a normal-sized window, we need at least 8 panels, 2 for each corner. We only have 4, which is definitely insufficient. 1 for each corner, and then perhaps we can acquire some Muggle soundproofing boards," Fred suggested. George shook his head. "That 1 suffice. Even if we resolve the soundproofing issue, as you mentioned, Harry's uncle has hidden his wand. Unless we go back to Ollivander to buy another. We have no idea where it's concealed. The only spell we can use is the summoning charm." Fred and George exchanged glances and simultaneously declared, "Let us find Ron." In the living room, Ron shook his head vigorously as he heard the twins. No, absolutely not. Let us think of another way." George shrugged. "All right then." Fred added, "As for Harry's situation, we are powerless." George continued, "It seems we have reached an impasse." Ron looked at them with a pained expression. "Is there truly no other way?" Fred and George nodded in unison. "Well then, I suppose I'll write," Ron said, heading to fetch some stationery. Fred conjured paper and a pen from behind him, handing it over. "No need for that. We've already prepared everything for you. Taking the paper and pen, Ron resigned himself and began to write while George recited, "Dear Draco Malfoy." His hand trembled slightly as a drop of ink fell after the name. Looking at the inkblot, Ron felt a sense of relief and continued writing. "Harry is locked in his room by his uncle, and his wand is hidden in an unknown corner. Underage wizards are not permitted to use magic outside school, and we require your assistance. If possible, please reply and meet us 2 nights from now at 7 o'clock, 1,000 meters northeast of Malfoy Manor, with a wand that is not regulated by the Ministry of Magic. Your faithful friend, Ron." Just as Ron was about to sign George's name, he was threatened with, "Actually, we can choose not to rescue Harry." Gritting his teeth, Ron ultimately wrote, "Ron Weasley." Fred took the letter Ron had just finished writing and rolled it up, tying it to the leg of the owl, Errol. Ron watched through the window as Errol flew away, thinking to himself, "Harry, I'm truly going all out to help you. I even wrote a letter to Malfoy." At Malfoy Manor, Draco stood at the window, observing the exhausted owl flapping outside. After a moment's hesitation, he opened the window. Though he didn't recognize the creature, seeing it struggling outside prompted him to see who had sent him a letter. Upon opening the rolled-up letter and reading the signature at the end, Draco wrinkled his nose in disdain. A Weasley? How unexpected. Especially the large drop of ink after the salutation was quite the surprise. After reading the letter, he carried it to Adonis' room, knocking on the door. Upon receiving permission, he entered and handed the letter to Adonis. A letter from the Weasleys. Adonis closed the foundational ancient magic inscriptions, realizing that all the time and effort invested had finally borne fruit, as he had mastered their intricacies. He took Draco's letter, quickly glancing over it, and casually remarked, "Do as you please." Draco nodded in agreement. Witnessing Potter's misfortunes was, in itself, a source of amusement. As Adonis observed Draco's beaming countenance, he chuckled softly but chose to remain silent. After all, who among them was devoid of a mischievous inclination? He could only extend his congratulations to Harry Potter. 2 days later, at 7 o'clock in the evening, Draco awaited the Weasley twins and Ron at the designated meeting point. Once they boarded the vehicle, Draco tapped on the enchanted car's window, recalling that Mr. Arthur Weasley was the head of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Muggle Artifacts at the Ministry of Magic, and he was pleasantly surprised by such privileges. "What do you mean, Malfoy?" Ron demanded, visibly flustered. Before Ron could elaborate, George interjected, "Ron, Draco is merely stating the facts. What other implication could there be?" Draco, enjoying Ron's discomfort, remarked, "Of course, there is no other implication. Unless, Ron, you possess some ulterior motive that I would be keen to hear about." Ron, his face flushed with indignation, pointed at Draco, struggling to articulate a response. The twins erupted into laughter at Ron's predicament. Chapter 74. The Rescue Mission, Conclusion. The car soared to number 4, Privet Drive, Harry's small room. Draco, observing the haphazardly arranged wooden slats and iron bars on the window, felt a fleeting pang of sympathy for Harry Potter, which he quickly suppressed. "Harry, Harry," Ron called softly, peering through the narrow opening of the window. Moments later, Harry emerged from his bed, looking at them with curiosity, and inquired why Draco was present. Given Ron and Draco's notorious animosity, this was indeed an unusual occurrence. "We borrowed a wand from Draco," Ron explained. "A wand?" Harry asked, perplexed, urging Ron to continue. "This wand is unregulated by the Ministry, so they won't know we've cast any spells." Harry nodded, having gleaned some understanding of Malfoy's abilities during the summer break, while it was comprehensive. It was a far cry from his previous ignorance. Fred handed a rope through the window, stating, "Harry, the rope is still tied to the iron bars. We will use a silencing spell. Your uncle won't notice, and then we will use the summoning charm to retrieve your wand." As Harry tied the rope, Fred produced silencing charms from his pocket and affixed them to the corners of the iron bars, saying, "This adds an extra layer of safety. It's your turn, Draco." Draco extracted his wand from his pocket and handed it to Fred. "I am not entirely attuned to this wand. The silencing spell will last no more than 5 minutes. You might fare better." Fred took a key from his pocket and laid it flat in his hand, incanting Wingardium Leviosa. The key, however, remained immobile, shaking his head. He passed the wand to George, who also failed to elicit a response. Upon receiving the wand, Ron attempted the spell, and as he uttered the incantation, sparks erupted from the wand, nearly igniting George's clothing. Embarrassed, Ron returned the wand to Draco, hoping it wasn't damaged. "If it is, I solemnly promise to compensate you," he declared. Draco regarded Ron's flustered expression with uncharacteristic restraint, merely shaking his head and saying, "No need." He then tried the levitation charm and found no issues, concluding that it was merely a matter of incompatibility. Relieved, Ron urged, "Let us get started." Draco nodded, raising his wand to the entire wall and incanting, "Silencio." Fred gradually pressed the accelerator, while George understood that a sudden full throttle could send the wall flying. The engine roared, yet thanks to the silencing charms and spells, only those in close proximity could hear the faint sounds. The wooden slats and iron bars were embedded within the wall, and the immense force caused the entire structure to tremble violently, making Harry feel as though the entire house was quaking. Realizing this, Harry hurried to the door to listen intently for any signs of disturbance outside, relieved to confirm that the Dursleys had not noticed. Seconds ticked by, and although the iron bars were somewhat loosened, they remained obstinately in place. "Fred, hurry up. I can hardly hold on much longer," Draco exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow. "All right, brace yourselves. I'm going to floor it," Fred replied. With each press of the accelerator, the car began to shake vigorously until, with a resounding crash, the iron bars were uprooted. Fred piloted the car almost vertically into the sky. Draco and the others clung tightly to the windows, fearful of plummeting. At that moment, the silencing spell abruptly ceased. The wooden slats above the iron bars lost their anchorage, cascading down into the Dursleys' yard with a clattering noise. Penny was roused by the commotion and shook her sleeping husband, Vernon Dursley. "Dear, what is that noise? Could it be Harry?" Vernon groggily answered, "Don't worry. Those wooden pieces and iron bars are securely nailed to the wall. It won't make that much noise." Penny pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement, settling back down to sleep. Fred expertly maneuvered the car back in front of Harry's window, and he and Draco climbed through into Harry's bedroom. Harry pointed towards the door, noting that Uncle Vernon had added several locks. "Don't worry, I still possess the strength for unlocking spells," Draco assured Harry and then approached the door. Alohomora. The first lock clicked open under the spell, prompting Draco to continue unlocking the remaining 5. With the door now ajar, Draco retrieved his wand and directed it towards the door, attempting to summon Harry's wand. However, there was no response. Turning to Harry and Fred, he remarked, "It appears the wand is hidden within the room, and the door remains shut." "Fred, did you remove the silencing charms from the iron bars?" Fred nodded, producing 4 silencing charms from his pocket. Draco took one and hung it around his neck. "We don't know where the wand is, so everyone should wear one. We'll have to use the summoning charm room by room, with you leading the way, Harry." Harry nodded and tiptoed ahead. "Harry, the silencing charms can cover our sounds." "You need not be so cautious," Draco commented, unable to resist. Harry relaxed a bit, and they searched room by room, leaving no space, including the kitchen and bathroom, unchecked. Taking a deep breath, Harry realized only Aunt Petunia's and Dudley's rooms remained. "Let us check Dudley's first." Draco used the unlocking spell from outside to open Dudley's door. Upon entering, he tugged at Harry's shirt and pointed to his spot. Harry followed Draco's finger in disbelief, spotting his holly wand lying beside Dudley, who was drooling, his saliva dripping onto the wand's handle. Harry was astounded that Aunt Petunia would allow Dudley to have the wand. The only explanation was that Dudley had stolen it. Even so, it was shocking, considering Dudley had always displayed such fear of magic. Harry approached, gently nudging Dudley's head aside, and using his shirt, he wiped the handle of the wand. Draco watched in disgust as Harry cleaned it with his clothing, finding it utterly repulsive. The 3 then returned to Harry's small room. "Harry, quickly pack your things. We must reach Grimmauld Place before dawn, or we will be in dire straits." George leaned in and spoke, while Harry hurriedly packed his belongings. The moonlight illuminated the room, so they had not turned on the lights. As a result, the wardrobe toppled over once more, crashing to the floor with a thud. However, due to the silencing charm, they paid it little mind. "Harry Potter, is that really you, boy? Do you want to get yourself killed?" came the furious bellow of Uncle Vernon from downstairs. Draco glanced at the wardrobe not far from his feet and inquired, "Fred, what is the expiration date on the silencing charm?" "Expiration date? How could there be an expiration date?" Harry, overhearing their conversation, frantically shoved the trunk out of the window and called out, "Hurry, hurry." Draco and Fred swiftly scrambled out of the window and into the car. As Harry stood on the windowsill, Uncle Vernon, panting heavily, rushed up and grabbed his pant leg, shouting, "Stop! Stop!" With all his might, Harry leaped into the car, determined not to be left behind, though the corner of his pants was torn off by Uncle Vernon. Uncle Vernon glared at the flying car, shouting in anger at the empty air. Harry leaned back against the car, exhaling in relief. They had finally escaped. Chapter 75, Mrs. Weasley's roar. Fred drove Draco back to Malfoy Manor before swiftly returning to the burrow. Everything had gone remarkably smoothly. They had expected to be caught by Mrs. Weasley and interrogated upon their return at this hour. George opened the door to find Mrs. Weasley descending the stairs in her house clothes, eyeing him curiously. "What are you up to so early?" George pushed Harry, who had been hiding behind him, forward and exclaimed, "Mum, look who it is. Harry Potter. How did you bring him here?" Mrs. Weasley approached and enveloped Harry in a warm embrace. Ahem, ahem. Harry felt overwhelmed by Mrs. Weasley's tight hug, struggling to breathe. But thankfully she soon released him, saying, "Welcome to the burrow." She glanced at the disheveled sofa and, feeling a bit embarrassed, added, "It's a bit messy here. But that's all right. I'll tidy up shortly. Now, let me prepare breakfast for you." Upon hearing Mrs. Weasley's words, Harry quickly interjected, "No, everything here is wonderful. Far better than where I live." Although Harry had seen far grander places than the burrow, this crooked 6-story house felt far more genuine and welcoming. He shared with Mrs. Weasley a bit about his life with the Dursleys, which elicited her compassion and affection towards him. "All right, dear children, breakfast will be ready soon. Ron, hurry and tidy your room. Harry will be staying with you." After saying this, Mrs. Weasley strode towards the kitchen at the back of the house. As Harry prepared to push his trunk upstairs with Ron, Mrs. Weasley suddenly turned and pointed at Fred, exclaiming, "Fred, you will explain to me how you brought Harry here." "Mom, weren't you going to make breakfast?" George shouted, trying to divert her attention. Remarkably, Mrs. Weasley momentarily forgot her inquiry upon hearing George's loud call. Fred sighed in relief as their mother dropped the subject. Ron assisted Harry in carrying the trunk upstairs, but the narrow staircase forced them to walk one behind the other, which was rather uncomfortable. As they passed the third-floor landing, a girl abruptly opened a door and looked at Ron, saying, "Ron, did you really spend a year at Hogwarts? I remember Fred and the others using levitation charms in their second year, and Percy was even more advanced. You must be the only one who could pull this off. Who did you bring home?" Harry peeked out from behind Ron and greeted her. "Hello, I'm Harry Potter." Ginny's face flushed upon seeing Harry, and with a loud slam, she shut the door in response. "Harry, this is my sister Ginny. She's about to start her first year at Hogwarts," Ron explained, glancing at the still-quivering door. "She usually acts normal. She must be a bit excited to see you." Harry nodded, recalling Ron's first reaction upon meeting him, and he could understand Ginny's response. However, he couldn't quite fathom why he preferred the reaction of Parvati when she first learned he was Harry Potter. As Harry followed Ron up to the 5th-floor landing, Ron opened the door to his room, which bore a sign with his name. "I'm the youngest boy in the family." So there were no options left by the time it was my turn. Harry observed the walls of the room and the slanted ceiling, which were plastered with orange and yellow Chudley Cannons posters. The bedspread was also adorned with the team's colors, albeit somewhat worn, featuring the emblem of the Chudley Cannons, 2 black letters canned a speeding cannonball. Additionally, there was a fish tank containing frog spawn, an automatic card shuffler, and numerous other delightful knickknacks. With a hint of envy, he remarked, "If only this were my room." Ron, hearing Harry's words, took the trunk from him and set it down beside the bed. "Well, now it is your room too, mate." Harry beamed with joy at Ron's words. Mrs. Weasley prepared a sumptuous breakfast for them, the finest meal Harry had enjoyed during the summer, free and unrestrained. "Harry, you should take a nap," Mrs. Weasley suggested, pointing at Fred, George, and Ron. "You all need to go to the garden immediately to clear out the gnomes." "Mom, how can you do this? We haven't slept all night," Fred lamented, collapsing onto the table. Mrs. Weasley smiled at him. "Am I the one preventing you from sleeping? Get to work immediately, or you won't get lunch." Fred and the others cast her a resentful glance before trudging off to the garden. Observing this, Harry quickly stood and said, "I've never seen a gnome. I'll go help." "Of course, what a good boy. Just know that this work is rather tedious," she replied. Harry initially thought it might be a fun task, as the gnomes seemed rather amusing, with their bald heads resembling potatoes. However, that sentiment faded swiftly when a tiny gnome bit him fiercely, causing his earlier empathy to vanish. That evening, Harry and Ron lay in bed, utterly exhausted from the day's events, so much so that Harry felt he lacked the strength to speak and simply closed his eyes. Suddenly, Mrs. Weasley's furious voice echoed from downstairs. "Fred, George, get down here this instant." The sheer volume sent clouds of dust tumbling from the ceiling, making it difficult for Harry to breathe. Startled from his slumber, Ron tumbled out of bed, his head hitting the floor with a thud. "Harry, what is wrong? What is happening?" Harry shook his head, slipped out of bed, and donned his shoes. "Ron, let us go see." when Harry and Ron entered the living room. They beheld Mrs. Weasley twisting Fred's ear with her left hand and George's with her right, her face flushed with anger to the point of near silence. Aside from Harry and Ron, who had just arrived, the other Weasley members sat with grim expressions, particularly Percy, who glowered at his two younger brothers. Do you comprehend the gravity of your irresponsible actions? Your father has been suspended for observation because of you. Do you understand the peril of flying in an uninspected vehicle? If it were to fall, you would all be doomed. Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, before collapsing into a chair in tears. Is this because of me? Harry hesitantly inquired, gazing at the distraught family. It is not your fault. It was that snitch Malfoy who reported us. Lucius Malfoy came with his entourage to investigate. Percy interjected. I am going to punch him. Ron shouted, bolting out the door. Ron, stop. Percy's icy voice resonated in the living room. Do you want to ensure that father is dismissed from the Ministry of Magic for your reckless antics? Ron froze in place, speechless. Enough, Percy. There is no need to speak to your brother in such a tone over a minor incident, Mr. Weasley said, turning to the twins, who were now staring at the floor. How was the experience of driving the car? It was brilliant, they chorused, but upon seeing Mrs. Weasley's distressed expression, they lowered their heads in silence once more. Mr. Weasley wrapped his arm around Mrs. Weasley's shoulders, saying, Dear, a month of suspension for reflection is not a significant issue. The children have learned their lesson, haven't they? Yes, we were wrong, Mom. The twins quickly nodded, their sincerity evident. Arthur, what about the loss of a month's salary, Ginny's wand, textbooks, and school uniform? Mrs. Weasley lamented, glancing at Ginny, who sat quietly beside her. Harry was about to offer his assistance, mentioning that he could lend galleons, but recalling Ron's previous reactions when he suggested lending money for a wand, he refrained from speaking. Fred, and I can share a set of books. I can wait until next year for a new wand, Ron declared, turning to them. I can study with Harry. Harry eagerly nodded in agreement. I can study with Ron. Mrs. Weasley cast a grateful glance at Harry. Thank you, dear. This way, we can manage to gather Ginny's supplies. Once they returned to their room and Harry lay in bed, he found himself unable to sleep, listening to Ron's snores. He pondered why Draco had betrayed them and reported them. Was it merely because of his surname? Malfoy Manor, Lucius Malfoy's study. Adonis pointed his wand at the lock of the third drawer beneath the desk and uttered, Alohomora. Click. The sound of the lock opening resonated with remarkable clarity in the otherwise silent room. Adonis cautiously opened the drawer and retrieved a black notebook from within. Flipping to the first page, he discerned the name Tom Riddle inscribed clearly, and after confirming it several times, he concealed it securely on his person. Subsequently, he produced another notebook, a custom-made dark magic diary from Borgin and Burks. On the first page, he meticulously imitated Tom Riddle's handwriting to inscribe his own name. To enhance its authenticity, he had requested Borgin and Burks to program a few simple question-and-answer dialogues into the notebook, a task that nearly depleted a significant portion of his modest treasury. Just as Adonis had finished locking the drawer, he heard the sound of the room's lock being turned. He quickly walked over to the bookshelf, casually pulling a book from the shelf to peruse. Brother, are you waiting for father as well? Bertha inquired as she entered the room. Indeed, Adonis replied, placing the book back onto the shelf and gazing at Bertha. Is it because of Draco's confinement? Yes. Our second brother hasn't eaten or drunk anything for an entire day. I came to plead on his behalf, Bertha continued thoughtfully. Brother, what exactly did he do to provoke father's wrath? Did you not visit him? Didn't Draco tell you? Adonis replied. Draco is such a taciturn fellow. The confinement room is so remote, and I couldn't enter. Even if he were to tell me through the door, father wouldn't show him any leniency. Adonis gazed at Bertha with an expression of exasperation and remarked, Bertha, you are well aware of Draco's nature. If he truly does not wish to change, who could possibly alter his resolve? He does not even confide in you. Bertha looked at Adonis in astonishment. Adonis nodded, refraining from informing Bertha that he had no need to inquire further. Arthur Weasley had indeed been suspended for the unauthorized appropriation and modification of Muggle items. Without a doubt, the trouble was instigated by the Weasley brothers in their flying car. Bertha, now that you're here, I shall take my leave, Adonis remarked, casting a glance at her. Bertha nodded in understanding as Adonis approached the door. Just then, the door swung open once more, and Lucius Malfoy strode in. Nis, you sought my presence. Why did you not have the butler summon me? I wish to discuss Draco's situation with you, but since Bertha has arrived, I believe she is more suited to address this matter, so I intended to depart first. Very well, Lucius replied, shifting his focus to Bertha. As for Draco, you need not concern yourself with him. Accompany Adonis instead. Dad, my brother, Bertha began, but was swiftly interrupted by Lucius. I have said that his affairs are not your concern, nor can you influence them. Observing Lucius's rarely seen serious demeanor, Bertha wisely fell silent and followed Adonis out of the study. Wait, Adonis. Inform your brother that whenever his mind has returned to clarity, he may come out. Understood, father. Adonis responded as he turned back. Once Adonis and Bertha had departed, Lucius closed the door and unlocked the third drawer of his desk. He retrieved a notebook from within and, taking a fountain pen from the table, inscribed the second page with the question, "Who are you?" The response soon materialized, Lucius Malfoy. This was the method given to him by the Dark Lord to verify the authenticity of the notebook. Lucius compared the handwriting carefully before closing the notebook and locking it back in the drawer. As the time for action drew near, he knew there could be no room for error. Adonis conveyed Lucius's words to Draco in the confinement room. Brother, do you feel this way too? Draco's voice, distant and weary, carried a hint of despondency through the door. Draco, you need not concern yourself with the opinions of others. Simply be true to yourself and ask yourself what you truly desire. After a moment, Adonis heard Draco's response. I understand. In that case, I shall take my leave. As Draco listened to Adonis's footsteps fade away, a sense of sadness enveloped him. He could not fathom why his brother, who had always supported him, remained silent this time. It was a bitter pill to swallow. Suddenly, a house elf materialized before him, bearing a tray laden with buttered bread and a large cup of milk. Master Draco, this is your dinner from the master. Please enjoy it promptly. Who are you? Dobby. Draco nodded, draining the cup of milk and taking the bread in hand. Dobby, you may leave now. Do not let anyone see you. Dobby nodded and disappeared with a pop. Draco gazed at the bread in his hand, feeling a warmth in his heart. In the end, it was only his elder brother who truly understood him. Chapter 77. The Uncommon Lockhart Boggin. Have you procured the items? Boggin looked up at the intruder and nodded. Please hold on. He fished out a large bunch of keys and muttered an incantation, selecting a golden key to unlock a storage room. Moments later, he emerged with a deep blue box. Mr. John, here is the item you requested. John accepted the box, tapping its surface with his yuan before opening it to inspect its contents. The size and shape of the box meet my requirements, but I am uncertain about its efficacy. Boggin took back the box, his demeanor serious. The century-long reputation of Boggenbergs is at stake. You know we would never tarnish our own name. John chuckled lightly. So, I may test it personally? Of course, but it will cost you 100 galleons. Before Boggin could finish, John interjected, a true merchant? You are quite astute, aren't you? Boggin examined the box again and handed it over. But just as John reached to take it, Boggin hesitated, stating that only one spell could be tested. Ah, so it does not meet my standards, John retorted, retracting his arm and twirling the yuan. I have always held disdain for the untrustworthy. Not at all, Boggin replied with a smile. You see, cursed objects and dark artifacts are not synonymous. The maker emphasized this point to me. John nodded, retrieving a pouch of galleons from his pocket and tossing it to Boggin. Boggin checked the pouch's weight. The count is accurate, he confirmed, handing the box to John. Disarming charm. The spell struck the box's inner iron plate, and in an instant, a soft blue radiance emanated from the point of impact, rippling outward like gentle waves in water. The spell's effect dissipated as the ripples spread across the box. John closed the box, looking at Boggin. It appears you are on the verge of a lucrative venture. Boggin shook his head. You should know that some items are exceedingly difficult to acquire. This anti-magic box is one of them. John, growing impatient, interrupted Boggin's boasting. Just give me the price. Boggin narrowed his eyes at the box in John's hands. For a valued customer, 2,000 galleons, already deducting transport and maintenance costs. John raised an eyebrow. That is quite generous. He retrieved a card from his pocket and handed it to Boggin. Will this suffice? Boggin examined the card thoroughly, noting its authenticity. A Gringotts 3,000 galleon silver card? Certainly. And what about the remaining galleons? John adjusted his robes. Set aside rare materials and trinkets for me. Consider this a deposit. Boggin's reputation is indeed trustworthy. Boggin placed the card into the safe beneath the counter, smiling. Of course, we will notify you via owl. John nodded, preparing to depart. Boggin followed him to the door, bidding him farewell. We will always assist you in finding the finest items. John chuckled silently, noting the similarity to Ollivander's farewell, and swiftly exited towards room 301 on the third floor of the Leaky Cauldron. after drawing the curtains to ensure no prying eyes could glimpse the room. John retrieved the polyjuice potion from his pocket and drank it. 2 minutes later, Adonis gazed into the mirror, watching John's visage transform back into his own. The polyjuice potion was indeed a remarkable invention, particularly for him. He shed the oversized garments and donned his own attire, carefully placing the yuan he had prepared aside before hastening to the leaky cauldron to meet Lucius and the others. As the school term approached, the leaky cauldron buzzed with a vitality far beyond its usual bustle. "Oh dear, someone stop this chaos," a plump woman urged. Watching the tumultuous scene in the precariously wobbling bookshelves, she nudged the equally rotund man beside her. "You must intervene. Do not let them continue fighting." The man glanced over, uttering not a word as he pulled the woman away. "What business is this of ours?" He pointed to one of the brawlers. "Can we meddle in the affairs of the Malfoys? Come, let us avoid trouble." That shop assistant, the woman pointed to a young man nearby, who appeared stunned. "We could lend a hand." The man shot her a dark look, his voice lowering. "Do you not see? A mere pretty boy. What are you looking at?" The woman, dismissing his words, released his arm and strode forward. "Gilderoy Lockhart is holding a signing event today. Perhaps he can assist. Weasley, your family's upbringing is indeed commendable. A true blood traitor, as it stands," Lucius said, delivering a punch to Arthur Weasley's face. Bam! Weasley retaliated with a punch of his own. "That is far better than producing a traitor in your family." Lucius, incensed by the remark, did not hesitate to kick Weasley, subsequently pinning him down to strike. Weasley struggled to lift an arm, attempting to pull Lucius down, and soon they were locked in a fierce exchange of blows. The conflict was equally fierce elsewhere. Draco and Ron grappled on the ground, trading kicks and punches. Bam! Draco's fist connected with Ron's mouth, knocking out a tooth. Seeing this, Harry could no longer restrain himself. As Draco prepared to rise, Harry pressed him back down, exclaiming, "Separate at once." A beam of blue light struck Harry's arm, rendering it limp and flaccid, dangling like a piece of clay. The gasps of the surrounding women echoed, while Harry stared in horror at his own arm. Seizing the opportunity, Draco stood once more, observing the chaos with a cold gaze. "Oh, what a blunder." A melodious voice rang out as a middle-aged man, flanked by a throng of women, approached. "Who do we have here?" "Oh, Harry Potter." Harry gazed at the man before him with incredulity. This individual, known as Gilderoy Lockhart, was someone he was already quite familiar with, thanks to Mrs. Weasley's unwavering admiration for him. However, as Harry glanced at his arm, he was about to request Lockhart to restore it when he noticed Lockhart approaching to assist him. With a booming voice, Lockhart exclaimed, "I never expected Harry Potter to attend my signing event." No sooner had he spoken than the flashes of cameras erupted in a frenzy. The crowd surged forward, forcing the battling Weasley and Malfoy to exchange fierce glares before reluctantly parting ways. As Adonis observed Lucius turning away in the distance, he cast the black diary into Ginny Weasley's cauldron. With the cauldron's gentle sway, it swiftly mingled among the array of books. In the same breath, he glanced at Lockhart, fully aware of the recent events. From his vantage point, it was clear that Lockhart had cast the spell for the sake of Lucius and Arthur. Indeed, the defense against the dark arts professor summoned by Dumbledore was no ordinary individual. Chapter 78. A point of no return. Lockhart embraced Harry's uninjured arm, guiding him to strike various poses before the camera. As Harry surveyed Lockhart's beaming visage and then glanced at his own arm, he could no longer endure the situation. "Sir," he exclaimed, his voice piercing through the surrounding clamor, which fell silent in an instant, all eyes converging upon him. Harry withdrew his arm from Lockhart's grasp, pointing to his other, clay-like arm and hand. Taking a deep breath amidst the gaze of the onlookers, he addressed Lockhart, "Before you commence your signing event, might I kindly request that you heal my arm?" "Dad, look at his arm." A young boy, no older than 6 or 7, cradled in a young man's arms, pointing curiously at Harry's limb. The boy's remark ignited a ripple of whispers throughout the crowd as small groups began to confer in hushed tones. Lockhart, listening to the ensuing hubbub, patted Harry on the shoulder, maintaining his flawless smile. "It's merely a playful jest. Fear not, it will soon be restored." He then proclaimed loudly, "Let us all witness the healing of Harry Potter." With a flourish, Lockhart drew his wand from his pocket, directing it at Harry's arm while uttering in a voice only he could discern, "Bone and flesh, united." The spell struck Harry's arm, and he felt as though ants were gnawing at his flesh. However, fortunately, this dreadful sensation dissipated almost instantaneously. Moving his arm, he discovered it had returned to its former state, lifting his spirits somewhat. Just at that moment, Lockhart exuberantly raised Harry's recently restored arm, exclaiming, "Behold, a perfect restoration." Upon hearing Lockhart's words, a throng of women surged forward, driven by fervor, and Harry felt on the verge of collapse. Adonis stood aloof at a distance, observing the scene before him, the frenzied fans below, and the visibly exhilarated Mr. Lockhart on stage. A subtle, nearly imperceptible smile graced his lips. Harry's unexpected intervention compelled Lockhart to reveal his true magical prowess, though perhaps it was merely the tip of the iceberg. After casting his spell, Lockhart meticulously scrutinized Harry's reaction, undoubtedly catching the fleeting distortion on Harry's face. Adonis was convinced that Lockhart had employed dark magic, skillfully utilizing it for healing. Truly, Lockhart was deserving of his status as an exemplary graduate of Ravenclaw. Adonis quietly observed Lockhart's performance on stage, daring to speculate that Lockhart's conclusion might be a script of his own making. If his conjecture were indeed accurate, then Lockhart's motives would certainly warrant further discussion. It was utterly fascinating. Even without a diary, the second year still held an air of anticipation. Adonis swiftly spotted the bruised Draco amidst the crowd, accompanied by Pansy who stood beside him. Approaching from behind, he chuckled and remarked, "Have we perhaps gained 2 new admirers of Lockhart in our midst?" Upon hearing his voice, Pansy turned around. Aside from her perpetually flawless smile, which piqued my curiosity, there was little else to note. Pansy simply shook her head in silence. Draco, with his back to Adonis, muttered, "He possesses a certain talent." Adonis listened intently to Draco's remarks, perceiving that Lucius's confinement had indeed impacted him. However, observing Draco's reaction, he directly inquired, "What is the matter? Are you bold enough to act yet too timid to confront?" Draco shook his head, then turned with a certain stiffness. Weasley attacked him on sight, yet he was far worse off than I, having lost a tooth to my blows. Upon mentioning Ron Weasley's teeth, Adonis unmistakably detected a note of pride in his tone. He nodded and remarked, "Weasley certainly deserved it. No one shall trample upon the friendship of Malfoy, and such transgressions will not be tolerated." Bertie gazed at Draco's disfigured face, listening to Adonis's icy voice, then glanced at Harry in the stands, a fleeting struggle evident on her face. However, she quickly arrived at a significant decision, though regrettably, Adonis missed this pivotal moment. Draco appeared elated by his brother's praise, temporarily setting aside his lingering grievances. Adonis observed that Draco's smile only accentuated the tragic state of his visage. "Draco, always remember that you are a wizard," he stated, brandishing his wand towards Draco's face, swiftly reducing the swelling. Feeling his face return to its former state, Draco, astonished, inquired, "Brother, is there such a spell? How come I have never encountered it before?" Adonis retrieved his wand and cast a glance at him, remaining silent. In truth, he could not disclose to Draco that the battles among wizards were certainly not akin to the savage confrontation he had experienced with Lucius. Furthermore, he was uncertain if any wizard had ever conjured a spell of a similar nature. Regardless, he would not reveal to Draco that the incantation he had just uttered was a spontaneous creation, the effects of which even he could not predict. He could only ascertain that the worst outcome would be a mere facial scar, making it a trifling danger for a small white mouse. A scar, in the eyes of the healers at St. Mungo's, was undoubtedly a minor affair. "Have you procured the books, little dragon?" Adonis inquired. "Yes, they will be delivered tonight," came the reply. "Excellent." Adonis surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of Lucius. Upon recalling his father's countenance, he instinctively knew where to locate him. "Father has gone to seek the Godfather. Let us return home directly." As the 3 siblings traversed the path homeward, Draco suddenly had a thought. He touched his own face, pondering that if their father were to realize that his elder brother could assist him directly, he would undoubtedly regret having the Godfather brew potions for him. This year, their father would be unable to escape the Godfather's mockery. At this point, Draco could no longer contain himself and, covering his mouth, burst into quiet laughter at the sight. Adonis observed Draco's demeanor and chuckled softly. This truly reflected Draco's nature. "Brother, it seems you have forgotten about your detention," Basha remarked, mocking Draco's appearance. With great effort, Draco managed to suppress his laughter and cast a sidelong glance at Basha. "What do you know? That detention was of my own volition." "Oh, then I shall return and inform father that you find the duration of your detention rather insufficient." "How does that sound?" "Humph, say what you will." Draco paused momentarily, adopting a mockingly fearful expression before addressing Basha. "Those who remain silent are akin to little dogs." Basha glared at Draco and turned to Adonis, exclaiming, "Elder brother, will you not intervene? Will you not take action?" Adonis gazed at her with a puzzled expression. "What are you saying?" I just lost my train of thought. What initiated this? Bertha argued, unable to contend with Draco. Perhaps it all began when Bertha joined Gryffindor. It seems that the house known for fostering fearless courage has somewhat neglected the training of logical reasoning. It was surprising to see the eloquent Bertha falter. Harry finally managed to navigate through the crowd to find Ron and the others, thoroughly exasperated by Lockhart. "My eyes are almost blinded," Harry exclaimed as he patted Ron on the shoulder. "Mate, are you all right?" Ron opened his mouth and pointed to his teeth, revealing that his front tooth was missing, which struck Harry with an inexplicable sense of humor. "Ron, have you seen Bertha? I just spotted her, and then she vanished in the blink of an eye." Ron regarded Harry with an unusually solemn expression. "Harry, Bertha is a Malfoy. So what?" Harry felt an ominous premonition. Ron pointed again at his teeth. "You can only choose between me and Bertha," he continued. "Only one option. Ron, this matter has nothing to do with Bertha. It's solely Draco's fault." When Ron heard Harry's words, he cast him a glance before turning away. Ron, please listen to me." Harry hurried after him. Chapter 79, The Deceptive Book this time. Ron was resolute. No matter how much Harry pleaded, he could not sway Ron's decision. Eventually, Harry had no choice but to concede temporarily, promising Ron that he would refrain from seeking out Bertha. Mrs. Weasley prepared a lavish dinner for them, but Harry found no pleasure in the meal. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts of how to compel Draco to apologize to Ron, hoping it might alter their current impasse. Yet, every idea he conjured was swiftly dismissed, leading him to ultimately abandon the notion. After dining at Malfoy Manor, Adonis returned to his chamber, closed the door, and promptly secured it with a lock. He then retrieved from his pocket the deep blue iron box he had acquired earlier from Borgin and Burke's, a bespoke artifact designed to contain dark magic. Adonis extracted Tom Riddle's diary from the safe and placed it into a box. He lacked the audacity to carry Voldemort's Horcrux without proper precautions. Thus the diary would remain in the box until he was absolutely certain. The moment the box was sealed, he seemed to catch a fleeting glimpse of a blue light shimmering across the diary, causing him to pause. He carefully examined the diary once more before returning it to the iron box and securing it. This time, the blue glow did not reappear. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. He lifted his gaze to the chandelier adorning the ceiling, wondering if the light had caused some optical distortion. Adonis shook his head, momentarily dismissing further contemplation on the matter. The more he engaged with this world, the more he realized its complexities, particularly as the violet hue of his eyes rendered him increasingly wary of the unknown. He retrieved the access configuration instructions bestowed upon him by old Borgin. First, he was to inscribe the words Borgin Burks in reverse upon the back of the iron box with his wand. Once the magic had fully permeated the box, he could then establish a password on its front according to his preference. It was evident that old Borgin truly kept pace with the times. Adonis raised an eyebrow, retrieving his wand from the sleeve of his robe. He turned the iron box upside down and inscribed the words Secrebi Nigrobi, reflecting on the shrewd face of old Borgin. Indeed, there was no merchant without guile, and this could be deemed yet another instance of free advertising. Once he had inscribed all the letters, they began to rearrange themselves, transforming into Bogenbach, which ascended into the air, shimmering brightly before vanishing into the iron box. Observing the disappearing letters, Adonis realized that the expense for such an exquisite advertisement would undoubtedly fall upon him. He inscribed his former life as agent number on the front of the box, a combination of letters and numbers that held both sentimental value and obscurity. Placing the iron box into his suitcase, he prepared to seek the Malfoy magical heritage in the library, eager to devote his full attention to mastering the fundamentals of ancient magical runes. He had stifled his intense curiosity regarding elemental magic since his return from the Romanian Dragon Sanctuary. Now, at long last, he would behold it. On the fifth shelf of the library, Adonis gazed at the Tome of Malfoy Magical Heritage, positioned farthest from the floor below. Judging the distance, he drew forth his wand, summoning the book. The library was silent save for the sound of his own breathing. The book did not respond. He attempted again, yet the Malfoy Magical Heritage remained steadfast, as if mocking him. It was truly vexing. He recalled Lucius had assured him that none of the books in this library possessed magical resistance. Reflecting carefully on the moment Lucius had uttered those words, he recalled the peculiar smile that had escaped his notice, swiftly followed by Victor's amused expression from the Romanian Dragon Sanctuary flashing through his mind. A glance at the books in the corner led him to consider that this particular tome might hold the key. The fifth shelf differed from the fifth floor. Adonis glanced downward, noting the drop of at least 10 meters. Such a height could certainly be fatal, perhaps a levitation charm? Like Voldemort, soaring through the air. It would require a non-want spell combined with dual focus, enabling the use of other spells freely. Beyond that, he had yet to discover a more compelling rationale to elucidate this point. Suddenly, the image of Gui Jing from the Legend of the Condor Heroes, drawing a circle with his left hand and a square with his right, intruded upon his thoughts. Perhaps he might give it a try. It could prove useful. Adonis twirled his wand, directing its tip towards himself, and uttered the incantation, Wingardium Leviosa. Gradually, he increased the output of his magical energy, his body lifting ever so slightly from the ground. Once he felt the balance was right, he began to adjust the direction and amplitude of his wrist, enabling himself to glide smoothly over the railing, inching closer to the book. As he hovered beside the shelf, he reached out with his wand-free hand to grasp the tome, only to nearly tumble from the air. The book proved stubbornly immovable. Adonis cast a glance downward at the shelf, revealing no objects or traces of magic. Undeterred, he extended his hand once more to attempt retrieval, yet it remained obstinately still. Adonis gazed quietly at the bookshelf, acutely aware that the tome was resisting him. There was no doubt about it. Yet, as a scion of the Malfoy lineage, it was unlikely that the book would reject him without cause. Lucius must have been fully aware of the book's peculiarities. The fact that he had placed it in this secluded corner, despite knowing its magical resistance, could only imply one thing. He had suffered a setback here himself and was undoubtedly intent on ensuring his son followed suit. Adonis began to reminisce about his time since entering the library, realizing that the only possible provocation for this book could be the flying spell. A peculiar expression suddenly crossed his face. Could it truly be so? Adonis ascended the staircase once more, his expression fluctuating with uncertainty. Ultimately, he resolved to proclaim aloud, "Great Tome of Malfoy's magical inheritance, I beseech you to reveal yourself." Upon uttering these words, he gazed at the book, which remained unresponsive, and felt a surge of foolishness wash over him for engaging in such a ludicrous act. He turned to seek clarification from Lucius, but after taking a few steps, he sensed an unseen presence trailing behind him. With a swift motion, he drew his wand from his sleeve, pivoting sharply to adopt a defensive stance. Before him, a book emanated a soft, platinum glow, quietly hovering in the air, bearing the title Malfoy's Magical Inheritance. Adonis gazed at the book with a wry smile, extending his left hand to grasp it. Midway through the motion, he brought forth his right hand, positioning both palms together in the air. As the book descended onto his hands, its radiant glow vanished, revealing it to be an utterly ordinary tome. Adonis opened the first page, whereupon he found inscribed the request to drip blood for the purpose of identity verification. From the second page onward, the remainder was filled with an indecipherable script. Reluctantly, he sliced his finger, allowing his blood to seep onto the pages, which quickly absorbed it. The initial inscription vanished, replaced by another cryptic message. Adonis Black Malfoy was born on June 5, 1980. His father, Lucius Malfoy, was a prominent figure, and everything seemed perfectly normal. However, he suddenly felt as though he were witnessing countless alpacas soaring through the sky, an utterly delightful sight, due to his age being under 13. We shall meet again next time. As Adonis was about to make a move, the book swiftly closed with a speed that could not be concealed, returning to its original perch on the shelf. Chapter 80. A major incident on the Hogwarts Express at platform 9 3/4. Mrs. Weasley glanced anxiously at the clock. After Mr. Weasley, Fred, and George had passed through the wall, she turned to Harry and Ron, saying, "I will take Ginny. You two follow. There is no time to waste." Grasping Ginny's hand, she vanished in an instant. Harry checked to ensure Hedwig's cage was securely fastened to the trolley before nodding to Ron. The two swiftly pushed the cart toward the wall, gradually quickening their pace until they were running. The carts collided forcefully with the wall and then rebounded. The impact sent Ron and Harry tumbling to the ground, their belongings scattering about, while Hedwig was tossed around in her cage, her head adorned with a flurry of feathers. As Ron scrambled to gather the fallen items, he whispered to Harry, "Why can't we get through?" "Dobby," Harry murmured. "What did you say?" Ron asked. Harry shook his head. The house elf shouldn't have such power, but one can never be certain. "I am at a loss." He contemplated the wall for a moment before suggesting, "Ron, why don't you try going through on your own?" Ron looked at Harry in confusion. "Do you think this wall is intentionally blocking you?" After a brief hesitation, Harry nodded. Ron pushed the cart again, attempting to pass through. This time, he did not rush, yet still found himself jostled about. Harry approached a steady Ron and glanced at the clock. "The train leaves in a minute. We want to make it. It seems we must return to the burrow and send an owl to Hogwarts for assistance." Ron nodded, and the two forlornly pushed the cart away from the platform. Spotting a car parked by the side of the road, Ron's eyes lit up. "Harry, we can take that car to Hogwarts. What do you think?" "Ron, that is far too risky." What if we get expelled? Harry replied, eyeing the eager Ron. Ron excitedly patted Harry on the shoulder. Come on, mate, don't worry. We can park the car in Hogsmeade and figure out a way from there. It's better than sitting idly at the Burrow. Harry conceded. And the two approached the old Ford car. Ron waved his wand a few times, opening the spacious trunk, and they loaded their belongings inside. Ron took the driver's seat. Looking around to ensure no one was watching, he pressed a small silver button on the dashboard, and the car vanished, taking them with it. Let us hope Dad's invisibility booster works, Ron said, then pressed the red button to take off. As Harry watched the buildings and structures below shrink away, they soon soared into the clouds, the entirety of London unfolding beneath them. Harry, do you know the way to Hogwarts? Ron asked, steering the vehicle. With a puff. They reappeared. This switch is faulty, Ron declared, pressing it again to disappear once more. I'm not sure, but following the train should be foolproof. Ron, descend. The car lowered beneath the clouds, and Harry pointed toward the northeast, exclaiming, there's the train. Ron turned the steering wheel, suddenly recalling a buzzing noise as the car jolted violently in midair. Ron, what's wrong? Harry asked, gripping the armrest in concern. Ron slammed the steering wheel in frustration. The steering is malfunctioning. The circuits below have burned out, and both the steering and takeoff buttons are broken. Will a repair spell work? Harry drew his wand and inquired. Ron shook his head. No, it won't. Dad tried it before. Repair spells do not work on Muggle electronics. He even became fascinated with Muggle electricity for a while. But alas, he lacks the talent to decipher those complex circuit diagrams. Seeing Ron's disheartened expression, Harry reassured him, do not fret. We have set our course. It doesn't matter that the takeoff button is broken. This altitude is manageable. He added, let us just hope the invisibility charm holds. Otherwise, he glanced down at the train. We will be in dire trouble. The car flew steadily above the train, adhering to their predetermined direction. Harry felt that the initial thrill had long since faded, replaced by a sense of dread. He was constantly anxious about the malfunctioning steering, worried that they might veer off course, and equally concerned about the invisibility charm failing. If Muggles or wizards were to see them, the Hogwarts Express. At the rear of the train, where no one was present, Adonis secured the door. Suddenly, with a snap, Dobby appeared in the compartment, bowing respectfully. Master. Dobby has successfully prevented Harry Potter and Ron Weasley from reaching platform 9 3/4. Well done, Dobby, Adonis praised. The elf's excitement was palpable. Yet Adonis instructed him to lower his head, reminding him that there are multiple ways to reach Hogwarts beyond the train. Understood, Master, Dobby replied, and with another snap, he vanished from the compartment. Adonis watched as Dobby vanished, envious of his extraordinary ability, pondering whether generations would be eternally shackled. From birth, one could wield wandless magic at will. And what of wizards? Only a select few adult wizards possess such a gift. Suddenly, the car reappeared with Harry and Ron inside. Harry, hearing the noise, quickly exclaimed, Ron, the invisibility device has failed again. Press the button once more. All right, Ron obliged, pressing the button anew. And the vehicle became invisible once more. However, within less than a minute, it re-emerged in the sky. Almost in despair, Harry cried, Ron, the invisibility device. Ron pressed the button repeatedly, ultimately shaking his head in resignation. It could only last for a minute and required constant pressure, unbeknownst to them. Atop the train carriage stood a house elf, watching them with a peculiar grin as Dobby snapped his fingers. The car began to shake violently in the air, producing a cacophony of sounds. Ron, think of something. The car is descending. Ron nodded, frantically pressing the now-defunct red launch button, yet to no avail. Ron. The car has stopped sinking. Harry sighed in relief, only to be struck with terror as he looked ahead. Shut it off. Shut it off. What did you say? Shut off? Shut off? Stop. No. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted. The Hogwarts train conductor drew his wand, shouting frantically, Protective enchantment. Protective enchantment. Hurry. Hurry. The carriage is on fire. The terrified cries of young wizards mingled with the incantations of the staff. Dear passengers, please evacuate the train immediately through the nearest exit, and do so in an orderly manner. Adonis listened to the intermittent sounds of the radio, swiftly drew his wand, and reduced the size of his suitcase. He stuffed it into his pocket and hurriedly made his way towards the door of the carriage. Make way, let me pass. The short boy's words were cut off as he was pushed aside. Young wizards frantically surged towards the exit, and Adonis raised his wand towards the door, causing it to enlarge rapidly. Once one had taken the lead, others followed suit without hesitation, swiftly expanding in size. Soon, all the young wizards had evacuated to safety, with no casualties reported. Adonis gazed at the train halted upon the tracks. Although the situation had been brought under control, the first carriage lay in ruins. Thick black smoke billowing from the junction of the two carriages. The conductor, observing the mangled automobile that had been struck, bellowed into the surrounding silence. "Where are the passengers? Where are they?" His voice, amplified by the loudspeaker, reverberated hauntingly through the vast mountain valley. Adonis listened to the shouts, pondering what exactly had transpired. Chapter 81. Serious Measures and Unpacking Inspection. The twins squeezed through the crowd and gasped at the sight of the car not far away. George swallowed hard. Could it be Ron and Harry? "Brother, I fear it is indeed them. What should we do?" The twins exchanged a glance and swiftly began their search. "Ron, Harry." The Gryffindors, upon hearing the twins' cries, looked around and soon realized that neither Harry nor Ron was present in the throng, prompting them to start their own search. The other three houses, witnessing the commotion, eagerly joined the rescue efforts. Before long, a Ravenclaw student discovered the two unconscious boys in the bushes. Cassie, Madame Pomfrey's assistant, a seventh-year Hufflepuff, approached to conduct a preliminary examination on Harry and Ron. "How are they?" Percy inquired, looking at Cassie. She glanced at the battered car and replied, "Neither of them is in immediate danger. The safety mechanisms of the vehicle functioned adequately, ejecting them in time. However," she continued, "the Weasley brother has 6 broken ribs. And Potter has 5, both suffering from comminuted fractures. The severe impact to their heads has caused them to lose consciousness. The facilities at Hogwarts are limited." Cassie assessed the two once more. "They will require at least a month of recovery, so I suggest transferring them to St. Mungo's, where they might heal in about 2 weeks." "Thank you, Cassie, but we shall proceed to the Hogwarts infirmary for closer care," Percy replied, and Cassie nodded in agreement. Hermione, having overheard Percy's response, attempted to interject, but Fred and George pulled her aside. George remarked, "We lack the funds to remain at St. Mungo's for 2 weeks. Especially considering." He gestured towards the train nearby, and Fred quickly caught on, saying, "If that train requires compensation from us." The brothers rolled their eyes simultaneously. Mother will certainly have Ron's head for this. Prolonging his patient status would bring him far more joy. Professor McGonagall burst into Dumbledore's office. Snape and Dumbledore ceased their conversation, astonished by her unusual anxiety. "Dumbledore, there has been an incident." McGonagall gasped. "Minerva, take a deep breath. The sky will not fall." Dumbledore reassured her. Shaking her head, she replied, "Dumbledore, while on patrol, Fudge's Patronus delivered alarming news. Hogwarts Express has been attacked. The control carriage is destroyed and the train now stands 5 kilometers from Hogwarts in the valley. This is inconceivable. Even the Dark Lord never engaged in such madness." "This must be an accident, a mere accident," Snape muttered to himself. A fleeting shock crossed Dumbledore's azure eyes, but he quickly regained composure and rose from his chair. "What precisely is the cause?" McGonagall shook her head. The Patronus did not specify. It is evident that Fudge is either extremely anxious or has uncovered no details. "Minerva, please inform the other heads of houses. Severus and I will head to the scene," Dumbledore instructed, nodding at Snape. The two hurriedly departed the castle, disapparating to the site. Upon their arrival, Dumbledore found Fudge standing by the tracks, listening to the reports from the inspectors. "Minister, we have detected significant magical traces. Approximately 10 meters of track has been forcibly altered. According to the normal trajectory, it should have switched from northeast to due north only after 2 kilometers, the inspector reported. Fudge nodded. "It appears we can confirm this as a malicious attack." "What of the car?" "It is the Weasley-S modified vehicle. And the 2 second-year wizards can be deemed unfortunate tools in this assault," the assistant minister replied. "Arthur Weasley, how much trouble must he cause me? Have the Dementors arrived?" Fudge glanced at his watch. "There are still 2 minutes until the appointed time." "Excellent. Ensure they cordon off the area. Not a single living being should escape," Fudge commanded, waving toward the distance. "The Dementors are your responsibility. I must meet with Dumbledore now." "Minister," Dumbledore gestured towards a line of Hogwarts students and ministry personnel holding boxes. "What does this signify? What lies within those boxes?" "Veritaserum," Fudge replied, indicating the students. "All students in their 5th year and above must undergo questioning. And all student luggage must be inspected to prevent any dark artifacts from entering Hogwarts." "No, I cannot allow this. It is absolutely unacceptable to administer Veritaserum to students. The ministry regulations are explicit. Are you intending to violate them?" Dumbledore gazed sternly at Fudge. "Dumbledore, I am merely informing you, not seeking your approval. Moreover, this is undeniably a special circumstance," Fudge asserted, raising his voice. You know full well that the attack on the Hogwarts Express is a blatant provocation to the Ministry. If we do not clarify this, I shall have no choice but to resign as minister. You cannot afford the consequences of using Veritasrum, Fudge. I advise you once more. This situation does not warrant such drastic measures. It is an unfortunate accident, Dumbledore replied impassively. There is a mental health practitioner from St. Mungo's nearby. Fudge. I wager you will not survive today as minister. Good luck. Dumbledore turned and departed, unwilling to waste further words on him. Brother, what do they intend? To dare use Veritasrum is utterly insane, Draco exclaimed, pointing at the queue of upperclassmen, addressing Adonis. Adonis nodded silently, caressing the ring upon his finger, as he acknowledged that Fuji was about to step down. He then cast a glance at the line ahead, hoping that Lucius and his companions would arrive in time. Otherwise, the journal might encounter some complications. Adonis cast a glance at his watch, standing at the forefront of the line. He opened the box. Adonis stood there, observing him, while the surrounding young wizards felt the temperature plummet to freezing, all shivering in response. The inspector, gazing at Adonis's frosty demeanor, felt a chill run down his spine. Nevertheless, recalling the minister's instructions, he mustered his courage and said, Sir, may I trouble you to open the box? What is your surname? The inspector inquired, casting a puzzled glance at him. That is of no importance. Now, please open the box. Very well, he replied. But I will inspect Malfoy's box without a search warrant from the Ministry. Adonis leaned in, whispering in his ear, If there is nothing amiss, you shall pay the price. The inspector steadied himself, brandishing his wand as he meticulously examined each item. Soon, he arrived at the final object, wiping the sweat from his brow. A black ring of light materialized, prompting the inspector to exclaim with excitement, There is an issue here. Upon hearing the commotion, the Ministry personnel drew their wands and rushed over, encircling the area. The inspector pointed at the deep blue box, declaring, The dark magic detection has yielded a response. We may conduct a thorough examination. Chapter 82. The Eerie Diary. Fudge, upon receiving the inspector's report, appeared exhilarated. Young Mr. Malfoy, please open this iron box immediately. Snape, wand in hand, stepped forth from the crowd, positioning himself protectively in front of Adonis. Minister, it is rather inappropriate to ask a 12-year-old child to open a box suspected of containing dark magical artifacts. Mr. Snape, Fudge retorted. I hold you in high regard as an esteemed potions master, yet that does not grant you the authority to obstruct the Ministry in the execution of its duties. Ignoring Fudge, Snape directed his gaze towards Dumbledore in the crowd, who merely shook his head, causing Snape's expression to darken significantly. Adonis rose, holding the box, and first addressed Snape, Headmaster, this is not a dark magical artifact, so there is no need for such apprehension. It poses no danger. Then, turning to Fudge, he continued. Sir, while this is not a dark magical item, as the heir of Malfoy, I fear you lack the authority to request that I open the box without a search warrant. Fudge exchanged a glance with Adonis before turning to his assistant, gesturing grandly. Assistant, present the search warrant for young Mr. Malfoy to review. Adonis glanced at the search warrant before smiling and remarking, The minister is truly diligent in his pursuit of the true culprit. However, I fear the outcome may not bring you the surprise you seek. He then opened the box and extracted a black diary, laying it flat in his palm. Inspector, you may wish to try again. Dumbledore stood at a distance, observing the diary, feeling an inexplicable familiarity yet unable to recall when he had last seen it. The inspector conducted a dark magic examination on the diary, but this time, no anomalies were detected. In disbelief, the inspector rubbed his eyes, only to find Fudge glaring at him with a grim expression. Fudge's corpulent figure did little to convey an air of benevolence. Instead, it exuded a menacing aura. Minister, this cannot be. It must be due to my insufficient magical prowess. Please allow someone else to examine it. Upon hearing the inspector's explanation, Fudge turned to his assistant and instructed, You go personally and ensure a thorough investigation. Upon witnessing the grave expression on Fudge's face, Adonis could not suppress a smirk. The outcome was so evident, yet he insisted on repeatedly verifying it. Voldemort's first Horcrux had accompanied him for 2 full years at Hogwarts, from the age of 16 until his graduation at 18. If it could have been detected through a spell, would Dumbledore, with his keen interest in him, have overlooked it? Was Dumbledore truly so foolish? An assistant approached, wielding a wand, deftly twisting his wrist to cast the detection spell for dark magic. The diary merely exhibited the typical reactions expected from an ordinary magical object. The assistant returned the wand to Fudge, reporting, Minister, it is simply an ordinary magical item, devoid of any traces of dark magic. As Adonis clutched the diary, He felt it tremble in response to his assistant's incantation. A peculiar intuition washed over him, as though the diary were conveying a message should it endure another examination. It would surely falter. Adonis placed the notebook back into the box, grasping the lid in preparation to close it. Suddenly, Dumbledore interjected, "Wait." He finally recalled where he had encountered this diary before. Tom Riddle. Indeed, the style was identical, down to the very color. Upon hearing Dumbledore's voice, Fudge retracted his foot, which had been poised to step forward, and the attention of everyone in the room was once again drawn to the diary. A sudden tension gripped Adonis as he lifted his gaze to meet Dumbledore, who had approached him. The deep azure of Dumbledore's eyes bore into him, and Adonis felt the piercing scrutiny beneath those eyes. He feigned impatience and inquired, "Is there something else?" Dumbledore did not miss a single nuance of Adonis's expressions. From his demeanor, it appeared that he was either unaware or that this particular diary was not the one in question. Yet, could it truly be mere coincidence? After 50 years, it seemed improbable that another identical diary would exist. Regardless of his internal musings, Dumbledore maintained a gentle smile as he regarded Adonis. "Adonis, is this your diary? May I take a look?" Adonis held the diary in his hand and suddenly let out a light chuckle. "Mr. Dumbledore, are you genuinely unaware, or merely pretending not to know that a diary signifies privacy?" He raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharpening as it pierced through Dumbledore. He continued, "Do you not find this request to be rather unreasonable, or is this your customary approach?" The words of Adonis momentarily chilled the atmosphere, as the young wizards gazed at him in disbelief. Snape observed Adonis, having never witnessed such a method of parenting. When Lucius arrived, he found Adonis and Dumbledore standing there, the ambience unusually tranquil. The instant his gaze fell upon the diary in Adonis's hand, Lucius's expression tightened. How could it possibly be with Adonis? He had explicitly given it to Weasley. Lucius shook the directive in his hand and thrust it into Fudge's possession, declaring loudly, "Cornelius Fudge, you are hereby dismissed." He then gestured towards Scrimgeour, who was approaching, stating that he would assume the role of acting minister. "You cannot do this. What right do you have? What have I done wrong?" Fudge suddenly bellowed, pointing at the diary, "Particularly at you, Lucius Malfoy. You are still implicated in this matter." Lucius regarded him with disdain. "We certainly possess the authority, Mr. Fudge. Just the unlawful mobilization of Dementors, which has instilled fear throughout the wizarding community, is sufficient grounds. As for me, I appreciate your concern." Dumbledore observed Adonis, clearly having underestimated Slytherin's reverence for privacy, a boundary he had evidently crossed. However, this perplexity required resolution. With a sigh, he addressed Adonis, "I beg your pardon for the impertinence of an old man, but this is of paramount importance to me. I merely need to glance at the signature." Adonis gazed upon Dumbledore, realizing that he could not afford to sever ties with him just yet. Perhaps, when the time came, he would have to resort to the feeble excuse that his notebook had been switched. Yet, he found himself with no other alternatives. As Adonis opened the first page of his diary, he gazed upon the name inscribed within, and a sense of ease washed over him. He lifted the diary for Dumbledore to scrutinize. Dumbledore leaned in closer, examining the name with meticulous attention. The black ink was clearly legible, Adonis Black Malfoy. There were no signs of alteration, leading him to ponder if he had been overly concerned. Was it truly mere coincidence? In the instant that Dumbledore turned away, he suddenly recognized the handwriting. Yes, it was the handwriting. He needed to conduct a final comparison of the script to find true reassurance. Lucius, observing Dumbledore's reaction, breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it was not the diary of the Dark Lord, they would be spared unnecessary complications. Chapter 83. The anomaly. Adonis held his diary, contemplating Voldemort, an unequivocal genius. The allure of Horcruxes was indeed remarkable. However, the methods employed in their creation were exceedingly brutal, ultimately leading to madness. Were it not for these two factors, the path to immortality would be tantalizingly close, and one would surely not forsake it. Dumbledore waved his wand gently, conjuring a quill stained with ink in his hand. "Adonis, would you be so kind as to inscribe your name in the diary?" As Adonis contemplated reasons to decline Dumbledore, he overheard Lucius leisurely remark, "Headmaster Dumbledore, I am curious as to when you developed such an insatiable curiosity. Have you, in your old age, become akin to a child?" Dumbledore paused momentarily, then responded with gravity, "Mr. Malfoy, with so many public officials and young wizards present, I trust you would not wish for them to harbor any suspicions or uncertainties regarding this matter." Lucius nodded and said, "Very well, Dumbledore. Since your curiosity is so piqued, Nis, please compose a letter for your headmaster's perusal." Adonis. With Lucius being so formidable, does he have any other options? Adonis could only laboriously take Dumbledore's pen, turning to the first page and beginning to write in the blank space. As for why he did not write on the second page, he pondered the possibility of having a response upon completing the journal. Regarding his concern that the soul fragments within the journal might be aware of his existence, he chuckled. Just a glance at the signature on the first page of the journal was enough to dispel any such worries. Adonis is currently experiencing a remarkable phenomenon. From the very first stroke, it was not he who was writing. This notebook seems to possess a life of its own, drawing him in as it orchestrates the movements of the pen. He finds himself not only feigning the act of writing, but astonishingly, this notebook is also absorbing his magical essence. The power within him gradually converges into his right hand, where it is entirely siphoned off by the quill and consumed by the pages of the notebook. Adonis distinctly sensed the rapid depletion of his magical energy within, a phenomenon that intensified as he progressed. Unfortunately, he found himself unable to halt the process, for how could he possibly explain this to Dumbledore? By the time the final word, Malfoy, was inscribed, Adonis's magical reserves were nearly exhausted. Adonis gazed gloomily at the diary, feeling as though it were cursed. Dumbledore observed the name Adonis had penned, which bore a striking resemblance to the signature above, and sighed in relief, realizing his suspicions were unfounded. Noticing the expression on Adonis's face, Dumbledore mistakenly believed it was due to his own actions. Adonis, I sincerely apologize. I hope you can comprehend the concerns of an old man. This diary bears an uncanny resemblance to a dark magical artifact I encountered decades ago. Adonis curled his lips into a faint smile, saying, There's no need for concern. So, Headmaster, do you have any further inquiries? None at all, replied Dumbledore, gesturing towards the carriage park not far away. He playfully winked and added, Oh, I nearly forgot that you cannot see them. Nevertheless, embarking on a ride to Hogwarts will undoubtedly be an unforgettable journey. Adonis nodded, returning the diary to the iron box, and then, employing a shrinking charm, he tucked the box into his pocket. After Dumbledore's departure, Adonis scrutinized the statue of the dragon-headed creature, its body resembling that of a horse, adorned with bat-like wings and possessing silver-white eyes. Its emaciated form, coupled with the fact that it could only be seen by those who had witnessed death, rendered it rather unappealing, and it had once been regarded as an ominous symbol. Scrimgeour, the acting Minister of Magic, decisively removed the Dementors and prohibited any unauthorized use of Veritaserum by officials. As for the inspection of the box, following Adonis's spectacle and the protests from the attending nobles, it ultimately did not proceed. In the end, this incident was classified as an accident, while any irregularities concerning the railway's deviation were conveniently overlooked by the staff in light of Fudge's resignation. Adonis, Draco, Pansy, and Neville boarded a night bus. Adonis glanced back at the ministry officials who were hastily evacuating the scene, a complete farce. Despite the unpleasant events aboard the Hogwarts Express, everything continued to unfold with a sense of order. Ginny Weasley seamlessly entered Gryffindor, eliciting a hint of a smile from the previously troubled Percy. Without Harry Potter and Ron Weasley, and devoid of any diary, Adonis felt quite content with the current state of campus life. Adonis pushed open the door to Snape's chamber. Godfather, you summon me. Indeed. Assist me with some materials, Snape replied, leading Adonis to the large basin. He gestured towards the serpent gliding within the water. Please prepare these materials, extract the serpent's gall and set the flesh aside separately. Understood, Adonis nodded, retrieving tools from the cabinet and preparing for the task ahead. Do not kill me, a voice implored. Adonis froze in place, his gaze dropping to find a snake flicking its tongue at him. To his astonishment, he comprehended the creature's words, though he was certain he did not possess the ability to speak in Parseltongue. As Adonis processed the materials, he casually inquired, Father, apart from Slytherin, are there any other families that possess the gift of Parseltongue? Without raising his head, Snape replied, In England, only Slytherin speaks Parseltongue. I am unaware of others elsewhere. Adonis persisted, Is there a way for Parselmouths to enable ordinary people to comprehend their language? Snape set down his quill and looked up at him, asking, Adonis, what exactly do you wish to know? He then fixed his gaze upon him and abruptly added, Or can it be that you understand Parseltongue? Adonis gazed at Snape with a look of bewilderment. Godfather, how could I possibly understand Parseltongue? I merely wish to inquire whether it can be learned in the future. Snape, with a scoff, replied, Do you truly believe that the Dark Lord would teach you to master such a language? He then proceeded to gather his belongings hastily and urged, Best be on your way. As Adonis made his way back to Slytherin, he heard a voice echoing through the pipes, pleading for food. Food. This chilling utterance sent shivers down his spine. His diary remained locked away in his cabinet, a precaution he had taken 2 hours prior when he meticulously ensured the cabinet was secured. What could possibly have transpired? His wand slipped from his sleeve into his right hand as he nearly sprinted back to his dormitory, plunging into his bedroom and locking the door behind him. He paid no heed to Neville's calls. Adonis retrieved a key from his pocket, gripping his wand tightly in his right hand, poised to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. As the key was inserted into the lock, the cabinet doors swung open with a decisive click, and something shot forth with a sudden rush. It was armor for protection. The shadow sword missed its target, and fortunately, the armor charm deflected it, offering Adonis a momentary sense of relief. A black diary floated in the air, held at bay by the protective spell, when suddenly it opened on its own, revealing a phrase on the blank page, Malfoy. I'm still pondering when you intend to seek me out. Chapter 84. Voldemort is my inferior. Adonis gripped his wand tightly, his gaze fixed warily upon the diary, remaining silent. Soon, another sentence appeared within its pages, stating that if one were to take up a pen and inscribe upon the notebook, we could engage in a proper conversation. Adonis gazed at the diary with an impassive expression, remarking that there was no need for elaborate efforts, suggesting instead that perhaps one was still lacking in magical prowess. Once Adonis finished speaking, the diary hovered gracefully in the air, and after a few moments, a response emerged. Truly a Malfoy, you are as astute as your grandfather, Abraxas Malfoy. I can indeed hear your words, yet it depletes my energy significantly. I harbor no ill intentions. So you may retract the armor charm. It is far more preferable for us to communicate through the written word. Adonis chuckled upon seeing the diary, remarking, You are quite right. Not only am I a Slytherin, but I am also a Malfoy. So, what reason do you believe I have to trust you? The diary quivered violently in response to Adonis's words, perceiving them as a profound insult. Do you know who I am? It demanded. Of course, Adonis paused momentarily. I am well aware. Tom Riddle, the last scion of Slytherin. But what of it? Adonis lightly touched his wand, scoffing with a chuckle. It is merely a Horcrux. Just a fragment of a soul. Am I not correct, Lord Voldemort? Adonis cherished life. Yet this did not equate to a fear of death. After all, what of Voldemort? Ultimately, it was but a matter of demise, just another Horcrux. Moreover, this was Hogwarts. The Horcruxes lacked the audacity to act here. Upon hearing Adonis's rhythmic voice, the diary fell into silence, and after a long pause, it finally inscribed, Are you not afraid of my actions against you? Adonis fixed his gaze upon it as I opened the cabinet, and you soared forth without restraint, indicating that the dark magic containment was ineffective against you. Having entered Hogwarts for a month, you have had countless opportunities to act. You speak truthfully, yet there is one aspect to clarify. I am not Voldemort. Neither in the past, nor the present, nor shall I be in the future. I am the illustrious descendant of Salazar Slytherin, Tom Riddle Slytherin. And you shall be fortunate to become my collaborator. Upon glimpsing the diary, Adonis was already forming certain conjectures in his mind. Nevertheless, he continued to provoke the diary, scoffing derisively, Fortunate? You, a being neither human nor ghost, presume to speak to me with such entitlement? Be silent. You lack the merit to judge the lineage of Slytherin. Adonis glanced at the diary's response and erupted into hearty laughter, his joy palpable. Upon hearing the laughter, the diary suddenly realized, Are you testing me? Adonis retracted the armor curse, and now he is certain that as long as he refrains from inscribing upon it, the diary itself possesses no inherent aggression. You are not a soul vessel. Now, could you elucidate what you truly are? After Adonis lifted the curse, the diary fell gracefully into his hands. Maintaining its flight required considerable magical energy. Upon hearing Adonis's inquiry, the diary responded, I exist in symbiosis with the soul vessel, to be precise. I am but a fragment of memory. Adonis gazed at the diary's response and declared, You're not speaking the truth, and I refuse to collaborate with a deceiver. I am telling the truth, the diary insisted. I am indeed a fragment of memory, only unlike others. I can evolve. I can reclaim life. That is why I need your assistance. I implore you to communicate with me through writing, for this current method of exchange weakens me. Your plight moves me. Adonis replied coolly, but regretfully, that alone does not justify my aid, nor does it earn my trust. What reason would suffice? The diary inquired. An explanation for your coexistence with the Horcrux, Adonis mused before pressing further, and how you seize dominance. Regarding the second question, the diary countered smoothly, You already harbor suspicions. Do you not? Adonis nodded, for I had once inscribed words upon the pages of my diary. Indeed, your magic is remarkably unique. Were it not for you, at this juncture, the diary's tone grew somber. Within a year, I would lose my dominion, and the diary would transform into a genuine soul vessel. Before relinquishing control, I would destroy this diary. At the very least, that old fox Dumbledore would surely sense something amiss. Although Slytherin shall forever remain a relic of the past, his glory must never be sullied by anyone, under any circumstances. The diary paused momentarily. In order for our dialogue to persist, I implore you to endow me with a modicum of your magic. Upon witnessing it, Adonis raised an eyebrow, almost siphoning away all my magical energy once again. Do you think that is plausible, Mr. Riddle? Please, refer to me as Mr. Slytherin. I believe the current Slytherin is not so lacking in courtesy. You need only cast a few ordinary spells upon me, correct? Was the previous instance due to a special purpose? Adonis brandished his wand several times, restoring clarity to the surroundings. He then inquired, is it permissible now? Indeed. Adonis retracted his wand and remarked, the last of my magical energy was expended on summoning the basilisk and enabling my understanding of Parseltongue, was it not? Although phrased as a question, his tone exuded unwavering certainty. I have a penchant for intelligent individuals, the notebook replied. I too appreciate the company of the astute. Thus, wise one, you ought to comprehend what constitutes the foundation of collaboration. Adonis placed the notebook upon the table, seated himself, and poured a glass of water. Mr. Slytherin, would you care for a drink? He inquired with a chuckle. Abracax would never exhibit such a lack of decorum as you do. Adonis took a sip of water and chuckled softly. Mr. Slytherin, no, Tom, it is you who seeks my assistance. Now, please continue to answer the questions. The diary trembled violently at Adonis' words. He understood its fury, yet he remained unfazed. By a stroke of serendipity, I encountered a treatise on Horcruxes in the restricted section of the library, detailing the process of soul division and its preservation. Horcruxes are eternal, allowing wizards to attain immortality. At this point, the diary displayed palpable excitement. Immortality, as long as one could achieve it, would afford me boundless energy and time to fulfill my ideals and ambitions, thereby glorifying the legacy of Slytherin through my endeavors. However, immense gain invariably invites significant peril. With a skeptical mindset, I delved into extensive research and uncovered within the Chamber of Secrets that this path was a treacherous trap. Each act of soul division resulted in a fragment lost, first emotions, then reason, ultimately leading to a fate difficult to fathom, perhaps madness. Yet, I had not anticipated that the tome on Horcruxes was cursed or ensorcelled. As time elapsed, I found myself losing control, succumbing to a frenzied obsession with Horcruxes. Ultimately, a tragic incident occurred when Highbowl inadvertently took the life of a girl, thus allowing this sinister plot to unfold. In the instant of soul division, Slytherin's bloodline safeguarded me. Granting me a singular opportunity, I retained the consciousness of my 16-year-old self. From this perspective, I was not merely a collection of memories, but a feeble yet complete soul, trapped within the confines of the diary. As time progressed, I would only grow weaker until my eventual dissolution. The fragmented soul remained ensconced within the diary. Could it truly be considered a Horcrux? After reading the diary's words, Adonis suppressed his shock, suddenly recalling what Nicholas Flamel had once said about Dumbledore indirectly causing them to lose a genius. This implied that Dumbledore was unaware that the chapter introducing Horcruxes had been ensorcelled. The diary responded, indeed, can my magic amplify your soul? Upon hearing this inquiry, the diary contemplated briefly, it cannot enhance my soul, but your magic is unique. I can absorb your power for my own utilization, which will not only facilitate our communication but also aid in my confrontation with Horcruxes, thus allowing me to conserve my soul energy and prolong my existence. Adonis fell silent for a moment. How much longer can you endure? At most 5 years. And one more question. Has the Dark Lord not realized that you are not a Horcrux? The diary scornfully replied, I had thought that the astute Mr. Malfoy would refrain from posing such queries. Adonis gazed emotionlessly at the diary, contemplating the significance of the matter at hand. Sir, I can conceal myself. We were once one, our souls resonating in harmony. He is merely a flawed replica. How could he possibly uncover my presence? Adonis rapped on the table and inquired, how may I assist you? And what are you willing to offer in return? Chapter 85. A decade-long pact. I can teach you the language of serpents, transforming you into a serpent speaker. The journal noted. Additionally, I can facilitate the signing of a master-servant contract with Highbowl. What must I sacrifice in exchange? Before Adonis could finish his inquiry, the diary abruptly transitioned to the task of crafting a soul enhancement elixir and a rebirth potion. It specified the types and quantities of materials required for each potion, as well as the success rate for the soul enhancement elixir. Adonis sensed that the materials would undoubtedly be anything but straightforward. He required merely 1 vial of each potion. The success rate for the soul enhancement elixir stood at 30, necessitating 20 milliliters of voluntarily donated blood from a phoenix and 10 drops of tears. At this point, Adonis's lips twitched. It was not unacceptable, yet he pressed on. The elixir also demanded 100 milliliters of blood willingly given by a unicorn and 2 drops of tears. Unicorn blood. He mused. How utterly simplistic. Maintaining his composure, Adonis continued reading. 200 g of Australian box jellyfish, 100 g of Achitrellan sea serpent, along with various ordinary materials. By this juncture, Adonis felt rather indifferent. The world's foremost and second most toxic entities resided along the northern coastal waters of Australia and New Guinea, as well as in the Philippines and Vietnam. Regarding the rebirth potion, the success rate reached an impeccable 100, requiring a bone from his father. A single drop of Voldemort's blood, and the blood of a 16-year-old male from the Weasley family, encompassing the total volume of his blood. After reading the diary, Adonis let out a cold laugh. The blood of Voldemort, the blood of the Weasley family. What a cunning bargain. Such a transaction would only be accepted if one were utterly foolish. If it were not for the magical lineage inherent in ancient family names, he would doubt the authenticity of Tom Riddle Slytherin's identity. I presume that as a descendant of Slytherin, Mr. Tom would be well aware of the principle of equivalent exchange. Do you take me for a fool, Mr. Tom Riddle Slytherin? Without granting the diary a chance to respond, Adonis continued, or does Mr. Slytherin believe his life holds so little value? Our collaboration ends here. Rising, Adonis closed the diary and cast it back into the cabinet. In the instant the cabinet shut, the diary escaped from within, soaring to a distance from Adonis, reopening itself. What is it that you desire? As Adonis beheld the diary, a subtle smirk graced his lips. In addition to the stipulated conditions, he insisted upon the inclusion of Slytherin's chamber and its entire legacy. Upon hearing Adonis's words, the diary suddenly soared into the air, displaying an extraordinary fervor. Delusion, you are ensnared in delusion. Do remain composed, Mr. Slytherin, Adonis retorted coldly, a wicked grin playing upon his features. You must comprehend that I am not obliged to assist you. In fact, I possess the power to annihilate you, severing the bloodline of Slytherin. He paused momentarily before continuing. His possessions shall become mere relics of a forgotten legacy. The diary, absorbing Adonis's proclamation, hovered silently in the air for a brief interval before gently returning to the table. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your terms. But you must vow to Merlin with both your bloodline and soul. Within 4 years, you are to assist me with my first task. Within a decade, you must fulfill 2 tasks, in addition to daily transmitting magical energy to me, for I require such support to perceive the external world and communicate with you. How does that sound? Only with life and soul, Adonis replied. The diary deliberated briefly and inscribed, agreed. To ensure your complete trust, I shall enter into a contract with you. Should I ever harbor ill intent towards you within the span of these 10 years, let me be eternally dissolved. And I shall exert every effort to enhance your prowess. Upon completion, I permit you to erase my memories of these 10 years. How does that sound? Accepted, Adonis nodded. Following the consensus between Tom Riddle Slytherin and Adonis, the two swore an oath and signed the contract, leaving Adonis with a palpable sense of connection to Slytherin. Adonis placed the notebook directly into the cabinet. The iron box, though rendered useless, spared him considerable trouble. Just as Adonis was about to lock the cabinet, he heard Tom manipulating the diary, causing it to collide with the cabinet door. Adonis opened the cabinet and inquired, Mr. Slytherin, it is now precisely 11 o'clock at night. Do you not intend to rest? The diary, upon turning to the second page, inscribed the words, Take me with you. Adonis turned away, facing the bed as he tidied it up, and replied, Mr. Slytherin, do you deem this appropriate? He paused, adding, Moreover, I am fond of women and hold no interest in men. Upon hearing Adonis's words, the diary became quite agitated, soaring directly before him. I have entered into a pact with you. It is impossible for me to cause you harm. What is it that troubles you? Upon witnessing the diary's words, Eudunacy continued to tidy the bed, disregarding it entirely. The diary received no response for quite some time, and then inscribed once more, Spell, Soul Binding, and Sensory Sealing. It can sever all perception abilities of the enchanted, cutting off all connections to the outside world, unless the caster actively or meets their demise. The spell will persist in its potency. Adonis's lips curled into a subtle smile, yet he spoke with measured calmness, swearing. The diary plainly stated, Malfoy. How could you possibly doubt my trustworthiness? Adonis shook his head, addressing Mr. Slytherin. Apart from the stipulations enforced by our contract, you must understand that you have not provided me with any grounds to trust you. Furthermore, as a Slytherin, you should be acutely aware that earning the friendship and trust of a fellow Slytherin can be a fleeting moment or a lifelong endeavor. Aside from blood relations, Malfoy does not readily extend trust to others. Our trust is something that requires both time and trials to establish. Malfoy's complete trust signifies a willingness to risk one's very life. Naivety can lead to unimaginable calamities. After a prolonged silence, the diary, seemingly pondering, finally made a vow and inscribed, I am a close friend of your grandfather, Abraxas. If possible, please take me to meet him. Adonis hesitated before replying. This would require consulting my grandfather's wishes. When I was very young, Abraxas, assuming I was too innocent to retain memories, reminisced about the past in my presence. His tone made it abundantly clear that he harbored hatred toward Tom Riddle. Thank you. Additionally, as someone of your grandfather's generation, allow me to offer a sincere piece of advice. Though your physical constitution appears robust and your magical prowess rivals that of an ordinary 7th-year graduate, you are merely a second-year student. I presume Lucius has yet to inform you that upon a wizard's 16th birthday, there exists a possibility of a secondary magical eruption, one that could amplify their existing power by 13-fold. Those who experience this phenomenon typically possess magic twice as potent as the average wizard. Physical fitness plays a crucial role in triggering this second surge. And Quidditch is an excellent means of cultivation. This is considered common knowledge, yet why is it absent from records? Adonis grew increasingly intrigued by the wizarding world. How many more secrets lay concealed, even fundamental truths obscured by tangled mysteries? The diary trembled slightly before responding, I do not know. This knowledge surfaced naturally in my mind after my own magical eruption at 16. As for the reason, the diary seethed with resentment. Had it not been for that accursed book on Horcruxes, I would have uncovered the truth long ago. 50 years I have lingered within these pages. How many such lifetimes does one possess? Upon hearing Tom's words, Adonis smiled and replied, Tom, to my knowledge, there have been individuals who have lived for a millennium. Who? I do not know. The diary. Chapter 86, Neville's Invitation. Adonis meticulously arranged the bed, then turned to face the diary. Ah, Mr. Slytherin. I have yet to inquire how you would prefer to be addressed. The diary promptly provided a response, Tom. Adonis smiled and remarked, Tom, do you know? The current perception among the aristocracy regarding the Dark Lord is that he is a delusional half-blood aspiring to dominate purebloods. In his desire to escape the mundane name of Tom, he adopted the moniker Voldemort. Greatness emerges from the ordinary. Adonis gazed at the flickering words in the diary, acknowledging. You are indeed correct, Mr. Tom, but it would be prudent for you to rest first. He drew forth his wand, concentrating intently as he intoned. Soul binding and veil of awareness. A beam of azure light struck the diary, enveloping it in a shimmering blue membrane, which then seamlessly merged into the book. Vanishing from sight, Adonis placed the diary upon the bedside table and retired to bed. The following morning, he was stirred awake by a series of urgent knocks. Neville. It's Saturday. Is there something amiss? Adonis inquired, glancing towards Neville at the door. This morning is the Quidditch tryouts, and I would like to invite you to join me. What do you say? Neville hastily conveyed his message, then hesitated, looking expectantly at Adonis. Very well, give me a moment, and we shall depart together. When Adonis and Navi arrived at the pitch, Marcus Flint, the captain of Slytherin's Quidditch team, was confronting Wood, the captain of Gryffindor. Wood, we arrived at the pitch first. Do you not understand the principle of first come, first served? Adonis observed as the Weasley twins set their toolbox on the field, busily preparing for the task ahead. While Flint's team merely lingered with their bags, awaiting the outcome of their captain's negotiations. Can gentlemen and rogues truly sit down to reason? Though Adonis recognized the inappropriateness of the metaphor, it felt fitting in this context. As Fred opened the box containing the quaffle, he chuckled, Flint, where's the evidence? Who can prove that you arrived first? The words of a Slytherin player hold no weight. Listening to Fred's taunting remarks, Flint's left hand slipped into his pocket to grasp his wand. Neville stepped between the two, gesturing toward Adonis and the nearby group, declaring, Flint, we are here for the Quidditch tryouts. Neville's words doused Flint's simmering anger, restoring a semblance of rationality. Flint relaxed his grip on the wand and addressed Wood. Your team has already filled its roster from last year. We are here to recruit today. You wouldn't want to breach the agreements established in previous years, would you? Would cast a glance at the small snakes nearby, retorting, "You should have informed me of this sooner." It's quite absurd that a second-year student has to remind you of such matters. Flint, you were truly an incompetent captain. After delivering his scornful remark, would turn to his teammates, stating, "In that case, let us relinquish the field to them. It could be considered a noble gesture." The Gryffindors erupted in laughter at this, causing Flint's face to darken with fury as he silently watched them exit. "Harry, now that you're out, how do you feel?" Adonis called out to Harry, who appeared somewhat off today, though he couldn't quite pinpoint the cause. Harry smiled faintly and replied, "I am completely recovered, Mr. Malfoy. Thank you for your concern." "That is good to hear." Adonis paused at Harry's response, momentarily taken aback, but noticing Harry's distant demeanor, he opted for silence, merely nodding with a slight smile as he returned to the group awaiting the tryouts. Once all the Gryffindors had departed, Flint addressed the remaining students. "I wonder how many of you have genuinely taken the time to understand Quidditch." Flint's demeanor shifted from his usual calmness to an exuberant fervor as he spoke of Quidditch, the most significant sport in the wizarding world. Everyone is captivated by Quidditch. I must emphasize that it is a fast-paced, perilous, and exhilarating sport. While fatalities are rare, injuries are commonplace. Thus, you must cast aside your identities and forget the etiquette of nobility and education. This is a sport of madness and passion. I prefer to refer to it as the art of flight. Your Adonis recalled the recent events, recognizing that anything associated with Quidditch could utterly cloud Flint's judgment and reasoning. Flint bent down to open a box, and when he straightened up, he held a golden snitch in his hand. Upon seeing it, he proclaimed that the entire match, without exaggeration, was solely aimed at capturing this mischievous little creature. The rules, as you all are aware, need no further elaboration. The selection process now officially commences. Adonis soared through the autumn breeze on his flying broomstick, feeling the wind caress his face. Reluctantly, he found himself in this place due to an inexplicable airplane journey, which rendered him less fond of the sport of broomstick flying. At Malfoy Manor, he had no desire to experience the sensation of flight. However, he soon adjusted his course and with a swift motion ascended to greater heights, discovering an intoxicating sense of freedom in the act of soaring. After the incident with the memory orbs, he preferred to describe this sport as an art of dancing on the edge of a blade. Relishing the thrill of gliding through the air, a flash of golden light streaked past him, descending rapidly. Adonis gripped his broom and dove down at breakneck speed, capturing the golden snitch just a meter from the ground, and without pause, he ascended back into the sky. Following the conclusion of the selection trials, Adonis successfully earned the position of Seeker for Slytherin, much to his astonishment, as Neville emerged from the remaining contenders to become Slytherin's new beater. Adonis approached Nawi and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Nawi, you did exceptionally well." Nawi turned towards the sunlight and smiled, his joy radiating brightly. Adonis gazed upon Nawe's smile, genuinely elated for his roommate, fully aware of the immense efforts Nawe had devoted. Ultimately, Merlin did not forsake those who strive diligently. Chapter 87, The Unforeseen Petrification Incident. As evening descended, the afterglow of the setting sun cast a shimmering light upon the lake's surface, creating a mesmerizing display of rippling reflections. Adonis relished his stroll by the Black Lake, savoring the liberating sensation it bestowed upon him. He gazed upon the tranquil surface of the water, pondering that perhaps Salazar Slytherin had constructed the Slytherin common room beneath the lake for a similar reason, to enjoy the serene beauty of the Black Lake and experience a profound inner peace. "Ah, Adonis, what a delightful surprise to encounter you here by the Black Lake once more," greeted Isabel as she approached him. Adonis gazed at the girl with a smile and replied, "The Black Lake possesses a mysterious allure that captivates me." He inhaled the briny air, sighing, "It leaves me enchanted." However, at that moment, his thoughts drifted back to the conclusion of the previous semester's flying exam. Like the other young wizards who had completed their assessments, he handed his broomstick to the next candidate in line, who happened to be Isabel Churchill. As Isabel took the broomstick, she called out to him just as he was about to depart, asking, "Adonis, why didn't you fly a bit higher? I believe that would have made the subsequent maneuvers easier, and consequently, you might have garnered a higher score." "I am not proficient in flying," Adonis recalled responding. Isabel's reply surprised him. "No, your skills are quite exceptional. However," she paused thoughtfully before continuing, "you fear flying. But it is not the act of flying itself that frightens you." Adonis vividly recalls the moment he was taken aback, experiencing for the first time such acute perceptiveness in a peer, able to discern the innermost thoughts within him. As his thoughts return to the present, Adonis glances at the nearby lake's surface and then at the smiling girl. "I had thought that girls preferred to walk in pairs. Someone like you is quite rare." Isabel raised an eyebrow, replying, I had assumed that boys were generally disinterested in strolling. Someone like you is almost non-existent. Adonis sighed, realizing that both of us are indeed rare individuals. Isabel, amused by Adonis's demeanor, suggested, shall we take a stroll together, rare souls? Very well, he replied. Adonis and Isabel conversed as they walked, continuing their discourse until the sun had completely set, at which point they bid each other farewell and parted ways. Adonis gazed at the silhouette of the departing girl, basking in the joy of a delightful evening within the Slytherin common room. Through the painting, Adonis observed Churchill Ruby, who was exuberantly leaning against the sofa, engaging in conversation with a girl beside him. Did you see the words on the wall? He exclaimed. Beware of the heir and the enemy. You are next, mudblood. Thus, it seems the heir of Slytherin is already within Hogwarts. Who do you think it could be? If I were to know their identity? Upon hearing Ruby's words, Adonis instinctively reached into his pocket. The diary was undoubtedly with him. Yet, what was this talk of an heir? What were you insinuating? As Field passed by Ruby, he abruptly halted and regarded her with a scrutinizing gaze. Do not indulge in fantasies. Do you truly believe that the heir of Slytherin would find you appealing? Field examined her meticulously and added gravely. Perhaps if you shed a few pounds, this might be a possibility. Raising his eyes to glance at Adonis, who had just entered, Field continued addressing Ruby. The most vital skill of Slytherin is the ability to assess the situation. However, it seems you lack this particular capability. Ruby, with her head bowed, silently endured all of Field's derision. In the fleeting moment as Field turned away, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. The Carter family was soon to engage in a familial alliance, and then she would relish the opportunity to see what Field would wield to impress her. Adonis reached the end of the corridor leading to the bedroom, gazing out at the octopus outside, which was ostentatiously flaunting its allure. Before long, Field appeared behind him. Do you have something to discuss with me? Adonis inquired, his back turned to Field. It was speculated that around 7 p.m. this evening, a petrification incident occurred at Hogwarts. At the last turn of the staircase on the 3rd floor, the tail of Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, was entangled in the bracket of a torch. Her body rigid as if carved from stone. Dumbledore had already confirmed that it was not a mere case of petrification. Noticing Adonis's lack of response, Field hesitated, uncertain whether to continue. Adonis's cold voice pierced through Field's musings, interrupting his thoughts. We require the most recent mandrake from Madame Sprout as the primary antidote. Who was the first to discover the scene? Additionally, who else was present at that time? Field recalled with care, stating that the initial discoverer was Filch himself. Soon after, the Weasley twins from Gryffindor and Percy Weasley arrived on the scene, followed by Dumbledore and several heads of houses, along with Lockhart. I accompanied Lockhart to the site. He added. After listening to Field's description, Adonis habitually tapped the windowsill. Were Potter, Granger, Ron Weasley, and my sister not present? They were all there. But they were mingling in the crowd of onlookers. The crowd of onlookers? Indeed, Field replied confidently. Adonis chuckled lightly, turning to regard him. While the crowd shifted in a fluid manner, Field hesitated momentarily before responding. Harry Potter is likely positioned towards the middle to the back, while Weasley, your sister, and Granger are up front. It is indeed surprising that such steadfast brothers are not together, wouldn't you agree? Adonis inquired with a hint of enigmatic amusement. Field, perceiving the inexplicable chill in Adonis's smile, noted that news from Gryffindor indicated that since their discharge, their camaraderie had not been as strong as it once was. Adonis silently scoffed, for the Hogwarts train incident had resulted in a verdict from the Ministry of Magic that placed the blame squarely on Ron Weasley and Harry Potter, as the true culprits behind the alteration of the tracks remained elusive. Consequently, the burden of compensation also fell upon their shoulders. He had heard from Parvati that upon his awakening, Harry had assumed 70% of the accident's responsibility, yet upon his discharge from the hospital, he and Ron had embroiled themselves in a rather unpleasant dispute over financial matters. Had it been the true Harry Potter, it was unlikely that he would have allowed such a rift to form with Ron. However, what if it were not the genuine Harry, but rather fragments of Voldemort residing within his mind? After all, both Harry and Ron had suffered severe head injuries at the time, leaving them in prolonged unconsciousness. It was no wonder that during their last encounter at the Quidditch pitch, Adonis had sensed something amiss with Harry Potter. Furthermore, Field hesitated before continuing, noting that there were rumors circulating in Gryffindor suggesting that Harry Potter was pursuing your sister. I understand. I shall remain vigilant regarding Ginny Weasley's movements. Adonis paused momentarily, deciding that for now it would suffice. Such a creature lacked the audacity to harm a Malfoy at this juncture. Adonis returned to his chamber, placed the notebook upon the table, and drew forth his wand, uttering the incantation for the spell of petrification. He then recounted to Tom the incident involving the transmutation of Filch's cat. Adonis gazed at the responses in his diary, astonished that someone had stolen his script. Chapter 88. The Man in the Black Cloak and Hat. Adonis was aware that had it not been for his arrival, Tom would have sought Ginny Weasley as the lead for the script. Adonis was intrigued by Tom's choice of Ginny as his protagonist. Who would you select as your leading character? Ginny Weasley. Adonis, upon hearing Tom's response, recalled the materials needed for the resurrection potion and directly inquired about the peculiarities of the Weasley family. Tom, momentarily collecting his thoughts, replied, "Did you know that the Weasley family has had red hair since the days of their ancestors? Red, a hue at the longer end of the visible spectrum with a wavelength of approximately 620 to 760 nanometers, is one of the primary colors of light as well as a psychological primary color." Adonis swiftly articulated his understanding of Tom's implication. What? Tom, somewhat befuddled by Adonis's elaboration, pondered the term spectrum and long waves. What nonsense was this? Such knowledge seemed foreign, particularly in his years at the orphanage. To simplify, Tom, red symbolizes qualities such as vigor, proactivity, openness, and enthusiasm in personal character. Given that red typically signifies the expulsion of evil in many cultures, I surmise that the blood of the Weasley family possesses the power to stabilize the soul. You are correct, responded the diary promptly. If the Weasley family were to sell their blood, would they not amass wealth overnight? Surely they are aware of this? A sudden thought struck him. Could it be that the Weasley blood only affects individuals in your condition? Mind your tone, Malfoy, Tom retorted, yet conceded the point. Otherwise, the Weasleys would have vanished from the annals of history long ago. They have survived until now, and it is only after I have entered this state that I can discern their uniqueness. Tom Riddle, as inscribed in the diary, felt profound frustration regarding this matter. If he had encountered a Weasley earlier, he might have escaped this predicament. He cast a glance at the dark mist nearby. Enduring the company of such a repugnant entity through the long passage of time and trials symbolized an enduring solitude. Given another chance, would he make the same choice? Tom's gaze briefly clouded with uncertainty before regaining its resolute determination. The glory of Slytherin would undoubtedly be restored in his hands. Tom was soon met with another query from the boy outside the diary. Can Horcruxes sense one another? How can one ascertain whether something is a Horcrux? I suspect that Harry Potter is an accidentally created inferior Horcrux, and that the fragments of soul from the train incident may have altered. That cannot be. Only inferior creations can connect with Horcruxes, and a Horcrux can offer a perspective to him. A dark magic detection spell can confirm whether something is indeed a Horcrux. As for whether Harry Potter is an accidental Horcrux, we must first determine how he survived the killing curse. If it was through a transfer spell, then there is a 90% chance he has become a Horcrux. Adonis gazed thoughtfully at Tom's response. After a moment, he tucked his notebook into his pocket and made his way to Snape's cellar. Adonis opened the door without any forewarning, nearly colliding with Navi, who had been standing there for an indeterminate amount of time. Adonis inquired in a low voice, "Navi, why did you not knock if you had business?" Every time Adonis converses with Tom Riddle, he meticulously casts a silencing charm. However, this does not imply that he can tolerate anyone attempting to pry into his affairs. "I did not mean to eavesdrop," I insisted. "I merely, well, Neville is quite anxious. Having spent a year in Adonis's company, he is certainly attuned to his intentions. I have come to inform you that today, Filch's cat was petrified. I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss, which is why I wish to discuss it with you." Upon hearing Navi's explanation, Adonis's expression softened considerably. "Let us proceed to the parlor," he suggested. Adonis lounged on the sofa with his legs crossed, exuding an air of languor, while Neville also reclined on the couch. Observing Adonis's demeanor, the urgency that had recently gripped him began to dissipate. Earlier this afternoon, in the communal area on the 3rd floor, I encountered Harry and Lockhart. From my vantage point, Lockhart's expression appeared to be one of sheer terror. They were positioned too far apart for me to discern the content of their conversation. Feeling somewhat awkward, Neville remarked, "I intended to greet Harry, but for some reason, I've sensed a peculiar change in him lately." Coupled with Lockhart's expression, I hesitated to approach. Shortly thereafter, Filch's cat was petrified. Adonis nodded. "Neville, you have acted wisely. Additionally, Harry has been behaving rather strangely of late. I suggest you avoid any contact with him." "What is wrong with Harry?" Neville inquired, instinctively sitting up straighter. Adonis shook his head, expressing his uncertainty. "In any case, it would be wise for you to avoid any contact with him. It is best not to meet him at all. Furthermore, the forthcoming years at Hogwarts will be tumultuous for Neville. Perhaps it is time for your grandmother to teach you the art of mental occlusion. It may seem premature, but you could convey to your grandmother that Adonis has reflected upon the matter and has ultimately decided that Neville should be made aware of the truth. The Dark Lord is certain to return in the coming years, and Slytherin is not a safe haven. Neville stood frozen at Adonis's words. Is it true? Adonis rose to his feet, and indeed, the coming years would see Slytherin engulfed in turmoil. The more strength one possesses for self-preservation, the better. I have matters to attend to outside. You should rest for now. At 10 o'clock in the evening at Hogwarts, Adonis exited the dormitory, ensuring that no one was around. He drew his wand and cast a disillusionment charm upon himself, rendering him invisible. He then made his way alone to Snape's cellar. Upon reaching the corner of the staircase leading to the cellar's first level, Adonis noticed two shadowy figures swaying in the distance, both adorned with hoods. Adonis held his breath, pressing himself against the wall in utter silence, gradually inching closer to the two individuals. Thanks to his specialized training from a previous life, he found it remarkably effortless to approach his targets. He halted his movements, ear pressed against the wall, when he could discern their voices. Do you even realize what you've done? Have you lost your mind? Who compelled you to do this? Adonis discerned that the cloaked figure before him was, in fact, his godfather. I do not know. I am unable to do so. You cannot comprehend my feelings. The voice, rich and resonant, belonged to a base. Yet its identity eluded him. I can assist you, even if I cannot. That old man can. The godfather's tone was tinged with resignation. You are aware of his reasons for enrolling you at Hogwarts. Do not let him down. A sardonic chuckle escaped his lips. What assistance can I provide you? Why will you not let me be? Why? The bass voice erupted with an uncontrollable growl. You once harbored feelings for Lily. Consider this as a favor to her. The man in black shuddered momentarily before bursting into laughter. Very well, I understand now. He then donned his hood and departed via another spiral staircase. After a considerable time had elapsed since the departure of the dark cloak, Adonis lifted his invisibility charm and rapped upon Snape's door. Chapter 89. An Encounter on a Night Road. Snape looked up upon the arrival of the visitor and remarked, Adonis, I presume it is well past curfew. You ought to be in your bed preparing for sleep, rather than wandering to your headmaster's office. Professor, there are matters I wish to discuss with you, Adonis replied. Adonis had grown accustomed to Snape's acerbic tongue and indifference. He walked directly to the opposite side of Snape's desk and sat down, producing his wand. Adonis solemnly stated, Before we engage in conversation, I implore you to forge an unbreakable vow with me. Adonis gazed at Snape with an expression of remorse. My apologies, Godfather. I must assure you that under no circumstances of coercion or secrecy shall this information be disclosed. I shall serve as the guardian of this confidence, ensuring that no third party is privy to the knowledge I impart to you this evening. Snape closed the notebook in his hand, placing it among the ungraded assignments, and silently regarded Adonis. After a pause, he withdrew his birch wand from his sleeve. Very well. Adonis rose deliberately, extending his right hand, which Professor Snape subsequently took in a firm handshake. Adonis held his wand aloft, directing it towards the tightly clasped hands of the two individuals, an unbreakable bond. A sphere of white light enveloped their hands. Mr. Severus Snape, do you pledge not to disclose, in any manner, the information acquired tonight, as conveyed by Mr. Adonis Black Malfoy? I do so pledge. As Snape felt half of the luminous aura seep into his arm and merge with his being, he inquired, Mr. Malfoy, can you assure me that all that has been discussed this evening is both truthful and reliable? I assure you. The remaining portion of the white light surged into Adonis, solidifying the covenant. The two men sat facing each other. Godfather, does this room possess complete soundproofing? That depends on whether you have secured the door properly. Adonis nodded, convinced he had securely closed the door. Master, are you familiar with Horcruxes? I have not encountered such a concept, came the reply. This ignorance perhaps epitomizes the greatest injustice faced by most half-blood, muggle-born, and pure-blood wizards alike. Pure-blood wizards, passed down through generations, have greater opportunities to engage with profound magic and its secrets. A Horcrux is an artifact steeped in dark magic. The process of creating a Horcrux involves splitting one's soul and concealing a fragment within an object external to the body. Thus, even if one's physical form is attacked or destroyed, one does not perish, for a part of the soul remains intact in the world. Crucially, to successfully create a Horcrux, one must commit murder as a prerequisite. A flicker of emotion stirred in Snape's eternally stoic gaze. Adonis understood that a person of his intellect must have formed certain hypotheses. What he now required was a wealth of substantial information. The repercussions of a fractured soul are exceedingly grave. A divided essence no longer possesses the attributes of a normal soul. In simpler terms, the fragmentation of the soul equates to the disintegration of a person's various emotions, rationality, and even abilities. Upon hearing this, Snape could no longer maintain his composure. He recalled the transformation of the Dark Lord. The once gentle, wise, idealistic, and charismatic leader ultimately devolved into a brutal madman. Indeed, the actions undertaken by Voldemort in his later years could only be attributed to a deranged mind. Adonis observed the Godfather enveloped in silence, his hands beginning to unconsciously clench. As time passed, the grip tightened with increasing intensity, and Adonis could discern the veins on the back of his hands standing out prominently. Snape abruptly rose to his feet, demanding, "What is it that you wish to convey to me?" Adonis discerned the tremor of fear and resentment intertwined within his low, resonant voice. "Just as you surmised. Harry Potter is an unintentional Horcrux created by the Dark Lord." With a resounding crash, Snape slammed his palm against the table, leaning back despondently in his chair, muttering, "A slaughtered pig. Dumbledore, you deceived me, deceived me." From his drawer, he retrieved a blurred photograph of a muggle, tears beginning to flow silently down his cheeks. "Godfather," Adonis softly called to him. Upon hearing the voice, Snape hastily wiped his tears with his cuff and gravely replied, "I believe another unbreakable vow may be necessary." Adonis astutely replied, "Godfather, I have seen nothing tonight." Snape let out a derisive laugh, uncertain whether it was directed at him or himself, and continued, "Harry's behavior since his discharge has been exceedingly peculiar. The most optimistic conjecture is that Harry is currently under the influence of a Horcrux, or, more alarmingly, he may have become a living Horcrux of the Dark Lord. We must ascertain Harry Potter's condition. Do you wish to proceed with this?" Snape inquired, his countenance as impassive as a still lake, devoid of any emotion. After listening to Adonis's plan, Snape responded, "Very well, I shall cooperate with you, Godfather. Judging by Dumbledore's various behaviors, he is certainly unaware that Harry is an unintended Horcrux of Voldemort. Is that so?" Snape idly replied, reclining in his chair, the flickering candlelight casting shadows across his face. Adonis beheld Snape's demeanor and sighed inwardly, pondering the depths of his infatuation, uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. In his quest to assist Potter, he recognized the necessity of uncovering the spell Lily Evans had employed to shield Harry from the lethal Avada Kedavra curse. Snape remained ensconced in a profound silence, and before awaiting his reply, Adonis rose to depart. As he grasped the doorknob with his right hand, he heard Snape's inquiry, "Adonis, grant me a reason, a saintly Malfoy?" Adonis turned his back to Snape, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The saint was indeed magnificent, deserving of admiration. However, Malfoy only offered his efforts to those he deemed worthy, nothing more. Of course, his interest in the Chamber of Secrets of Slytherin also played a significant role. Otherwise, he would not have spent these days learning Parseltongue with Tom, which was undeniably impressive. After Adonis departed, Snape approached the fireplace, seizing a handful of flute powder. Heading towards the headmaster's office. "Severus, just in time, do sample the new flavor of Honeydukes," Dumbledore remarked, observing the sullen countenance of Snape with a smile. "Dumbledore, what spell did Lily employ to protect Harry? How did you initially promise me? You deceived me." "Silence, Dumbledore. Do not obfuscate me. I shall not forget our agreement. And you must disclose the truth." Snape interrupted Dumbledore's words, having grown weary of ambiguous answers, exhausted by it. Dumbledore recognized Severus's resolve and set down the candy he held. "Very well, I shall tell you." The two engaged in a lengthy discourse within the confines of the room, after which Snape stormed out, slamming the door with a resounding bang. Dumbledore gazed at the still quivering door, his eyes momentarily clouded with confusion. "No, I did not err. All of this was unavoidable." At 11 o'clock. Not far from the entrance of the Slytherin common room, Adonis dispelled his invisibility cloak, as he was unable to enter the common room while cloaked. At that moment, a wand was abruptly pressed against his temple. "Hand over your wand." "Hungry, hungry, hiss, hungry." He heard the voice while feeling the pressure at his temple and the slick, reptilian slime beneath his feet. How could Adonis be unaware of what was transpiring? The crucial matter was that this individual might tear the ticket at any moment. He feigned fear, his legs trembling uncontrollably, repeatedly uttering, "I'll hand it over. I'll hand it over." The person beneath the invisibility cloak observed Adonis's performance with a derisive chuckle. Adonis carefully retrieved his wand from his pocket. "Do not dawdle. Hurry." The voice was not Harry's, yet there exists a potion in this world known as the Polyjuice Potion. "Who goes there?" Neville shouted, his mind restless ever since he had heard Adonis's words. Concerned by Adonis's late return, he decided to venture out for a look. only to be confronted by the scene before him. Wand raised, he commanded, "Disarm." The invisible person had not anticipated the sudden emergence of another, and a flash of white light surged forth, knocking the wand that was aimed at Adonis's temple away. As Adonis recalled the serpent creature behind him, he swiftly drew his wand and bellowed, "Close your eyes." Mirage. A substantial, translucent mirror materialized, shielding Neville from harm. His only hope now lay in the presence of the professor, who was patrolling nearby and should be arriving shortly. Oblivious to the precise location of the serpent, he dared not look back. Neville lay petrified, rigidly collapsed upon the ground. The portrait of Slytherin stirred, exclaiming, "Murder! Murder!" And then, with a frantic rush, it fled through the great doors, shouting as it went. A flickering glow illuminated the scene. In the distance, hurried footsteps echoed, accompanied by Professor McGonagall's voice and the radiant light of her wand. The moment Neville fell, Adonis sensed that the serpent and the invisible man had already escaped. Yet he remained steadfastly facing forward, unwilling to turn. Adonis crouched beside Neville, gazing at his frozen visage, silently vowing, "Thank you, Neville. I shall avenge you." Chapter 90. Not a breach of contract. When McGonagall arrived and beheld the scene, she gasped, "Good heavens. Another petrification incident." Patronus. A silver tabby cat leapt from McGonagall's wand, spinning upon the ground. Albus. Another petrification has occurred not far from the entrance to the Slytherin common room. Please hurry to the scene. McGonagall knelt beside Adonis, her brow furrowed in concern. What transpired? Why has Neville been petrified? There was an attack, Adonis explained. Neville happened to emerge from the common room just in time to confront the assailant. His disarming spell struck the attacker's wand, which saved me and scared them off. However, he continued, his voice growing somber, Neville was instantly petrified. I do not comprehend how it happened. McGonagall placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Do not fret. Madam Sprout's mandrakes are nearing maturity. Adonis nodded, expressing his relief. It was well past 11 at night, and the stillness of the hour enveloped the Slytherin students, who remained undisturbed, likely lost in the embrace of slumber. This tranquility led to a brief silence between Adonis and McGonagall. Upon hearing footsteps approaching from a distance, McGonagall exhaled in relief. The Slytherin manner of communication had proven to be quite taxing. It was then that Professor Dumbledore arrived. Yes, Adonis replied, listening intently to the footsteps, indicating that more than one person was approaching. Dumbledore arrived with the heads of the other three houses, Madame Pomfrey, and the insufferable Lockhart. After examining Neville, Pomfrey turned to Dumbledore and solemnly stated that the cause of the petrification was akin to that of Filch's cat. Thank you, Poppy. Dumbledore's gaze lingered between Adonis and McGonagall before finally settling on McGonagall. Minerva, have we ascertained the reason behind these occurrences? Professor McGonagall shook her head and proceeded to explain the situation at hand. After listening to her account, Dumbledore inquired, adjusting his gold-rimmed spectacles that had slipped down his nose. Mr. Malfoy, why have you returned so late? The curfew has already passed, and should you be in Gryffindor, you would face the predicament of being unable to enter the portrait hole. Coincidentally, Gryffindor had a member who was unable to return to the dormitory. Unfortunately, Adonis could not voice his thoughts, as it would leave many questions unanswered. Upon hearing Dumbledore's question, Lockhart immediately interjected, I apologize. I had him assist me with responding to reader correspondence. You know how enthusiastic readers can be. I simply could not refuse their fervent requests. Adonis cast a glance at Lockhart's vexatious demeanor, pondering the inexplicable reason behind his assistance. Nevertheless, he graciously accepted this favor, lowering his head in apology. I regret that I have caused trouble for Neville, Madam Sprout. Might I inquire how much longer the mandrake will require before it can be utilized for medicinal purposes? A few months, without a doubt. It will be ready for use before the conclusion of this academic year, replied Madam Sprout, gazing at him. In that case, Adonis, you should return to your rest. Poppy, I entrust Mr. Longbottom to your care. Mrs. Pomfrey nodded, cradling Neville in her arms. Rest assured, Headmaster. After saying farewell to Professor Adonis and the other professors present, McGonagall stepped into the lounge. Upon noticing that the sole student in attendance had departed, she cast a worried glance at Dumbledore. This marked the second incident, including the cat. Could the events of 50 years ago be repeating themselves? Minerva, do not fret. This is merely an unfortunate accident, Dumbledore reassured her. Severus Snape, overhearing Dumbledore's response, scoffed disdainfully and swept away in his long robes. McGonagall gazed in astonishment at the retreating figure clad in black, feeling somewhat bewildered as she turned to Dumbledore. What has gotten into Severus? I don't believe I said anything to provoke him. "Oh, Severus," Dumbledore replied with a twinkle in his eye. "I may have just tricked him into eating a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean." McGonagall, observing the lively expression on Dumbledore's face, couldn't help but think to herself, "I once believed my own talent for fanciful tales had reached its zenith, yet here he is, playing tricks with such finesse. I must learn from this master of strategy." Slytherin common room. Adonis reclined upon his bed, extracting his diary. "Lombard has encountered trouble. When do you intend to take me to meet the serpent creature? Our time is limited. Do not let me doubt your sincerity, Tom." Tom remained silent for a moment. "Based on the events of this evening, Voldemort appears to rely heavily on Harry Potter, save for the absence of a pact. Unless I manifest myself, Voldemort will not be convinced. Merely being a Parseltongue is insufficient. What is your plan? I assumed you would interrogate me." Adonis gazed at Tom's reply with a self-deprecating sigh. Was it a lament for lost spring and autumn? The Tom within the diary, listening to the response, wore an expression shrouded in ambiguity, as if a century had passed before he resolved to write. "There are two methods. The first is for you to find a way for me to connect with Ginny Weasley. Once I earn her trust, I can absorb her life force and temporarily emerge from the diary to assist you in contracting the basilisk. The second method involves unicorn blood, which must be willingly given. Otherwise, I shall remain forever imprisoned within this diary, condemned to eternal darkness. By the time you procure the unicorn's blood, the basilisk will likely be reduced to mere bones. Therefore, the only viable option is the first." As Adonis gazed at the sudden influx of text in his diary, a stark contrast to the usual single-line entries, he keenly sensed an anomaly. Sitting upright, he inquired, "Are you intent on returning to the script, to self-destruction?" "Not so dramatically," came the response. "There is no danger to Ginny Weasley. It merely depends on your mood regarding my affairs. I need you to prepare the stabilizing potion 3 years in advance. I can bring the rooster along." Tom chuckled at Adonis's words, remarking, "Slytherin values commitment. Should I truly perish, finding a child among yours with the Slytherin surname would serve as a consolation." Adonis. "Is it a characteristic of the Academy? Lucius and Old Black have already ensnared a child. To speak plainly, find a trustworthy excuse to place me with Ginny Weasley. Once I have her under control, I shall inform you of the timing of our actions, but you must ensure that Potter is kept at bay." Adonis nodded at Tom's words, reassured that it would not be long before he would lose his freedom of movement. "Very well." Adonis opened the drawer and retrieved a piece of stationery, upon which he pinned a message to convey, subsequently tucking it into his pocket. The following morning, Adonis made his way to the Ollery, where he entrusted the letter to Lance. During the potions class attended by Slytherin and Gryffindor, Adonis passed by Bertha, discreetly slipping her a note. Upon opening it, Bertha discovered it bore the words, "I shall await you at the end of the second-floor corridor after class. Come alone." Hermione leaned in curiously, inquiring about Adonis's intentions. Bertha, with an air of mystery, presented the note to her, leaving Hermione puzzled about what was to unfold. After class, once Bertha had parted ways with Hermione, she made her way to the designated rendezvous, stealthily approaching Adonis. Extending her hands, she aimed to startle him, but Adonis abruptly turned around, remarking, "Bertha, next time try a different approach. This one has grown stale." Bertha pouted and retorted, "Humph, what do you want from me?" Adonis adjusted his shirt collar and regarded her with a serious expression. "I have an important task to entrust to you. Are you capable of fulfilling it?" Bertha nodded, affirming her readiness. Adonis nodded, retrieving his diary from his pocket and presenting it to her. "Bertha, I must confide a secret in you. One that must not escape your lips. Can you promise me this?" Bertha replied earnestly, "Rest assured, a Malfoy's word is binding. I have affections for Ginny Weasley," he confessed, "and you must discreetly place this notebook into her bag or somewhere visible without her noticing." Bertha stared at him in astonishment. "What? It must remain undiscovered. Do you understand?" She instinctively nodded. "Excellent." Adonis turned swiftly and departed. Once Bertha regained her composure, she fixed her gaze on the direction in which Adonis had vanished. "I must inform my brother. A Malfoy's promise is certainly not a breach of trust." Bertha hurried towards the Hufflepuff common room. Chapter 91. A stone to the foot. When Bertha located Draco, he was engaged in a defensive spell practice, utilizing the counterjinx wall to enhance his reflexes. Draco sidestepped a rebounding petrifying curse, retracting his one to regard Bertha with a frown. "What brings you here at this hour? Herbology begins in half an hour." "Draco, would you like to hear an explosive secret about my brother?" Draco raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What are the terms?" "No terms, it's complimentary information." Upon hearing this, Draco turned to leave, dismissing the idea of receiving a free feast from Bertha. She halted him. All right, I'll share. Draco tilted his chin. Speak. I'm listening. My brother has feelings for Ginny Weasley. A fissure of surprise creased Draco's otherwise cool demeanor. Who told you this? He confessed it himself. Draco nodded, concluding that this revelation was undoubtedly false. Are you finished? Bersha scrutinized Draco, having not missed the shift in his expression. Aren't you shocked? Quite shocked, Draco feigned astonishment, grasping his herbology textbook and tucking it under his arm. He was indeed surprised by the fervor of the gossip, yet he recognized that his brother must have a plan, which he could not disrupt. Casting a sidelong glance at the animated Bersha, he mused that this girl was deeply ensnared by the allure of scandal. Draco, do you think we should tell Mother? Draco reached out to check her forehead, noting it was cool, then gazed at her as if she were foolish. It's you. Not us. As long as you're happy. Humph, coward. Upon seeing Draco's expression, Bersha glared at him. What does that look supposed to mean? Draco shook his head. No particular expression. He then strode towards the common room door. If I don't leave now, I shall be late. A light voice drifted back from Draco's retreating figure. It's exactly as you think. Bersha watched his silhouette, her face flushed with indignation. After potions class concluded, Adonis knocked upon the door of Professor Keller Toburn's office, located at the top of the castle nearest to the Forbidden Forest. Soon, Professor Toburn opened the door. Malfoy? He inquired, a hint of curiosity flickering in his eyes as he regarded the student, who had shown little enthusiasm in the subject of magical creatures, despite achieving commendable grades. It is I, Professor. May we enter to converse? I have some inquiries I wish to discuss with you. Adonis gazed at the elderly wizard before him, who appeared to be in his 70s. Unlike Dumbledore, who, despite being 110 years old, showed no signs of aging apart from his completely white hair. Professor Caburn seemed rather frail, possibly due to his modest magical prowess. However, a deeper look into his eyes revealed a man of profound wisdom, a graduate of Hufflepuff. He possessed a temperament marked by gentleness and integrity, coupled with an intellect rivaling that of Ravenclaw. He was well respected in the academic community, particularly renowned for his extensive knowledge of magical creatures. It was said that in his youth, Caburn had once single-handedly slain an adult dragon, a feat that won him the affection of his wife, who was tragically murdered by Voldemort. Caburn greeted Adonis with a warm nod, inviting him inside. The professor's office was rather unremarkable, save for the various specimens of animals displayed on the shelves and adorning the walls, meticulously arranged in chronological order. It was evident that he possessed a fervent passion for studying these creatures and was a man of remarkable orderliness, although the last specimen dated back 13 years. Professor, may I touch these specimens? Adonis inquired, his curiosity piqued. Of course, Caburn replied gently. Magical creatures are willing to allow any true admirer to touch them and forge friendships. The professor regarded the specimens with a paternal affection, as if they were his own children. From what you say, they can all befriend humans. I have had little interaction with magical creatures, but I occasionally read in Muggle newspapers about large pets turning against their owners. Caburn shook his head. Magical beings differ significantly from ordinary creatures. My little grandson is quite fond of Muggle literature. He finds it rich with life philosophy. He once shared with me the tale of the farmer and the snake. Have you heard of it? Yes, I have, sir. In that story, the snake is depicted as a cold-blooded creature, serving as a cautionary tale for children to discern good from evil and to avoid aiding the wicked, lest they suffer the consequences. Caburn looked somewhat astonished. I had thought you were unfamiliar with it. Adonis wore a smile at the corners of his lips. Professor, some rumors are indeed untrustworthy. Caburn gazed at him deeply for a moment, then bowed in apology for what I once believed. Adonis hastily assisted him, feeling that he could hardly bear the bow of a 70-year-old man, especially since the matter at hand was inconsequential, a mere trivial rumor. Moreover, Lucius indeed held a disdain for Muggles, although his perspective had somewhat evolved under the influence of the years. Professor, you need not go to such lengths. Adonis realized he was beginning to appreciate this elderly gentleman, initially drawn by his gentle and earnest demeanor, and now further enchanted by his authenticity. Caburn smiled. I presume you are well versed in the history of Slytherin House. The founder, Mr. Salazar Slytherin, was a parcel-mouth who kept a basilisk. At this juncture, Caburn paused, suddenly struck by a thought, and continued, after Mr. Slytherin departed from Hogwarts, the basilisk contemplated starvation as a means of self-destruction. It was only due to Mr. Gryffindor's deceit, convincing the creature that Mr. Slytherin had instructed it to guard Hogwarts and protect his descendants, that the basilisk chose to survive. Having shared this, Caburn abruptly stated, Young Malfoy, I have pressing matters to attend to. I apologize, but please wait for me here. and we shall continue our discussion upon my return. With that, Cayburn strode towards the fireplace, seizing a handful of flu powder as he prepared to depart. Professor, are you going to seek out Headmaster Dumbledore? Please. Wait and allow me to finish. Adonis surmised that Cayburn had suddenly recalled the basilisk's petrifying gaze. Cayburn halted his movements, gesturing for him to proceed. Professor, Mr. Slytherin would not wish for his basilisk companion to perish within Hogwarts. Upon hearing Adonis's words, Cayburn stepped away from the fireplace, his gaze sharp and devoid of the earlier frailty. Mr. Malfoy, as I understand it, just a few days prior, your roommate, Mr. Longbottom, was petrified while attempting to save you. Yet, rather than aiding the professors in resolving this issue, you chose to remain silent. Adonis sighed. His initial intention had merely been to subtly extract information from the Elder regarding the habitat of unicorns within the Forbidden Forest and the secrets to coexisting with them. He had learned from Snape that not only Hogwarts but also Ollivanders acquired many unicorn feathers through this professor, indicating his adeptness in interacting with these mystical creatures. However, he never anticipated that a single inquiry would provoke Professor Cayburn to draw parallels with the fable of the farmer and the snake, subsequently citing Slytherin and the basilisk as counterexamples, ultimately leading to a connection with the recent petrification incidents, truly a case of shooting oneself in the foot. Professor, please allow me to explain. Cayburn regarded him sternly. Mr. Malfoy, I hope you can grasp the gravity of this matter. I require a plausible explanation, otherwise I shall take you to see Dumbledore. Chapter 92, A Successful Initial Encounter. Adonis gazed earnestly at Cayburn. Professor, the history of Hogwarts does not explicitly document the reasons for Mr. Slytherin's departure. It merely states that he left the castle in a fit of anger after a dispute with Mr. Gryffindor over differing educational philosophies. Would you not agree? Cayburn looked at Adonis and suddenly chuckled. Young Mr. Malfoy, Slytherin students do have a penchant for circumlocution. Though I graduated from Hufflepuff and have aged considerably, that does not imply a decline in my faculties. What you have just articulated bears little relevance to the basilisk and the petrification incidents. Adonis shook his head. Professor, I do not intend to divert the topic. As the founder of Slytherin, regardless of how infuriated he may have been, he would never lose his fundamental rationality. The environment of that time was far from the peace we experience today. It could be described as a realm rife with dark wizards. The presence of a basilisk, a creature of formidable combat prowess, suggests that Mr. Slytherin would not have left it at Hogwarts without purpose. The basilisk undoubtedly had its own mission. Your argument is valid. However, the reality remains that it has harmed students. Cayburn remained unmoved. Upon observing Adonis, he realized that he had to speak candidly. Professor, the cat and Neville have merely been petrified. Madam Sprout's mandrakes are nearing maturity, and they will soon recover. However, if we inform Dumbledore, the basilisk will perish. It is uncertain whether Dumbledore would permit the basilisk's demise, Cayburn hesitantly remarked. Adonis shrugged his hands. Professor, you see, even you don't believe these words yourself, do you? Cayburn was rendered speechless by Adonis's rebuttal. There must not be another petrification incident. That is the bottom line. Adonis let out a sigh of relief. He had successfully navigated the situation. Harry, this human Horcrux, would soon lose his ability to act, or at the very least, become temporarily incapacitated. Professor, I have heard that you plan to retire next year. Is there anything I can assist you with? Adonis glanced around the room at the specimens. You have a fondness for magical creatures. If you wish to remain at Hogwarts, Malfoy would be willing to advocate for you with the Board of Governors. The words of Adonis stirred the memories of the elderly professor, who sorrowfully remarked that when he first arrived to teach at Hogwarts, there were two of them. But now he finds himself alone. Adonis observed the tears welling in his eyes and bowed slightly, expressing his sorrow. Professor, the departed are indeed gone. And I apologize for stirring your painful memories. Cayburn wiped his eyes and replied, It's all right. Lost in thought, a radiant smile suddenly graced Cayburn's face. Adonis surmised he must have been reminiscing about his late wife. In those days, even McGonagall and Dumbledore envied us, a humble Hufflepuff marrying the Princess of Ravenclaw. Cayburn glanced at Adonis, noting his patience, which encouraged him to continue. It had been ages since anyone had quietly listened to his words. His son had severed ties with him following his wife's demise, and he pondered how, had he not been so obstinate and taken his wife to France, things might have been different. Finding a beloved is challenging, but discovering a soulmate is even more arduous. In his youth, he had been captivated by magical creatures, dedicating himself entirely to them. Now, they had become the source of his sorrow. Thus, Cayburn sighed, I am not inclined to remain at Hogwarts. Did you seek me out for assistance with something? Adonis nodded slightly, feeling a touch of embarrassment. Professor, Draco has a fondness for unicorns. And I learned from Professor Snape that the materials concerning unicorns at Hogwarts were provided by you. Thus, Professor, would it be possible for you to take Draco along the next time you venture into the Forbidden Forest? He is quite eager to encounter them up close. If feasible, might you also allow me to accompany you? I wonder if that would be permissible. I recall your brother, Draco Malfoy, is a Hufflepuff. Am I mistaken? Indeed. You have not erred, came the response. Coburn nodded upon hearing Adonis's reply, contemplating that it wouldn't be unreasonable to take the two young wizards to see the unicorns. If he could fulfill his wife's request, that would be splendid. If not, he would have to rely on Hagrid. Although the half-giant could be somewhat reckless at times, he was indeed a trustworthy individual, albeit at the expense of the unicorn's comfort. As for any concerns regarding the Malfoy brothers harboring ill intentions towards the unicorns, with himself as a responsible adult present and considering the nature of the unicorns, one might question whether they were merely herbivorous. I happen to be heading into the Forbidden Forest tomorrow to seek out unicorns, but bringing you along will necessitate a trial. This evening, have your brother come to see me alone. If he can pass the test, then tomorrow afternoon, I shall escort you both into the forest. What do you think? Very well, Professor. Adonis exited the office, ensuring the door was securely closed, and made his way to the nearby bay window, gazing outwards. This vantage point offered a clear view of the Forbidden Forest, a realm teeming with the potential for discovery, armed with a telescope. One could observe the fascinating habits of myriad magical creatures. This could indeed be considered a modest victory, as it provided a legitimate rationale for seeking out unicorns. As for Draco, he harbored no concerns. It was evident that Draco possessed a genuine affection for unicorns, a sentiment devoid of any exaggeration. Hufflepuff. Adonis waited in the corridor leading to the Hufflepuff common room for Draco to emerge from herbology class. Draco looked at Adonis with a hint of surprise, as it was a rare occasion for his elder brother to seek him out in Hufflepuff. Adonis smiled at him and said, "Follow me." By the edge of the Black Lake, Draco, there are certain matters I cannot disclose at this moment. I require the voluntary offering of unicorn blood. Observing Draco's furrowed brow, Adonis added, I assure you, it will not cause them any harm, akin to the blood draws from muggles that I took you to see in your childhood. Hearing this explanation, Draco's expression eased slightly. This is quite challenging. Unicorns are not inclined to interact with humans. What can I do? Professor Qyburn has a deep connection with unicorns. I managed to procure an opportunity from him. If he can pass his test, he is willing to take us to the unicorn habitat for close encounters. Upon hearing this, Draco felt a surge of excitement, clenching his fists in delight. That's wonderful. Yet, in an instant, he gazed at Adonis with a hint of trepidation. What should I be cautious about? What will the test entail? Adonis couldn't help but chuckle at his child's childish demeanor. Although his intentions were not entirely pure, witnessing Draco's excitement was worth it. Ever since the confinement during the summer break, Draco had matured significantly. Adonis patted him on the shoulder, assuring him that as long as he genuinely cherished unicorns, the trial would undoubtedly pose no challenges. Indeed, rest assured. That evening, Draco found himself alone in Professor Qyburn's office, astonished by the interior decor, and gazed at Professor Qyburn in bewilderment. Could it be? Child, it is precisely as you surmise. Commence now. You have 1 hour, Qyburn playfully winked. If Adonis were present, he would surely marvel at the stark contrast in treatment between Slytherin and Hufflepuff. Chapter 93. Invader Die. Qyburn, having appraised Draco's creation, nodded in satisfaction. Tomorrow at 3:15, I will await you both in my office. Draco, with a peculiar expression, nodded in response before departing. Regardless of the process, he had fulfilled his elder brother's request and secured a prolonged opportunity to interact with the unicorn, albeit in a manner that exceeded his expectations. Around 10:30 in the evening, Adonis received a letter from Draco, a smile gracing his lips. Draco had indeed not let him down. Qyburn led them along the cobblestone path to the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest, stepping onto the gravel path laid by Hagrid. They were now traversing a dirt trail, winding their way toward the heart of the Forbidden Forest, the territory of the unicorns. The Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts is a realm where young wizards should not venture, whether by day or by night, unless one is a trained member of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, skilled in wilderness survival. Adonis surveyed his surroundings, realizing that the statement was indeed not an exaggeration. Not far away, the tendrils of a dragon's claw vine writhed incessantly, its elongated, entwined limbs secreting a viscous substance. ever poised to strike at its unsuspecting prey. Adonis had just witnessed, without a trace, the complete digestion of an animal. The highly acidic mucus had dissolved the bones into nutrients, leaving no remnants whatsoever. His last visit here had been prompted by the labor of Firk, where he first encountered Voldemort. The Forbidden Forest during the day bore a serene quality compared to its ominous counterpart at night, yet it remained fraught with peril. Draco glanced back at Adonis, hesitating to speak. He had not disclosed in his letter that, aside from completing the trial, he had also acquiesced to another of Caborn's demands. However, after some contemplation, Draco decided it best to find another moment to divulge this, for in an instant, he stumbled over a stump, losing his balance and nearly falling. Transfigure. The spell struck Draco just in time, rendering him motionless in place. A pair of hands swiftly grasped Draco's arm, and Adonis, filled with trepidation, observed the Venus flytrap, vibrant as a butterfly's wings, mere inches from Draco's body. Upon closer inspection, one could see its legs trembling slightly. Professor Caborn stood pale as a ghost, trembling and pointing at Draco, stammering, You. The Venus flytrap, a vivid crimson, lay in a state of readiness, akin to a still butterfly, capable of closing its trap within half a minute. It was closely related to the Venus flytrap, yet worlds apart in function. This plant was designed to ensnare any creature that touched it, regardless of size, ensuring none could evade their doom. The magical creature's compendium rated the danger level of such beings from 1 to 10 stars. And Adonis distinctly remembered this creature being described as immobile as a rock yet as swift as thunder, with a danger rating of 8 stars. This was owing to the fact that the plant did not initiate attacks. A daring adventurer had once recorded with a memory crystal a colossal python, measuring 20 meters, that went from contact with the plant to complete dissolution in merely half a minute. If Draco were to fall, the outcome would be. Adonis could hardly bear to imagine. He steadied Draco, dispelled the petrification, and fixed a sharp gaze upon the downcast Draco, unflinchingly admonishing, What were you thinking? Do you wish to perish, to become a vivid footnote in the Malfoy legacy? Although Caborn had calmed somewhat, his voice still quivered as he remarked, Well, then, you need not concern yourself with this matter. Upon hearing Caborn's words, Adonis's eyes glimmered with a cold light as he nonchalantly slipped his left hand into his pocket, grasping the unregulated yuan. Initially, he had presumed him to be a man of impeccable character, an elderly wizard of integrity. However, he was taken aback to discover a blatant breach of promise. The expression on his face suggested that whatever task Draco was assigned was certainly not a commendable one. As they ventured into this area, Adonis had already felt a twinge of displeasure at not hearing Caborn's warning about the Venus flytrap. Had it not been for Lucius arranging private tutors to enlighten them about these perilous creatures prior to their arrival at Hogwarts, the consequences today could have been dire. A cursory glance at the flytrap revealed it to be a convenient excuse. Adonis gazed into the distance, yet his expression remained gentle as he regarded Caborn. Professor, what do you intend to have Draco assist you with? Caborn, still reeling from his shock, was oblivious to the nuance in Adonis's gaze. He hastily waved his hand, feeling quite flustered. Oh, it's nothing at all. Adonis nodded, subtly shifting to the left, his left hand poised to leave his pocket, a detail he had kept to himself. Being a southpaw. Food delivery. Draco's sudden voice halted Adonis's movement. He raised an eyebrow, inquiring, What food? In our youth, my wife and I encountered a werewolf in the Forbidden Forest, and it was a unicorn that came to our rescue. I possess a talent for cooking, and to my surprise, the unicorn took a liking to it. Over time, we forged a friendship. After my wife's passing, I found myself alone here. Now, as I prepare to depart from Hogwarts, I had intended to ask Hagrid to occasionally provide them with a feast. Yet, as you are aware, Hagrid's culinary skills leave much to be desired. Coincidentally, your brother is a Hufflepuff. You may not realize that every Hufflepuff possesses a certain expertise in the culinary arts. At this juncture, Caborn wore a proud expression. We are just a wall away from the dining hall. Very well, Draco responded, his disbelief evident as he gazed at Adonis. Brother, you actually agreed to it. Adonis disregarded Draco, turning his gaze towards Caborn. Professor, let us proceed. He felt a twinge of guilt for his own fanciful thoughts. Yet he harbored no regrets. Even with unparalleled prowess, he could never possess the selflessness of Bai Zihua, who was devoted to the welfare of all. His singular desire was to safeguard those worthy of protection. As they continued on their path, silence enveloped the trio, traversing through numerous thickets until they finally emerged into a relatively open area. Caborn pointed to a group of unicorns not far off, indicating that this was indeed the unicorn's domain within the Forbidden Forest. The unicorns frolicked in small clusters, and the sudden appearance of Adonis and Draco startled a silver unicorn. which had been dozing peacefully. It opened its eyes wide, perceiving them as intruders, and charged towards Adonis with a fierce intent. The surrounding unicorns, disregarding their previous camaraderie with Qyburn, encircled the three, adopting a defensive posture ready for an assault. Adonis could not comprehend the language of unicorns. Yet the aggression of the creature spoke volumes. In an instant, countless possibilities flooded his mind, but none could elucidate why the typically gentle and benevolent unicorn would assault him. One must never employ dark magic against such beings. Otherwise, the friendship of a unicorn would remain forever unattainable. However, at this moment, the unicorn charged forward with an unstoppable fervor, and should he be struck, he would surely face dire consequences. In a flash, Adonis fell backward, his head meeting the ground with a resounding thud. Seizing the opportunity, he slid beneath the unicorn. In a fleeting moment of clarity, he raised his wand and intoned, "Summon Guardian." Chapter 94. The treatment of villains. A silver unicorn began to take form, gradually materializing as the magical energy surged forth. The little unicorn, observing Adonis as he rolled to his feet, exhibited a palpable excitement. It had been quite some time since its last appearance. The attacking unicorn turned to face the newly emerged being, its eyes betraying a hint of confusion. It pawed the ground, producing a series of sharp whinnies, before launching another assault on Adonis, sending clouds of dust swirling in its wake. Seeing its kin rush toward the unicorn, the little unicorn's demeanor shifted. Though Adonis maintained an outward calm, internally, however, a tempest of emotions raged. In that fleeting moment, he could scarcely believe his eyes. A guardian spirit exhibiting signs of excitement was indeed unprecedented, and now it seemed to act of its own volition. "Brother, be careful. Malfoy. Watch out." The voices of Draco and Qyburn snapped Adonis back to reality. Though the distraction lasted but a heartbeat, it was too late. The unicorn barreled through the ethereal form of the little unicorn, which swiftly dissipated into nothingness. A pair of wings struck Adonis, sending him crashing into a nearby banyan tree. Adonis plummeted from the sky, cascading down the trunk of the tree, and with a sudden gasp, a mouthful of crimson blood erupted from his lips. As Adonis beheld the relentless unicorn charging towards him, a tempest of fury and lethal intent flickered in his eyes. Grasping his wand tightly, he uttered, "Avada, petrify them all." A sudden recollection of his oath with Tom Riddle Slytherin and the curse upon the unicorn surged forth, compounded by the penetrating voice of Qyburn. A sigh escaped him. Not only was dark magic off the table, but he was also forbidden from employing spells or any means to harm the unicorn. He could only resort to passive, harmless defenses. The petrification spell merely posed minor inconveniences to the attacking unicorn, momentarily slowing its advance and granting him a fleeting opportunity to evade. Draco, witnessing the unfolding scene from a distance, disregarded Qyburn's admonitions and sprinted towards Adonis with his wand drawn. The unicorn encircling them emitted a deep, resonant neigh, a warning to their reckless approach. Just as Draco began to cast a spell, Qyburn's thunderous shout interrupted him. "Do not employ dark magic, for heaven's sake. Separate quickly, separate." Though panic seized Draco, he heeded Qyburn's counsel. Desperately, he unleashed spells in hopes of forging a path, yet the incantations proved futile as more unicorns joined the encirclement. Though they merely surrounded without attacking, seemingly devoid of murderous intent. Qyburn's voice pierced through the chaos, but Draco remained fixated on his incantations, ignoring the professor's calls. "Draco." Qyburn raised his voice, the urgency echoing in Draco's ears. In a sudden flourish, Draco pointed his wand at Qyburn, his eyes ablaze with indignation. "Professor, are you mad? Do you not see Adonis is under assault?" Qyburn gazed at him solemnly and remarked, "Has Adonis ever harmed a unicorn?" "Never," Draco replied emphatically. "Are you certain?" Qyburn pressed, his gaze stern and unyielding. "Aside from this reason, a unicorn would never attack a young man it encounters for the first time." "Absolutely," Draco affirmed. Qyburn exhaled, relief washing over him. "That simplifies matters." He directed his wand towards Adonis and bellowed, "Adonis, allow the unicorn to come into contact with your blood. The more, the better." Fearing Adonis might not have heard, Qyburn reiterated his command with fervor. Upon hearing Qyburn's voice, Adonis suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. His left hand instinctively delved into his pocket, clutching the purplewood wand, inwardly cursing, "How dare you deceive a Malfoy, you scoundrel Boken." The purplewood wand, renowned for its formidable magical power, had long been registered with the Ministry of Magic, especially in the past decade, a fact Adonis suspected was intricately linked to Voldemort. Initially, Boken had assured him repeatedly that the wand had never been employed for forbidden acts, yet now it seemed he had even slain a unicorn. How ironic. Claiming to have done nothing wrong. With Qyburn present, Adonis found himself unable to relinquish the wand. He could only conceal it deeper within his pocket. The unicorn launched yet another ferocious assault, and Adonis clutched his chest, feeling the brute force of its hooves reverberating through his very core. As if his organs had been displaced. With an impassive expression, he directed the wand in his right hand towards his left arm, casting the spell, Disarming Charm. Blood erupted from the wound, and as the unicorn drew nearer, Adonis seized the moment, vigorously swinging his left arm. The blood, propelled by his force, splattered across the unicorn's face, trickling down to its mouth. Sensing the metallic scent of blood, the unicorn appeared momentarily bewildered, halting in its tracks. It sniffed intently, and gradually, its gaze softened, lifting its head as it emitted a series of gentle whinnies. As Adonis observed the unicorns surrounding Draco disperse, the one that had attacked him also grew docile, allowing him to relax. He pondered the significance of being targeted by what was likely the Unicorn King. Feeling unworthy of such esteemed attention, Draco rushed to Adonis's side, steadying him as he noticed the blood streaming from his left arm. With concern in his voice, he asked, "Brother, are you all right?" "I'm fine, just a minor injury. Help me to Professor Kierburn," Adonis replied, glancing at his bleeding arm. The depth of his godfather's dark magic expertise was indeed formidable. Swiftly, he invoked a spell to staunch the wound, directing his wand to facilitate rapid healing. The injury had improved considerably. Although it still bled, it was no longer critical and would soon scab over. Lupin was correct. The magical energy required for healing spells was significantly taxing, and he needed to conserve his strength for potential upcoming challenges. Observing Draco's evident relief, Adonis sighed. At 12 years old, Draco's performance was commendable. The Unicorn King, having noticed the human rise, approached gracefully, its earlier ferocity now replaced with a serene demeanor. Draco positioned himself protectively in front of Adonis, eyeing the Unicorn King warily. Adonis, after assessing the unicorn's gaze and actions, pulled Draco behind him, assuring him, "It will not attack again." The Unicorn King approached Adonis, bending its neck to observe him closely. Adonis felt an air of apology emanating from the majestic creature and extended his right hand to stroke its head, signifying his forgiveness. The Unicorn King, sensing his sentiments, licked the wound with its tongue. Adonis experienced a refreshing coolness as the injury began to heal. The wound had scabbed over. The Unicorn King then followed him to Kierburn. Finding a quiet spot to lie down and rest, Adonis felt a twinge of frustration. Although he was not the protagonist, he certainly was not the antagonist either. Why must he endure hardships while reaping none of the benefits? Chapter 95. The beginning of the plan. Kierburn, accompanied by Draco, began feeding the unicorns while Adonis sat on a nearby stone, observing the half-closed eyes of the Unicorn King. Despite having ceased its previous aggression, the herd of unicorns still shunned his presence. Sensing Adonis's gaze, the Unicorn King lazily opened its eyes, casting a glance in his direction before closing them again. It was not merely a figment of his imagination. Adonis perceived a hint of mockery in its gaze, leaving him somewhat exasperated. A curious young unicorn regarded Adonis, yet, under the scrutiny of the larger unicorns, it merely stole glances at the human. As the sun began to set, Kierburn and Draco finally finished feeding all the unicorns. While swiftly packing their belongings, Kierburn urged Draco and Adonis, "We must hasten our steps to exit the forbidden forest before nightfall." As dusk descended, the gentle sunset and soft breezes failed to impart any beauty to the forbidden forest. Instead, they evoked a poignant sense of melancholy and reflection. The rustling leaves swayed in the air, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Throughout their journey, Adonis felt an incessant sensation of being watched, maintaining a facade of nonchalance. He suddenly turned as they neared the forest exit, drawing his wand and petrifying all in sight. A flash of white light illuminated the area, followed by a resounding crash. Adonis smirked coldly, eager to unveil the source of this intrusion. What was that? The crash startled Draco, who turned sharply, scanning his surroundings with vigilance before drawing his wand and cautiously following Adonis. Adonis clutched his wand tightly, advancing step by step towards the source of the sound. A faint, mournful whimper reached his ears, causing him to pause in disbelief before quickening his pace toward the origin. A small unicorn. Draco's astonished voice echoed from behind, revealing that a tiny unicorn had been following them all along. Adonis crouched beside the petrified little unicorn, gently caressing the wounds inflicted by fragments of stone and branches. His memory was keen. This was the very unicorn that had furtively observed him during his youth. He had not anticipated its audacity to stealthily follow him. Judging by the potency of his petrifying spell, this little unicorn was less than 2 months old. Unicorns typically exhibit a high immunity to controlling spells after reaching 2 months of age, rendering it nearly immobile save for its mouth and eyes. The little unicorn gazed at Adonis with a pitiful expression. This human evoked a different sentiment within it compared to the other two. Its father had attacked upon their first encounter, prompting the creature to sneak away while the unicorn king was distracted, only to find itself in great pain and unable to move. Adonis stared blankly at the accusatory gaze directed towards him, accompanied by a low wail of despair. In that moment, all seemed to rest upon his shoulders. Yet, a glimmer of insight flickered in his eyes. This unfortunate circumstance now presented him with a splendid opportunity to engage with the unicorn. Adonis cradled the diminutive unicorn, measuring merely around 20 centimeters in length, in his arms. With a swift motion, he drew forth his wand, invoking a spell to restore vitality and promote rapid growth. Under the influence of magic, the creature quickly healed from its injuries. Observing the little unicorn don a visage of pure delight, Adonis found himself in a state of bemusement. Halting the incantation with a flick of his wrist, this brought to mind the North American lion, whose expression had been one of despair laced with fear. Indeed, the response of magical creatures to enchantments starkly contrasted with that of ordinary animals. Caburn furrowed his brow as he regarded the little unicorn nestled within Adonis's embrace, inquiring, "Young Malfoy, what do you intend to do?" Adonis gently stroked the head of the little unicorn, reminiscent of a hairless cat. Casting a sidelong glance at Draco, he addressed Caburn, "Professor, the Forbidden Forest is rather perilous at night." Draco, catching the hint, promptly added, "Professor, whether we escort it back or allow the unicorn to return alone, neither option seems fitting. It would be more prudent for you to temporarily take the unicorn back and find an opportunity to return it to the Forbidden Forest." Caburn reached out to take the little unicorn. Indeed, this was a reasonable compromise. Adonis extended the little unicorn, which glanced at the elderly man before resolutely turning its head away, wrapping its forelegs around Adonis's arm. Caburn withdrew his hand, shaking his head, and then regarded Adonis with curiosity. "Remarkable, truly remarkable. It seems to have followed you specifically. The best course of action now would be for you to take it home temporarily, and when I next venture into the Forbidden Forest, I shall call upon you to return it." Caburn cast a glance at the moonlit expanse of the Forbidden Forest and murmured in a voice only he could hear, strangely, "No unicorn has emerged in pursuit. How intriguing." "I'm sorry, Professor, what were you just saying?" Adonis inquired, looking at Caburn. "Oh, nothing. I have some food prepared specifically for unicorns left in my office. Come with me to retrieve it." "Certainly." Adonis, having taken some food, encountered the hurried Isabel Churchill at the corner of the spiral staircase on the 4th floor while cradling a small unicorn. Isabel looked up and casually greeted Adonis. But as she brushed past him, she suddenly halted, a mix of confusion and excitement washing over her as she inquired, "Wait, Adonis. Is that a small unicorn in your arms?" Adonis halted his steps and turned to gaze at her. Indeed, it was a unicorn, albeit a youthful one, with its wings yet to fully develop, rendering them rather inconspicuous. Isabel completely disregarded Adonis, fixating her attention on the little unicorn, exclaiming in astonishment, "How can you possibly coexist with humans?" Upon hearing her voice, the small unicorn emitted a few soft whinnies. As Adonis listened to the rhythmic and patterned sounds emanating from Isabel's mouth, akin to the whispers of a unicorn, he gazed at her in astonishment. "You can speak the language of unicorns?" Isabel teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "The unicorn just informed me that you evoke a sensation quite distinct from other humans, which is why it curiously chose to follow you." She scrutinized him from head to toe, examining his eyes, nose, and mouth, yet she discerned no apparent differences. "Do refrain from jesting. You genuinely understand unicorn speech?" Isabel nodded, a playful smile gracing her lips. "I have a fondness for unicorns, so I took the initiative to learn their basic language. Communication poses no challenge." "Teach me." "Are you certain? Do you wish to learn this sound resembling a horse's whinny?" "I dare say Mr. Lucius Malfoy would be most displeased with your endeavor." Isabel blinked playfully, her gaze fixed on him. Adonis gazed at her with a faint smile, remarking, "Certainly. If a lady such as yourself can accomplish such feats, what is beyond my reach? Or is it that you fear you may not prove to be a competent teacher?" Isabel huffed softly, declaring, "Should you dare to learn, I shall not hesitate to teach. We shall meet by the Black Lake tomorrow evening. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." Without waiting for Adonis's response, Isabel began to jog away, for she was already late for her appointment with Madame Sprout. At the entrance of the Slytherin common room, Zabini stared in astonishment at the unicorn cradled in Adonis's arms. "Adonis, how remarkable. You have actually procured a unicorn as a pet." "It was merely a surprise. Wait for me here. Is the visitor arrived?" Zabini resumed his serious demeanor, stating, With Professor Snape's assistance, gaining entry to Hogwarts is quite effortless. The visitor wishes to meet with you to confirm the legitimacy of the galleon. Very well. A cautious individual indeed. Take him to Professor Snape's office. I shall come at once. Understood. With that, Zabini turned and departed. Chapter 96, The Plan in Motion, Part 1. When Adonis arrived at Snape's cellar, he found Snape gazing grimly at a man in a dark robe, adorned with a wide-brimmed hat, seated on the sofa. Adonis, how could you have promised me this, bringing a fugitive into my presence? Snape strode purposefully towards Adonis, his expression devoid of emotion as he scrutinized him. Upon hearing the term fugitive, the man in the dark robe lifted his gaze momentarily to Snape, his facial muscles twitching conspicuously. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately lowered his head, remaining silent. Adonis silently gazed at Snape. Calm yourself, Godfather. You are aware of our plan, which entails 3 years of life in Azkaban. A person without a criminal record, no matter how splendid the galleon, is of no importance compared to life itself. Adonis cast a glance at the man in the black robe seated upon the sofa. Were it not for the wanted notice and his wife's impending labor, he mused that he would prefer to continue his life on the run. He paused momentarily, adding that the murder case from a decade prior had been thoroughly investigated and proven to be a fabrication. Upon hearing this, the man in black suddenly raised his head. What did you say? His swift movement caused his hood to fall away, revealing a striking face marred by a prominent scar that traversed his visage. Just as you have heard, Mr. Smith, Adonis reiterated, locking eyes with him. Turning to Snape, he continued, Godfather, please take a seat. We shall converse with Mr. Smith at our leisure. There is still ample time. Snape glanced at the wall clock. It is now 7:30. I shall grant you an hour to resolve this matter. Godfather, you comprehend my purpose for this dialogue, Adonis remarked, observing Snape, now donned in a trench coat. No need for further discussion. You are aware of my limits, and I have no interest in your negotiations. With a decisive thud, Snape closed the door behind him, exited the castle, and retrieved a photograph from his pocket. By the light of the moon, he gazed at the distant Gryffindor Tower, alongside a blurred image of Lily Evans, silently affirming, Lily, everything I do is for Potter's sake. I trust Adonis. He will handle everything with care. Snape stared into the distance, lost in thought, and sighed inwardly. Tell me, is Dumbledore still worthy of trust? The only response was the whispering wind and the enveloping darkness. Within the cellar, Adonis gazed at Smith, who was lost in thought, and inquired, Mr. Jesse Smith, I presume you are aware of what needs to be done? Who is it? Tell me who it is. A deep, hoarse voice, laced with suppressed fury, echoed in Adonis's ears. Adonis gazed at him calmly and replied, You already possess the answer, do you not? An innocent man may suffer for the possession of a jewel. Mrs. Smith is exceedingly beautiful. That beast. Smith clenched his fists tightly, declaring, he ought to be brought to justice. As a graduate of Ravenclaw and an alumnus of Oxford University's law school, you are more aware than anyone of the intricacies of confidentiality laws. You are investigating me. Adonis observed the fury igniting in his eyes and cautioned against speaking to Malfoy in an accusatory tone, for galleons were never so easily acquired. He lounged on the couch, crossing his legs with a bemused interest as he regarded Smith. I dare say, you might prefer dollars over galleons. Smith, in a state of despondency, lowered his gaze for a moment before lifting it once again to meet Adonis's eyes, inquiring, What terms would you require for assisting me in clearing my name? Adonis gently tapped his knee, chuckling softly, I only assist my own kind. Smith gazed at the boy across from him with a complex expression. He loathed the haughty arrogance and superiority of pure-blood aristocrats. Yet now, rising to his feet and adjusting his attire, he solemnly declared, having emerged from Azkaban, I am willing to serve you for a decade. Adonis shook his head. Mr. Jesse Smith, you are an astute individual, well aware of my desires. Smith sneered derisively, the tension in his muscles contorting his face into a grimace. Mr. Malfoy, you must comprehend that what has been purchased over the past decade is fairness and justice. Adonis rose to his feet and extended his hand. Upon noticing this, Smith reached out with his right hand, engaging in a brief handshake. Adonis then spoke. I hold you in high regard. Therefore, this contract will take effect from the moment you depart from Azkaban. Smith accepted the potion from Adonis's hand, affirming, I shall proceed as planned. As for my wife, I trust you will honor your commitment. Adonis approached the door, turning his back to him as he replied, As long as you abide by the rules, I shall do the same. He opened the door, resting his hand on the doorknob, and glanced back at Smith, who was fixated on the potion. I believe you are aware that the demeanors of Azkaban are ineffective against animagi. Smith, momentarily taken aback by Adonis's words, gazed at the now closed door and softly uttered, "Thank you." Upon returning to his dormitory, Adonis found the little unicorn curled up in the corner of his bed, peacefully asleep. He gently touched the unicorn's horn, anticipating that the following day would unfold with splendid adventures. The next afternoon, Adonis squeezed through the throngs of students, his eyes fixed on the announcements board, where it was proclaimed that the Duel Club's inaugural gathering would take place that very evening at 8 o'clock in the Grand Hall. As the clock struck 8, the lengthy dining table vanished, revealing a gilded stage that emerged along one wall, illuminated by hundreds of floating candles overhead. Students from the entire school had gathered, each wielding their wands, their faces alight with excitement as they engaged in animated discussions about who would lead them in mastering the art of combat. Adonis heard Hermione's eloquent voice amidst the crowd. Someone mentioned that Professor Flitwick was once a dueling champion in his youth, and it is highly likely that he will be the one to teach us tonight. Adonis observed the fleeting glance of disdain that Harry Potter cast upon Hermione as she uttered her words. Amidst a murmur of soft incredulity, Gilderoy Lockhart, clad in his flamboyant fuchsia attire, stood upon the stage and engaged in a bout of self-aggrandizement. After making a gentlemanly gesture, he announced, "Now, please welcome my assistant, Professor Snape." With a scowl etched upon his face, Professor Snape ascended the stage in silence. Renowned for his prowess in dueling, Professor Snape, and I shall now present a demonstration for your edification. Adonis observed a remarkable deviation in Lockhart's demeanor today compared to his usual self. From the mutual bowing to the synchronized raising of wands over their shoulders, Lockhart's performance exhibited a commendable level of finesse. Ultimately, however, he was struck down, teetering unsteadily before being propelled off the stage, crashing against the wall, and then sliding down to land right beside Harry Potter. Adonis curled the corners of his mouth, instantly recognizing that the second cloaked figure who had deliberately altered his voice that night could undoubtedly be none other than Lockhart. Lockhart staggered as he pulled Harry Potter back onto the stage, flamboyantly summarizing the earlier performance. The demonstration was at an end. He nudged Harry, indicating that the young wizard would now represent the students before the audience. He surveyed the crowd. A loud, abrupt voice rang out, "I'll partner with Harry Potter." Lockhart turned toward the source of the voice, flashing a charming smile that could captivate both young and old alike, then clapped his hands. "Splendid! A brave young lad!" he exclaimed, bending slightly and extending his right hand in an inviting gesture. "Let us welcome the courageous Alfred Field." Field stepped onto the stage with a subtle smirk, defiantly challenging Potter. "Come on, Potter. I'm waiting for you to defeat me." As soon as Field's words faded, Lockhart waved his wand in perfect synchronization, causing all the chandeliers above to shift direction, their intense light shining directly on Harry Potter's face, squinting his eyes into mere slits. Nevertheless, Field felt a profound sense of impending danger, akin to being targeted by a venomous serpent, sending a chill down his spine. Lockhart observed the two young men positioned on stage, displaying a flawless smile. "Now, heed my instructions." He raised his right arm straight up. Adonis squinted, watching Lockhart's impromptu performance. Clearly a talent who could slip into character at the drop of a hat. "Disarm your opponent." Two beams of white light shot past Lockhart. For a fleeting moment, his expression stiffened. He smiled in all four directions and then casually stepped down from the stage. Harry watched the incoming spell, sliding his feet to the left and tilting his head to evade the entire incantation. Opposite him, Field sensed the flash of white light, and the spell rushed toward him with no time for thought. Instinctively, he ducked and rolled, the spell grazing his left arm, sending a searing pain coursing from his arm to his heart. Field's pupils dilated. How vicious! It had merely skimmed him, yet the silent curse was a dark spell, piercing and excruciating. In the crowd, Snape's left hand clenched tightly before loosening, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions as he observed Harry Potter on stage. He had been closely monitoring the duel and had not missed the movement of Harry's wrist or the tremor in Field's left arm, an all-too-familiar reaction. An eye among the audience was meticulously calculating Harry Potter's position. After a round of tentative exchanges, Harry and Field had transcended mere disarming spells. A cacophony of various incantations began to fill the air. Gasps erupted from the crowd. "Goodness, what a beautiful dodge! Did you see that transfiguration spell? Is this truly a second-year student? Brother, how naive. One is the savior, the other a noble. What's so surprising about this?" The crisp and penetrating voice prompted nods of agreement among the nearby students. As the duel progressed, Field could distinctly hear his heart racing in his chest. His gaze drifted to where Adonis stood, noticing a slight nod from him. With a flourish of his wand, Field summoned all his magical power, loudly declaring, "The dragon emerges." A torrent of magic surged together, and a serpent, 3 meters long with a diameter of 50 centimeters, slithered from his wand, crashing heavily onto the floor. The black serpent writhed, raising its head and flicking its tongue. Field then somersaulted off the stage. The crowd erupted in terrified screams, swiftly retreating. Harry observed Field's hasty exit, arms dangling and a derisive smile on his lips, then turned to face the approaching serpent, which hissed ominously, his eyes reflecting a hint of confusion and nostalgia. Now is the moment, the boy in sunglasses murmured, swiftly seizing his wand. With a flick of his wrist, he cast Stupefy. A beam of light shot forth, swiftly followed by another, Stupefy. Harry, momentarily stunned, turned just in time to avoid one beam of white light, only to be struck by the subsequent spell directly in the chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Bewildered, Harry fell straight to the ground. The crowd erupted in waves of screams, some fainting at the horrifying sight. Panic swept through the audience, and Snape and Lockhart rushed to Harry's side almost simultaneously. Percy immediately activated the Hogwarts alarm, shouting, "Seize him! Capture him!" With excessive blood loss, Harry fell into unconsciousness. Lockhart, witnessing the relentless flow of blood, urged, "Snape? The dark magic wound. Stop the bleeding. Quickly, stem the blood." Snape waved his wand, casting a spell upon the wound, yet the blood continued to flow, albeit at a reduced rate. "Snape, have you grown foolish in your comfortable life? Dark magic wounds require white magic for healing." Lockhart maintained his facade of a perfect smile. Snape, his expression darkening, turned to Lockhart and said in a low voice, "Be silent." Dumbledore, McGonagall, and other professors hurried into the Great Hall upon hearing the alarm. Dumbledore swiftly approached Harry Potter, inspecting the unconscious boy before drawing his wand. Healing light. A white glow enveloped the wound, alleviating some of the suffering. Adonis stood at a distance, observing the wand in Dumbledore's hand, the Elder Wand, its extraordinary powers a mystery. After completing his tasks, Dumbledore calmly wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to Snape, questioning what had transpired here. An attack had occurred. Dumbledore scrutinized Snape with an inscrutable expression, voicing his disappointment. "You have let me down, Severus." Professor McGonagall and the other faculty members were busy restoring order in the Great Hall. Being in close proximity, she had clearly heard Dumbledore's remarks. She cast a curious glance at Severus. It was evident to any discerning eye that a clandestine accord existed between Dumbledore and Snape. Yet it appeared that this equilibrium had been disrupted. Snape bowed his head, gazing at Harry Potter with a self-deprecating smile. "Dumbledore, I thought you would have anticipated this day long ago. Disappointment is always mutual. I suggest you allow Madame Pomfrey to examine your savior thoroughly." With those words, Snape departed the Great Hall. Dumbledore watched Snape's retreating figure before taking Harry Potter and leaving the castle, instantly apparating to Madame Pomfrey's infirmary. Madame Pomfrey had already stowed away all of Harry's medical apparatus and shook her head at Dumbledore, saying, "Dumbledore, the situation is dire." Suppressing an unsettling feeling within, Dumbledore inquired, "Besides the wound to his chest, are there other injuries?" "The soul is in utter disarray," Pomfrey replied. "Poppy, are you certain?" Dumbledore pressed, knowing her expertise in such matters. "Do not doubt my judgment, Dumbledore," Madame Pomfrey said, removing her white coat and regarding him with displeasure. "My apologies, Poppy, but this information is of utmost importance." Poppy waved her hand dismissively. "I have other patients to attend to, excuse me." Chapter 98. Myrtle's confusion once Madame Pomfrey departed. The infirmary was left with only the unconscious Harry Potter and the contemplative Dumbledore. After a moment of reflection, Dumbledore approached Harry, brushing aside his hair to reveal the scar that had noticeably faded since the previous year. He sighed heavily, lamenting how it had come to this. The image of James Potter and Lily Evans visiting the study in Godric's Hollow a month before their demise resurfaced in his mind. In June of 1981, James and Lily emerged somewhat disheveled from beneath the invisibility cloak, taking seats opposite him. They exchanged glances, then handed the already folded cloak to Dumbledore. "Headmaster, Lily and I hope you can temporarily safeguard the invisibility cloak until everything settles. If we do not survive to see victory, we hope you will pass it on to Harry at the appropriate moment." As Dumbledore felt the smooth fabric of the cloak, he recalled a time when he and another had sought to gather the Deathly Hallows and explore the mysteries of death. He chuckled to himself, realizing how simply he had now acquired the youngest brother's cloak, which had once evaded death's grasp. Yet, the world had irrevocably changed. Lost in reminiscence, Dumbledore failed to respond promptly to James's request, and the room fell into silence. After a while, Dumbledore broke the quiet, addressing the silent James and Lily. "I shall grant your request." James nodded, and Lily, looking earnestly at Dumbledore, said, "Headmaster, I am fully aware of the prophecy concerning the crystal ball. Voldemort seeks to eliminate the boy who poses a threat. Lily's voice was soft as she continued. Harry's likelihood of being the one is significantly higher, is it not? Dumbledore sighed. Indeed, there is a 70% chance. Headmaster, I implore you. Devise a plan to ensure Harry's safety, even if it costs us our lives. Lily's smile held a tragic quality. This is, of course, understood. Very well, Dumbledore replied, drawing a piece of parchment from his drawer and inscribing a lengthy incantation upon it. He handed the completed note to Lily, saying, James, apart from Harry, has no other blood relatives, but you have a sister. She is the only one who can assist you in fulfilling the spell. Returning to the present. Dumbledore touched Harry's scar, hoping it was not too late. He felt a deep sense of guilt towards James and Lily, not wishing to place Harry in further peril. Suddenly, a phoenix emerged from Dumbledore's wand, summoning Severus Snape to the infirmary without delay. The phoenix circled Dumbledore before heading towards Snape's dungeon. While Dumbledore attended to Harry and summoned Snape, Adonis, having left the Great Hall, received an unsigned letter, indicating that preparations were complete and urging him to hasten to Myrtle's lavatory. Adonis withdrew his wand and tapped the letter, watching it ignite into ashes. After changing his attire, he hastened toward the Myrtle washroom. At the entrance, Adonis beheld the silhouette of a girl, Ginny Weasley. She turned around and suddenly remarked, Cautious Malfoy, I am a Slytherin. Subsequently, Tom nodded at Adonis, reminding him to remember the Obliviate charm once their actions were concluded. Adonis stood before the entrance of the ladies' restroom, surveying his surroundings with a mischievous grin, a testament to the peculiar tastes of Mr. Slytherin. Tom, taken aback by his expression, swiftly adopted a neutral demeanor and remarked, Were you to exist in that era, you would undoubtedly arrive at the same conclusions. Adonis restrained Tom's hand as he prepared to open the door, behind which resided a living ghost. To this day, I have yet to witness a forgetting spell that affects spirits. Tom turned to look at him. Within the Slytherin legacy, there exists a specific forgetting charm designed to deal with ghosts, the incantation of which is emptiness of all. Upon hearing Tom's response, Adonis maintained a faade of calmness. Yet an odd sensation stirred within him, a profound emptiness, reminiscent of the concept of sunyata. This incantation intriguingly intertwined with Buddhist philosophy, evoking thoughts of the four fundamental elements, earth, water, fire, and air, each rendered void. The notion of exorcising malevolent spirits and categorizing phantoms among apparitions seemed rather plausible. With the mention of Myrtle, Tom scrutinized him with a discerning gaze, assessing him thoroughly from head to toe and side to side. Once we enter, you shall engage in conversation with the Myrtle, while I shall facilitate our passage, he added, turning the doorknob. In my school days, I heard whispers that she favored those who were both handsome and gentle. Adonis regarded Tom with an air of indifference, letting out a couple of derisive chuckles. They pushed open the door to the restroom, where Myrtle was perched atop the toilet, her gaze fixed upon them. Her expression suggested that the presence of a boy in the girls' restroom was nothing out of the ordinary for her. With her platinum hair, it became clear she was a Malfoy. Suddenly, she sprang up from the toilet with enthusiasm, causing the water within to swirl dramatically, splattering everywhere. A Malfoy, indulging in such peculiarities. Much like those deviants. Adonis cast a disdainful glance at the toilet water that had splashed upon him, suppressing his anger as Tom Riddle stood by the faucet, engaged in some incomprehensible endeavor with his wand. Upon seeing moaning Myrtle preparing to flit to another toilet, he swiftly adjusted his expression, donning a smile as he addressed her. Pray tell, how did you meet your demise? Myrtle's demeanor transformed instantaneously. The inquiry seemed to imbue her with a sense of honor. Oh dear, how dreadful. She recounted with relish, the events unfolded right here. I perished in this very restroom. I recall it vividly. At that time, all of Hornby mocked me, calling me a four-eyed freak, and I sought refuge in here. Shortly thereafter, someone entered, speaking in the most absurd of tongues. Upon hearing this, Adonis cast a sidelong glance at Tom, who was fiddling with the faucet. Indeed, his expression had grown rigid, betraying an underlying fury. However, what vexed me the most was that it was the voice of a boy. Consequently, I swung the door open and admonished him to leave and head to the boys' restroom. Then, Myrtle, puffed up with self-importance, radiated an air of superiority. Tom, brandishing his wand at Myrtle, conjured a multitude of illusions and coldly remarked, noisy. Adonis observed Tom and Harry, who lay in the infirmary, showcasing their prowess in the art of spells. Indeed, the magnitude of one's magical power emanates from the soul, with the body merely serving as a vessel. Tom pressed his left arm against his slightly trembling right arm, for this frail body still lacked strength. Adonis disregarded Tom's soliloquy and promptly inquired, "Is the entrance secured?" "It is sealed. As long as we remain inside, no one can enter," Tom replied. After uttering these words, he approached the faucet, producing a soft hissing sound. In an instant, the faucet emitted a brilliant white light and began to whirl rapidly. Subsequently, the basin shifted, vanishing from sight to reveal an exceptionally thick pipe. Exchanging a glance with Adonis, both men descended into the pipe in succession. Once they departed, a rumbling ensued as the pipe twisted and contorted, reverting to the appearance of a basin. Myrtle regarded herself with a hint of confusion. She distinctly remembered sitting on the innermost toilet, yet now she found herself pressed against the door, standing at the threshold. Could it be that a breeze had stirred? Chapter 99. A friendly packed Adonis slid down the pipe, observing how the branches diverged in all directions from the wall he clung to. However, unlike the main conduit, those tributary pipes were devoid of the same serpentine twists and turns. After navigating through 8 significant bends, he finally descended to the ground. Adonis emerged from the pipe, brandishing his wand, softly uttering, "Illuminaire." Instantly, a flicker of light illuminated the surroundings. He then closely trailed behind Tom, stepping into a dark, stone tunnel. Adonis surveyed the surrounding environment and remarked, "Are we approximately 7 miles beneath the surface?" Tom nodded appreciatively, acknowledging, "Indeed, your estimation is fundamentally accurate. According to the relevant literature within the chamber, we are situated 7.3 miles from the ground of Hogwarts." Aside from their dialogue, the tunnel was enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of any extraneous sounds. Occasionally, they would tread upon the bones of small creatures, producing a faint, crackling noise. As the tunnel gradually widened, the two soon found themselves side by side, navigating a dark bend. Not far ahead, they beheld a colossal serpent skin. Light illuminated the enormous hide, which glimmered in vibrant shades of green. Judging by the length of the skin, its owner must have been at least 20 feet long. Adonis transferred his wand from his right hand to his left, while his right hand retrieved a black rubber glove from his pocket, which he donned with care. He cautiously approached the serpent's skin, crouched down, and lifted it with his right hand, meticulously examining its quality. From both its hue and the intricate patterns of the skin, it was evident that this belonged to a venomous snake, possessing remarkable medicinal value. A golden incision. Adonis gently waved his wand along the serpent's scales, its tip emitting a luminous glow of white tinged with gold. Within 2 to 3 seconds, a small fragment of the snake's skin was cleanly severed. Though Lucius had never provided a thorough explanation of the underlying principles, Adonis had nonetheless committed this incantation to memory, an unexpected boon indeed. Adonis tossed the serpent's skin into his storage bag, and with a fluid motion, he stowed the bag back into his pocket. Upon lifting his gaze, he encountered the almost sardonic smile of Tom Riddle Slytherin, who promptly remarked, "There is nothing amusing about this. Before embarking on any venture, one must first assess the potential gold galleons it may yield, without a doubt." The gleaming Malfoy gold shimmered enticingly. Upon hearing Tom's remark, Adonis remained noncommittal, shrugged lightly, and with a playful smile, gestured invitingly. "Mr. Slytherin, now that we are in your domain, must I take the lead?" The two then navigated around 2 more bends before finally reaching the end of the tunnel, where they encountered a solid wall adorned with 2 serpents entwined around one another. Their eyes set with glimmering emeralds, each approximately 200 carats in size. As Tom gazed at the serpents, time seemed to rewind to his first visit here. The memories unfolded vividly as if they had occurred just yesterday. He turned to Adonis, remarking, "Having studied Parseltongue for so long, the moment to utilize your skills has finally arrived." Adonis nodded and stepped forward, speaking in a low, husky hiss. "Open." 2 entwined serpents slowly twisted their bodies, soon parting ways, while the stone wall cracked down the middle and slid apart, vanishing from sight. "Very well. Shortly I shall depart from Ginny Weasley's body and directly manifest my soul to converse with he who must not be named, clarifying our purpose for being here. Whether a contract can be forged will depend on you," Tom remarked, standing at the doorway, gazing at the dimly lit chamber. "Our initial agreement was not of this nature," Adonis retorted, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Malfoy, my ancestor Salazar Slytherin explicitly stated in the family decree that unless life is at stake, no descendant of Slytherin shall enter into a master-servant contract with serpents, nor shall they provide any other wizard the opportunity to do so." Tom's face reflected pride as he continued, "Slytherin and magical serpents shall forever remain allies." "Very well," Adonis acquiesced, recalling Caborn's words from that fateful night, how he who must not be named had chosen to fast to death upon Slytherin's departure. "Is this the descendant of the basilisk that once accompanied Slytherin?" "Indeed," Tom affirmed, raising his wand to his heart. Soul manifestation. A delicate strand of silver wisps emerged from Ginny Weasley's heart, intertwining and coalescing in the air, ultimately transforming into a handsome, genteel 16-year-old boy, floating like a specter. With Tom's exit, Ginny Weasley collapsed to the ground, unconscious. "Tom, you possess a fine exterior," he scoffed. Shifting to Parseltongue, raising his wand, and proclaiming in a resonant voice, "Speak to me, the greatest among the 4 founders of Hogwarts." With a thunderous rumble, the wall before them began to descend vertically, the sound of slithering creatures echoing in Adonis's ears. Tom continued, "He who must not be named has come out to play. Remember to close your eyes." A colossal basilisk emerged from behind the wall, its eyes shut, its flattened head adorned with white markings, its body a vibrant green, glistening with the distinctive radiance of a venomous serpent. Its body was as thick as an oak trunk, the upper half slightly inclined, its head level with Tom's. Swaying as if intoxicated, the basilisk sniffed the air, perplexedly asking, "Tom, where are you? Why can I only sense your presence but not touch you?" Its head turned towards Adonis and then to the fallen Ginny Weasley, detecting the presence of a stranger. Tom extended his hand, attempting to caress its head. But the basilisk's head passed through his palm. He quietly stated, "I have been injured, lost my corporeal form. This boy beside me is a new friend I have found for you. He speaks our language too." Hearing Tom's words, the basilisk lowered its head. "Tom, can I assist you? I can help, can I?" "No assistance is required," Tom replied. "Do you wish to leave this place and venture outside?" The basilisk hesitated but nodded. "Is that permissible?" "Of course, as long as you enter into a master contract with the boy before you." Before Tom could finish, Adonis interjected, speaking in a hissing serpentine tongue, "Friendly contract." After speaking, he approached and gently patted the basilisk's head. "This way. Neither Tom nor I need to worry about you harming any innocent wizards." Upon hearing Adonis's words, the basilisk suddenly nestled its head against Adonis's chest. Instinctively, Adonis prepared to step back, but upon meeting Tom's gaze, he halted, perceiving Tom's intent to stop him. Having sworn allegiance to Tom, Adonis chose to trust him. In the 100th chapter of Unexpected Contracts, the basilisk's large head rubbed against Adonis's chest, who looked down to feel the slickness of the serpent's skin. In that moment, he imagined the playful interactions between Slytherin and the basilisk over 1,000 years prior, an inexplicable emotion named envy stirring within him. The basilisk raised its head slightly, extending its tongue to lick Adonis's chin. Had Tom not informed him that a basilisk acknowledges a friend by licking their neck, such an act would have felt akin to murder. Withdrawing its tongue and head, the basilisk emitted a hissing sound. "You did not lie. The basilisk is willing to be your friend." Turning its head, it caught Tom's encouraging and hopeful gaze and continued, "The basilisk wishes to forge a friendly contract with you." Upon hearing Hayball's response, Adonis felt a weight lifted from his heart. Only those who were well-versed in the tales of Slytherin and the former Highbowl could truly comprehend his appreciation for and yearning towards this covenant. Adonis approached and gently stroked the head of the basilisk, speaking in the language of serpents, "From this day forth, you shall be my comrade and friend." He then turned to Tom and said, "Let us begin." Tom, holding his wand, nodded in affirmation and, in a hushed tone, instructed, "Hippogriff, no matter what transpires, remain still. Merely respond to my inquiries. Do you trust me?" The basilisk tilted its head, absorbing Tom's words, and within a fleeting second, it comprehended Tom's intentions. Circling once, twice, thrice around, it coiled its entire form, finally extending its head with closed eyes in tranquil repose. Observing this, Adonis moved closer to the serpent, caressing the scales of the magnificent creature. "The preparations of Adonis and Hybar have been completed." Tom approached them, the tip of his wand directed towards them, proclaiming, "By your blood as a covenant, by your thoughts as a lock." The wand emitted 2 intertwining beams of light that penetrated the minds of Hybar and Adonis. The light entering Hybar's mind subsequently drew forth a droplet of blood, while the silver thread emerging from Adonis's consciousness coalesced with it, forming a droplet of silver blood entwined in silver threads. Witnessing the first step accomplished, Tom continued in Parseltongue, "Hybar, do you wish for eternal life? To remain by each other's side, to share in life and death, bound by fate?" "SSSSSS, I do." "Adonis, do you wish for eternal life? To remain by each other's side, to share in life and death, bound by fate?" "I do." The covenant is established. As the covenant took effect, the droplet of silver blood split in 2, soaring towards the foreheads of Adonis and the serpent creature. At that moment, a glimmer of violet flashed through Adonis's dark brown eyes, and the droplet destined for the serpent creature suddenly altered its course, merging with the other and entering his forehead. Adonis experienced a fleeting moment of dizziness, only to be astounded by the revelation that his magical prowess had increased by 50%. The sensation of vertigo was but a whisper, leaving him to ponder whether it was merely a visual illusion. Beyond this, he had yet to uncover any extraordinary traits within himself. To his astonishment, he had entered into a unilateral pact of friendship with Highbowl. A mysterious voice echoing in his mind assured him that Highbowl could not inflict harm upon him, while he remained unfettered to act against Highbowl in any manner he deemed fit. Stealing a glance at the astonished Tom, Adonis feigned a look of bewilderment. His violet eyes were his greatest secret, known only to a select few, and he wished no further revelations. Casually, he inquired, "Tom, what is the meaning of this? Has the pact been successfully forged?" Tom, regaining his composure at Adonis's query, responded, "Do you not feel an indescribable sense of constraint?" Adonis sensed the atmosphere and gently nodded. Tom, somewhat bewildered, shook his head in confusion, remarking on the peculiarity of the situation. "Nonetheless, since you are able to perceive the constraints, you have already achieved half of your goal. Communicate with Highbar. If he is capable of transforming into a smaller form, it will indeed signify success." Tom, concerned that he might not grasp the intricacies of the topic, added that much information regarding the serpent monsters has been lost or rendered incomplete. You may not be aware that serpent monsters lacking a binding contract cannot alter their size, which is also the reason they are unable to leave the confined chamber. Upon hearing Tom's response, Adonis suddenly fell into a contemplative silence. He pondered the notion that had Slytherin not taken the basilisk away, perhaps that would have altered the course of events. If this were indeed the case, was Slytherin's insistence that his descendants refrain from forging contracts with serpents ultimately beneficial or detrimental? Slytherin, in his endeavor to safeguard the freedom of serpents, failed to recognize that the basilisk might have yearned for such a pact. How tragic that such a harmonious camaraderie was thwarted merely due to the constraints of size. Adonis gazed at his companion, the serpent Hapoer, who emitted a soft hissing sound. "Hapoer, could you perhaps reduce your size a little? Perhaps you could transform into a bracelet to adorn my wrist." Hapoer contemplated opening his eyes, but upon hearing Adonis's request, he shook his head, and his entire form radiated a verdant glow. Astonishingly, his colossal body diminished to the size of a mere bracelet. To fulfill Adonis's desire, he coiled his serpentine body into a circular shape, resting his head upon his tail. "Adonis, the pact has been successfully forged," he declared. "You may now allow Hapoer to open his eyes." Indeed, once the serpent had entered into a contract with a human, it could exercise control over its ocular abilities. As long as it refrained from deliberately activating this gift, it would not cause death through a direct gaze, and indirect sight would merely result in petrification. Adonis bent down to pick up the sea pearl, cradling it in the palm of his hand. He gently caressed its shimmering scales. "Sea pearl, you may open your eyes now." With eager anticipation, the sea pearl opened its eyes, gazing joyfully at Adonis. As Adonis gently stroked its head, he remarked, "Habor cannot truly be considered a name. It is merely the full designation of your kind. If we were to remove a syllable, you shall henceforth be known as Hail. What do you think?" Habor nodded in satisfaction, gliding along Adonis's arm to encircle his wrist, forming a rather convincing bracelet. Observing their interaction, Tom pointed toward the corridor that emerged behind the submerged stone wall and spoke bluntly, "Come with me. The true chamber of Slytherin lies within. However, before we proceed, I must first return to my diary." Adonis nodded, retrieving the diary from Ginny Weasley's pocket, and approached Tom. Chapter 101, The Constraints of Imagination. Tom raised Ginny Weasley's wand and softly uttered the incantation, Soul Reposition. Subsequently, he transformed into a wisp of smoke and re-entered the diary, leaving Ginny's wand to fall forlornly to the ground. Adonis picked up Ginny Weasley's wand and examined it closely. Should someone cast the multiple echo charm using this wand, it would reveal that Ginny had once been in the company of a soul entity. Although the likelihood of this occurrence is exceedingly low, it remains a possibility that cannot be dismissed entirely. Adonis withdrew his wand, crafted from ginkgo wood paired with purple heart, from his sleeve. He pointed it at Ginny Weasley's wand resting in his left palm and uttered the incantation for powerful erasure. A brilliant beam of white light burst forth from the tip of his wand, engulfing Ginny Weasley's wand. After a few slight tremors, her wand returned to a state of tranquility. Had Ollivander been present, he would undoubtedly have remarked nervously that the wand emitted a mournful wail. Adonis gently returned the wand to the unconscious hand of Ginny Weasley, who lay sprawled on the ground. Crouching down, he opened Tom's diary and inquired about the duration of Ginny Weasley's unconsciousness. Approximately 30 minutes, came the response. Thus, Adonis remained in a crouched position, tapping his knee with his left hand, while his fingers twirled the wand, directing it towards the motionless Ginny. Adonis stood up and quietly said, "I am truly sorry, Ginny. Erasing your memories is the best choice for you. I shall compensate Weasley for this loss in the future. Let all be forgotten." Adonis traversed the pitch-black corridor, arriving at a stone chamber enclosed on all sides. The sole entrance and exit was a rust-covered iron door, secured by a heavily corroded padlock that hung ajar. The fluorescent lights flickered intermittently. Adonis extended a finger, gently lifting the iron padlock from its base, observing the distinctly fresh fingerprints upon it. It appeared that a fragment of Voldemort's soul had indeed traversed this place by manipulating Harry Potter's body. Adonis donned his gloves, removed the padlock from the door, and gently pushed open the iron gate. Nevertheless, the gate emitted a jarring clang as it swung open. A flicker of light emanated from his wand, casting a faint glow that spread outward. The walls were adorned with extinguished torches suspended by iron rings. Adonis waved his wand towards the torches in the north, south, east, and west, igniting them once more. Flames leapt from the trays of the torches, illuminating the entire room. The walls were adorned with enigmatic murals, their meanings lost to time. The furnishings within the room were exceedingly sparse. Every 30 centimeters along the north-south axis stood a four-tiered iron shelf, totaling 20 such shelves throughout the chamber. Each shelf bore a wooden plaque intricately carved from golden silkwood, with one half inscribed with the names, effects, and preparation methods of various potions, though the script had faded to the point of being illegible. The other half detailed the names and purposes of potion ingredients. Regrettably, the cabinet meant for storing these ingredients stood empty, a thick layer of dust accumulating over a span of several centimeters, indicating that the beneficiaries from centuries past had failed to acknowledge the source, leading to a complete cessation of supplies. As for the iron shelves that housed the potions, each tier was in disarray, with bottles toppled in every direction, nearly all devoid of their contents. Only a few bottles still contained liquid, quietly resting within. As Adonis strolled along, he meticulously searched for any overlooked treasures. Beneath a wooden sign adorned with a potion of magical enhancement, in an inconspicuous corner surrounded by a heap of empty vials, he discovered an elixir contained within a bottle of deep azure hue. A small white label affixed to the bottle bore inscriptions that had faded with time, rendering them nearly illegible. He could scarcely make out the words. Potion of enhanced magical power, accompanied by a cautionary note regarding severe, lifelong side effects. Adonis could only discern these fragmented instructions. With his left hand, he gently swayed the vial of potion, the ethereal blue liquid shimmering under the reflection of the crimson flames. From the disjointed descriptions, it was surmised that the potion possessed some efficacy. However, it was estimated that the side effects would be irreparable for a lifetime. The last iron rack appeared particularly chaotic compared to the other display stands, and a plaque of golden silkwood bore the inscription, Soul-Stabilizing Elixir. Most notably, this plaque featured a distinct circular hole. Adonis carefully examined the traces left by the spell while holding the wooden sign. After lowering the sign to let it dangle freely in midair, he crouched down and noticed a blackened, charred mark on the wall, aligned perfectly with the direction of the opening. Adonis advanced in that direction until he arrived before the wall, drawing forth his wand to conjure a blaze of fierce flames. The black fire surged towards the stone wall, leaving merely a faint scratch before vanishing without a trace. Adonis opened his diary and inquired, "Tom, is it possible for the Dark Lord to return to school unnoticed after graduation?" "No," came the reply. "Otherwise, why do you think he is so desperately seeking the position of Professor of Dark Arts Defense?" Adonis lifted his gaze to the marks that had long been etched upon the wall, pondering the implications. It appeared that Voldemort, prior to his 18th year, had already discerned the shortcomings of the Horcruxes. He had once searched this very place for a potion to stabilize his soul, but alas, the elixir was no longer present. Yet, to what degree had his magical prowess ascended? Adonis inquired languidly, "Tom, what was the extent of your magical ability at 18? The diary fell silent, and after a brief pause, it inscribed, "You are aware that I did not survive to the age of 18. Of course I know, yet you should comprehend my intent. Am I not correct?" "Indeed," the diary responded, "under normal circumstances, by the age of 18. My magical power would have been twice that of those wizards who experienced magical surges at the age of 16, approximately double what you possess now." Tom within the diary contemplated further, adding, "By the time I reached adulthood, my power would have been about half that of Dumbledore at the height of his abilities. Had it not been for the Horcruxes, I could have attained Dumbledore's level by the age of 30. A soft chuckle escaped Adonis. "Dumbledore is nearly 50 years your senior. Do you not think he would also have continued to grow in strength? His power will no longer increase, just as his impending mortality will not be postponed. You see, there are substances that allow wizards to significantly transcend the limitations of age, the philosopher's stone being one of them. Yet, the immortality granted by the stone results in the loss of joy, sorrow, and all human emotions. That is not the essence of a true person, Adonis countered directly. A swift phrase materialized in the diary, ignorance. That is the result of improper usage. Did Mr. Slytherin impart this wisdom to you? The diary fell silent once more. As Adonis observed his reaction, a profound thought suddenly emerged. The scarcity of literary resources directly constrains my imagination. The vivid recollections of my interactions with Nicodemus Lim replayed in my mind, and a bold hypothesis began to take shape. Salazar Slytherin still lives. According to our agreement, I am entitled to peruse the tomes left behind by Mr. Slytherin. Yet, to my dismay, I found no book in this room, not even a single sheet of paper. Adonis cast a glance around the room and continued in a teasing tone, Mr. Tom Riddle Slytherin. I trust you do not expect me to believe that the paintings adorning these walls constitute the literary legacy of Mr. Slytherin. A brief update, candidly speaking. Writing a novel and crafting stories for others to enjoy is a personal passion of mine. However, the reality is that I am on the brink of graduation in my senior year, particularly burdened by the weight of countless unanswered job applications. The author is now preoccupied with final project designs, job hunting, and acquiring skills in software development. Regrettably, I do not have a fixed schedule for updating the novel at this time. Nonetheless, having embarked on this literary journey, I am resolute in providing it with a proper conclusion. I shall not abandon it nor allow it to end abruptly. Future updates may be sporadic, perhaps every 2 or 3 days, or possibly once a week. In any case, until I secure employment, consistency in updates will be challenging. I wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the readers who have supported me throughout these past 2 months. I am fully aware that upon the release of this chapter, many readers may consider removing the City of Magic from their shelves, as the anticipation of updates can be quite taxing, and the pursuit of new installments is often a laborious endeavor. However, I humbly request a small favor from the heavens. Please allow it to remain in the corner of your bookshelf for a little while longer. Grant me some time and patience as I strive to bring it back into the daily update rotation. The pressures of securing an ideal job and tackling my thesis are indeed formidable mountains, and the author is feeling the strain. I kindly ask for your understanding and patience. I assure you that I will return as soon as possible. The next time I post such an announcement, it will be accompanied by the promise of stable and long-term updates. Thank you. Chapter 102. How special it is. The inquiry posed by Adonis caused the diary to tremble ever so slightly, as Tom rested his chin in his hand, gazing vacantly at the white expanse surrounding him. A hint of a smile flickered at the corners of his lips, while his gaze appeared somewhat unfocused. Suddenly, a phrase imbued with admiration materialized on the blank pages of the diary, revealing an unexpected resonance between you and Salazar Slytherin after a millennium. Tom, now is not the opportune moment for jest. Or are you simply eager to meet Dumbledore? The Northern Wall. Adonis cast a glance at the responses in his diary before moving to the Northern Wall. Bathed in the faint glow of the surrounding sconces, he scrutinized the surface of the wall, finding nothing remarkable. The mural on the Northern Wall bore no distinction when compared to the artworks adorning the other walls. Adonis circled the room, tracing the walls with careful scrutiny, seeking to uncover their hidden intricacies. As he leaned against the southern wall, gazing intently at the mural on the northern wall, a sudden spark of insight illuminated his mind. With his wand aglow in his right hand, he hastened towards the northern wall, allowing his left hand to gently glide across its surface, noting the singular peculiarity from an aesthetic standpoint. A soft chuckle escaped his lips as he withdrew his left hand and retrieved Tom Riddle's diary from his pocket. In a moment of clumsiness, the diary slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor with a thud, flipping over. Tom, slightly disheveled, propped up the chair that had toppled over, exclaiming, "Is this how you treat an elder?" Upon reading the words inscribed in the diary, Adonis erupted into laughter, fully aware that Tom was likely unprepared for this moment. Yet, almost instantly, he shook his head in self-deprecation, pondering how he had become so juvenile. It seemed that his mental age was unwittingly aligning with his physical age. Having come to this realization, Adonis swiftly composed himself. "Tom, your brief response can be interpreted as a test of my observational skills. However, it is time to conclude this game of intrigue." The diary remained silent for an extended period, and Adonis chose to assume that Tom was merely upset by his recent antics and had not given it much thought. Reflecting on Tom's approach to tasks, he added, "In China, there exists a type of wine known as Nahong. Tom, I highly recommend you give it a try." "Is that so?" "Indeed. Receiving Adonis's affirmative reply, Tom, though unaware of what Nahong entailed, recognized that he need not grasp its specifics, for the vast expanse of the East was a world apart from him. Malfoy, I believe it is imperative for you to acknowledge a certain truth. Mr. Slytherin, are you implying that you currently cannot access the chamber within this chamber, and must wait until you are fully revived? Indeed, Malfoy's lineage proved to be remarkably distinguished. Adonis gently caressed Tom's reply, softly murmuring, Indeed. You ought to express gratitude for Malfoy's upbringing. With a delicate snap, he closed the diary, adding, Tom, you may take a well-deserved rest now. The diary, upon hearing Adonis's words, began to tremble violently until the entire spell was cast, after which it settled into stillness. Adonis casually tucked it into his pocket, locked the iron gate of the room, and swiftly made his way towards the exit. The higher on his wrist seemed to sense Adonis's mood, nuzzling against his wrist with a hint of concern. As Hire's contractor, Adonis felt the warmth of this concern acutely, and he gently stroked Hire's head to convey that he was well. Ginny Weasley gazed around in a daze, her eyes falling upon a nearby puddle. Her previous state of drowsiness had noticeably improved, yet she pondered, where am I? How did I end up here? The sound of footsteps behind her prompted a swift turn, her instincts on high alert as she scrutinized the newcomer. Only when she recognized Adonis did she exhale in relief. Despite Ron and the twins harboring no fondness for Malfoy, they had frequently mentioned him before arriving at Hogwarts, for Malfoy was indeed a figure of considerable notoriety. Why am I here? Ginny felt an instinctive connection between her presence in this place and the boy before her, prompting her to inquire of Adonis. Adonis gazed at the somewhat bewildered Ginny Weasley, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. What was the remarkable essence of the Weasley lineage? Did it possess the ability to mitigate magical influences? The duration of the coma charm extends beyond 2 hours. Accidentally entering this place, as he regarded Ginny's eyes, he mused that she had already been here before his arrival. Where did you just go? He inquired. To seek an exit, Ginny replied, playfully lifting her somewhat heavy head. Did you find it? Adonis nodded slightly. Ginny, perceiving the indifference etched upon Adonis's face, felt a twinge of fear. Due to the influence of the Weasley couple, she had little experience dealing with Slytherins, particularly those of pure-blood lineage. Could you take me with you? Adonis turned and walked away. Ginny watched his retreating figure and, upon hearing footsteps approaching from the distance, began to follow him with small steps. Hale informed him of another exit, one that was situated near a small cave not far from the Forbidden Forest. Adonis gazed at the entrance that had just vanished, fully disappearing with his and Ginny Weasley's departure. No wonder Hale remarked that it was merely an exit. The transmission of memories among serpents was indeed fascinating. Ginny stared in disbelief at the now absent opening, questioning its disappearance. Was it truly gone? It was already quite extraordinary that she had inexplicably entered that place, was it not? It was time to return swiftly. Ginny nodded absent-mindedly and made her way back to the castle. Adonis stood at the cave's entrance, gazing towards the direction of the school hospital. Dumbledore must have learned by now. Chapter 103. A temporary compromise in Madame Pomfrey's medical room. The sound of footsteps and knocking brought Dumbledore back from his reverie. He glanced at Harry, who remained in a comatose state, sighed deeply, and leaned back against the chair beside the bed. Come in. Snape opened the door and immediately saw Dumbledore sitting across from him, looking at him intently. What do you want, Severus? Dumbledore's voice, slightly weary, resonated in the room. Snape regarded Dumbledore, and after a moment, replied, What? Has the situation spiraled out of control? You already know? Dumbledore rose and inquired, meeting his gaze. Snape observed him silently, and the atmosphere in the room chilled to an icy tension. After a prolonged silence, Dumbledore shifted his gaze from Snape to the unconscious Harry and suddenly said, Severus, I am already 111 years old. Snape, maintaining an impassive expression, avoided Dumbledore's sharp gaze. That is irrelevant, Dumbledore. No, it is quite significant. For someone of my age, death is merely the onset of a new journey, Dumbledore replied, his eyes filled with warmth as he looked at Harry. Thus, if possible, I would prefer to undertake these burdens in his stead. Snape interrupted, a sardonic tone lacing his words. In truth, you are merely keeping him alive for the moment when he must die, are you not? Dumbledore continued to gaze at Harry, his voice solemn. This was unforeseen. The flicker of sympathy that had briefly emerged in Snape's expression vanished in an instant. With his wand now pointed at Dumbledore, he declared, I always thought Potter was a fool. It seems, Severus chuckled softly, who is not. With a wave of his hand, a stunning spell shot towards Dumbledore. A wave of light appeared before Dumbledore, intercepting the incoming curse. Severus, the last time I saw you in such a volatile state was over a decade ago, Dumbledore said, rising from his seat. Rationality will serve us better. You are well aware of the repercussions of the curse you cast on Lily. She misplaced her trust in you. Dumbledore sighed. I am first and foremost the headmaster of Hogwarts, and only then myself. Fate chose Harry, and it is his responsibility and mission to bear. Moreover, it is only today that I have come to fully believe my hypothesis. Dumbledore's gaze grew profound. The side effects of the curse target only fragmented souls. If Voldemort's soul were whole, the blood protection charm would bear no adverse effects on the one being protected. Dumbledore looked at Snape, enunciating each word carefully. Lily would understand my actions. She was a good child. At Dumbledore's words, Snape suddenly burst into laughter. Albus Dumbledore. I finally comprehend why Potter and the others were ordered to leave Potter Manor. Oh, let me think. Potter called it self-reliance. Tears streamed down his face as he laughed. Old Potter always knew this day would come. Dumbledore, you underestimate the pure-blood families. Dumbledore regarded him with an unprecedented seriousness. I have never underestimated them. It is precisely for this reason that Harry was chosen by Voldemort. Only Harry and Riddle can withstand the side effects of the curse. This is how I have a contingency plan. It should ensure their survival. Snape inhaled deeply, looking at the boy lying on the bed. Is he Harry Potter or the Dark Lord? At present, he is Harry, and in the future, he will only ever be Harry Potter. Very well. Snape nodded. I will trust you once more. Now tell me what I must do. Snape's temporary concession eased Dumbledore's expression significantly. Harry's soul is currently in turmoil. The soul-stabilizing potion is vital for him at this moment. Snape produced a small vial from the inner pocket of his robes and handed it to Dumbledore. Dumbledore examined the vial in his hands. It was exquisitely crafted, adorned with medieval floral engravings and a serpent motif at the neck. Dumbledore looked up at Snape with admiration. Severus, you are one of the rare geniuses I have encountered in potion-making. Snape's lips twitched, non-committal, but Dumbledore continued. This potion has been in existence for 11 years. Dumbledore suddenly winked at him. It won't have expired, will it? Ha. Just a little jest, Severus. You might try to relax a bit. As Dumbledore administered the potion to Harry, Snape asked with concern, is there no way to directly eliminate that excess presence in Harry Potter's mind? Dumbledore shook his head. White magic has methods to remove the soul fragments left by Voldemort, but to do so would compromise Harry's soul's integrity. Unless we can concoct a soul-enhancing potion to compensate for this loss, we can only allow him to remain here for now. However, rest assured, the soul-stabilizing potion is sufficient to lull Voldemort's soul into slumber once more. Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively. As for the soul-enhancing potion, I do not know the formula. Not only has this potion been categorized as dark magic, but its rarity also warrants a price that must remain undisclosed. Then what is your contingency plan? Snape scrutinized Dumbledore intensely. The forthcoming answer was crucial for him. Preserving Harry's life was his only means of atoning for Lily. Severus, this is too important. Your current role does not permit you to know this, Dumbledore stated, meeting Snape's eyes, not ignoring the fleeting sadness that crossed them. However, I will do everything in my power to ensure Harry's survival, whether it was 11 years ago, now, or in the future. This is my promise to you, Lily James. And old Potter. In that case, as long as you fulfill your promise, I will uphold mine, Snape declared before striding toward the door. Wait. Snape's left hand rested on the doorknob as he turned to Dumbledore. Is there anything else? Harry will require a vial of soul-stabilizing potion every 6 months. Additionally, starting next year, he will entrust his mind shielding to you. Anything else? Snape inquired, eyeing Dumbledore, who remained silent, turning the doorknob, ready to depart. You may inquire about the soul-enhancing potion from the one who informed you about the blood protection charm. Snape opened the door and departed swiftly. Dumbledore watched Snape's retreating figure, murmuring softly, Adonis Black Malfoy, an intriguing boy. But, he glanced at the stirring Harry. Is he a blessing or a curse? Chapter 104. I am a merchant in the Hogshead Inn, Hogsmeade. The duration for the Polyjuice potion had elapsed, and Jesse Smith, the wizard who had attacked Harry Potter at Hogwarts, had resumed his original appearance, leisurely sipping a glass of whiskey by the window. The inn's door swung open as a young man entered. The server approached and inquired, "What would you like to drink, sir?" The young man pointed at Smith by the window and said to the server, "I am looking for that gentleman inside." The waiter nodded slightly and withdrew. The young man seated himself opposite Jesse Smith, and had it not been for his prior acquaintance with Smith's true visage, one would scarcely conceive of the scar on his face, so expertly concealed. Smith regarded his unexpected guest with an air of nonchalance and inquired, "Who are you seeking, sir?" The young man leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice, and with a faint smile remarked, "Mr. Smith, it is no surprise that a seasoned fugitive such as yourself possesses such remarkable skills in disguise." Smith lifted the crystal goblet before him, savoring a sip of whiskey, and cast a displeased glance at the individual across from him. "Sir, I could very well sue you for defamation, and that is beyond dispute." As he spoke, he picked up a fork from the table and leisurely took a bite of the beef. "Now, I must insist that you vacate this establishment." The young man propped his right arm on the table, challenging, "Do you still maintain your stance?" Smith glanced at the hand resting on the table, his pupils constricting in an instant. He then set down his fork and goblet, addressing the young man with a stern demeanor. "Mr. Malfoy, you ought to be aware that such jesting is ill-suited for someone of my disposition." Adonis reclined in his chair, holding his wand in his left hand, and with a gentle flick directed it towards an area beyond the two individuals, closing his ears to the surrounding sounds. Once the spell took effect, he naturally leaned back against the chair's support. A soft chuckle escaped him as he continued, "Had I been just a minute late, the cup would have struck my head. The fork would have been poised at my throat, and my wand would have made the most intimate contact with my temple." Smith, having listened quietly to Adonis's seemingly nonsensical remarks, inquired with a hint of curiosity, "How much longer do I have?" "The orders from the Ministry of Magic will arrive here in 30 minutes. The response from Adonis instilled in Smith a newfound understanding of the boy before him. The influence of Malfoy within the magical realm was undeniably formidable. Additionally, Lucius Malfoy had bestowed upon him sufficient authority to compel the Ministry of Magic's Aurors to delay their apprehension for a considerable 4 hours, a significant price indeed. This arrangement was satisfactory. It provided Smith with ample justification to make this decision. He retrieved a stack of documents from the briefcase behind him and handed them to Adonis. Adonis picked up the document and glanced at it. It was a labor contract. He cast a sidelong look at Smith across the table, then turned to the second page of the contract, followed by the third. The only sound that lingered between them was the rustling of the pages. Jesse Smith, feeling somewhat anxious, watched Adonis intently and then let out a self-deprecating laugh, cursing the privileges that were so damn useful. Adonis closed the contract, gently tapped the table, and shook his head. "Mr. Smith, I am a businessman, not a philanthropist, and this contract holds no benefit for me." "Mr. Malfoy, you are merely offering my wife a position, yet for the past 3 years, all her wages have been deducted from my remuneration, leaving you with no loss." "Mr. Smith continued earnestly, "The reason I seek your assistance is, on one hand, to provide a cover for my 3 years in Azkaban, allowing my wife to believe it was you who employed us as a couple. Moreover, my wife has long desired to own a small shop." Noticing that Adonis displayed no signs of impatience, Smith continued, "Look across the street." He pointed toward a long-abandoned shop, its crooked sign draped in cobwebs. "I have already purchased that establishment. Now, all that remains is to employ my wife as the manager in your name." Smith gazed at Adonis with hopeful eyes. Adonis followed Smith's and gazed upon the evidently aged storefront. The illustrious history of Hogsmeade Village chronicles this establishment. 3 decades prior, it could only be described as bustling with patrons. A young couple inherited the shop from their parents, transforming it into the sole eatery in Hogsmeade, renowned for its medicinal delicacies. However, following the tragic demise of the couple at the hands of Voldemort, the elderly proprietors shuttered the establishment, offering the shop under the condition of a transfer agreement. Adonis cast another glance at Smith, his curiosity piqued regarding how this individual had acquired the establishment. After all, over the course of nearly 15 years, he was the sole person to have successfully purchased the venue. After a moment of contemplation, Adonis spoke, "Mr. Smith, to speak candidly, your intelligence should not lead you to misunderstand that employing your esteemed lady in my name implies the protection of Malfoy. To have Malfoy safeguard a husband imprisoned in Azkaban is a proposition that falls far short of the value I am prepared to offer. I regret to inform you that I cannot acquiesce to such a transaction." Upon hearing Adonis's response, Smith took a deep breath, closed his eyes for approximately 30 seconds, and then reopened them, solemnly inquiring, "What further concessions must I make for you to accept my terms?" Adonis smiled silently at him. The man across from him was astute, fully aware of his desires. A decade's time. Adonis gazed at him, twirling the ring on his right hand, and gently shook his head. Insufficient. 20 years. Adonis merely gazed at him with a smile. The boy's demeanor left Smith feeling exceptionally agitated. He abruptly stood up and exclaimed, "How many years do you truly require?" Adonis straightened his attire and rose to his feet, gazing intently into Smith's eyes. "Mr. Smith," he declared, "anger resolves nothing. As a lawyer, you are more acutely aware of this than anyone else. Regarding your inquiry, my answer is simply this. How many years does your wife hold worth in your heart?" "You are threatening me," Smith retorted. "Not at all," Adonis replied, observing Smith with a measured calmness. "This is merely a question of choice. Without Malfoy's protection, your wife may very well navigate these 3 years with relative ease." Adonis took a step forward and continued, "I assure you that Malfoy will not intervene." The boy's penetrating gaze made Smith's heart tighten. "I have been at your service for a decade. I am not concerned about your diligence. Jesse, do not overestimate your significance. What you can accomplish, others are equally capable of." Adonis chuckled softly, acknowledging that there may indeed be others who could surpass your efforts. He settled back into his chair and said, "Mr. Smith, the sole reason I am willing to engage in conversation with you is my admiration for you, nothing more." Time flowed gently between the two. Adonis raised his hand to check the time on his watch. "You have 1 minute left to ponder. Safeguard my wife and daughter." Adonis suddenly chuckled, "Of course." He waved his wand, and the contract soared towards him. A document materialized upon the dining table. "Sign it, and you may rest assured about everything." Smith, after perusing the contract, took a deep breath. "You must have anticipated that I would come to discuss this matter with you." Adonis smiled silently. Smith looked at Adonis and suddenly remarked, "It's hard to believe you are only 12 years old. You won't regret today's decision." Upon hearing Adonis's words, Smith silently acknowledged that indeed, at such a young age and with such maturity, he was quite capable of signing that bond. 5 minutes later, under the enchantment of an invisibility spell, Adonis quietly observed as the Auror took Jesse Smith away. There were many matters awaiting his arrangement. Chapter 105. Frankness. The Auror escorted Jesse Smith away from Hogsmeade. Adonis left the leaky cauldron and pushed open the door of the Hogsmeade Inn, reputed to be the tallest building in Hogsmeade. This so-called tallest structure was merely a faade, a 5-story wooden edifice. Its wooden sign had suffered from years of exposure to the elements, missing a small section and faded in large parts. It was likely referred to as the tallest building in Hogsmeade due to its untraceable origin. The only certainty was that it had stood there since the village's inception. The external appearance deterred many members of the aesthetic society, yet the internal facilities and DSOR pleased Adonis immensely. Most importantly, this seemingly dilapidated and did not require a checkout inspection. All guests departed before the designated time, and the reason was simple: a 300-pound man, failing to vacate the premises according to the paid duration, had flown out of the 4th-floor window, executing a parabolic arc, and broke 3 ribs. Over the years, numerous patrons had engaged in legal battles with the inn due to such amusing recollections, but all had ended unsuccessfully, not because the inn possessed any formidable influence, but rather. Adonis's thoughts were interrupted by the server's greeting. "Sir, welcome to the Hogsmeade Inn. Before proceeding, please take a moment to carefully read the information displayed on the wall ahead, particularly the 3rd item." Adonis followed the direction indicated by the server's finger and glanced towards the wall, where 5 regulations were clearly inscribed. Notably, the 3rd rule stated, 3. Esteemed guests, you shall bear all consequences arising from failing to vacate the hotel on time, as the establishment shall not assume any legal liability from the moment you remit payment. It shall be deemed that you acknowledge this provision and accept the corresponding risks and legal stipulations. After reading the regulations, Adonis inwardly marveled, perfectly elucidating why the inn had triumphed in every lawsuit. "Sir, if you agree to the terms above, please follow me to complete the check-in process." Adonis completed the 24-hour check-in procedure with the attendant and, after settling his payment, proceeded to his room to await the dissipation of the effects of the compound decoction. At 9 o'clock in the evening, a boy clad in a black hooded cloak exited the Hogsmeade Inn. The innkeeper merely glanced up before resuming his previous focus, having witnessed such occurrences far too frequently throughout the year. Once assured that the surroundings were clear, Adonis removed his black hood and arrived at the Shrieking Shack at the appointed time agreed upon with Severus Snape. The Godfather, Snape, cast a glance at Adonis and extended his right arm, grasping him by the elbow. Adonis nodded, following Snape's instruction to grasp his sleeve. With a flicker of apparition, They materialized within the depths of Hogwarts' cellar. There, Dumbledore reclined on the sofa designated for meetings, observing as Severus entered with young Malfoy in tow. Snape, taken aback by the sight of Dumbledore on the sofa, abruptly released Adonis's hand and strode toward Dumbledore, his countenance marred by fury as he demanded, "Dumbledore, since when has my cellar been under surveillance?" Adonis stood quietly to the side, observing as Dumbledore rose to his feet, revealing his signature smile, and kindly spoke, "Severus, please believe me. Although I am a Gryffindor, I possess ample understanding of Slytherin and harbor no intention of infringing upon your privacy." Dumbledore glanced at Adonis and continued, "However, an abundance of events has transpired lately, and more importantly, I have yet to find the appropriate moment. Today presents a perfect opportunity to engage in a meaningful conversation with young Mr. Malfoy. I foresee that henceforth, our discussions will take place in the headmaster's office." Dumbledore, observing Snape's lingering ire, winked and added, "As for today, I certainly knocked on the door. I trust, Severus, that you would not leave a guest waiting outside." Seemingly indifferent to Snape's lack of response, Dumbledore continued, "Severus, would you grant me the opportunity to speak with young Mr. Malfoy in private?" Snape shifted his gaze toward Adonis, who nodded reassuringly, indicating that he could manage the situation at hand. With Adonis' affirmative glance, Snape swept away in a billow of his black robes. Striding purposefully from the cellar, Dumbledore gestured towards the sofa across from him, inviting Adonis to take a seat, before resuming his own place on the couch. Adonis navigated around the back of the sofa and settled opposite Dumbledore, silently observing the man before him. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The silence between them was punctuated only by the sound of the clock's steady ticking. "Your presence here is hardly surprising," Dumbledore began. "Given the magnitude of recent events, it would not be fitting for Dumbledore to remain absent," Adonis replied. Dumbledore let out a hearty laugh, gazing appreciatively at Adonis and sighing in admiration. "In my experience, the last individual of your caliber was named Tom Riddle. Adonis, I trust you are familiar with Tom Riddle." "Indeed, I am aware. That name does not carry the same weight as the one that follows it." Adonis smiled as he responded to Dumbledore. "Of course, this is merely the perspective of an old man. I do not wish for you to take pride in it. In truth, you surpass your contemporary, Tom Riddle, in excellence. Being born into the magical realm has afforded you an advantage, allowing you to grasp its intricacies far more swiftly than Tom Riddle ever could." Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Adonis suddenly laughed and remarked, "Professor Dumbledore, I wonder if anyone has ever told you that you embody the very essence of Slytherin even more than Slytherin himself." "I can sincerely respond to your inquiry. Aside from an unexpected encounter with the Dark Lord in my first year within the Forbidden Forest, I have not encountered him since." After uttering those words, Aiden noticed that the corners of Dumbledore's mouth appeared somewhat more relaxed than before, suggesting that Dumbledore was indeed concerned about the possibility of him aligning with Voldemort. "Very well, what of the matter of Horcruxes? The legacy of the aristocracy. How much do you know about Horcruxes?" "They are indestructible, and as long as they exist, the Dark Lord cannot perish." Dumbledore nodded, saying, "Aiden, I hope we can join forces to vanquish Voldemort." Adonis shook his head, stating that his father, Mr. Lucius Malfoy, would not approve. "However, this matter has nothing to do with Mr. Lucius Malfoy. It is merely a collaboration between you and me, is it not? Starting today, you will enjoy numerous privileges at Hogwarts, and I shall not interfere unless it concerns significant issues, such as the dueling club. Yet, there is one stipulation: no harm must come to the innocent, and the use of the killing curse is strictly forbidden. I am quite curious about your stance on dark magic. I have heard of your extensive knowledge in Chinese literature. Thus, I invite you to respond to this inquiry using extraordinary methods in extraordinary times." Adonis nodded, in agreement with Dumbledore's response. "Lockhart is your man." Adonis gazed at Dumbledore, awaiting his reply. "Lockhart is indeed my associate. He was initially meant to reveal Harry's unique abilities at the appropriate moment, subsequently guiding him to vanquish the basilisk within the Chamber of Secrets." However, Dumbledore cast a glance at Adonis's wrist. It seemed that such intervention was no longer necessary. Adonis took a deep breath. 12 years ago, you were aware that employing the bloodline protection spell would bestow upon Harry the ability to speak Parseltongue. The words of Adonis plunged Dumbledore once more into reminiscence. From his expression, Adonis discerned the pain and torment within him. Indeed, it was evident that Harry possessed more than a mere chance of becoming a Horcrux. The ability to speak Parseltongue was informed by Harry's experiences over the past 11 years. "Headmaster, I am willing to agree to our collaboration. Yet there is one statement I must clarify today. You may sacrifice those around you and even yourself for the greater good. But I will only do so for those who are truly deserving. Dumbledore gazed at him, and Adonis felt as though the headmaster was looking through him, perceiving other people and matters beyond. Adonis, time and the passage of years will alter some of your convictions. Certain responsibilities are yours to bear, and there is no evasion or escape from them. What you must do is to remain steadfast in your principles, that is all. Adonis rose to his feet and extended his hand, which Dumbledore grasped firmly. "Nis," he said, "through our conversation today, you have instilled in me the belief that we need not rely on unbreakable oaths between us." Adonis nodded thoughtfully, retracting his arm. Before departing from the cellar, he addressed the headmaster, stating, "There are certain matters that cannot be resolved solely through your conjectures. While your insights may often be accurate, many issues can only be clarified through face-to-face discourse. Perhaps it is merely a misunderstanding." After uttering these words, he pushed open the cellar door, bid farewell to the guardian stationed at the entrance, and returned directly to his dormitory. He could only hope that today's conversation would enable Dumbledore and his German counterpart to dispel any misunderstandings in advance, thus bringing closure to a lingering regret. After Adonis's departure, Dumbledore found himself ensnared in memories and reflections, deeply affected by Adonis's final words, oblivious to Snape's return to the cellar. "Dumbledore, do you intend to spend the night here?" Snape inquired. Dumbledore cast a glance at Snape and, somewhat flustered, operated back to the headmaster's office. Chapter 106. Fred's wisdom following an earnest and candid conversation with Dumbledore, and free from the old fox's constant vigilance, Adonis enjoyed an unprecedented period of leisure and amusement at Hogwarts. Adonis held a plastic frisbee in his hand, his gaze fixed upon Cobble, the name he had bestowed upon the unicorn of the Forbidden Forest for its expedition. The unicorn, Cobble, pawed at the ground with its hooves, poised for action. With a series of excited whinnies, Adonis commanded in the language of unicorns, "Prepare, begin." At once, Cobble surged forth like the wind. It leaped into the air, its still developing wings flanking the frisbee as it darted back, raising its head to gaze at Adonis with eyes full of hope, fervently expressing its affection for this sport. Adonis retracted the flying saucer, gently patting its head, and softly spoke to it. "Cobble, the time for play has concluded." Cobble shook its head, brushing off the hand upon it, bent its legs, and lay on the ground, flapping its wings, still yearning for more, urging, "Continue, continue." Adonis crouched down, bringing together the two wings of Cobble, grasping them firmly in both hands as he departed. Over the past month, such scenes have become almost a daily occurrence, reminiscent of the films being screened these days. The little wizards, once filled with sympathy for the unicorn and indignation towards Adonis, have now grown remarkably composed, merely brushing past the man and